Chapter 1, boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated beside Zoro's ear. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed a colossal figure crashing down before him. "Charge, lads!" An aged yet resolute voice echoed from a distance. One that Zoro felt he had heard before. Let's rush forth. Rescue Ace. Eliminate these Marines. A cacophony of chaotic voices flooded Zoro's ears, leaving him momentarily unable to discern reality from illusion. Bare paw impact. Shadow gun. Is that little oars? Blinking rapidly, Zoro finally opened his eyes wide. He realized he was sprawled on the icy surface, the biting cold compelling him to rise in the distance. A fierce melee ensued, with Marines and pirates clashing with lethal intent, while an old man with a distinctive mustache stood atop a massive ship, his gaze fixed intently on his adversary. As Zoro turned to look, he beheld the massive figure of the demon, little oars collapsing, on the brink of losing his life force. Yet, more striking than oars were the three admirals of the Navy, each distinguished by their vibrant colors. Akainu, Akiji, Kizarukanis' unwavering gaze was locked onto the Whitebeard, determined to ensure he would not leave this battlefield. "What are you dawdling for?" Whoosh! A flash of a blade whizzed past. Fortunately, a Marine beside Zoro yanked him aside, preventing him from being struck down by the advancing pirate. "If you can still move, continue fighting." Zoro noticed the pirate he had just evaded lay before him, seemingly not yet dead. After saving Zoro, the Marine seized his sword and charged forward, indifferent to what might befall Zoro. "Next turns out it's the Pirate King," Zoro murmured to himself. "And I've landed right in the midst of the fiercest conflict of the Marineford War. It seems that if I wish to survive, I must truly engage." Zoro tightened his grip on the bloodied sword in his hand, evidence of the many pirates this Marine had already dispatched, and what of himself. "Let's fight." Slicing through the air, with determination, Zoro gripped his sword firmly and plunged it into the barely alive pirate before him. With a horrified cry, the pirate gradually ceased to breathe, only the blood continuing to spill from his mouth. It resembled the sound of slicing pork as Zoro withdrew his blade, his eyes sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, utterly tumultuous every moment. Lives are lost, whether they belong to the Navy or the pirates, in this vast arena of chaos. Human life is as fleeting as the water that spills from the ocean. Now that he has embraced the Navy, he shall uphold his sense of justice. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro swiftly resolved his determination. After all, he had no other choice. Just as one would choose Konoha in Naruto or the Soul Society in Bleach, in One Piece, not opting for the Navy would only lead him to become a pirate. He dismissed that notion. Zoro could not convince himself to become a pirate, however. The prospect of becoming a Navy soldier was one he welcomed wholeheartedly. Having successfully persuaded himself, Zoro no longer hesitated. He turned and charged toward the pirates. "I bear the weight of justice, you scoundrels." Clang! Just as Zoro began to engage, an unusual vision appeared in his mind. Justice. This interface was remarkably simple, containing only a few elements. One was a justice value marked at 10 points. Beneath this justice value was something that caught Zoro's eye. Attribute points. Aside from these two elements, there was a red dot. With little time for contemplation, Zoro decided to activate the red dot. In an instant, a tremendous surge of power coursed through Zoro's body. In less than a second, all of his injuries had healed completely. Moreover, he could distinctly sense an enhancement in his strength, though he could not quantify the improvement. He was certain that he could now defeat multiple versions of his former self. Without hesitation, he utilized the 10 attribute points as well. Just like before, another wave of power surged into Zoro's being. It seems that the content within that red dot was akin to an attribute point, he reflected. Although Zoro's strength was still not overwhelmingly powerful, the enhancement was undeniably palpable. This red dot must represent a beginner's gift pack, he surmised. It had granted him a complete healing and 10 attribute points. Next to the attribute points was a large spinning wheel, divided into various sectors. Though Zoro could not discern them clearly, he decided to try his luck with the wheel. 1,000 justice points for a spin. Zoro glanced at his meager 10 justice points and shook his head in disappointment. Is this truly all he had? He was not easily disheartened. Surely, there must be other elements available, but perhaps he had yet to meet the requirements to unlock them. However, gazing at the bold characters spelling out justice above him and the pirate behind him, who was finally drawing his last breath, ignited a fierce resolve within him. Zoro finally comprehended that it was he who had just slain that pirate, thereby acquiring justice points, in addition to attribute points. As for the matter of the 1,000 points required for a single conversion, Zoro, at present, found himself destitute and unable to afford such a luxury. However, as he surveyed the battlefield before him, he witnessed the fierce clashes between the Navy and the pirates. Clenching his fist, Zoro felt a surge of readiness to engage. The war at Marineford summoned elite naval forces. Even with his natural physique, he was already significantly stronger than the average individual. Now was the time for decisive action in the chaotic melee between the Navy and the pirates. It was customary to refrain from delivering finishing blows. Once an adversary was incapacitated, combatants would cease their assault. This peculiar conduct was characteristic of the region. The pirates had come with the singular objective of rescuing Ace. Their aim was to carve a path for their captains to reach him. Thus, they paid no heed to the fallen naval soldiers. The Navy, too, was focused solely on repelling the pirate onslaught. After defeating one pirate, they would find themselves unable to deliver the final blow before the next wave surged forward to join the fray. Consequently, this created an opportunity for Zoro to make his move. Of course, the primary combatants, those of considerable strength, tended to disregard the skirmishes involving the lesser soldiers, as they were engrossed with their own formidable opponents. As long as one did not obstruct their path, they remained indifferent. In this context, Zoro commenced his decisive strikes. With a swift motion, his blade fell, and he cleanly dispatched two pirates. To Zoro's eyes, these two foes were of inferior skill, easily toppled by mere two strikes. It was perhaps a testament to his own enhanced abilities. Following his recent fortification, Zoro was aware that during this war at Marineford, the Navy had mobilized a total of 100,000 elite soldiers, a significant expenditure, especially considering the necessity of maintaining naval bases across the globe. The Whitebeard pirates, on the other hand, comprised 1,600 of their own crew members alongside 56 pirate ships from the New World, totaling over 50,000. Pirates in ancient siege warfare, the attacking side necessitated a vast number of expendable troops to fill the moats and expend ammunition, while the defending side could successfully hold with merely a tenth of the attacking force. In the realm of pirates, Whitebeard surged forth from the depths of the sea, emerging at the very center of the conflict, revealing the inadequacy of long-range strategies. They were left with no choice but to engage in direct confrontation. The current situation mirrored the ancient sieges. Zoro had once observed the Whitebeard pirates aim to rescue Ace. Once they accomplished this feat, they would retreat. However, there exists a distinct difference, for the supreme combat power in this world is sufficient to dictate the outcome of a battle. Otherwise, even 100,000 mere foot soldiers would be effortlessly swept away by a single burst of conqueror's haki. On the battlefield, Zoro finds himself confronted by a relentless tide of pirates. The terrain of the Navy headquarters forms a shape, and after being completely frozen by Akiji's ice age, the interior of this U has transformed into the largest arena of conflict. The spot where Little Oars fell is now perilously close to the execution platform, merely a few dozen meters away. Yet, this place feels as though it leads to an abyss of despair. After all, above looms the mightiest figure of the Navy, a legendary hero. Karp. He now bears the discomfort of witnessing this fierce confrontation. Behind him kneels Ace, bound to the execution platform. In this moment, the weight of the Navy's justice feels unbearably heavy. Nevertheless, this predicament is temporarily irrelevant to Zoro at present. He is engaged in a frenzied pursuit of victory. The onslaught from the pirates is ferocious, as if they are heedlessly charging towards the iron plate that Little Oars had collapsed upon before his demise. They are relentlessly carving out a path amidst the chaos. Another one down, Zoro declares, withdrawing his blade from the chest of a pirate. In the span of mere minutes, Zoro has dispatched another 5 or 6 pirates. These brigands are the ones affected by the Seven Warlords, essentially stripped of their combat prowess. This is not an act of idleness on Zoro's part, rather, it is a calculated strategy. He is acutely aware of his immense potential for growth and cannot afford to recklessly squander the life he has painstakingly regained on some nameless pirate. Otherwise, he would be betraying his own sense of justice. He opens the interface justice points, 100 tribute points. 59. The roulette still lacks sufficient justice points for a draw, but as he gazes at the attribute points and justice values before him, Zoro comprehends the situation. The justice points are not directly linked to the attribute points. The former may represent the crimes committed by these pirates, while the latter signifies their strength. Some pirates may be as weak as dogs, yet when surrounded by a horde, their transgressions can far exceed their personal capabilities. The recent pirates he faced each granted him approximately 16 to 17 justice points, along with a handful of attribute points. Justice points have reached 101, can select from the 6 forms of the Navy. Upon witnessing this new opportunity, Zoro realizes it may signify a pivotal moment. Upon reaching a certain threshold of justice points, one can acquire special abilities. The pirate he just felled has succumbed completely, and the justice points have just been added. I choose Surusuru. One of the 6 forms of the Navy is a technique particularly suited for swift escape. The other techniques, Jippo, Shurgon, Tekai, Jeppo, and Rankyaquare, not suitable for learning at this moment. The foremost priority is to ensure one's own safety. Utilizing the technique of Soru, enables one to swiftly return to a more secure location once the decision was made, that inexplicable feeling resurfaced. Sora whoosh, ha! Carrie gasped heavily. His breath labored. These pirates are truly ruthless. Even as an elite Navy officer, he had never encountered so many marauders. Initially, he served in the Navy Division. Patrolling the territories under its jurisdiction and apprehending minor pirates. His talent was evident. Otherwise, he would not have been summoned to the Navy headquarters as an elite officer. Carey regarded this as an honor and did not fear for his life. Since joining the Navy, he had understood that the conflict between the Navy and pirates was a matter of life and death. He had long accepted the belief that his demise was inevitable, yet witnessing the sheer number of pirates still struck a significant blow to his psyche. Everywhere he looked, there were fallen corpses. Some had their heads severed, while others were dismembered, as if meticulously sliced by thread. Entrails, blood, and severed limbs were scattered all around. The warm blood, gushing forth, quickly congealed upon the icy surface. Among the deceased lay not only pirates, but also fallen Navy officers. To his right was the body of a close friend from the Navy Division, entirely charred. Carey had been the one to end his life. He had just been engulfed in flames. The greenish-blue fire seemed alive, resisting all attempts to extinguish it. It had even incinerated the clothing Carey used in a futile effort to douse the flames. He helplessly watched his friend suffer in excruciating pain. Amidst his friend's faint pleas, Carey heard, "End my suffering." Indeed, the torment was unbearable. Granting him death would alleviate his suffering. With a heavy heart filled with sorrow and rage, Carey ended his friend's life. This act drove Carey into a frenzy. He charged towards the densest clusters of pirates, slaying one or two with each encounter. Injured and weary, the weapon he wielded was no longer his own. The blade that had accompanied him for years was now tainted by the strange flames from his friend's demise. It was a pirate's knife he had picked up haphazardly. Its craftsmanship was of the poorest quality. While striking down a pirate, it became lodged in the bone. Carey acted swiftly, discarding the useless knife and kicking the pirate away. Unbeknownst to him, he had sustained a wound on his forehead, blood dripping and clouding his vision. He could go no further. His strength was waning. This was the last flicker of consciousness for Carey. A familiar voice echoed. Bang! The two pirates before Carey suddenly appeared to be struck with tremendous force, hurtling backward. Thud! Blood spewed from his mouth, with a few droplets staining Kyra's face. Suddenly, a figure resembling a cannonball appeared before him. Do not hasten towards death. This battle has only just begun. Zoro dragged Kyrie to a relatively safer location. Though deemed safe, there were no truly secure areas upon the ice. They found themselves closest to the Whitebeard pirate's ship, amidst a cadre of its captains. The captains of the top 5 divisions possessed the most formidable strength. These were the seasoned veterans who had stood by Whitebeard since the inception of his crew. When Odin boarded the ship, he was already among their ranks. The strength of the subsequent captains, however, was of a different caliber, comparable to that of the current Luffy, excluding Luffy's protagonist aura and various enhancements. Each of these division leaders faced off against naval rear admirals and commanders. The previous captains were particularly attentive to those extraordinary individuals known as the Seven Warlords of the Sea. This group, allied with the world government, does not maintain a harmonious relationship with the Navy. Consequently, the presence of the Seven Warlords here is merely at the behest of the world government. Almost all of them merely display a few skills and put on a facade to impede Whitebeard, thus fulfilling their obligation to the world government. It is impossible for them to exert themselves fully. They are here solely to witness this rare and momentous battle. A formidable azure strike was unleashed from Mihawk's hand. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary cut. Yet, it swiftly glided across the icy surface, rapidly advancing towards Whitebeard. The strike expanded continuously, reaching a height of several meters in an instant. Along its trajectory, numerous pirates were caught off guard, their futile attempts to escape resulting in their engulfment within the verdant glow. Whitebeard, however, remained entirely unperturbed. A swift figure emerged before the Moby Dick. It was Diamond Jozu, a user of the diamond fruit. His entire being transformed into a colossal diamond. He resolutely intercepted Mihawk's strike and, with great effort, hurled the attack skyward. With a resounding blast, the slash erupted in the sky hundreds of meters high, sending ripples of shockwaves cascading outward. Hawkeye had unleashed his formidable technique, and now it was time for him to catch his breath. Zoro gazed at the arc of the slash, fully aware that had he been caught in its path, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. After securing a relatively safe spot for Kaku, Zoro returned to the battlefield. This was a monumental opportunity for him. Encountering such a multitude of pirates was indeed a rare chance. The pirate wielding the meteor hammer had just felled a Navy officer when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. In an instant, the blade withdrew, Staggering back a few steps, the pirate seemed unable to comprehend how he had met his end so effortlessly. With wide eyes, he fell to the ground, filled with resentment. Trash, damn it. Zoro harbored no sympathy for these pirates. He believed they deserved their fate. Regardless of their type, any vessel that hoisted the Jolly Roger was a pirate. All these pirates deserved to perish. For Zoro, the only pirates that existed were those he could slay, and those he would slay in the future. Thus, he made a resolute decision. His sense of justice would instill fear in those pirates, a justice that sought complete eradication. With his justice level reaching 200, he could now select one of the 6 forms of the marine techniques. Was it true that he could acquire one of the marine techniques every time he reached 100? Zoro had no time to ponder such matters. His sole focus was on exterminating pirates. Steel blocks. Though there are always individuals who stubbornly endure attacks with mere iron, prompting Zoro to question the soundness of their minds. It is undeniable that such blocks can indeed temporarily bolster one's defenses against harm. The moonwalk technique allows one to ascend to the heavens, yet in this scenario, the proverbial early bird catches the worm. Should one take to the skies, the division commander from Whitebeard's crew might very well turn their attention toward them. Paper drawings are of no immediate necessity. Pointing the gun is reserved for close combat. The Galefoot technique is next on the list. The battle on the icy surface rages on, with Whitebeard's commanders steadfastly repelling foes that vastly outnumber them. Meanwhile, the Navy continues its relentless skirmish with the pirates. Sengoku observes the unfolding chaos, noting the grievous toll on the Navy's elite forces, a sight that fills him with profound sorrow. Execute the sentence in advance, commanded the warring states, no longer willing to wait. He felt the need to stoke the flames of this battle. Execute. With a command from the warring states, the pirates beheld the 2 executioners on the scaffold preparing to act. Before them, Karp's fists were clenched tightly, his expression exceedingly grim. Suddenly, Ace. A resounding voice echoed through the sky. What is that? Is it perhaps a human? Is that you, Luffy? Ace on the execution platform immediately recognized the voice of Luffy. This shout caused Karp, standing before him, to open his eyes wide. However, the grip of his clenched fist tightened even further. Here comes another one. Not good. Fought warring states. The escape team had arrived, a ragtag assembly composed of the dregs from the depths of the great deep-sea prison, specifically from the 6th and 5th levels. Apart from Luffy, the group included the revolutionary Ivankov, former warlord Crocodile, the fishman Jinbei, and the opportunistic Buggy the Clown. How did they end up here? This is a disaster. Upon surveying the scene, Buggy felt an overwhelming sense of doom. Not only were the 3 admirals of the Navy standing before him, but the formidable Whitebeard loomed behind as well. He regretted ever following Luffy to this place. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. At that moment, a single thought consumed his mind. Run, find a place to hide. In stark contrast, Luffy was brimming with excitement. Ace, I'm here to rescue you. Luffy. The battle grew increasingly chaotic. Beyond the group of escapees, what troubled Sengoku even more was the Empress. Ever since Luffy's arrival, she had swiftly changed her allegiance, turning against the Navy. Sweet fragrance. Hancock unleashed countless arrows of love, transforming all the Navy soldiers obstructing Luffy's path into stone. Damn it, how infuriating. Zoro nearly fell victim as well. Had it not been for his swift retreat, facilitated by his technique, he would have been petrified the moment he saw Luffy arrive. Once turned to stone, one's entire being adopts the properties of rock. Unless the original user reverses the effect, those affected are doomed. Gazing at the dozens of Navy soldiers now standing as stone statues, who had just been fighting alongside Zoro, he thought, I will surely make you pay. Zoro made a mental note of Hancock's name, but he would deal with that later. Acknowledging one's inability to win is not a disgrace. With his justice value reaching 1,000, Zoro obtained the ability of armament hockey. What caught Zoro's attention was that he had finally attained 1,000 points of justice. This meant he could redeem a prize. 1,000 points would allow for a single lottery draw. To this point, Zoro had already dispatched no fewer than 20 pirates. Most of them granted him a justice increase of 10 to 20 points each time. The last one, wielding a meteor hammer, had directly added 200 points to his tally. This fellow must have been a squad leader among the 56 pirate crews of Whitebeard's New World. Despite the 200 points of justice, this pirate only contributed 20 attribute points to Zoro. Truly a pitiful specimen. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the lottery first. The colossal spinning wheel was obscured from Zoro's view, as the myriad of potential prizes seemed too vast to be contained within its confines. In any case, the result of his first draw materialized in less than 2 seconds. A random devil fruit. The lottery was already based on chance, and now the outcome was likewise unpredictable. As he examined the devil fruit, Zoro realized it was not one of the few varieties he recognized. Forget it. He would not consume it. What if it turned out to be a trap? He would rather rely on armament hockey, just as he was about to continue enhancing his attribute points and justice value. Zoro suddenly noticed that the previously simplistic panel had gained several new additions. Justice value, 1000 attribute points, 121 abilities, Navy 6 styles. Armament hockey items, random devil fruit weapons, none. This was a refinement of his status panel. Apparently, without 1000 justice points, nothing else would be granted. Nevertheless, this provided Zoro with a clearer understanding of his capabilities. The equipment listed under abilities hinted that there were still numerous items to be acquired from the spinning wheel. Perhaps he could draw something truly valuable, much like the devil fruit he had just obtained for 1000 points. Even the most ordinary of devil fruits commands a staggering price of several million berries. Unless faced with an imminent crisis, Zoro remains hesitant to consume this devil fruit, fearing the potential for dire consequences. While Zoro continues his stealthy assaults, on the front lines, the group of escaped convicts led by Luffy, excluding those who foolishly followed Buggy, assists in rescuing Ace. At this moment, the warlords of the sea begin their own passive participation, especially since Karp is still present, allowing them to maintain appearances. Some, however, are not merely acting. Moonlight Moria, the shadow fruit user among the warlords, possesses the ability to control and absorb others' shadows, enhancing his own strength. Jinbe, the fishman, has just escaped from the underwater prison alongside Luffy. Stripped of his title as a warlord and willing to sacrifice his life to prevent the war, out of a desire to save Whitebeard, he refuses the Navy's summons and ultimately finds himself imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down, sharing a cell with Ace. As a fishman, Jinbe navigates through water with remarkable ease. Observing the other warlords begin to take a backseat, Doflamingo remains aloof, distancing himself from the conflict. The Empress has defected to join Luffy's side, while Mihawk maintains a conventional stance, though he refrains from delivering his initial fierce strikes. Bartholomew Kuma remains entangled with Ivankov. Thus, only Moria stands before them, seemingly oblivious to the shifting tides of battle. It falls to Jinbe to assist Luffy in clearing the path ahead. With effortless force, Jinbe commands the sea, unleashing a massive wave that surges toward Moria like a ferocious beast. Seawater. Moria, a wielder of the devil fruit powers, felt his strength wane drastically upon contact with the ocean's embrace. The fishman karate technique, Shark Wave, was unleashed. Boom. A tremendous force surged directly towards Moria's chest. Jinbe's strength can be described as formidable against formidable opponents, with his true power remaining somewhat ambiguous. He is even capable of withstanding Big Mom's attacks for a brief period. However, it is indisputable that Moria, the disgrace of the Seven Warlords, stands as the weakest among them. Alas, the shadows that had just been swallowed by Moria rushed out in a frenzy. The bloated Moria swiftly contracted, shrinking from its initial height of over 10 meters back to its original 7 meters. Fishman Karate, 5,000 Brick Fist. With a resounding crash, Moria succumbed to another of Jinbe's powerful strikes, ceasing his attempts to impede Luffy's progress. One must question the lack of discernment displayed. Was it truly wise to stand in his way? Meanwhile, Bartholomew Kuma found himself repelled by Ivankov's death wink, a devastating explosion unleashed with a mere flutter of his eyelids. It is indeed a reasonable assessment, yet one cannot help but ponder the extent of Kuma's feigned struggle. Mihawk, who was poised to intercept Luffy, also feigned defeat under the diversion of the 5th Division Captain, Vista. Roses dance in chaos. The rubber machine gun. As Luffy advances, the path is virtually devoid of any intercepting warlords. However, the absence of these formidable foes does not imply an easy passage to his destination. A far greater peril looms ahead. The 3 admirals of the Navy stand ready. Nevertheless, thus far, it can be said that the warlords have become mere bystanders. Yet, on the side of Whitebeard, the situation is not much better. They are the aggressors, and when Sengoku announced to the world that Ace is the son of Roger, preparations for a fierce battle with Whitebeard were already underway. The battlefield has been meticulously arranged, even with one of the 4 emperors leading his entire force to this place. It is improbable to uncover any weaknesses in a short span of time. Indeed, the entirety of Whitebeard's pirate cruise has been dispatched, leaving him alone aboard the Moby Dick. Now is not the moment for him to take action. Should he choose to intervene, the conflict would truly escalate to a boiling point. The strongest man in the world, even in his old age, still exudes an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Shut down the broadcast, commanded Warring States. War Peach Maru, accompanied by a contingent of over a dozen PX Bear robots, entered the battlefield. These formidable automatons, conceived by Vegapunk, possessed remarkable strength. A single unit could send a multitude of the notorious Worst Generation fleeing in disarray. Only Urki could manage to engage in a few exchanges with these robots. A laser shot forth from the mouth of a PX Bear robot, piercing through one pirate after another. This served as both a sign and a signal. Zoro continued his relentless strategy of ambush and retreat, ambush and retreat. Among the pirates, some began to take notice of the audacious naval assaults. His series of ambushes had come to an end. Water Buffalo, Automos. This pirate is the 13th captain among the numerous divisions directly under Whitebeard. He possesses a towering physique, comparable even to that of Diamond Jozu. Clad in sleeveless gray-gold armor and adorned with a gray helmet embellished with horns, his long beard resembles the mane of a beast, while his flowing black hair cascades down to his waist, and he bears 2 tusks reminiscent of a walrus. Each arm is emblazoned with the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. His combat prowess is rather modest. At least from Zoro's perspective, Atomos' record primarily consists of skirmishes with ordinary Navy personnel, lacking encounters even with Navy rear admirals or vice admirals. Moreover, Atomos had recently been manipulated by Don Quixote Doflamingo into slaying several of his own comrades. Had it not been for Luffy's arrival, which prompted Doflamingo to relent, Atomos would likely have continued his relentless slaughter of his allies. Thus, upon breaking free from Doflamingo's control, Atomos' eyes glowed a furious red, a clear manifestation of his wrath. Anyone compelled to kill their own comrades would find it impossible to remain tranquil. It was precisely in this moment of lost control that Zoro, ceaselessly darting back and forth, caught Atomos' attention. Death. Those who can carve out a reputation atop the vast ocean are certainly not ordinary individuals. The title of Water Buffalo signifies immense strength, akin to that of a bull. Has it been discovered? Zoro has also noticed that Atmos is charging towards him. After all, for someone like him, who trades one life for another, it is evident to anyone not lacking in intellect. As the captain of the squad, Atmos is naturally capable of sensing this as well. Gale foot, 8 directions. With remarkable speed, Zoro unleashed 8 shockwaves along the path Atmos traversed, completely encircling him from all sides. Bang, bang. As the smoke dissipated, Atmos emerged with little damage. Indeed, it was evident that he had only recently acquired his abilities, resulting in insufficient power. Zoro had anticipated this, acknowledging that his recent enhancement of strength was still in its infancy. However, I am not one to be easily ensnared. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zoro vanished from sight. The 6 forms of the Navy are notoriously difficult to master, even among their ranks, let alone for pirates, save for a select few who might suddenly awaken such abilities. An example of this is Sanji, who, cornered in the land of the transgenders, unexpectedly awakened the moonwalk. Yet, this may also be attributed to his status as a modified human. Atmos is a brute, possessing little in the way of cerebral prowess. His position as a division commander in the Whitebeard Pirates is largely due to his formidable defense and immense strength. While he may not rival Diamond Jozu, he certainly surpasses the average individual. Additionally, he harbors a unique ability, Rage. This temporary loss of reason significantly amplifies his power and attack, just as it does now. Bang. Zoro commented, still a brute. Atmos' recent collision did not strike Zoro. Instead, it barreled straight into Little Oz, inflicting several bleeding wounds upon his fallen form. Wait. Zoro suddenly realized that Oz was not entirely dead. Oz, a descendant of the demon race and a member of the Oars family, was one of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates 43 RD Division, commanding the Oars Pirates. As a demon, he inherently possessed a vitality far superior to that of ordinary beings. Even among giants, he stood as an unrivaled force. Having endured Kuma's devastating shockwave attack, which provided an internal electric shock therapy, he was subsequently pierced by Moria's shadowy spear, leaving him chilled to the core, and then had a foot severed by Doflamingo. Ultimately, he collapsed not far from Ace. One could certainly say that his vitality was extraordinary. Yet even so, he remained alive. With a resounding crash, Zoro evaded yet another charge from the water buffalo. Approaching the diminutive Oz, he discovered to his astonishment that the creature still exhibited faint signs of life. How delightful! The fact that he had not yet succumbed to death suggested that should Zoro succeed in extinguishing his life, a substantial influx of justice points would be within his grasp. Gazing upon his colossal form, Zoro contemplated the possibility that his attribute points might well escalate to at least 1,000. What a bountiful harvest this could be. However, an evident dilemma loomed before him, as sheer size posed a significant challenge. Even if Zoro wielded his sword tirelessly, it was improbable he could vanquish him in a timely manner. Was he truly required to consume this devil fruit? Zoro regarded the recently acquired fruit with trepidation. He resolved to eliminate the creature before making any rash decisions. Boom. Once again, he evaded the charge of the water buffalo. One could say that this creature is nothing but a mindless brute, resorting solely to simplistic attacks and charges, which explains why it falls under the control of Doflamingo. As the red light in its eyes gradually faded, Atmos regained his senses. Has he not been dispatched yet? Atmos felt a sense of disgrace. Zoro donned the most ordinary attire of a naval soldier. In the Navy, only those who have attained the rank of lieutenant commander or above are entitled to wear the garb of justice. To Atmos, this individual, who had managed to dodge his skills multiple times, was merely a cannon fodder, not even worthy of the rank of lieutenant commander. Is this reasonable? Could it be that he himself is too weak? Impossible. Atmos does not consider himself a failure. After all, he is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. You've had your turn. Now it's mine. Atmos heard Zoro's voice and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Ira no Kaze. Hypocrisy. This attack was not comparable to the previous one, which consisted of merely 8 strikes. This time, Zoro was giving it his all. He had just recently learned the 6 styles of the Navy, and his mastery was still insufficient. He nearly exhausted his strength, unleashing hundreds of wind kicks. Boom. Unable to move, Atmos frantically swung his twin blades, striving to deflect a few of the tempestuous feet. Oh. Unfortunately, the gale kick he unleashed struck other pirates, who lacked the formidable defenses of Atmos. They were immediately inflicted with deep wounds, blood gushing forth. How could there be so many? Atmos felt a sense of incredulity. The hundreds of gale kicks appeared as a colossal shockwave, yet they were, in fact, composed of countless individual strikes. Even though some were deflected by Atmos, many still inevitably landed upon him. With a sharp sound, a gust of wind struck Atmos's arm, causing the limb wielding the twin blades to begin to contort. The relentless assault continued, each strike echoing like a scythe, relentlessly tearing at Atmos with successive blows. With a resounding thud, the dual-wielding Atmos collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Zoro, observing the fallen figure before him, understood that he could not afford to be complacent. The absence of an increase in his justice points indicated that Atmos was not yet defeated. Those hundreds of gale foot attacks were not merely simplistic strikes. The haki bestowed by the system was a formidable asset. This armament haki could enhance one's defense, functioning as an invisible armor, and could even be transformed into offensive power, allowing one to contend with devil fruit users, and even to make contact with the corporeal forms of Logia-type users. Such abilities could be mastered through persistent training over time. As for Zoro, his grasp of armament haki was fundamentally rudimentary. He could empower himself and apply it to his weapons, enabling his gale foot attacks to also be imbued with this haki. This element of surprise was what rendered Atmos vulnerable to the genuine armament gale foot. Of course, credit was primarily due to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Were Zoro to confront Atmos alone, he would undoubtedly falter. After all, Atmos was a captain of Whitebeard's crew. It would be utterly absurd for a fledgling like Zoro to best him. Doflamingo's manipulation not only controlled Atmos but also inflicted considerable internal damage upon him. Thus, one could argue that Doflamingo bore at least 60% of the credit for Atmos' defeat. Consequently, Zoro resolved that when the time came to deal with Doflamingo, he would ensure to remove one of his arms, a fitting act of retribution. Zoro decided to take a moment to recuperate and restore his stamina. The numerous gale foot strikes not only vanquished Atmos but also eliminated a fair number of pirates, granting him a few hundred justice points and several attribute points. Without hesitation, Zoro allocated all of these to himself. Following this enhancement, he felt a significant resurgence in strength, primarily because he had only invested less than 200 attribute points in total, with the recent allocation constituting a quarter of his total points. This had a substantial effect on his vigor. However, such a cunning method would prove less effective as he continued to grow stronger. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard surveyed the battlefield, though he did not focus entirely on the fray, for it was not yet time for him to intervene. Father, upon seeing Squard, Whitebeard felt a surge of joy. Before the onset of this battle, Whitebeard had intended to appoint Squard to command the 43 pirate crews of the New World, but his absence had led to a change of plans. To his surprise, Squard had now appeared. Whitebeard chose not to inquire about Squard's whereabouts. His mere presence was enough. "Squard, do you have something to say?" Whitebeard's voice rumbled with a hint of gravity. As the ongoing struggle to save Ace had not unfolded as smoothly as he had hoped, prompting him to contemplate alternative strategies. With a resounding thud. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Squard plunged the massive blade in his hand through Whitebeard. "Father!" Ace, standing on the execution platform, immediately cried out, drawing the attention of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. What followed was a scene that left them in utter shock. The great spider, Squard, had launched a surprise attack on their father. "Squard, what are you doing?" Joseph bellowed in fury. Squard's eyes were filled with hatred as he plunged the knife into Whitebeard. "Roger annihilated my pirate crew. Ace is his son, and he is my enemy," Squard declared loudly, voicing his rage to Whitebeard. Once a member of a crew destroyed by GOLD, Roger, Squard felt betrayed by Whitebeard for concealing the truth about Ace's lineage. This was a pivotal revelation. Admiral Akainu had exploited this very detail to successfully incite him. Just before the battle commenced, Squard had been informed by Akainu that Fire Fist Ace was Roger's son. This revelation left him in shock and discontent. How could father have kept this from us for so long? Akainu further insinuated that there was an agreement between Admiral Sengoku and Whitebeard, stipulating that Ace and the Whitebeard pirates would not be harmed, but that all New World pirates would be obliterated in exchange. Squard, naive and easily swayed, fell for this deception. Despite his disheveled appearance, his thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Under Akainu's manipulation, his feelings of anger, confusion, and grievance transformed entirely into hatred for Whitebeard. Thus, in the chaos of battle, Squard seized the opportunity to strike at Whitebeard. When Squard attacked, Whitebeard, perhaps due to his age or the sheer disbelief that his son would betray him, did not react at first. It was only after Squard expressed his motives, including the misinformation fed to him by Akainu, that realization dawned upon him. What a foolish fool. That information must be false. Akainu is deceiving you, Squard. How could father ever reach an agreement with Sengoku? We are all his sons. As the voices of others echoed around him, Squard began to reflect. Indeed, how could father ever agree to such a pact? It struck him then, in a moment of clarity, just how foolish he had been. Manipulated by Akainu's emotions, he had unwittingly fallen into the trap laid before him upon learning of Ace's true heritage. "Father!" Some pirates close to Whitebeard were poised to strike down Squard. With a wave of his hand, Whitebeard commanded them all to halt. "Foolish son, even so. I love you dearly." "Father!" How profoundly moving. Zoro curled his lips in disdain. However, it was of no concern to him. Zoro had no interest in the bitter feud between Squard and Whitebeard. With a swift motion, the blade in hand pierced through Atmos, much like it had with Squard. Something felt amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of disquiet. Observing the surging justice points and attribute points on the display, Zoro slapped his face in disbelief. This was no dream. He had indeed struck a monumental jackpot. Justice points, 2860, 1860, attribute points, 1000. Oh, thank the heavens and the earth. And expressed gratitude to Doflamingo for his assistance. Without Doflamingo's aid, Zoro never would have fathomed the possibility of vanquishing Atmos. He resolved to spare him a limb in the future. What did 1000 attribute points signify? Zoro was poised for an extraordinary ascent. Although still not formidable enough within the pirate world, this would undoubtedly grant him a significant boost. Atmos was dead, and Zoro pondered whether Whitebeard was aware of this. If he were, a tremor might ensue, sealing Zoro's fate. At that moment, Zoro turned to face Whitebeard. In the midst of an emotional exchange with Squard, it seemed Whitebeard had entirely overlooked the demise of one of his commanders. Atmos' strength was indeed lacking, without any notable special abilities. The captains of the first 5 divisions were capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the warlords of the sea. The subsequent 5 might be somewhat weaker, but not by a considerable margin. As for the later captains, they belonged to an entirely different echelon. There existed a substantial disparity in combat prowess among the crew members. It was implausible for every captain to possess identical strength. In the hierarchy of the Whitebeard pirates, among the first 5 division commanders, only 3 remained: the Phoenix Marco, the Diamond Jozu, and the Flower Sword Vista, constituting the first tier. Thatch, who was slain by Blackbeard, likely possessed similar strength to theirs. But discussions were moot as he was no longer alive. The next tier of captains held a strength comparable to the Flying Six of Kaido, representing mid-level power. Below them, the division commanders belonged to yet another tier. Atmos was positioned beneath the Flying Six but above the average pirate captains. Had it not been for Doflamingo's initial manipulation and the grievous injuries inflicted upon him, Zoro would have found it exceedingly challenging to defeat this minor boss. With 1,000 attribute points now credited to him, there was no need for further deliberation. It was time to allocate. A familiar sensation enveloped Zoro as the power surge within him, seemingly conjured from thin air. Comfortable. There are no significant injuries to Zoro's body, rather. It is merely a manifestation of his enhanced strength. At this moment, should I encounter a pirate like Atmos again, I would be able to hold my own against him. Clenching his fists, Zoro felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Is this the boon of external enhancement? If there are more to be had, I would gladly welcome them. The mastery of Haki, the Marine 6 styles, and an unknown devil fruit. Indeed. The Paramount War serves as an excellent arena for accumulating justice points and augmenting one's attributes. With this thought in mind, Zoro continued to accelerate his onslaught against the pirates. Captain, a pirate has detected an anomaly. There are over 1,600 pirates from Whitebeard's ship, belonging to the ranks of elite pirates. In comparison, the captains of the 43 pirate crews in the New World possess strength that is roughly on par with the lesser divisions under Whitebeard's direct command. Each vessel commanded by these New World captains typically harbors dozens, if not hundreds, of elite pirates, while the remainder consists of exceedingly ordinary swashbucklers. Even among those in the New World, their prowess would scarcely surpass that of the defeated Akainu whom Luffy vanquished in the East Blue. How to articulate this? In accordance with the original narrative, during this apex conflict, aside from those expendable pirate crews and elite naval soldiers, none of Whitebeard's numerous commanders perished. And it is likely that few captains from the New World met their demise either. However, the emergence of Zoro has altered the course of events. Captain, what has transpired? A pirate approached the colossal body of Atmos, whose stature was remarkably immense, comparable to that of Diamond Jozu. His form lay starkly against the icy surface, a sight of little concern to the Navy. Yet, the Whitebeard pirates perceived the situation quite differently. Several pirates attempted to rouse Atmos for an extended period, only to realize he remained utterly unresponsive. Trembling, they placed their hands upon Atmos's chest, where the congealed blood had long since dried. Captain, the captain is dead. The realization of Atmos' demise struck the group of pirates who were under his command. Atmos, rise. Fossa shouted near him. Fossa, the captain of the 15th Division, was a tall and robust man, bearing an air of maturity. With a receding hairline and a white beard, he sported a diagonal scar across his face. Wielding a sword engulfed in flames. After dispatching several nearby sailors, Fossa hastened to Atmos's side. Truly, if one has come to raid a prison, one must possess a readiness for death. With a resounding boom, two fists enveloped in the hue of armament Haki swiftly descended from the side, landing before Fossa. Bang! The fist collided with the flame sword, producing a crisp sound. You have slain Atmos. Fossa remained relatively composed, yet this time he had come to rescue Ace, only to lose another captain from the squad. Even if Ace were saved, it would be a significant loss. Oh, what is the matter? Aren't pirates supposed to be prepared for relentless pursuit to their demise? Zoro's words were merciless as his fist rained down upon Fossa like a piledriver. Now that I have been discovered, you shall remain here. Zoro and Fossa stood almost face to face, their fists striking Fossa continuously. Fossa was not easily defeated, so far. He had sustained no injuries, and the 7 warlords had all been detained. However, it was impossible for all the captains to rush in. The Navy still had numerous vice-admirals, each of whom was remarkably powerful, matching the captains without falling behind, with some even displaying overwhelming strength. The Navy boasted an elite force of 100,000 soldiers, with every pirate facing at least double that number in naval opposition. Some vice-admirals confronted the captains, while others faced the 43 commanders. The battlefield's vastness resulted in overwhelming noise. Only those nearby could hear the news of Atmos's demise. Therefore, other pirates remained oblivious to the situation. Kid, you have killed a captain from the Whitebeard pirates, and you have now completely offended them, Fossa remarked while battling Zoro. The Whitebeard pirates? Zoro harbored no concerns. He pondered how many would survive after this war. Intimately aware of the unfolding narrative, Zoro was untroubled by the prospect of retaliation from the Whitebeard pirates. If all went as expected, they would have no time to seek vengeance. It was likely that Blackbeard had already gathered his comrades in the depths of the underwater prison, with the previous 200 attributes and now over 1,000. Zoro found himself with just over 1,000. However, battles in the world of pirates were not solely determined by such metrics. The effectiveness of one's weapons, devil fruits, unique abilities, and even unforeseen advantages, such as health regeneration, were all unpredictable factors. Much like the power level detectors in Dragon Ball, they served merely as a reference. Having acquired the Navy's 6 styles in Haki, Zoro, while still somewhat inferior to Vasa, was not entirely without the means to fight back. Perhaps he could even emerge victorious. For he had drawn a fortuitous card. Battle suit. As Zoro gazed at the blue, can-like object in his hand, he was immediately reminded of the Germa 66 battle suit. The deep blue electrocution, single-use version, label on the back filled Zoro with a profound sense of malevolence. A disposable item. Yet, even as a single use, it was sufficient for Zoro to accumulate a considerable number of attribute points in this battle. After all, nothing can surpass the strength of one's own essence. Raw power prevails over skill. Once he becomes immensely powerful, with a single strike, he could question anyone about their aspirations for kingship. What is that? Vasa asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. In his view, Zoro had produced a small blue canister. Could it be a potion that enhances one's abilities, or perhaps a bomb? No matter how Vasa speculated, he could not fathom that it was the Germa 66 battle suit. After all, it seemed that only 6 sets existed. As the king of Germa 66, Judge possessed one, his 4 children each had one, and the last was given to Sanji. Very few were privy to this knowledge. Deep Blue Electric. This was originally the ability bestowed upon Vinsmoke's second son, Vinsmoke Niji, through the genetic modification of the lineage factor by Judge, endowing him with superhuman physical prowess and the power of electrolyte. Regrettably, Zoro himself lacked the modification of the lineage factor. Consequently, even with the utilization of this battle suit, he could only manage to harness a mere fraction of its potential. The abilities that required the electrolyte could only draw upon the energy of the suit itself. It's a one-time use, so be it. I can always borrow from Germa 66 in the future, Zoro contemplated. The blue canister featured a prominent button, which Zoro pressed without hesitation. There was no dramatic ascent into the air or dazzling blue lights transforming his attire. This one-time battle suit merely added a layer of blue fabric over Zoro's original clothing. How economical, Zoro couldn't help but comment. Not only were the special effects absent, but even the battle suit's cape, belt, shoes, and gloves were missing. It seemed rather too simplistic. However, it was fortunate that the basic functions remained operational. Let's give this a try. Zoro began to explore some of the functionalities of the battle suit. Due to the lack of resources, he couldn't fully master the suit as if he were manipulating a machine. Nevertheless, certain abilities were still within his reach. Concealed. Where did he go? From Vasa's perspective, Zoro retrieved a blue canister and donned a garment. Then he vanished without a trace. Has it vanished? Vasa's expression turned grave. Is it a devil fruit? The invisible fruit? For the commanders of Whitebeard's crew, acquiring the powers of a devil fruit is not an insurmountable challenge. Big Mom's territory boasts at least several dozen individuals with such abilities. As for Kaido, his ranks are replete with Zoan-type devil fruit users. Apart from Shanks, who is the sole emperor without a devil fruit on his ship, he possesses the fruit of face, and as a celestial dragon, he walks without fear wherever he goes. A tremendous force struck at Vasa's waist with a resounding thud. Bang! The rapid movement coupled with the electric needle strike was quite impressive. The ability to become invisible was already beyond Zoro's expectations, not to mention the additional capabilities. It was undeniably a significant gain. This young man's techniques were rather peculiar. Vasa wiped the blood from his mouth, becoming more serious. He rubbed his lower back, still feeling a tingling sensation. The deep blue electric strike could generate its own electricity, and this disposable ability could be used several times, albeit with difficulty. The electric needle strike targeted the opponent's knee, delivering a swift attack while simultaneously releasing a surge of electricity to incapacitate the adversary. However, it consumed too much energy. This instance of the electric needle strike had depleted 1/6 of the energy from this disposable combat suit. It was time to swiftly conclude this battle. Zoro resolved that after dealing with Vasa, there was still the matter of that little loss. If he were to eliminate this descendant of a demon, the attribute points gained would undoubtedly surpass those acquired from this squad captain. Has he become invisible again? Vasa lacked the observation haki. Why was that? He was not the protagonist. Thus, he could only rely on armament haki. He had to depend solely on his combat instincts to evade Zoro's attacks. He also did not possess any area of effect techniques capable of obliterating everything around him. Electric shock flying kick. Once again, here we are. After having endured an attack, Fossa swiftly detected Zoro's point of assault. It was once more directed at his kidney. How infuriating. Stop, he exclaimed, feeling a surge of joy within. The electric needle pierced through. Bang. Truly, one never learns from past mistakes. Weapons are indeed conductive. It is well known that Enel's rumble fruit is the most formidable of all Logia-type devil fruits, as lightning embodies tremendous destructive power and unmatched speed. Although the electricity emitted by this battle suit may not reach such devastating levels, it is certainly not something an ordinary person could withstand. Vinsmoke Sanji himself relied on the battle suit to contend with Charlotte Oven, one of Big Mom's sons, for an extended period. Let it end. Zoro realized that this battle attire was truly remarkable. After donning it, his speed, strength, and reflexes experienced a tremendous enhancement. He resolved to borrow a couple of sets from Germa in the future. What a peculiar creation this was, or rather, it was the garment in question. Fossa discerned the crux of the matter. Ever since that young man donned the suit, his power had surged immensely, rendering even Fossa himself incapable of matching him. However, it was too late. Zoro's unwavering sense of justice dictated that he would not simply incapacitate a pirate and then abandon him, allowing him to regain his combat capabilities. True victory in battle could only be claimed by utterly vanquishing the pirate. Zoro unleashed the entirety of his battle suit's energy, channeling it into a colossal sphere of electricity that gathered upon his fist. Not good. Fossa sensed impending doom and resolved to retreat as a prudent course of action. There was no escaping fate. Death awaited. With a formidable five-fold electric fist, the crackling sound erupted, yet amidst the vast battlefield, it hardly stirred the air. On the other side, the commotion caused by Luffy was substantial, drawing the attention of the majority. Everyone was eager to witness which path Karp would choose between justice and familial bonds. This spectacle was far more captivating than the battle itself. Amidst the swirling smoke, Fossa collapsed to the ground, momentarily losing consciousness. Seizing the opportunity to strike when one is vulnerable is of utmost importance. To ascend to the rank of squad leader necessitates possessing sufficient strength. Despite enduring extensive electric shocks, he merely fainted instead of succumbing entirely. Given a few minutes, he would undoubtedly rise again to duel with Zoro. However, there are no ifs. Zoro would not grant him even a minute or 10 seconds of reprieve. With a swift motion, Zoro struck again, ensuring that one blow was insufficient. More were necessary to prevent any chance of resurrection. A surge of power coursed through him. Justice points. 4296, 2296, attribute points, 1852 abilities, Marine 6 styles, armament hockey items, random devil fruit, battle suit, single use, weapon, none. His attribute points exceeded 1,000. Zoro, resting his chin on his hand, mused that these New World pirate captains and the squad leaders under Whitebeard consistently provided him with over 1,000 attribute points. While justice points may not be directly correlated with strength, they still bear significance. After all, a powerful foe inflicts substantially greater damage. The attribute points and justice points bestowed by these two captains amply demonstrated that their demise at his hands was unequivocally assured. Pirates, they deserve their fate. After acquiring nearly 2,000 attribute points, Zoro felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His strength was rapidly augmenting, yet he remained cautious. He estimated that the attributes of such minor captains might only amount to a few thousand. However, when factoring in their malevolent deeds, the attribute points gained could be even more substantial. Zoro was uncertain whether he could best Luffy. The possibility of defeat loomed large. The destined child had set sail for less than a year, his strength escalating as if enchanted. Oh, but he too was empowered. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Let them all perish. Having finalized the allocation of attribute points, Zoro glanced at his remaining justice points, contemplating their retention. His battle suit still retained a third of its energy. Nearby, the fallen little oars had not yet succumbed entirely. It was time to extend a helping hand. Suffering greatly from the impact of Bartholomew Kuma's assault, it was fitting for him, the benevolent soul, to render assistance. Beside little oars, the immense body of a demon had disrupted Sengoku's meticulously crafted encirclement, creating a significant flaw in the net. Pirates surged towards this breach, apparently oblivious to the unfolding reality. Only Luffy could reach the execution platform. The others would not gain acceptance from Karp. Charge. Quietly approaching Little Oz, it is certainly not the time to be overly ostentatious. Adding all the attribute points, Even a single kick from Marco could potentially lead to one's own demise. One could say that my two previous battles were rather opportunistic. The first squad leader was aided by Doflamingo, while Fossa relied on the support of her combat suit. Neither victory was solely attributed to my own strength. Thud. Little Oz's heart nearly ceased to beat. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had already taken the stage. The giant Vice Admiral John Giant had been swiftly defeated by Whitebeard. He was indeed quite unfortunate. As a child, he had been sold to the Navy by a nun, ultimately becoming the first giant soldier of the Navy. After decades of relentless struggle, he finally ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral within the Navy headquarters. However, the disparity between a Vice Admiral and a Yonko like Whitebeard is still substantial. Even though Whitebeard now finds himself in the twilight of his years, burdened by various ailments. Full throttle. Boom. Boom. Around the icy perimeter of the naval base, numerous artillery emplacements rose in dense formation. On the vital thoroughfare, Admiral Sakazuki's arms turned crimson. Molten magma dripping from them. He raised his hands above his head, unleashing his most formidable technique. Meteoric volcano. A dense canopy of gray clouds loomed ominously over the battlefield. Molten debris rained down like a fiery meteor shower, transforming the icy surface into a vast ocean of lava. Each meteor resembled the harbinger of death. As an uncountable torrent of magma engulfed the surroundings, countless pirates were swept away by this relentless flow of molten rock. Zoro, who was near Little Oars, suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, it seems this fellow still possesses some strength. At that moment, Zoro discerned a crucial detail. Whitebeard's Moby Dick had yet to arrive at the execution platform, which indicated that Little Oars was not yet entirely defeated. Retreat. Upon discovering this issue, Zoro immediately resolved to withdraw first and deliberate later. Little Oz stirred slightly. His hands pressed against the ground as he gasped heavily for breath. Despite having lost a leg and sustaining grave injuries, he still clung to life. This was the consequence of not delivering the final blow. A pure and glaring issue. It was imperative to completely extinguish the pirate's spirit. There must be no chance for resurgence, just as it was in this moment. Standing at an imposing height of 38 meters, Little Oz's resilience was indeed formidable. Kazara still wore that insufferable expression. The light in his hand began to coalesce. The ocean current was unleashed. Beneath the ice, Jinbei seized a substantial amount of seawater. A vortex of ocean currents erupted from the fissures in the ice. The seawater scattered, interrupting Kazuru's charged attack. Boom. The sea surged before the three great admirals, revealing a familiar silhouette. It was Luffy. Luffy! Ace exclaimed anxiously. Luffy, weary from the relentless journey since his escape from Impel Down, had scarcely found a moment to rest. Constantly engaged in battles and fleeing. Clutching a ship's mast several dozen meters long in his right hand, he fixed his gaze upon the imposing figure of an admiral, towering at 4 meters, who bestowed upon him the audacity to challenge such formidable adversaries. It must be his grandfather. Well, that settles it. Finally, they had arrived. Kazan spoke in a detached manner, having crossed paths with Luffy before. His idol, the naval hero Karp, and the infamous demon child Robin, whom he had long followed, were both part of the Straw Hat Pirates. It was inconceivable for him to claim ignorance of Luffy's identity. As for lending assistance, that was another matter entirely. How dare he openly challenge us, the son of Dragon, Sakazuki remarked. Even if he were not Garp's grandson, he still commanded considerable respect. The three shared a consensus. Luffy must not be killed if it could be avoided. However, it was imperative to drive him away, to keep him far from the guillotine. How terrifying, Kazara mused, pouting. So young yet so formidable, a true supernova. Humph. Youngster, laughed the old man with a white beard. Your determination is commendable. However, it is far too early for you to grace this stage. You stand no chance against us old-timers. The yellow ape remarked casually, hands tucked into his pockets. Sweat poured from every pore, and my breath came in labored gasps. Luffy's stamina had nearly been exhausted, and his vision began to blur. Ace, on the execution platform, looked at Luffy with deep concern. I came to rescue Ace. No matter who stands in my way, I will undoubtedly bring Ace back. Return Ace to me. Rubber stamp machine gun. Have we finally reached this juncture? Zoro began to circle around. The area beside the three admirals was certainly no safe haven. It was a realm of human affairs where someone might dare to eliminate Luffy outright. It was all a charade. I wonder how Whitebeard would react upon discovering the absence of 2 captains. Without further deliberation, Zoro made his decision. A lottery, gather a few props and proceed. When faced with uncertainty, a lottery is the way to go, without a doubt. The current struggle was between Luffy and the three admirals. To call it a battle was somewhat misleading. It was merely the admirals granting Karp face by repelling Luffy, rendering him incapable of fighting. They simply needed to refrain from meddling in this confrontation. Clearly, they underestimated Luffy's unwavering determination to rescue Ace. Even in the face of the three admirals, Luffy stood his ground resolutely. The admirals could not genuinely kill Luffy, for that might incite Karp's wrath, although they were not afraid of Karp. Such an act would severely undermine the Navy's overall morale. This is not a place for you. The familiar figure of Aokiji gathered ice into a sharp spike, aiming it at the fallen Luffy. Should the spike strike true, Luffy would indeed lose consciousness, providing Karp with a semblance of closure. With a resounding thud, the poised Kazan was abruptly sent flying by a kick from the intruding crocodile. A slender line darted past Crocodile's neck, proving ineffectual. The Sansan fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit, endowed Crocodile with formidable powers. As for his previous defeat at the hands of Luffy and Alabasta, that was merely an instance of sheer absurdity. Now, having lost his status as a warlord of the sea, Crocodile found himself unburdened by any concerns. Ha 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 ha. With a deft manipulation of his strings, Doflamingo severed his own head. Crocodile, you two have allied with them. Remarkably, even after his head was decapitated, the cigar in Crocodile's mouth remained intact. Although they managed to hinder Aokiji, two other marine admirals still stood in their way. Akainu was not present. He feared that he might lose control and inadvertently slay Luffy. This matter should be entrusted to the most theatrical of them all, Kazara. After Aokiji was sent flying, Luffy surged forward towards the execution platform with fervor. As the smoke dissipated, a fellow with pink hair emerged. Kobe, Luffy, do not advance any further. Gum Gum Cannon. With a resounding thud, Kobe braced himself against Luffy's fierce assault, only to be propelled backward. The distance was diminishing, drawing closer, almost upon the execution platform. Rescue for Ace was imminent. Oh no! A brilliant yellow flash suddenly appeared before Luffy's left side. With a swift kick, it sent Luffy, who was on the verge of reaching Ace, flying away. Even after falling to the ground, Luffy refused to surrender. Luffy, do not come any closer. Ace urged loudly. How could I possibly do that? I am your brother. With a flick of his finger, Kizaru unleashed a radiant beam that pierced through Luffy's body. After enduring such a grueling ordeal, Luffy ultimately succumbed, momentarily losing consciousness. Such are the ways of the world, remarked Zoro, observing the battle. It was evident that a single strike could have ended it. Yet they resorted to elaborate techniques without delivering a decisive blow. Shaking his head, Zoro glanced at the weapon he had just drawn. Bloodshed, he declared. The Zoan-type crocodile fruit. However, Zoro had no interest in consuming the crocodile fruit. He merely discarded it into his storage space after a fleeting glance. This space, albeit limited, could accommodate items no larger than the tools he drew forth. Earlier, Zoro had contemplated whether he could store the surrounding ice blocks, but found it impossible. No matter. This large blade seemed to suit him perfectly. The Great Blade, second only to the Supreme Great Blade in rank, comprised 12 Supreme Great Blades, 21 Great Blades, 50 Good Blades, and countless Swift Blades. Although this Great Blade did not rival Mihawk's Black Blade or Whitebeard's sword, it was still among the strongest in the world, comparable to the foolish Odin's Aim no Habakiri and Enma. The blade, Bloodshed, measured approximately 1.2 meters in length, its entire surface a deep crimson adorned with menacing patterns, almost as if it were alive. Standing at around 2.3 meters tall, Zoro, like the elite Navy recruits, possessed a stature and physique that were formidable. As its name implies, Bloodshed grows stronger with each drop of blood it encounters. The more blood it consumes, the mightier it becomes. Indeed, when confronting pirates, every strike must draw blood. Having already slain 2 of Whitebeard's captains, Zoro felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, Whitebeard had yet to discover his presence. Or perhaps he was simply preoccupied with Ace. Rescuing Ace was paramount. No turning back now, he resolved, preparing to take action. The battle before the execution platform captivated the majority of attention, while skirmishes on other fronts continued unabated. Every moment witnessed the fall of both pirates and Navy soldiers. This is the battlefield, a realm of blood and flesh. After fully allocating all his attribute points, Zoro found that he could dispatch these minor pirate foes with a single stroke. However, dealing with a squad leader proved to be a tad more challenging. It took him merely several seconds to render one unconscious before severing its head. This was Zoro's deduced method for assuredly eliminating pirates. As long as one is not a natural-type devil fruit user or possesses an extraordinarily bizarre, superhuman ability. Decapitating an opponent guarantees their permanent demise. Confronted with the corpses strewn across the battlefield, Zoro swiftly accepted the harsh reality, or perhaps he comprehended it the moment he arrived. It was either the relentless extermination of these pirates or succumbing to one of them, thus ending his brief existence. Such a fate was inconceivable. It was far preferable for all the pirates to perish. With blood staining his hands once more after beheading another pirate, he received a notification, 25 justice points. 31 justice points. Observing the steadily rising tally of his justice points, Zoro felt a peculiar thrill akin to grinding monsters for experience. Under the influence of the sanguine essence, his blade, Sandai Katetsu, began to transform. The originally menacing patterns expanded, resembling a gaping abyss voraciously consuming the blood. Each time Zoro severed a pirate's head, several tendrils formed from the flowing blood would emerge from the neck, converging towards Sandai Katetsu, incessantly absorbed by the blade. The fallen corpses were instantaneously drained, utterly devoid of any chance of resurrection. The combination of decapitation and blood absorption rendered revival utterly impossible. However, the blade seemed to grow increasingly heavy. Zoro could distinctly perceive a change in the weight of Sandai Katetsu as he wielded it. Oz, realizing the gravity of the situation, gazed upon the ongoing conflict. Despite appearances, the mind may be diminutive, yet standing at a towering height of 38 meters and weighing nearly 10,000 tons, even the ordinary thoughts of a human, akin to a walnut, transformed within his intellect into colossal boulders. Thus, he resolved to drag the Moby Dick to the execution platform. Father, Ace, The colossal giant stood on one leg, with blood gushing from his severed right foot, resembling a small river that stained the surrounding ice. Zoro's blood seemed to sense its prey, restlessly stirring in anticipation. The climax was nearing. Zoro was acutely aware that little Oz's lifeline was perilously close to its end. Now was not the opportune moment to approach. On board the Moby Dick, as little Oz prepared to deliver the ship to the execution platform, Whitebeard's commanders had returned. Seizing the moment as the ship emerged beyond the barrier, no one noticed the absence of two commanders. The Moby Dick surged ahead at full speed. Swiftly reaching the rear of Little Oz lifted the Moby Dick, straining to propel it towards the execution platform. With a resounding crash, the valiant Little Oz finally succumbed, his efforts akin to a fleeting flash of light in the dark. He collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Little Oz. Ace felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Little Oz, for even though his father had rescued him, Little Oz could no longer escape this place. His fate was sealed with only a path leading to demise. My comrades, annihilate the Navy here, Whitebeard commanded, brandishing his kanji-yunki as he directed the more than 1,600 pirates aboard his ship. Rescue Ace. Kill. Annihilate the Navy. Rescue Ace. Indeed. The pirate crews of the New World proved to be mere cannon fodder. Zoro observed the elite of Whitebeard as they rushed towards the execution platform, and then chose to continue the slaughter of these New World pirates. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Zoro wielded his blood-stained sword with even greater sharpness and swiftness. Like a reaper mowing down the lives of pirates, he struck with relentless precision. Who was this Navy soldier? Some pirates began to falter. Though courageous, they were not fools. Acknowledging the lack of chance for victory, they hesitated to advance against such formidable opposition. Is there such a person among the Navy? The captain of the New World, the long-haired coward, leaped from his pirate ship. Your opponent is me. His crew had suffered a massacre at the hands of this young warrior. Nearly 1,000 pirates had once stood strong, but they had already lost over 100 during the initial charge. When Akainu unleashed his volcanic onslaught, more than 200 perished. As they protected Whitebeard, another 100 fell. Now, only 300 to 400 remained, and this young man had just felled nearly 100 of them. Is it you? Zoro inquired, yet his blade showed no signs of ceasing. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. As he dispatched pirates, the attribute points accrued directly enhanced his own prowess. The combination of moonwalk and shave allowed for an uninterrupted advance, and after absorbing ample blood, his sword became increasingly formidable. Merely inflicting a wound upon a pirate enabled him to siphon their lifeblood. It was more ferocious than a vampire's thirst. He amassed attribute points in dozens with each encounter, perfectly offsetting the stamina expended during his swift maneuvers. This seamless combination of attacks was nothing short of a nightmare for those hapless pirate minions. They would catch a fleeting glimpse of a crimson streak before becoming lifeless corpses. It was terrifying, more brutal than we pirates ourselves. Since acquiring blood, Zoro had lost count of the number of pirates he had felled, and the attribute points accumulated were countless. The increases he received could rival that of several rear admirals from Whitebeard's crew. Speaking of which, had Whitebeard yet to notice the absence of 2 captains? You dare to disregard me. Long-haired coward seethed with unusual fury. As the captain of a formidable New World pirate crew, boasting over 1,000 members and controlling several towns, how could he endure such insolence? Upon closer inspection, Coward realized that Zoro even lacked a cloak. He was not even a lieutenant yet dared to act with such audacity. Come and take my life. Coward raised his long knife and swung it downwards. Swoosh. Tick-tock. Is this blood? It appears to be my own. The stance held by Coward remains unchanged. Yet a wound has emerged upon his neck. A copious flow of crimson spills forth from the injury. Behind him, Zoro grips the blade named Shusui with his right hand. The blood cascading from Coward's neck seems to be drawn, converging upon Shusui. In the blink of an eye, Coward has been reduced to a lifeless husk. Zoro raises Shusui and, with a decisive stroke, cleaves his head from his body, efficiently ensuring he cannot return to life. The scene witnessed by the pirates is nothing short of terrifying. Their captain has been annihilated in an instant, quite literally, annihilated. It was not a mere knockout. He is truly, irrevocably dead. Some pirates begin to tremble, their steps faltering. Who on earth is this man? Utterly terrifying. The sounds emitted by this group of pirates are remarkably melodious. Fear is indeed warranted. I intend not only to instill terror in you, but also to evoke dread in every pirate that roams these waters. Add more. Continue the slaughter. Upon the icy surface, one body after another collapses, as crimson lightning descends like the Grim Reaper, harvesting souls. Within this brief span, Zoro alone has dispatched hundreds of pirates. Who is this? This time, the confusion arose from the Navy. They had not heard of such a figure within their ranks. Could it possibly be a secret weapon? Regardless, if it were indeed a clandestine asset, it would alleviate some of the pressure facing the Navy. It terrified me to my core. In a hollow of the ice, the clown buggy concealed himself along with over 100 inmates from Impel Down. They had inexplicably arrived at this location, but fortunately, my wit led me to find an advantageous position at the earliest opportunity. Boss, you actually know Whitebeard. One among the crowd exclaimed in admiration. The pirates from the 4th and 5th levels of Impel Down, who could only be described as the dregs of humanity, now surrounded Buggy, their hearts swelling with reverence for one who was acquainted with Whitebeard. Indeed, I once fought against Whitebeard's crew, Buggy declared. His words held truth. Back then, Roger had indeed clashed with Whitebeard, and Buggy had been present, though he was more often on the receiving end of the blows. Telephone bug. Just as Buggy was passionately delivering his speech, a telephone bug fell from the ice overhead. This was originally an order from warring states to Akiji to sever all telephone bugs. By sheer coincidence, the last intact telephone bug landed in Buggy's hands. As the operation was not entirely completed, boss, everyone should witness your grandeur. Someone began to offer suggestions to Buggy. It was indeed a splendid idea, and thus it was decided. Buggy grasped the telephone bug, which was not yet completely damaged, and patted its shell gently. Gurgle gurgle. Alive. Meanwhile, crowds around the globe were captivated by the live broadcast of the Summit War. The stream flickered incessantly, revealing silhouettes. It has begun. It has commenced. To what extent has the war progressed? The news of the Summit War captivated everyone's attention. Then, a figure with a red nose appeared on the live stream. Who is this individual? What stage has the war reached? Haha. The elder is the jester Buggy. With hands on his hips, Buggy proclaimed his name to the phone bug. Boss, you are truly formidable. Now the entire world knows your name. The inmates, their eyes sparkling with admiration, now revered Buggy even more. What are you looking at? We wish to see how far the battle has progressed. Get lost. Buck, oblivious to the demands of the live audience, continued to pose dramatically. Boss, only this phone bug in your possession can broadcast live. Why not let them witness this battle? Indeed, this would highlight your magnificence, boss. With their encouragement, Buck suddenly realized the opportunity at hand. All right, now allow me, Buck, to present this live broadcast for you all. Hold tight to the phone bug. Using the powers of his fragmented fruit, Buck soared above the ice, peering down at the unfolding scene. At that moment, little oars had burst through the encirclement, clutching the Moby Dick, while Luffy lay defeated on the ground. The 3 admirals were engaged with the pirates, and in another area, heads were flying. Wait, what? Heads were indeed flying. Astonished, Buck's gaze shifted to Zoro, who was ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the pirates. The phone bug captured the grim spectacle unfolding there. Zoro, drenched in blood, effortlessly claimed the lives of these pirates. In a brief span, yet another pirate captain met his demise. With his attributes having escalated to an impressive 7 or 8,000, the pirate captains barely caught a glimpse of his shadow before facing their end. Was this a slaughter of pirates? A voice from the crowd murmured cautiously, as many of the onlookers were indeed pirates themselves. Just as the comment was made, the pirate kid stood behind, arms crossed, watching the live stream. This fellow shows no mercy whatsoever. The masked man Kira responded with a single word. How cruel. Is this the Navy? Someone suddenly exclaimed. This remark ignited the fury of others. Can the Navy not eradicate pirates? Must only the pirates slaughter innocents? The pirates and the crowd erupted into a heated argument. Silence. With a commanding voice, Kid ordered his pirate crew to encircle the small town. What are you making such a racket for? I am watching a live broadcast. Today, I am in a splendid mood. I shall spare your lives. However, should you provoke my wrath, you shall all meet your demise. Zoro, feeling someone gaze upon him, noticed a head emerging from the ice. At the moment his justice value reached 5,000, he had received another reward, the observation haki. This ability encompasses various functions, including sensing attacks, predicting an opponent's next move, discerning the strength and weakness of beings, and perceiving their emotions and thoughts, as well as the location and number of objects beyond his line of sight. These are the fundamental capabilities of observation haki, varying in range and intensity from person to person. Remarkably, observation haki can even foresee the future. Yet attaining such a state is exceedingly difficult. Even Rayleigh has alluded to the existence of individuals capable of such foresight. However, the reward granted to Zoro's observation haki, akin to his armament haki, remains at a rudimentary level. Nevertheless, it is sufficient for him to sense that someone is clandestinely observing him. Oh no, he has noticed me. Buggy realized Zoro was turning his gaze in his direction. What to do? Perhaps he hasn't seen me? Buggy thought, harboring a glimmer of hope. Boss, have you come down? Has the battle concluded? Shoo, keep your voice down. Buggy placed a finger to his lips. Someone is approaching. Boss, go for it. Defeat him and let everyone witness the might of the great Buggy. Despite the flattery, Buggy was acutely aware that with his current strength, defeat was inevitable. Just as he was contemplating how to deceive these pirates, he suddenly felt a chill descending upon him from above. Has my mind flown away? It appears it is you, this group of individuals. Zoro stood upon the ice, gazing at a congregation of prisoners from the deep-sea great prison. You are indeed remarkable beings. A smile curled at the corners of Zoro's lips. The pirates who could find themselves in the depths of such a formidable prison have undoubtedly shed countless drops of blood. Even a wretched pirate like Buggy can wreak havoc upon a small town. These prisoners from the 4th and 5th levels could justifiably be subjected to 1,000 tortures without it being considered excessive. This lord cannot be vanquished. After being severed, Baki's head swiftly reattached itself. The fragmentation fruit is merely a passive ability. Come on, boss, eliminate him. You fools, how could I possibly defeat him? Though my thoughts are thus, my words are filled with bravado. Indestructible. Oh, is that so? Zoro chuckled lightly. Then what about this blade? Cannot be seen to die. Buggy plummeted from the heavens, tumbling incessantly. The pain was excruciating, utterly unbelievable. How could you inflict such harm upon me? It is indeed Navi. Individuals like you shall never master the art of haki. Why did Mihawk spare Buggy's life? The answer is quite simple. He had no desire to strike him down. Buggy shares a close bond with Shanks, and unbeknownst to many, Mihawk and Shanks are also good friends behind the scenes. Mihawk would never deliver a lethal blow to Buggy. It was merely a gesture. However, I shall show no mercy. With each slash imbued with the power of armament haki, a wound would appear on Buggy's body. This time, Zoro did not allow the blood to be completely drained. Instead, it trickled away gradually. Feel the agony. Especially after witnessing the live broadcast, Buggy, who possesses the fortunate color of haki, faced misfortune. Boss, let us compete fiercely. With a swift motion, Zoro unleashed a series of lethal strikes. The escaped convicts from the prison fell one after another, their fate sealed. Much like Buggy, Zoro had no intention of granting them a swift demise. Instead, he wished for them to perish in agony. With a semblance of mercy, he severed their limbs, meticulously controlling the rate at which they bled. ensuring that each would meet their end at staggered intervals, allowing the later victims to witness the suffering of the former. Although these individuals possessed formidable strength, having once wreaked havoc as notorious pirates, years of confinement in the depths of the great prison had sapped their vitality, leaving them malnourished and weakened. Truly, the weight of their sins was profound. The justice points Zoro accrued from the first few to perish astonished him. 2,114 justice points. 1985 justice points. Each of these criminals, emerging from the depths of the prison, bore the blood of multiple victims upon their hands. Their transgressions were indeed monumental. With the justice points they yielded surpassing those of the captains under Whitebeard by a considerable margin. Could it be that those captains were too benevolent? Nonsense. They were all scoundrels. It was simply that these pirates deserved death far more. Captain, what are you doing? I just escaped. A cacophony of resentment, anguish, and confusion emanated from the mouths of these pirates in their final moments. Zoro harbored no sympathy for this detestable lot. Their fate was sealed, with only a path to demise ahead of them. There were nearly 100 pirates, akin to the drunken buggy, before their confinement in the depths of the great prison. These individuals were notorious for bounties reaching several hundred million. After being imprisoned for years, their prowess had significantly waned, rendering them nearly powerless. With the exception of Buggy the Clown, who, being inherently feeble, had suffered little decline in his capabilities. 1, 2. Zoro counted as he fought. Buggy held a phone bug in his hand. The scene of Zoro slaying pirates was broadcasted to audiences around the globe. Never mind, I shall continue counting this way. 49. 48. A criminal who had just ascended onto the icy surface was struck in the back by Zoro's blade, who had been summoned to the scene. This time, Zoro refrained from indulging in their blood, for he needed to maintain a commendable public image. Before the execution platform, chaos reigned supreme. Pirates relentlessly surged towards the gallows, only to be repelled by the valiant navy. Luffy, having regained consciousness momentarily, once again charged towards the execution platform. Point the gun. Two admirals united their strength to render Luffy unconscious once more as he dashed towards them. Admiral Mongoose also launched an assault against Luffy. Yet none aimed to deliver a fatal blow. On the execution platform, Karp clenched his fists tightly. Karp, mind your position. Sengoku's voice resonated from behind, momentarily calming the agitated Karp. With a swift kick of light speed, Kizaru sent the fallen Luffy directly into the hands of Whitebeard. It is said that one cannot dismiss the actors involved. Kizaru continued to feign indifference, extending his fingertip. Whitebeard wielded the Tsong Yun Xia with both hands, at the apex of which lay the power of his devil fruit, the Tremor fruit. He was capable of unleashing the might of his devil fruit through his weapon. Should Whitebeard release his power at this moment, the very foundations of the Marine headquarters would face catastrophic destruction, tantamount to a demolition. With a resounding thud, Sakaski's foot descended upon Whitebeard's cloud of fury, a thick plume of smoke billowing behind him. The searing lava cast a blood-red hue upon his figure. If you continue to wreak havoc like this, the island will soon be unable to withstand it, Sakaski declared, undeterred, as he exerted more force with his foot. Then you must defend yourself well. Whitebeard responded, unperturbed by Akainu's assault. In unison, both warriors launched their fists. Akainu's crimson fist, forged from molten rock, collided with Whitebeard's earthquake-infused strike, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. Boom. The red aura and the white aura effortlessly delineated the battlefield of the two combatants into two distinct realms. Bang, bang. The ice shattered, giving rise to 5 colossal columns of water. Ace, I have come to rescue you. Marco, transformed into the immortal phoenix, shifted into his animal form, a turquoise firebird with keen eyes. The phoenix unfurled its magnificent wings and soared towards the execution platform. Bang. Before reaching the execution platform, Garp leaped into the air. Boom. Marco was abruptly interrupted mid-flight, crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater. His attempt to take off ended in failure, resulting in a catastrophic descent that rendered his animal form completely ineffective. He was left with no choice but to revert to his human shape. Do not be deceived by his formidable reputation, young ones. Whitebeard stood before all the pirates. Cough. A colossal wound materialized in the chest of Whitebeard, from which blood continued to flow profusely. Whitebeard had aged. Even the strongest man in the world had now become an old man. The outcome was determined in an instant. With a leisurely flick, Kizaru struck the fleeing Marco. Ace. Marco, filled with reluctance, prepared to charge once more towards the execution platform. I've caught you. A peculiar sensation coursed through my arm. With a resounding crack, the Sea Prism Stone was employed by Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Its effects were remarkable, reducing Marco's combat capabilities by more than half, leaving him reliant solely on his most fundamental physical techniques. For an ordinary person, the Sea Prism Stone is merely an unremarkable rock. However, for those who possess the powers of a devil fruit, it is nothing short of a nightmare. It can spell doom for individuals who are entirely dependent on their devil fruit abilities. Fortunately, Marco is not one who requires his devil fruit powers for combat. Nevertheless, relying solely on physical prowess against a Vice Admiral of the Navy left him powerless, firmly under Ghost Spider's control. The Vice Admiral had mastered the art of life return, skillfully manipulating his hair to overwhelm Marco from all directions, pinning him to the ground. "Marco, freeze," murmured Akiji during his confrontation with Jozu. "You were distracted for a moment, weren't you?" The frigid temperature surged up from Jaw's right arm, instantly encasing him in ice. Jaw's right arm was rendered useless. Akainu gazed upon Whitebeard, who had collapsed to the ground. His right hand transformed into molten lava as he advanced towards Whitebeard. "Let me guide you to hell. The dog bites the Crimson Lotus." This strike was forcefully caught by Whitebeard, merely received upon his chest. "Father," Ace wept bitterly, unable to bear witnessing his father endure such anguish. Little Ivankov, Luffy, sprawled on the ground, grasped the arm of the Okama King. "Ivankov, never mind the cost of my lifespan. Let me continue to fight. Grant me the strength to battle." "Little Ivankov," Luffy implored. "If I were to lose Ace now, unable to fight, it would be a fate worse than death for me." Zoro approached the lifeless body of Buggy, who lay sprawled on the ground. "It seems you are the last one standing, Buggy." Panic surged within him. What should he do? Just moments ago, Buggy had contemplated escaping while Zoro was preoccupied with eliminating others. Yet, every time he attempted to take flight, Zoro would appear instantaneously at his side, leaving a crimson mark across his arm. After enduring this numerous times, Buggy dared not attempt to soar again. Was he truly destined to perish here? He had yet to uncover the treasure he so fervently sought. A profound sense of regret enveloped him. However, Zoro had no intention of allowing such a menace to continue existing. The future Emperor Buggy, who had the audacity to place a bounty on the Navy. Where had he found such audacity? He had even managed to eliminate Rear Admiral Poneglyph. Although Zoro held disdain for Poneglyph's sense of justice, he could not abide by the notion of a Marine Admiral being hunted by such a scoundrel. Therefore, it was time for you to face your demise. Justice value. 48, 857, 44, 857. Attribute points. 1, 856 abilities. Navy 6th form, armament hockey, observation hockey items, random devil fruit, blue battle suit. Disposable crocodile fruit. Weapon, great knife. After executing the pirates from Impel Down, Zoro's justice value surged to approximately 48,000. Even after deducting the 4,000 spent on the lottery, he still possessed over 40 opportunities to draw again. It must be noted that none of the pirates who escaped from Impel Down were virtuous individuals. The least among them contributed over 500 to his justice value. These individuals were the antithesis of justice. The increase in attribute points was woefully inadequate. Even though they were once notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, the attribute points they provided to Zoro were minimal. The total gain from eliminating all of them was comparable to the lesser captains of Whitebeard's fleet, nearly on par with ordinary pirates. It all came down to him. Buggy was nearly drained of blood, and Zoro was meticulously regulating the rate of his blood loss. The execution of those dozens of pirates took less than a few minutes. Buggy, pale as a ghost, was visibly terrified, his red nose nearly faded. He had completely lost his strength, lacking even the energy to stand. In his fear, Buggy trembled incessantly, as if he were on the brink of facing his demise. With a swift motion, Zoro felt he had afforded Buggy ample time. He raised his formidable sword and struck down towards Buggy with fierce determination. Zoro's slash was imbued with a formidable aura that could not be nullified by Buggy's fragmented fruit. Thus, he harbored no fears of Buggy's resurrection, for he had discerned an even more grotesque ability. With a justice value of 13,600, upon reaching 50,000, he would gain the power to extract abilities. Each time he executed a malevolent adversary, he would have the chance to randomly draw from their powers. In fact, upon reaching a justice value of 10,000, Zoro had already acquired a remarkable ability, the Conqueror's Haki. This was a reward bestowed only upon achieving a justice value of 10,000. However, akin to the armament hockey, it remained in its nascent form. He had yet to master the technique of enveloping his weapon with Conqueror's hockey, a prowess akin to that of Roger. Nevertheless, it was a significant advancement, proving that Zoro was indeed a rare conqueror among many. Zoro endeavored to ascertain whether he could adeptly wield the Conqueror's hockey. Upon initiating the process, he felt as though his strength had deflated like a punctured balloon, prompting him to immediately cease his attempt. He resolved to wait until he had strengthened further before attempting it again. As it stood, a single display of Conqueror's hockey would likely exhaust him before he could wield it effectively. Unlike Monkey D. Luffy, he lacked the extraordinary resilience to endure such exertion. He was merely an ordinary individual striving for greatness. The prospect of extracting abilities with 50,000 justice points was a remarkable boon. However, upon reviewing the extraction process, Zoro realized it was not particularly favorable for those with ill fortune. He recalled his experiences before his transmigration, playing Genshin Impact, where his luck had been as dire as the soot on a pot's bottom. Every time he reached the guaranteed draw, the outcome would often be misaligned with his desires. Who could he turn to for justification? Was his transmigration a consequence of his inability to draw favorable rewards? Regardless, he decided to proceed with the extraction, accepting his misfortune with resignation. Suddenly, Zoro remembered an important task. He retrieved the snail phone, ascended a considerable height, and located a secure vantage point. He positioned the phone so that it could effectively record the battle unfolding before the execution platform. Seizing the moment, he glanced at the ongoing conflict. What a splendid performer, he thought, as he witnessed Luffy deliver a kick that sent Whitebeard reeling. Finally, he was able to see the scene he had longed for. Across the globe, as the live broadcasts unfold, one observes Zoro executing pirates one after another, which becomes rather monotonous. The true spectacle lies in the clashes between the three admirals and Whitebeard. Most individuals, to varying degrees, seek amusement, eagerly engaging in the drama unfolding before them. Some have taken note of Zoro's actions, etching his name into their minds. However, the pirates Zoro has dispatched lack any formidable combat prowess. The most notorious among them might be the Clown Buggy, who holds some renown in the East Blue. Thus, in the eyes of the crowd, Zoro appears as an elite within the Navy, merely encountering these pirates and eliminating them with ease. A deeper reflection suggests that he may not be one to provoke lightly, sharing a similar sense of justice with Sakazuki. Far from Marineford, the red-haired pirates are hastening towards the naval headquarters. Their captain, Shanks, recently thwarted Kaido's attempt to seize Whitebeard's territory. Today, he arrives to ensure Whitebeard is afforded a dignified conclusion. Prior to the onset of this battle, Shanks comprehended its essence. Both Whitebeard and Sengoku understood that Ace was a bait, intended to lure Whitebeard. Whitebeard was aware of this as well, yet he chose to confront the situation head-on. The Navy's stance allowed for Ace to be taken, yet Whitebeard must remain to provide the world government with an explanation. Upon his arrival, Whitebeard was already resigned to his fate. It was merely a matter of how long he could endure. Shanks, too, had previously advised Whitebeard against this course of action, but to no avail. Regardless, Shanks had already rendered the greatest assistance by thwarting Kaido and now prepared to retrieve Whitebeard's remains. In his perspective, Whitebeard had no chance of escaping the naval base. He had grown old, his body plagued by ailments, and his organs nearly depleted. This battle was destined to be his final act. Shanks extracted a life card from his pocket, which was rapidly vanishing. Buggy was dead. Shanks felt astonished. This fellow had always possessed an extraordinary streak of luck. Time and again, he had managed to evade peril through sheer fortune. Even back when they were part of the Roger Pirates, their camaraderie had been strong, often engaging in playful banter without a care. A transponder snail was aboard Shanks' ship, though it was not of the same caliber as those used by the Navy for live broadcasts. Consequently, they were unaware of Zoro's actions in dispatching Buggy. Alas, had his luck finally run out? Shanks discarded Buggy's life card, which dissipated even more swiftly. In no time, it had vanished completely. Accelerate, Marineford. There were greater matters awaiting Shanks, as Zoro eliminated the hidden prisoners of the Pacifista. The battle between Whitebeard and the three admirals had reached a fever pitch at the execution platform. Primarily, it was a clash with Akainu, while Kizaru remained on the periphery. Seemingly uninterested in direct involvement, his attire scarcely bearing any dust. A clever man, Kizaru understood the art of self-preservation. His ambiguous sense of justice suited him well. He knew when to bide his time and when to exert effort. Akiji had sustained some injuries, but overall, they were not severe. The one bearing the brunt of the damage was Akainu, who had directly confronted Whitebeard and absorbed the brunt of his seismic waves. The execution at the gallows, repeatedly interrupted, commenced once more. The previous two had been sent flying by the sand crocodile. Now, two new assailants were prepared to take action against Ace. Luffy, having consumed the substance once more, rose to his feet yet again. Ivankov's hormone fruit possesses the remarkable ability not only to transform a person's gender, but also to administer potent stimulants. This time, the dosage injected into Luffy was significantly greater, to the extent that it was said this stimulant would directly diminish his lifespan by over a decade. Ivankov held profound admiration for Luffy's unwavering resolve. Just as the executioner's sword pierced Ace's body, boom, centered around Luffy, a formidable aura of intimidation enveloped the entirety of Marineford. Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment. Boys, shield the straw hat. Whitebeard had come to realize that if they were to rescue Ace, the crux of the battle lay with Luffy. No one besides Luffy himself could breach the iron fists of Karp. This truth had already been affirmed by Marco, who was under the control of the spider. Protect the straw hat. After hearing Whitebeard's command, the pirates, without a moment's hesitation, followed his words without question. If you say to rescue Ace, everyone rallies to the cause. If you say to protect the straw hat, they would risk everything to ensure his safety. Kill. This cry echoed ominously, signaling impending trouble. Upon hearing Whitebeard's roar, Sengoku felt a surge of unease. After executing the pirates, Zoro advanced toward the execution platform. Currently, the principal battleground lay before the platform, where only minor captains from the New World remained within the encirclement. Zoro wasted no time. Like a butcher slicing through vegetables, he effortlessly claimed the lives of any pirate that dared to obstruct his path. Extraction. Strength +1. Increased speed. Spirit enhanced. The ability to boast has increased. The capacity for drinking has elevated. The talent for singing has improved. Truly, an array of bizarre abilities abound among the numerous pirates encountered along this journey. It is remarkable that only a select few of the initial abilities granted to Zoro proved beneficial. The rest were merely nonsensical capabilities. There was even one that claimed to grant invulnerability, but that is a tale better left untold. The randomness of these abilities is absurd, as each individual's skill varies immensely. Each draw is akin to a gamble. However, Buggy's extraction did bestow upon Zoro a remarkable gift, the chop fruit. Buggy's luck may very well have been expended on Zoro, regretting his fear of Shanks that led him to consume the chop fruit. In a sense, Zoro has fulfilled Buggy's unspoken wish. No regrets, indeed. Ace, I have come to rescue you. After exhausting his lifespan, Luffy feels invigorated, brimming with an inexhaustible energy. Awaken. The user of the scissor fruit, a member of the Revolutionary Army known as Lightning, raised both hands, creating a direct path to the execution platform. Ace, I am coming. Luffy leaped onto the newly formed path, rushing towards Ace. Swish. Hawkeye, perhaps the most diligent among the 7 warlords of the sea, stood resolutely. The other warlords had either fallen into disarray, Moria was incapacitated by Jinbei, and Doflamingo had long since found a comfortable vantage point to observe the spectacle. Hancock had defected, fiercely engaging several Marine admirals in battle. Kuma's true allegiance remained shrouded in mystery as he clashed fiercely with Ivankov. Yet, it was Hawkeye alone who earnestly fulfilled the responsibilities of a warlord, staunchly opposing the pirates. The Flower Swordbista had already encountered other Marine admirals in combat. Choke, the wielder of the chop fruit, Miss One, a pirate who has long been associated with Crocodile, unexpectedly positioned herself before Hawkeye. I shall be your opponent. In battles between masters, it often takes a considerable amount of time to determine the victor, yet these two were anything but ordinary. With a sudden burst, Miss One was completely overwhelmed, her body drenched in blood, as she was effortlessly dispatched by Hawkeye in a single strike. Almost there, Hawkeye mused, sheathing his black blade. He felt he had contributed sufficiently during this conflict, having earned the rewards bestowed by the world government. Thus, he resolved to take a respite. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, allow me to take charge of Marco. Unbeknownst to him, Zoro had already arrived on the front lines, positioning himself beside Ghost Spider. Who are you? The ghostly spider cast a glance at Zoro, who seemed unfamiliar, as though he had materialized from nowhere. I am Zoro, a Navy officer summoned from the G-18 Division of the West Sea, Zoro declared, revealing his name with conviction. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Zoro had indeed come from the West Sea Division, without a hint of deceit. Well, perhaps the ghostly spider did not have faith in Zoro's ability to subdue Marco, hence he refrained from entrusting him to Zoro. This also reflects a significant aspect of combat capability. Should Marco manage to escape, the repercussions would be dire. Boom. Realizing that the ghost spider might harbor doubts about him, Zoro promptly demonstrated his prowess by effortlessly dispatching dozens of pirates who had rushed to rescue Marco. I truly possess the capability to subdue him. You should assist Admiral Sengoku. Perhaps it was Zoro's display of skill in toppling numerous pirates that convinced Ghost Spider of his allegiance. For the pirates under Whitebeard would not risk the lives of many merely to stage a rescue for one individual. Ace was not included in this consideration. As Ghost Spider observed Luffy nearing the execution platform, I leave this to you. Should he attempt to flee, eliminate him without hesitation. Ghost Spider, a marine of the same ilk as Akainu, upheld an unwavering doctrine of absolute justice. The fate of Marco was of little concern to them. Preserving the honor of the Navy was their priority. Very well, Ghost Spider, you may proceed with confidence, Zoro assured him earnestly. Thus, Ghost Spider entrusted the tightly bound Marco, ensnared by Sea Stone, to Zoro. Zoro's intent regarding Marco was straightforward, to kill him. However, even confined by Sea Stone, Marco was not easily vanquished. The Phoenix Fruit had endowed him with considerable regenerative abilities over the years. Simple blade wounds would swiftly heal. This time, Zoro resolved to employ a rather uncomplicated method. Art is an explosion. Marco is undeniably formidable, serving as the 1st Division commander under Whitebeard and having once been among the initial veterans who followed him. His power is beyond question, capable of overturning Big Mom's ship with a mere kick, showcasing his prowess as a vice admiral. However, due to his early appearance, he has not had ample opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, resulting in his evaluation being overshadowed by the sweet commanders and the formidable Kaido. Had Marco been unleashed, Zoro would undoubtedly find himself at a loss against him, despite having amassed over 10,000 attribute points. Confronting such an opponent is indeed disheartening, as they seem to possess a cheat-like resilience, enduring lengthy battles only to recover fully. Yet, this time, Zoro would not afford this prospective vice admiral any chances. He had already dealt with 2 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, though they remained unaware of this fact. The narrative had followed suit, with none of those division commanders having perished, while numerous pirate crews from the New World had suffered total annihilation, a rather absurd turn of events. Marco was bound tightly, with Vice Admiral Ghost Spider having exerted considerable effort to restrain him, employing 4 pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs on his arms, legs, neck, and thighs, rendering him powerless. It seemed that circumstances had shifted. Zoro mused that Marco had not been secured so thoroughly before. Nevertheless, Zoro dismissed Marco as a mere specter in his eyes. Whitebeard would meet his end here today. Suddenly, Zoro confided a thought to Marco, who was squatting beside him. Huh? Father cannot possibly die, Marco retorted, harboring no fondness for this young man. Do you truly believe Whitebeard can escape in his current condition? Zoro refrained from arguing with Marco. The reality was evident. The gaping wound in Whitebeard's chest continued to bleed profusely, and his stamina was gradually depleting. 1 ace for 1 Whitebeard, Zoro remarked. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Marco remained silent, as even the most perceptive could see that Whitebeard had resigned himself to his fate. Of course, you need not worry or grieve. Zoro's words sparked confusion in Marco. For today, you too shall perish here, and the Whitebeard pirates will suffer grievous losses. Zoro effortlessly delivered this grim conclusion regarding the war. He would not contest Whitebeard's life. Rushing in would only lead to his own demise with a single strike. At least, he would refrain from challenging the emperors until his attribute points reached 1,000,000. Yet, one could never know, perhaps there existed some unique abilities that could counteract them. Come, have some fruit. Zoro retrieved the devil fruit drawn from the lottery, the crocodile fruit. This is a rather unassuming Zoan-type devil fruit. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that this crocodile fruit will suddenly awaken, transforming into something akin to a Godzilla fruit. Its potential is somewhat limited. However, today, he shall unleash its utmost capabilities. Eat up. Zoro had already sliced the crocodile fruit into small pieces, regardless of whether one takes a large or small bite. The first individual to consume the item, or even merely bite it, will acquire the powers of that devil fruit. Marco already possessed the phoenix fruit. What would happen should he consume another devil fruit? Naturally, he would explode. Art is explosion. Eat. Damn it, why not eat? Zoro's attributes were approximately over 10,000. Although insufficient to confront Marco directly, this Marco, who was rendered powerless, could still be subdued with relative ease. As Zoro forcefully attempted to shove the devil fruit into Marco's mouth, Luffy had already arrived at the execution platform, following the path carved by the lightning. Grandpa, move aside. The one standing in Luffy's way was none other than Marine Vice Admiral Karp, his face a shade of iron, enduring immense pain. I will not let you pass. Karp seemed to have finally made up his mind. Gum giant pistol. Luffy's third gear could enhance a specific part of his body, causing it to swell. However, this came with a drawback. Once utilized, he would become exceedingly small. Boom. Grandfather struck his grandson. Poof. Upon their contact, it was evident that Karp was decisively defeated. He fell from the execution platform, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Goodness, this was not merely a concession. It was as if an entire ocean had been unleashed. Yet, no one dared to utter a word, for he was their vice admiral, Luffy. Upon seeing Luffy so close at hand, Ace felt a surge of excitement. Today, he would truly be liberated from his predicament. Yes, how could I possibly allow you to leave? Behind him, the warring states boldly struck, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha. The Buddha of the warring states, the embodiment of everyone's fruit in the form of a Buddha. Boom. The hand of the warring states' golden Buddha surged towards Luffy and his companion, Rubber Balloon. With a resounding bang, Luffy propelled himself, deflecting Sengoku's assault. Yet, under the relentless pressure of Sengoku's attack, the execution platform could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Straw Hat Kid, onward. Behind Sengoku, the long-concealed Miss 3, Galatino, a member of Baroque Works who had consumed the candle fruit, had bided his time. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, he stealthily approached the execution platform, garbed in the attire of an executioner. The battle was a tumultuous affair, with various combatants cycling through the fray. Crocodile thwarted two attackers, while Luffy's conquerors Haki incapacitated another pair. It was in this turmoil that Galatino made his way to the execution site. He expelled a substantial amount of wax from his hands, a substance as resilient as steel, crafting a rudimentary shield for himself. With his right hand, he tossed a wax-formed key to Luffy. Grasping this key mid-fall was no small feat, and inserting it into the handcuffs posed an even greater challenge. Yet, he managed to accomplish both. A colossal flame erupted from the execution platform, as if intent on consuming everything in its path. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, leave the rest to me. Fire Fist Ace had freed himself. Everyone was utterly lax. Zoro had forcibly thrust the devil fruit into Marco's mouth. Marco's countenance was exceedingly grim, as if something were desperately trying to escape his lips. His abdomen swelled like a colossal balloon, on the verge of bursting. A mere moment closer would trigger an explosion. After shoving the devil fruit inside, Zoro stealthily withdrew from the scene. Almost no one paid attention to Marco, for at that pivotal moment, Luffy had procured the key to liberate Ace. In this crucial instant, Ace captivated the attention of all. Then, Marco erupted. Boom. Two devil fruits were consumed by the same individual, leaving only one inevitable outcome for the user. Within his body, they would incessantly vie for dominance, each incapable of overcoming the other. Bang. This encapsulates Marco's current predicament. Unlike Blackbeard Teach, endowed with a peculiar physique that allows him to go days and nights without slumber, Marco is not a natural-born antagonist. Clearly, he is not. He has succumbed to an explosion. However, the explosive force between the two devil fruits appears minimal, leaving Marco in a state of utter devastation. As for Whitebeard, his gaze is firmly fixed upon Ace, oblivious to the detonation occurring near Marco. In this confined space, the volume of explosives is overwhelming, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the origin of the blast. Just moments prior, several Marine rear admirals had stabbed Whitebeard multiple times, and he had endured a barrage of cannon fire to the head. Were it not for the robust foundation laid in his youth, he would have surely met his demise long ago. These scoundrels believe they can vanquish me with their trifling tactics. Steadying his swaying form, Whitebeard's voice trembles yet resonates with unwavering strength. I do not require anyone's assistance. I am Whitebeard. With a resounding roar, he single-handedly annihilated the hundreds of elite Navy personnel surrounding him, each of whom held at least the rank of Navy Major. Subsequently, Whitebeard witnessed Luffy's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki and charged towards the execution platform, while Karp intentionally eased the situation. Ultimately, the scene unfolded where Ace was rescued. Gwahaha. Whitebeard chuckled with satisfaction. At long last, this war had succeeded in liberating Ace. Truly foolish, Zoro mused after forcibly obliterating Marco, only to realize that no pirates had come to apprehend him. Perhaps it was merely a consequence of his low status, rendering him invisible to the world around him. Nevertheless, Marco had indeed met his demise at Zoro's hands, and the loss of a mere devil fruit seemed an extraordinary gain. The gaze of every individual present was fixated upon Ace, completely oblivious to Zoro's presence. As a vice admiral, the attributes Marco had amassed were unfathomable. Justice points, 51. 890, 46, 890. Attribute points, 163, 507. An astonishing total of over 160,000 attribute points. This far surpassed the measly counts of minor soldiers and the inferior captains of lesser crews by several hundredfold. Such is the reality of the pirate world. A realm marked by a vast chasm of disparity. A single strike from one of the four emperors could effortlessly eliminate all others, regardless of one's status or aspirations, be it the ambition of becoming a king like Luffy or claiming the title of the fifth emperor of the sea, only to be left dazed by Kaido's overwhelming might. The vice admirals and prominent figures represent an entirely different echelon. They exert a comprehensive dominance over the likes of the Flying Six. Mere numbers do not suffice to secure victory against them. The disparity between the two factions is monumental, a chasm that cannot be bridged by sheer quantity alone. Marco exemplifies this reality, despite his unimpressive performance in this battle. It does not diminish his status as a formidable vice admiral. On the contrary, his prowess undoubtedly ranks him as the second most powerful member of the Whitebeard pirates. However, his encounters in battle were far from favorable. In his first clash, he faced the Navy Admiral Kazuru and was sent flying with a single kick. In his second encounter, he confronted the Navy hero Karp and was felled by a single punch, subsequently imprisoned with sea stone. He is not one who relies solely on towering stature or the powers of a devil fruit to engage in combat. Rather, he is a versatile warrior, capable of both enduring damage and dealing it in return, while utilizing the flames of the Phoenix to heal his allies. Coupled with his keen intellect, he is akin to a pentagon of martial prowess. In contrast, Kaido's top executives, aside from King, seem to possess questionable intellect. Similarly, Big Mom's confectionery commanders, save for Katakuri, appear to lack mental acuity. Thus stands a multifaceted warrior, bolstered by the powers of the Phoenix fruit. Were it not for the constraints of Sea Stone and the onslaught from Karp and Kizaru, Zoro would never dare to confront him. Yet, alas, fortune had favored Marco in this instance. The moment Zoro received an overwhelming influx of attribute points, he allocated them entirely to himself. Previously endowed with over 10,000 attribute points, he now possessed a staggering sum exceeding 100,000. If Zoro's strength was once akin to a gentle stream, this newfound power transformed it into a mighty river, expanding 16-fold. This was not merely a simple addition. Each enhancement compounded exponentially. Zoro could now effortlessly vanquish dozens of his former selves with bare hands. Flame eruption. Flames surged forth, engulfing the land in a fiery inferno. Many Navy personnel, caught off guard, had no chance to retreat. The conflict between pirates and the Navy has always been one of life and death, devoid of any mercy. Ace had languished on the execution platform for far too long and was in dire need of combat to unleash his pin-up frustrations. Tap, tap. Akiji approached with his hands in his pockets. You cannot even see tomorrow, so what future are you discussing? Do not harbor any illusions of escaping from here. Akiji's attire appeared untouched, as pristine as new. Ace positioned himself behind Luffy, saying, "Leave Luffy to me. You should rest for now." Ice. Akiji's right hand transformed into ice, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Meanwhile, Ace was engulfed in flames, his aura soaring, a smile gracing his lips. At last, he thought to himself, I have finally emerged. Vulgar words. Mirror flame. A bird composed of ice soared towards Ace, who likewise hurled a continually burning flame in response. Boom. On one side, there were blazing flames, and on the other, frigid ice blocks. Akiji remained expressionless, showing no signs of fatigue, while Ace was vociferously shouting. The outcome was already evident. What audacity did you possess as a captain to contend with an admiral of the Navy? Was it the divine that bestowed such courage upon you? Akiji's ice rapidly dissipated under the onslaught of the flames. The ice of Admiral Akiji had vanished. Akiji was indifferent to this occurrence. Throughout the battle, it seemed that only Sakazuki was wholly engaged. His bottom line was merely to avoid killing Luffy. However, if Luffy proved to be truly obstinate. Sakazuki would not hesitate to impart a lesson. As for Ace, if he had to be eliminated, so be it. After all, he was the son of Roger. The remnants of the Pirate King. Charge. Within the confines of the encircling net, the captains of the New World steered their vessels toward the execution platform. Squard, leading the remaining pirate captains, stood at the bow of the ship, witnessing the unfolding battle as Ace was liberated. It was now time to retreat and ensure that their father was taken along as well. Bang! The advancing ship was halted with a single hand by Whitebeard. Listen closely. Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, bearing the weight of all the pirates, his sons, still stood tall and imposing. Now, I shall issue my final command as captain. As he spoke, Whitebeard gasped for breath. He was utterly exhausted. He bore grievous wounds that would have claimed the life of any other. I must bid you farewell here. You must all strive to survive and thrive in the new world. Father, countless pirates understood upon hearing the news about Whitebeard that he was prepared to sacrifice his own life to ensure the safety of all. With muscles rippling on his arms, Whitebeard delivered a powerful blow with great determination. An earthquake. Whitebeard unleashed the tremors once more. This place is no longer safe. Zoro swiftly concluded that this location is unequivocally perilous. I am a remnant of the bygone era. In this new world, there exists no vessel to bear me. Boom. This was a powerful strike from Whitebeard, a formidable wielder of the tremor fruit, undeniably one of the strongest individuals. The title of the world's strongest man alone signifies his might. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is also the eldest among them, a testament to his advanced age. Indeed, he has aged considerably. Hasn't he noticed the loss of something? Zoro felt a tinge of frustration. After all, 3 of his own sons had perished. With the eldest gone, what more could be said? Marco has indeed fallen, or rather, remnants of his existence linger on, indicating he was once there. Zoro had expended a substantial amount of attribute points, gaining considerable enhancements in return. First and foremost, he now possessed the 3 types of haki. With armament haki capable of being applied to his weapons. With his newfound strength, he was able to cover nearly half of his body with armament haki. Observational haki, however, had not improved significantly. It was inherently a talent skill, though his perception had certainly intensified beyond measure. Perhaps, when he attains further strength, he might even glimpse the future momentarily. As for Conqueror's haki, he no longer needed to worry about exhausting himself upon activation. With Marco's prowess in activating Conqueror's haki, Zoro could ascertain that he had now become a notable figure in the world. True, he lacked widespread fame, or rather, he was somewhat renowned. Buggy's live broadcast had disseminated the details of his battles. Now, he possessed enough strength to contend with most adversaries. Moreover, when he had obliterated Marco, Zoro fortuitously acquired the Phoenix Fruit. However, he was not inclined to consume it just yet, preferring to wait for a more opportune moment. With a resounding roar, Marineford was utterly devastated by the tremors of the Whitebeard earthquake. Every corner quaked violently as the sea unleashed its fury, conjuring towering tsunamis reaching dozens of meters high. The once mighty edifices began to crumble under the relentless assault of the seismic waves, with colossal debris cascading down in a cataclysmic display. With a resounding crack, the main structure began to fracture, not due to shoddy construction, but rather the overwhelming seismic abilities of Whitebeard. In the office of Sengoku, the emblem of justice reigns supreme, tumbled to the ground amidst the tremors. The highest naval flag, too, fell due to the tremors' force. Whitebeard's strike was aimed at utterly obliterating the Marine headquarters. Zoro found himself powerless to intervene, or perhaps he simply could not. Debris cascaded down, and dust filled the air. Before the collapsing Marine headquarters, Whitebeard stood resolutely still. The cape draped over his shoulders bore the insignia of the Whitebeard pirates, a grinning skull adorned with long, twisted mustaches. On board the Moby Dick, the pirate flag fluttered vigorously in the battlefield winds, and Whitebeard's thoughts drifted back to the early days of his piratical journey, only to be abruptly jolted back to the harsh present. My sons, leave now. I shall hold the rear in this battle. Ace stood behind Whitebeard, his head bowed. This turmoil was all his doing. If he had not relentlessly pursued Teach, if he had not underestimated him, if he were not the son of Roger, Sengoku would not have orchestrated such a grand execution. Had it not been for these factors, his comrades would not have suffered such grievous losses. The Whitebeard pirates would not be facing such devastating setbacks. Indeed, everything was due to him. Marco, Jozu, Vista, and numerous brothers. Where was Marco? Ace seemed unaware of Marco's presence, nor that of the other two captains. As the captain of the 2nd Division, he was most familiar with these captains. Yet 3 were conspicuously absent. Could it be that he had misperceived, that his vision was clouded? Perhaps Marco was tending to other wounded comrades. He had not spotted the boisterous Atmos, nor the cigar-loving Vista. Could they all be behind him? Perhaps. With this thought, sorrow once again engulfed Ace. All of this was because of him, and now even father must remain here. How foolish I am, truly. Whitebeard remained steadfast, not merely hindered by his grievous injuries, but also waiting for Ace. He stood there to bid his final farewell. Let us all charge together. Bring down Whitebeard. Charge. At this moment, several naval officers rushed towards Whitebeard. All of you stand back. Ace ignited in a blaze of flames, enveloping himself and his father in a searing inferno. Phew, phew. The white-bearded man sensed the impending approach of death, his strength waning further. His chest bore a gaping wound inflicted by Sakazuki, alongside countless sword injuries. His head had also endured considerable bombardment. Most of these assaults were mitigated by his use of haki, yet the continuous exertion of this ability drained his stamina. Were he several decades younger, maintaining his haki would pose no challenge. Alas, age had taken its toll, and his vitality was greatly diminished. He beheld Ace, who had collapsed to his knees, and a smile crept upon his lips. There is no need for further words, Whitebeard said to Ace. He had no regrets. Having endured the trials of the Rocks pirates and the battle at God Valley, they had parted ways. He formed his own crew and ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors. Decades had passed since then. Rocks was gone. And that fellow Roger had succumbed to illness, while his son had become like his own. Reflecting on this, Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle. Let me ask you a question. Ace, am I a good father? Of course. Ace replied, gripping the ground with his fingers, sorrowfully lowering his head. You are my father, old man. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard expressed his satisfaction. After finding contentment, he realized he could remain here to provide support for his sons. However, at that moment, Whitebeard discovered a grave issue. It seemed his eldest son had vanished without a trace. Marco. The captain of the 1st Division began to call for Marco, as Whitebeard prepared to stay back to cover their retreat. As the captain of the 1st Division, Marco was their temporary leader. Having joined the crew earliest and being the strongest among them, all the captains and crew members of the Whitebeard pirates held immense faith in Marco. Under normal circumstances, the moment Ace was rescued, Marco would have commenced the evacuation of the Whitebeard pirates. However, something felt amiss. To this point, Marco had not made an appearance. The ghastly spider had joined the admirals in thwarting the pirates' retreat. It seemed he had not even noticed Marco's absence, but now, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Marco, where are you? Joseph shouted loudly. His right hand and entire arm were frozen solid by Akiji's ice, rendering amputation nearly inevitable. And his entire body was in a state of low temperature. At this moment, he desperately needed Marco's healing. For Marco was not only the captain but also the ship's doctor. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. Whitebeard recognized the gravity of the situation. Moreover, he discovered 2 corpses within the encirclement, those of Atmos and Fossa, both of whom were notably large individuals. Their presence was easily detectable, yet they had gone unnoticed, as everyone's attention was focused entirely on Ace's rescue. A grave miscalculation. Whitebeard felt an overwhelming regret. If saving Ace meant sacrificing some of his other sons, he might have begrudgingly accepted it. However, the death of a captain was a far more serious matter. Most critically, Marco had also vanished. Had he been captured by the Navy? Was this the result of some extraordinary ability? Whitebeard's gaze fell upon the luminous Sengoku, the Buddha of war. Could this all have been part of your scheme, Sengoku? Zoro sensed the opportunity to strike. With Marco's substantial attributes now within him, Zoro felt confident that he could face any division captain without issue. Let us start with you. Zoro drew his bloodstained sword once more, its length swelling from over 1 meter to 2 meters, nearly matching Zoro's own height. It seemed that this peculiar sword had already bonded with him, for it did not inflict any backlash upon its wielder like some special weapons might. With a swift motion, Zoro transformed into a flash of crimson light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard would not pursue him. In a fit of rage, Whitebeard had already subdued Akainu, delivering a fierce beating. Zoro had no intention of tempting fate against him. As for the captains, they would serve as mere stepping stones on my path. Have you seen Marco? Upon hearing the news of Whitebeard's retreat, these division captains did not hesitate. They faithfully obeyed their father's orders, as was always the custom. Though enveloped in profound sorrow, They began their withdrawal, accompanied by their respective crews. "I have not seen him," spoke Sabo, the captain of the 14th Division. The one who had just inquired was also a captain, Halta, the captain of the 12th Division. Where could Atmos have disappeared to? Sabo found himself unable to locate the other captains. Moreover, Vasa was also nowhere to be found. Wait, Harda seemed to have spotted something. Could it be Atmos over there? Behold, Fursar. Spitaker also beheld the lifeless body of Fursar. They are dead. Spitaker could scarcely comprehend this grim reality. Yet, as they approached, the evidence was undeniable. The two souls had long departed, their bodies already cold to the touch. Who was responsible for this? Sabo exclaimed, his fury palpable. The bond among the captains of the squads was profound. The fact that one of them perished during the mission to rescue Ace was utterly unacceptable to anyone. "Do not be in haste," a chilling voice whispered in the ears of the two. "Now, it is your turn." Zoro emerged. And Spitakil and Harda beheld this young man wielding an enigmatic weapon. "You are the one who killed Fasa and Atmos." Spitakil readied himself for battle. The urgency of the situation was unmistakable. Unless they vanquished this opponent, their escape was implausible. Moreover, they sought to avenge Fasa and Atmos by eliminating this naval officer. Spitakil was somewhat portly, revealing his prominent front teeth when he smiled, standing at a modest height with a pig-like nose. He donned a gray robe adorned with a white mustache insignia and a brown Turkish felt hat. His strength was commendable. As little oars forged a path, Admiral Kazuru intervened, prompting Spitakil to leap back, narrowly evading Kazari's lightspeed kick. His fighting style was a blend of velocity and power, capable of swiftly dispatching numerous naval officers in an instant. Harda sported short brown hair and blue eyes, and he was rather diminutive in stature. He wore a white and green top paired with white tights, wielding a saber whose hilt resembled a swollen strap on his shoulder. His weapon was a yellow-hilted saber. Rather than relying on brute strength, Harda seemed to favor a combat style characterized by agility and speed. During his attacks, he would leap and dart about, showcasing his remarkable swordsmanship by slicing through steel shields. However, this was the end of the line. Zoro had internally issued a decree of inevitable demise for them. The strength of these two division commanders was of a lower caliber. Indeed, Zoro had been able to defeat Faso alone, albeit with some effort. Yet, the circumstances had changed. With over 100,000 attribute points, combined with his original power, he was nearing a threshold of 200,000. Prepare for battle. Spido grasped his shield and sword firmly, while Harda tightened his grip on his broadsword. Go. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously charged toward Zoro. Die, pirate. Zoro was unwilling to waste any more words with them. With an overwhelming boost to his attributes and the use of Saru, Zoro's figure became indistinct to the two assailants. His speed was astonishing. Halta remarked on this. Challenging to engage. It is finished, Zoro's voice resonated once more, as the blood in his hands became tainted anew with two fresh stains. What? Spitakil exclaimed in disbelief. With a resounding crack, the shield in his hand shattered, along with the armor he wore. It disintegrated as if composed of mere paper, leaving only a scattering of fragments upon the ground. The disparity was overwhelming. A ghastly wound marred the chest of Spido, revealing that the armor had utterly failed in its purpose. Spido was no more. Keel. Harda called out to Keel. But there was no response. And what about you? Have you discovered anything? Huh. By the time Harda realized what had transpired, his sword lay shattered. Along with the broken blade, his neck had met the same fate. His final glimpse was of Zoro rushing towards the other captains. Run. A peculiar sound escaped his throat. Yet no one paid heed any longer. It was not that no one noticed. There were always those who lagged behind. The two captains of the squad were among the slowest, unfortunate enough to be intercepted by Zoro. Another captain, even slower, stood frozen in shock as he witnessed the scene of his two comrades being effortlessly slain by Zoro. Stupefied, he remained rooted to the spot. Khalil, the captain of the 10th Division of the White-Beard Pirates, donned square purple-tinted glasses and a stout figure. He wore a brown-green striped bucket helmet and ear protectors resembling headphones. A ranged fighter, he was clad in a sleeveless green coat over a deep pink shirt, with the legs of his camouflage pants tucked into his boots. 2 rocket launchers were strapped to his back, and he held 2 firearms. His slow pace was not due to cowardice, rather. He lingered behind to provide cover for others to retreat. Who was this person? Khalil could not fathom how his 2 dear comrades had been slain in the blink of an eye, while he had yet to make a move. Oh, is there another one? Just as Khalil was lost in thought, that blood-red figure returned. Alas, the head fell to the ground. The captain of the 10th Squad met his demise. His prowess was inferior to that of the previous two captains, merely a distant marksman, and his frail physique was understandable. Zoro commented on this, noting that this Coolie L seemed to have mastered the Kinbunchika haki. Snipers typically possess such abilities, allowing them to perform critical functions while aiming. Coolie L was no exception, having anticipated Zoro's attack. However, the disparity in strength was evident. Before he could react, he had already perished. Was this the end for the Whitebeard pirates? This thought lingered in Coolie L's mind as he drew his last breath, lamenting the monstrous navy. Ace was also in retreat, following Luffy, but could not resist glancing back at the struggling Whitebeard. Akainu's magma attacks posed the greatest threat to these pirates, with each eruption claiming at least 5 or 6 lives. The naval base trembled incessantly, appearing as though it might collapse at any moment. Buildings crumbled onto the plaza with each passing second, and the Navy headquarters seemed destined for ruin. What remnants of the old era? At best, mere failures of a bygone age. Sakazuki approached Whitebeard, delivering his ruthless proclamation, "All pirates deserve to die." Loser? Ace, who was in retreat, paused in his tracks. He could not tolerate anyone insulting Whitebeard, not even a Marine admiral. Perhaps it was the recent encounter with Admiral Akiji that had emboldened him, instilling a misguided sense of confidence that he could actually contend with an admiral and emerge unscathed. A delusion, a grave delusion. As of now, the only admiral relentlessly pursuing him was Sakazuki. Kizaru had already begun to rest, and Akiji had found a spot to unwind. Only Sakazuki continued his relentless chase. Ace had never witnessed Sakazuki's combat prowess and mistakenly believed he could hold his own against him. Thus, he halted, preparing to confront the one who had dared to insult his father. Fool. This was Zoro's assessment of him. The entire Whitebeard pirates' objective was to rescue you. And after much effort, they succeeded in doing so. Whitebeard sacrificed his reputation as one of the 4 emperors, along with the lives of nearly the entire crew and countless other pirates, to save you. Yet, you became irrational over mere words. Whitebeard truly wasted his efforts. If you do not wish to be saved, then await your demise. This was Zoro's verdict. He had no intention of involving himself further. If possible, he would even consider ending Ace's life himself. This would overshadow Akainu's glory, but now he had a more pressing matter at hand. That Kobe had gone missing. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Not every Navy soldier possesses an unwavering resolve to confront pirates, especially not against the formidable Whitebeard pirates, whose name still holds tremendous power. Thus, deserters began to emerge. Out of 100,000 elite Navy soldiers, there will inevitably be those of wavering will. Balumeb and Kobe were such individuals. Balumeb was the son of Colonel Monka, initially arrogant due to his father's influence. After Zoro killed his pet wolf and disregarded the agreement made a month later about releasing him, he rashly decided to execute Zoro, only to be knocked unconscious by Luffy's punches twice. Subsequently, through a series of unfortunate events, he found himself working alongside Kobe at the Navy's 153rd branch. During a mission to escort Monka, he was taken hostage, and in a bid to rescue him, Kobe intervened against the Navy's cannon fire, enabling Balumeb to escape. His spirit caught the attention of Vice Admiral Karp at the Navy headquarters. From that moment on, he was completely won over by Kobe's determination, abandoning his previously arrogant demeanor. And the two were taken back to the Navy headquarters for rigorous training. After Karp's scrutiny and trials, they became key trainees. Yet, these 2 well-bred disciples of Karp had now turned into deserters. Is it wise for us to flee like this? Balumeb inquired of Kobe, still apprehensive about the consequences of being branded a deserter. What if we are discovered later? The punishment would be severe. We cannot afford to dwell on that now. Kobe replied, the battle was too horrific, with countless casualties. Do you wish to die? I certainly do not. Kobe had narrowly escaped from the clutches of pirates, having survived through Karp's training. He could not allow himself to die. He must not die. Where are you 2 headed? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before Kobe and Balumeb. They appeared to be of similar age, lacking capes, which implied a lower rank. They might even be of lower rank than Kobe. Yet the imposing aura emanating from them instilled fear in the duo, especially the bloody blade in one of their hands, still dripping with fresh crimson. Are you 2 intending to be deserters? Zoro's voice pierced through, resonating directly in Kobe's ears. Deserters? Am I a deserter? Indeed, I have become a deserter. What should I do now? Perhaps it was the imposing presence of Zoro that rendered Kobe and Balumbar motionless. You should also flee. This war is far too terrifying. beyond the grasp of individuals like us. Kobe attempted to persuade the man before him. Oh, please, continue. Zoro listened with keen interest. Behind them, the live transmission remained active. Oh, have you succumbed to fear? Zoro stood firm, showing no intention of leaving. Kobe, perhaps we should turn back, Balumbar whispered to Kobe. A hint of trepidation in his voice, for the individual before them exuded an aura of dread. Until now, he and Kobe had merely grasped some advanced techniques of the Navy, yet their skills paled in comparison. Kobe continued to tremble. The recent battle had shaken him to his core. Countless comrades had perished in the conflict against pirates, including his once familiar roommate, who had fallen victim to Whitebeard's earthquake. They had exhibited no resistance, akin to ants, losing their lives in the blink of an eye. The stark, lifeless bodies lay before him, rendering Kobe in a state of shock. He was gripped by fear, longing to escape the battlefield. He believed he would surely perish there. Balumbar felt similarly. Though his resolve was somewhat stronger than Kobe's, he too was compelled to follow Kobe's lead and retreat. I fear death. I do not wish to die here. Kobe began to weep, envisioning himself on the battlefield as a trivial figure, unnoticed, struck down by a pirate, and then extinguished. This would be his life. Kobe did not wish to die. He yearned to survive. Did the other Navy personnel desire death? Zoro unsheathed his sword. Since you have stepped onto the battlefield, you must embrace the belief in your inevitable demise. Only then can you honor the justice that stands behind you. Besides you, there are countless comrades intercepting those pirates. Do you not understand? Zoro advanced step by step, drawing within approximately 10 meters of Kobe. They too did not wish to perish here, but do you comprehend? If even one pirate escapes, countless innocents will suffer robbery and slaughter in the future. This is our responsibility. If you lack this conviction, why did you join the Navy in the first place? Zoro had now reached Kobe and Balumbar. Kobe was momentarily awestruck by Zoro's formidable presence. Yet his desire to survive urged him to flee. Do you know of a man named Hannibal? Zoro suddenly mentioned someone Kobe seemed to recognize. Zoro continued, lost in his thoughts. His strength was feeble, perhaps even lesser than I once was, and he had a particular penchant for mocking others. Constantly yearning to ascend to a position of authority, yet paralyzed by fear, he harbors immense ambition, often inadvertently voicing his desires, such as a longing for promotion, and attributing all he perceives to himself. His work ethic is typically perfunctory and cunning. This seemingly feeble individual, when confronted by the vile denizens of the deep-sea prison, might lead many to presume he would flee, given the notorious demeanor of Hannibal. Yet he does not. He braces himself, standing resolutely before the marauding pirates. Despite being battered and bruised, and fully aware of his inferiority compared to those formidable adversaries, he remains steadfast at that threshold. Zoro feels his words nearing their conclusion. The pleas for his brother's rescue are mere platitudes. The presence of these pirates upon the seas has wrought sleepless nights filled with dread for countless innocents fearing the loss of their loved ones. To ensure the vulnerable can live in peace, this prison houses the most heinous of criminals. It serves as a bastion. Should it fall, the world will plunge into a terrifying abyss, and I shall not permit you to pass. Zoro's account of Hannibal leaves Kobe speechless. In stark contrast, you, the apprentice of the naval hero Karp, appear utterly disgraceful, akin to a mere waste. Zoro's blade rests at Kobe's throat, and Balumbar trembles, paralyzed with fear. Will you return? Kobe is at a loss. He fears for his life, yet he understands that should he choose to refuse, this man before him would undoubtedly sever his head without hesitation. As Zoro presented a choice to Kobe, several deserters arrived at the scene. Run for your lives. Whitebeard is simply terrifying. Indeed, we stand no chance against him. I certainly do not wish to perish here. These deserters, equally averse to meeting their end on the battlefield, were taken aback upon seeing Zoro and Kobe. Are you deserters? Zoro posed a question he already knew the answer to. The naval officer beside me suddenly spoke. No, I'm going to call for reinforcements. There are too many casualties. The lieutenant general has dispatched us to seek medical personnel. The remaining two individuals nodded incessantly. Indeed, we are on a mission to locate rescue workers. Is that so? Indeed. The voice of the naval officer suddenly intensified, as if the sheer volume of his words could transform them into undeniable truth. In that case, we shall take our leave. Yes. There are injured individuals in need of assistance. Zoro's blade flashed through the air. May you meet your demise. A crimson glow surged forth. halting the few individuals who had just fled a moment ago in their tracks. Like sacks, they collapsed onto the ground, dead. Barumabur could not contain himself and shouted, "You have slain a comrade." KB's eyes widened, searching for a hint of remorse in Zoro's gaze. However, his hopes were dashed. For Zoro's expression revealed no trace of such sentiment, as if he had merely dispatched an irrelevant bystander. Them? They are deserters. On the battlefield. Would you entrust your back to such individuals? I refuse, Kobe blurted out. Oh? You are aware that allowing a deserter to safeguard your back is unwise. Zoro's blade bore fresh blood, right before Kobe's eyes. He is truly capable of taking a life. I might very well be slain by him. Returning to the battlefield carries the risk of death, yet remaining here guarantees it. Is that so? Zoro sheathed his sword. As a disciple of Karp, I can offer you a favor. Truly. The sudden news caught Kobe off guard, as he realized he could finally depart. Indeed, Zoro's lips curled into a smile. However, only one of you two deserters may live. Zoro positioned himself behind the two. You have 30 seconds to deliberate. On the battlefield ahead. The clash between Sakazuki and Ace commenced. The Maramara no Mi and the Magu Magu no Mi exist in a hierarchical relationship, with Akainu holding the advantage over Ace. Ace may have been unaware of this, or perhaps he knew, yet he still chose to confront Akainu. The loser. Flames engulfed Ace. Silence. Sakazuki declared to Ace. If humanity cannot exist on the righteous path, then it is a worthless existence. These pirates are those who have strayed from the virtuous way. While others may aim to lead some back to the right path, Sakazuki seeks to obliterate this crooked road entirely. Whitebeard is the greatest pirate of this era. Flames encircled him as the fire fist emerged. This era is named after Whitebeard. The battle commenced, devoid of any suspense, utterly devoid of any anticipation. On one side stood a fledgling, having recently ventured into the seas, buoyed by the stature of a father who was one of the 4 emperors. On the other side was a seasoned veteran, having served in the Navy for decades, a formidable force in his own right. Have you caught up? At this moment, Zoro returned to the battlefield, unwilling to miss the spectacle of combat. What? Did Kobe and Bergmeber perish? Neither had met their demise as a benevolent figure. How could Zoro bring himself to slay them? He merely administered a lesson, specifically by fracturing their limbs, compelling them to crawl back. Should they fail to arrive by the conclusion of this clash, Zoro would indeed execute them. What? Out of respect for Karp? What respect does he deserve? Merely a failed old man, whose son is a rebel, whose grandson is a pirate, and who has taken in a boy, the son of the pirate king. He is utterly unworthy of the ideals of justice he bears upon his back. Increasingly confounded, he even shouted for Sengoku to restrain him, lest he take the life of Akainu. And there he was, audaciously challenging the Blackbeard pirates single-handedly to rescue Kobe. Guess what? He faltered, unable to best even Akiji. Yet he boasts of being the strongest in the world, a mere master of empty rhetoric. Note, as a precaution against disputes. The latest chapter of the One Piece manga reveals his defeat before even the chapter concludes. This isn't mere fabrication by the author. One may peruse the manga for confirmation. The ground fissured, magma erupted, and flames roared. Beneath their feet, the earth shattered. One was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the other a marine admiral. The fierce flames intertwined with the surging magma. Without a doubt, Zoro thought there might be a different outcome this time. In an instant, Ace was utterly defeated. What had instilled such unwarranted confidence in him to challenge an admiral? It was sheer folly, devoid of any rational thought. The entire Whitebeard pirates had come together to rescue him, and just as everything seemed to reach its conclusion, a mere 2 sentences from Akainu stripped him of all reason. What was it? Was Akainu consuming a fruit of mockery, wielding such an effective taunt? It rendered Ace incapable of heeding even his father's words. With a single move, he was brought to complete failure. Following this, Akainu had no intention of sparing Ace. Meanwhile, Luffy, positioned beside Ace, noticed the life card that had fallen to the ground and hurriedly knelt to retrieve it. The grandson of Karp, was he? What a predicament! Akainu leaped forward, advancing towards Luffy. Alas, the world-renowned painting has led to this moment. Zoro gazed at the scene before him. Ace, pierced through the chest, was on the brink of death. There was no point in watching any longer. He decided to seize this opportunity to seek out a few captain-level pirates to enhance his attributes. The ensuing events seemed devoid of interest, and Zoro's resolve to disengage solidified. Once again, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly reaping the lives of the bewildered pirates with an uncanny speed. The astonishment was palpable as Ace fell victim to the assault. Their efforts had been in vain. The life of Ace, salvaged at the cost of thousands, now appeared to be extinguished. Yet they remained dazed only for a fleeting moment as dozens of heads tumbled to the ground. Gambling skill increased by 1. Swimming skill increased by 1. Carpentry skill increased by 1. Zoro had no time to peruse the steadily increasing attributes on his panel. This was a golden opportunity. While everyone remained in a stupor, he would harvest as many as he could. Worrying about Whitebeard's retaliation was unnecessary. Akainu was the one closest to Whitebeard. If vengeance were to be sought, Akainu would be the first to face the brunt of Whitebeard's wrath. Justice value increased by 2560. Another vicious pirate, who thought that joining Whitebeard would grant him immunity from death, met his demise under Zoro's blade. The captain of the 11th Division, Jindudo, had fallen. Though he was no weakling, indeed, he was quite formidable. Zoro's prowess had evolved significantly since their initial encounters. Jindudo's ability to evade incoming cannonballs showcased his remarkable reflexes, possessing extraordinary stamina. He had battled numerous naval officers and admirals without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. Rather, he grew stronger with each engagement, excelling in hand-to-hand combat. Equipped with iron gauntlets on both arms. However, this time, with overwhelming strength and a multitude of attribute enhancements, fate favored Zoro. No one could have anticipated that combat would still ensue at this juncture. As Jindudo's head fell, he seemed still shocked by Ace's impending death, oblivious to his own fate. If he chose to disregard my presence, he must not blame me for continuing. Zoro chuckled sinisterly. No, stop, Luffy shouted desperately. Akainu showed no signs of halting. Having already slain one ace, he had incurred Karp's wrath. Killing another would bear no consequence in his eyes. Bang! Jinbei stood before Luffy, using seawater to thwart Sakazuki's assault. On the execution platform, Karp strode forward resolutely. Karp, stop. Sengoku lunged, firmly restraining Karp from leaping down. I shall end Sakazuki. I apologize, Luffy. Ace has but a fleeting moment left. This is merely a final flicker of life. Every surge of adrenaline within me screams that I must survive. Yet, the gaping wound in Ace's chest signifies that unless law provides him with a new body, his fate is sealed. I am acutely aware that my life is drawing to a close. Ace yearns to convey all he wishes to share with Luffy. With a thud, Ace's body fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. Ace was irrevocably gone. Luffy rushed to retrieve Ace's life card, which instantly ignited into flames. This signified that Ace was truly dead. Luffy was stunned, kneeling on the ground, utterly at a loss. Ace. Boom. The cannon fire persisted as the battle between the Navy and the pirates reignited, momentarily pausing a particular area. Now, the conflict in this region had commenced. Ha. Luffy could hardly fathom that his brother had perished before his very eyes. He was shattered. Beyond this immediate vicinity, the Whitebeard crew also became aware of the scene. Moreover, Whitebeard wept. It seemed he had never shed tears before. Having fought countless battles alongside rocks, he had remained stoic. Yet, this time, tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes. Whitebeard bent down to retrieve the necklace adorned with red beads that hung around Ace's neck. Reminiscent of his Marineford no Mi, fiery and passionate. Ace's death unfolded before Luffy, memories flashing before him like a relentless slideshow. Time and again, Luffy's spirit was battered by this onslaught of recollections, leaving him motionless in place. You are next, Straw Hat. Akainu cared not for the implications. Ace was already slain, and any concerns regarding his relationship with Karp were dismissed. Thus, Luffy was marked for death. Scalding magma plummeted from Akainu's side. His recent punch had been intercepted by Jinbei. But the outcome was grim. Jinbei, though formidable, was merely at the level of a Shichibukai, not nearly matching the caliber of a Yonko's first mate. Moreover, he had emerged from impelled down without respite, having battled a Shichibukai and countless Navy personnel. Luffy, on the other hand, was expending his own lifespan to engage, and fishmen inherently possessed greater stamina than ordinary humans. Puff. If he were to endure once more, Jinbei would not only sustain severe injuries, but could potentially face death. Nevertheless, he must withstand. Even if he cannot hold on, he must try. Luffy, awaken. Ivankov called out to Luffy, while Jinbei exerted every ounce of his strength to fend off Akainu's relentless assault. If this continued for just a moment longer, Jinbei would succumb, reduced to charred remains. Originally, at this juncture, Marco was meant to confront Akainu's magma head-on. His phoenix fruit flames were distinct from Ace's, capable of withstanding Sakazuki's onslaught for an extended period. Regrettably, Marco was no longer present, and he was not alone. 4 or 5 other commanders had also fallen. This unfortunate reality signified that as Luffy retreated, he faced an even greater peril than before. Should he intervene? Zoro pondered whether he should step in and attempt to eliminate 1 or 2 adversaries. Let it be. Zoro contemplated, ultimately deciding to relent as he beheld Whitebeard in a state of furious wrath, an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. Whitebeard unleashed every conceivable technique upon Akainu without reservation. Although Akainu sustained considerable injuries, he remained in a far superior condition compared to Whitebeard. While evading Whitebeard's relentless assaults, he seized the opportunity to retaliate. A gaping wound, larger than that on his chest, appeared on Whitebeard's abdomen, his innards seemingly scorched, showcasing a resilience that was nothing short of extraordinary. Amidst the chaos, Zoro observed the unfolding drama while wielding his blade to reap the lives of those members of the Whitebeard pirates who had not managed to retreat. Over 50,000 pirates had surged into this confined terrain, making withdrawal exceedingly difficult. It was evident that Whitebeard was nearing his end, with one final punch. He sent Akainu crashing to the ground, though it proved futile. At that moment, Sakazuki had descended beneath the base, utilizing magma to regain his strength, and he spotted some deserters. This was an affront he could not abide, and thus, he resolved to execute the fleeing soldiers. As for Whitebeard, his demise was all but assured, while Akainu remained confident in his formidable prowess. Whitebeard gasped for breath, sweat and blood mingling upon his face. The recent strike from Akainu had severed half of his skull, rendering him momentarily incapable of coherent thought. It must be acknowledged that Whitebeard's vitality was indeed formidable. Despite the loss of half his brain, he still managed to engage in combat. With the last vestiges of his strength, he cleaved Marineford in two. The Navy on one side and the pirates on the other. Your adversary is none other than me, Whitebeard. Father. Countless pirates knelt upon the ground, bereft of their captain and leader. A disorganized band of pirates resembled nothing more than a scattering of sand, hardly superior to ants scurrying in chaos. Whitebeard's solitary attempt to halt the pursuing navy was a futile dream. Zoro, however, defied his wish, leaping effortlessly across the chasm. Die, pirates! For whenever the equilibrium was disrupted, countless souls would follow suit. Those who remained to face Whitebeard's navy possessed at least a modicum of skill in the Marine Six Powers and the formidable armament hockey. The earlier pause had merely been a gesture of respect towards Whitebeard. Yet, the moment Whitebeard's words fell silent, Zoro shattered that moment. Respect? To a failed relic of the old era? Zoro declared this audaciously before the multitude of Whitebeard's crew members. Kill him! A pirate shouted. Kill him! Encouraged by someone. The pirates surged towards Zoro, resembling a swarm of ants believing they could take down an elephant. Let them all remain here. A flash of crimson light pierced the air as dozens of severed heads fell to the ground. This blade is impressive. From his vantage point, Hawkeye immediately discerned the crimson weapon in Zoro's grasp. As the preeminent swordsman in the world, his expertise in weaponry is unparalleled. It appeared that this sword possessed potential for further growth. However, Hawkeye scrutinized Zoro, concluding that his current skill level was insufficient. He chose to refrain from further interference, captivated instead by the blade he admired. Who is this young man? Among the Navy, some are encircled around Whitebeard, intent on his demise, while others, unable to approach, resort to leaping across gaps to pursue the pirates. Naturally, there are those who cannot leap the chasms nor penetrate the throng to confront Whitebeard. How is it that I've never heard of this individual? He remains deeply concealed. Is this not the same Zoro? Meanwhile, Carly, who had been relocated to a secure spot by Zoro, had rested sufficiently to stand. Witnessing Zoro's current prowess left him utterly astonished. Has this young man always been this formidable? How infuriating! He has deceived me most thoroughly. After grumbling briefly, Carly allowed a smile of satisfaction to grace his features. With such strength, he could indeed avenge us. Is he not the one tasked with watching over that rascal Marco? Even Vice Admiral Ghost Spider recognized Zoro. Do you recognize him? Major Huashishin inquired. The absence of Marco suggested that he had not fled. Perhaps he had met his demise? Major Huashishin presented his hypothesis. If he had escaped, he would have emerged by now, yet his silhouette remained elusive, indicating only one possibility. He was dead, leaving no trace behind. This young man was quite remarkable, possessing great potential. General Goeju would not hold Zoro accountable for Marco's demise. They were all aligned with Admiral Sakazuki, upholding the principle of absolute justice, and if a pirate was slain, so be it. This rising star was the one they needed to nurture. How long must we watch these two crawl? In front of the live audience, after Zoro incapacitated KB and Barumabur's limbs, they proceeded towards the battlefield in a caterpillar-like manner. Zoro had not taken the din-din mushi with him, leaving it behind. Consequently, the viewers who had tuned in to the live broadcast were displeased, questioning the entertainment value of the spectacle. Isn't that an admiral? Someone pointed out, as the din-din mushi captured the image of Akainu executing two deserters. While pursuing the Whitebeard pirates, Zoro did not cease his lottery endeavors. On his panel, justice points, 86462, 82462, attribute points, 25732. His justice points surged by nearly 30,000. Though the increase in attribute points was not as substantial, the previous encounter with Marco had yielded a greater reward. The subsequent captains he hunted were of a lower rank, each contributing approximately 5 to 6,000 attribute points. Upon reaching 50,000 justice points, Zoro was granted the ability to extract certain capabilities from slain foes. And upon hitting 100,000, he would undoubtedly receive a special reward. The pirates emerging from Impel Down were Zoro's optimal targets. However, regrettably, most of the inmates had sought refuge with Buggy, all of whom Zoro had subsequently dealt with. This left him with limited options, and the fact that he had slain a Whitebeard captain had not gone unnoticed. The remaining captains had adopted precautions. Could he still kill? Certainly, he could. The Whitebeard pirates, at this juncture, are undeniably diminished in strength. Captain Whitebeard teeters on the brink of death, and 1st Division Commander Marco has succumbed to the explosive backlash of his own devil fruit abilities. Joza lies half-frozen, incapacitated by Akiji, while Ace has just been mercilessly slain by Akainu. Among the former commanders, only the Sword Master Vista remains, a long-time ally of Whitebeard. While Zoro could certainly engage him in combat, the endeavor would prove excessively time-consuming. Instead of wasting precious moments, he would be better served by eliminating some of the pirate captains in the New World. There are a total of 43 of them. These adversaries hold immense potential for justice points. None of the pirates who manage to survive in the New World are trivial opponents. Most of these captains are also users of devil fruit powers. Should Zoro manage to vanquish 5 or 6 of them, the remainder would likely flee in fear. Fortuitously, among those he defeats, he could potentially acquire another devil fruit. Brick fruit. Is it the one who molds bricks? A skilled worker at the construction site. The time has come. Zoro glanced at the clock and paused his actions, seeking a place to conceal himself. He had recently acquired a new ability, hide and seek, which rendered his presence weaker in larger crowds. It was a commendable skill, yet somewhat superfluous for Zoro, who was not the type to lurk stealthily among the masses at least. He did not consider himself to be. Now was an opportune moment, for the Blackbeard pirates had arrived. Zoro found himself amidst the numerous Navy officers confronting the Whitebeard pirates, seamlessly blending into the surroundings as if he had never existed. The crowd remained oblivious to his presence. "Haha, father, your current state does not bode well," he mused. In the distance, Blackbeard, accompanied by the crew he had selected from the 6th level of Impel Down, approached the Navy headquarters. His arrival heralded the impending conclusion of the conflict and the demise of Whitebeard. "Teach," Whitebeard exclaimed upon the arrival of Teach. This man, who had once pleaded to join him upon his initial boarding of the ship, had now resorted to the murder of his comrades to establish his own faction. It can be said that Teach is the principal culprit behind the war at the summit. Another pirate crew has arrived. Sengoku contemplated what actions to take next. Poof! Just as Blackbeard was about to approach Whitebeard, a figure suddenly emerged from a place he had never noticed. Alarmingly, someone was launching a surprise attack. It is too late. Lafayette believed that even if he were to intervene now, he could not thwart this impending assault. Bang! At that instant, Van Oka had already pulled the trigger. Did it slip away? Never mind. The Blackbeard pirates stand in stark contrast to other pirate crews. Their unity is virtually non-existent, held together solely by Blackbeard's forceful grasp. Each member harbors the desire to eliminate Blackbeard and claim the title of captain for themselves. Should he perish, he would no longer deserve to lead us. Let me take the helm. The tyrannical king appeared quite eager to witness Blackbeard's demise. Surely, he cannot meet his end so easily. Hick. The portly drunkard, a user of the sake fruit, expressed this sentiment. Under Blackbeard's influence, one can only expect to endure punishment. Must death await me so soon after stepping out? Katarina Devon, a wielder of the nine-tailed fox fruit, pondered. Zoro's sudden assault caught Blackbeard off guard, interrupting whatever exchange transpired between him and Whitebeard. It was utterly unreasonable, defying all logic, appearing precisely when others thought they were merely spectators. With a soft thud, the blade pierced through Blackbeard's chest. Have you succeeded? Ah, it hurts so much. Blackbeard immediately collapsed onto the ground, rolling incessantly. He possesses the dark fruit, a natural-type devil fruit renowned for its perilous abilities, harnessing the gravity of darkness. This fruit is a uniquely exceptional existence among natural types, as it does not allow the user to become elemental. When utilizing its powers, his hands turn black, and his body emanates dark smoke. He has the capability to absorb, compress, and crush anything that comes into contact with shadows. Furthermore, he can draw the user towards himself from a distance and make contact with them. Regardless of the type, he can temporarily nullify abilities. Unlike other natural type users, he cannot become elemental to evade incoming damage. Instead, he absorbs it, experiencing doubled pain. He can also absorb attacks from the fruit, such as Whitebeard's Tremor Punch. Yet the range of absorption is limited, requiring physical contact through dark water. It proves ineffective against long-range, large-scale assaults. However, Zoro is not a user of a devil fruit. He is merely an ordinary individual, unremarkable in his own right. Did I strike incorrectly? It should not be the case. Just moments ago, Zoro aimed his blade at Blackbeard's head, yet it landed upon his chest instead. Truly a peculiar being, possessing 3 souls, perhaps? After the strike, Zoro did not linger. He swiftly rolled back into the throng, initiating his stealth once more. As long as the crowd remained intact, Zoro would almost certainly evade detection. Who was responsible for this? After a tumultuous struggle, Blackbeard finally regained his composure. Having consumed the dark fruit, the pain he endured was magnified. Had it not been for the vigilance of his other 2 souls, his primary personality would have been utterly vanquished by that last strike. Even so, he sustained grave injuries. Possessing 3 hearts, one of them was severely damaged and, without prompt medical attention, it would be fatal. Unable to locate him, Whitebeard across the way also paused. Realizing the assailant on Teach had vanished. What a peculiar ability. It seems we overlooked it entirely. With his attack having missed its mark, Zoro ceased his assault. The stakes he had drawn were substantial, and he had no qualms about eliminating Blackbeard here. If it were indeed Blackbeard, Zoro squinted his eyes. The value of justice would likely double in an instant. With a deep breath, Blackbeard, having acquired the dark fruit, found the doubling of damage to be a torment. His dark fruit proved utterly ineffective against Zoro. Although Zoro had yet to consume a devil fruit, it did not preclude the possibility of him doing so in the future. Blackbeard stood as the greatest obstacle on his path to growth, and thus Zoro resolved to eliminate him here and now. Concealed within the crowd, Zoro remained undetected. Unless Blackbeard prepared to engage the Navy in full-scale war, even the current Navy, which had suffered substantial losses, was beyond his reach. Moreover, the other 2 admirals remained largely unscathed, each a master of martial arts, unlike Ace, who was entirely reliant on the inferior prowess of his devil fruit. Pain surged through him. The bloodshed inflicted upon Blackbeard was considerable. He felt as though half of his blood had just drained away. He was beginning to feel somewhat lethargic. Yet he still made his way toward Whitebeard. He pushed aside his concerns, prioritizing the completion of his objective. The primary aim was to seize Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. A long-held ambition of his, an ambition to commandeer devil fruits. After weighing all factors, Blackbeard chose to board Whitebeard's pirate ship. Should he fail to locate the dark fruit, he intended to settle for a life of leisure upon that very vessel. Unfortunately for Sachi, while scavenging for spoils, he stumbled upon the dark fruit. This discovery ignited Blackbeard's greed, prompting him to launch a surprise attack on Sachi to seize the fruit for himself. Blackbeard was indeed the root of all turmoil in this battle. Teach. Whitebeard glared at Blackbeard, this former son of his, who feigned an innocent and harmless demeanor. Yet, it was he who had inflicted the most profound wounds, resulting in the demise of all. This war was initiated without purpose. Those who were saved perished, and those who came to save them were destined to die as well. Such occurrences had become utterly inconsequential. Whitebeard murmured to himself. An earthquake. With a thunderous crash, the platform upon which Blackbeard stood was obliterated by the seismic waves. Father, you appear quite disheveled. Blackbeard approached Whitebeard without hesitation, ready to strike at his former captain. To everyone's astonishment, Whitebeard's seismic wave did not manifest. Dark water. On one side, the realm was enveloped in pure white, while on the other, an abyss of pure black. The clash of black and white ensued, as Whitebeard's seismic waves were wholly absorbed by the dark force wielded by Blackbeard. Bang! Blackbeard struck Whitebeard's face with a powerful fist. You are useless, old man. I have acquired the mightiest devil fruit. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. Bang, bang. The Navy would not take action. Prior to this, Blackbeard was still recognized as one of the 7 warlords by the world government, and he was currently engaged in combat against Whitebeard, the target of this fierce conflict. It is also possible that the battle had become so intensely stalemated that news from Impel Down had yet to arrive. Aside from the single strike delivered by Zoro moments ago, everyone else was merely spectators. The Navy soldiers charging towards Whitebeard were similarly halted, lacking the leadership of Admiral Akainu. They paused to witness the unfolding clash between black and white, eager to discern who would ultimately emerge victorious. Utterly useless, Blackbeard cruelly mocked Whitebeard. This man, once the strongest in the world, now found himself tormented by a traitor. With a sharp sound, Whitebeard realized the predicament. His tremor fruit was rendered utterly ineffective. However, he was not solely reliant on his devil fruit abilities. He possessed the remarkable strength to withstand cannon fire and endure countless sword strikes with nothing but his formidable physique. With a swift strike, a wound appeared on Blackbeard's chest. Whitebeard held Blackbeard's head firmly. Arrogance, recklessness, impatience. These are your vulnerabilities. Boom. The earthquake struck, shattering the ground. It hurts so much. Whitebeard thought to himself, I shall end this here. His entire body flushed with exertion, his muscles bulging, as he summoned every last ounce of his strength. Teach. Just as his fist was about to reach Blackbeard, the tremors ceased. For Whitebeard was weary. Since the onset of battle, he had scarcely found a moment's respite, with 2 gaping wounds in his chest pouring forth blood that stained the earth crimson. He could muster no more strength. Fire! Blackbeard exclaimed angrily to his crew. Although I also harbor a disdain for Whitebeard, that pirate. Blackbeard heard a peculiar sound. Yet, a pirate as ruthless and unscrupulous as you is the one who truly deserves to be eradicated. If other pirates are mere refuse, then you are the detritus of detritus. The refuse of refuse. Whoosh. The man with the black beard suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He had just been struck by a blade. Yet he failed to discern who had delivered the blow. Blackbeard grinned. A coward who hides his head and shows his tail. Do you lack the courage even to step forward? Another strike aimed at my head. How much hatred do you harbor against me? Blackbeard evaded the blow. Having endured one strike, he was prepared for this ambush. His own prowess is formidable, otherwise, he would not have ascended to become one of the 4 emperors in such a brief span of time. First, eliminate him. Very well, Captain. The members of Blackbeard's crew redirected their cannons, aiming at the suddenly emerged Zoro. It was inconceivable to allow them to engage. The newly formed pirate crew was already extending a modicum of respect by merely firing a couple of shots. Was he a member of the Navy? Sengoku furrowed his brow. How had I never heard of this individual? It appears he is quite formidable. The yellow monkey, seemingly emerging from nowhere, stood unscathed, save for a bit of dirt on his clothing. Has someone infiltrated the Navy? The lightly injured Akiji also rose, having contributed significantly to this conflict. Fool! Why did you jump out? Kizaru feared for Zoro, concerned that this group of pirates might end his life. In his memory, Zoro's strength was rather unimpressive. Even though he had just ambushed Blackbeard and then blended into the crowd, it had taken considerable preparation to catch him off guard. Hiding among the Navy was a tactic to prevent Blackbeard from targeting him. Yet now, he had leaped forward, exposing himself and drawing the attention of the Navy to this peculiar individual. You jumped out. You know nothing of my strength. Zoro disregarded Blackbeard's presence. Prepare to die? Though Blackbeard's current objective was to seize Whitebeard's tremor fruit, Zoro's repeated insults were intolerable. Abandoning the nearly lifeless Whitebeard, he turned his focus towards Zoro. Go to hell. Boom. The cannon fire from the Blackbeard pirates rained down upon Zoro's position, while Blackbeard's dark waters encircled him. How can you ascertain that the one before you is truly me? Blackbeard momentarily froze before swiftly realizing the dire situation. This was bad. Whitebeard was the target of that young man. Filled with both alarm and anger, Blackbeard rushed towards Whitebeard. Father, you cannot die. Upon the death of a devil fruit user, their powers would randomly transfer to another fruit. Blackbeard's dark fruit had the capability to ensnare the very essence of the devil fruit. But this was contingent upon the power still residing in the user. This was precisely why he needed to personally eliminate Whitebeard. Only by doing so could he effectively seize control of the tremor fruit. Should Whitebeard perish, the tremor fruit would dissipate, rendering any further attempts against Whitebeard futile. Smoke obstructed Blackbeard's path, consuming precious moments. I will kill you. Before Whitebeard, Zoro's blade had already struck his chest. Zoro barely reached Whitebeard's thighs, and it was only through a leap that he managed to land the blow. However, killing him would mean Blackbeard's demise as well. In his current state, it was impossible for Zoro to eliminate Blackbeard. As he manipulated the blood to siphon life, he spoke to Whitebeard. Whitebeard remained silent, leaving it uncertain whether he was already deceased or simply fatigued. From Zoro's perspective, it appeared that Whitebeard had not yet succumbed to death. "Where is Marco?" inquired the silent Whitebeard. "I have slain him, along with your other sons, Fasa, Spidakil, Jingudo. If all goes as expected, I shall relentlessly pursue the others as well." Zoro did not conceal his intentions. The current Whitebeard, utterly powerless, could merely stand and catch his breath. The thought of retaliating against Zoro was beyond his reach. "Wahaha. Do you believe that by eliminating us pirates, the world will attain tranquility?" Whitebeard gasped, seemingly on the brink of collapse. "Yet, the peril you pirates pose is unparalleled. Roger's proclamation that he concealed the grand treasure in the depths of the sea has inspired countless souls to venture forth into piracy. The seas have become tumultuous, and I shall bring an end to this upheaval. I will spare none among the pirates." "Is that so?" Whitebeard, now nearly devoid of strength, felt compelled to utter a final declaration. The legendary treasure indeed exists. With those words, his vitality swiftly waned. "Should I bring forth those instigators, I shall eradicate them all, including the celestial dragons. This I confide only to you. May fortune favor you. The title of having slain Whitebeard shall belong to you." It appeared that Whitebeard lacked the strength to converse further with Zoro, falling into silence after his last statement. "Rest assured, many more titles shall be heaped upon me, such as the one who vanquished Blackbeard. Blood has fulfilled his mission, and Whitebeard has fallen utterly silent. The world's mightiest man, Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors, the possessor of the strongest paramecia-type devil fruit, the tremor fruit, Whitebeard, is no more." As the smoke dissipated, all beheld a scene. A young marine stood before Whitebeard, having drawn a long blade from his chest. After the extraction of that sword, the towering figure remained motionless. He was the one who had slain Whitebeard. "Father." In stark contrast to the navy, the pirates were engulfed in wails of despair. Whitebeard had perished. Their father was gone, and the uncertainty of their future loomed as a profound dilemma. No, the dark-haired man, Blackbeard, was utterly unable to accept the scene before him. "You have killed Whitebeard. By what right do you dare to take his life? What gives you the authority to slay Whitebeard?" Blackbeard had meticulously orchestrated every step, capturing Ace, delivering him to the world government, ascending to the rank of a warlord, engaging in the Marineford War, recruiting crew members from Impel Down, and ultimately arriving at Marineford to murder Whitebeard. He seized the tremor fruit and relinquished his title as a warlord. Each of these actions had been executed with precision. However, everything had been shattered by the mere presence of this young man before him. "You will pay for this." Enraged, Blackbeard unleashed his full fury, intent on ending Zoro's life right there. "Oh, is that so?" Zoro drew his sword. At some points, Whitebeard, the mightiest of men, one of the 4 emperors, bestows immeasurable attribute points upon Zoro. Even in his aged and semi-disabled state, the attributes he grants Zoro are formidable enough to leave Blackbeard and his crew behind. Zoro's aura and strength soar, creating an immense pressure felt by all around him. What secrets does he conceal? Sengoku's brow furrows with increasing concern, uncertain of Zoro's true allegiance. He is no ordinary individual. Even Kizaru has set aside his flippant demeanor. Should Zoro prove to be a pirate infiltrating the navy, there would be no room for complacency. Will the battle resume? Akiji gazes intently at Zoro. You have seized my destiny." Blackbeard too senses Zoro's extraordinary nature, instinctively believing him to possess the ability to usurp others' powers, akin to his own. In essence, they are not so dissimilar, one a fruit hunter, the other a trait attribute hunter. With a sigh of relief, Zoro basked in the aftermath of his recent enhancement. The demise of Whitebeard had bestowed upon him an impressive influx of 50,000 attribute points. He speculated that had he faced Whitebeard in his prime, the legendary pirate would have granted him a staggering 100,000 attribute points in a single encounter. Yet, in those peak moments, Zoro would have surely met his own demise, leaving no room for the acquisition of such power. From Whitebeard, he had randomly acquired the ability known as Monster Physique, an essential trait for becoming a top-tier powerhouse in this era, characterized by resilience and rapid recovery. Now, Let me test the extent of my current capabilities. The assault from Blackbeard, charging towards him, had reached Zoro's immediate vicinity. You're the one. Zoro gripped the bloodied sword with one hand and swung it down towards Blackbeard. With a resounding bang, the already crumbling Marineford teetered precariously under Zoro's formidable strike. Is it the enemy? Sengoku released his grip on Karp. Behind Blackbeard, a chasm of 100 meters deep materialized before everyone. Blackbeard stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the sensation that he was on the brink of death. Yet he was still alive. He cautiously examined his body, confirming his survival. For Zoro's intention was not to target him, but rather the pirate crew that stood behind him. Ah, Captain. Blackbeard turned around, witnessing his meticulously chosen crew of pirates lying lifeless in pools of blood. In a single strike, his entire pirate crew was obliterated. What transpired? The tyrant king, Abelo Pizarro, stood at an imposing height of approximately 5 meters. The only being larger than him was the colossal battleship, San Juan Wolf. However, San Juan Wolf was a giant, with a lengthy reflex arc and slow reactions. The one most severely affected was indeed the tyrant king. This individual's strength had experienced a significant augmentation moments ago. Puff. The Reaper, Poison Q, had always appeared rather ailing. Following this recent attack, he found himself severed on one side, his voice dwindling even further. He had an old horse that had already perished. His half-broken body was in a dire state, expelling blood in copious amounts. In mere moments, death would claim him. No matter, survival took precedence. Poison Q randomly selected an apple from his basket. Let us see how fortune favors me. Within this basket lay explosive apples, ordinary apples, and healing apples. On the brink of death, Poison Q lacked the time to discern which was which. After consuming the apple, the bleeding from his half-injured body ceased. Though he remained on the verge of death, he was, for the time being, alive. Ah, it hurts. The colossal battleship St. Juan, akin to the ferocious wolf and the venomous Q, is not particularly astute. Its immense physique has certainly absorbed a considerable amount of damage, with blood gushing forth like a torrential spring. At present, the blood flowing from it has formed a vivid crimson river, strikingly conspicuous. Meanwhile, Big Drunk Busker Jot, an adept of the sake fruit, was swiftly dispatched, a crew member whose head was severed and sent flying before the navy, with the remnants of his recent libation still lingering at the corner of his mouth. His sake gourd shattered into fragments, marking him as the first casualty of the Blackbeard pirates. Busker Jot is dead. The lunar hunter, Katarina Devon, the sole female member of this crew and a wielder of the nine-tailed fox fruit, reacted swiftly. The moment she saw Zoro raise his hand, she invoked her devil fruit powers. The Zoan-type devil fruit is characterized by its inherent strength, and the mythical beast variety is no exception. The nine-tailed fox fruit not only allows her to alter her appearance at will but also grants her 9 tails that can absorb up to 9 fatal blows. She emerged as the least harmed among them. On the other hand, Devil Sheriff Lafitte suffered no injuries at all. He was among the earliest to follow Blackbeard, contributing to his rise as a warlord of the sea. Possessing the sharpest mind, he immediately vacated the premises, transforming into his Zoan-type, dove form. He narrowly escaped death. Although one of his wings was severed, at least he survived. Simultaneously, the fighting champion Shisa's bases found himself in a dire state. The recent strike had cleaved through his midsection, severing him in 2. However, in the pirate world, lacking limbs is not a significant issue, as long as he remains alive. He considers himself fortunate compared to the deceased drunkard and the bisected venomous Q. Adopting prosthetic legs is not out of the question. Among the remaining 2, Soundwave Van Oka displayed remarkable reflexes, emerging unscathed. I cannot withstand this, Fan Aka proclaimed directly to everyone. Those who can flee, should. He is a master. Range Shiryu withstands Zoro's formidable slash. Possessing astonishing swordsmanship, he stands on par with Magellan, and together, they have earned Impel down the moniker of Iron Wall. Due to his penchant for indiscriminately slaughtering prisoners, he has been sentenced to a deferred death penalty, confined within the depths of Level 6 in the notorious prison. It was he who rescued Blackbeard and his crew, having saved them from near annihilation at the hands of Magellan, armed solely with the antidote. A traitor to the Navy, perhaps? Zoro, standing resolutely, spoke. This slash granted Zoro a clearer understanding of his own strength. Aside from Big Mom, Kaido, Shanks, and the 3 admirals, he felt capable of contending with any remaining foes. I am not a Navy officer, I am a criminal. Range Shiryu's lips trembled slightly. He believed that facing Zoro would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Oh, then perish. Zoro responded as he prepared to strike. I shall not sit idly by. With a swift whoosh, Shirluo wielded a weapon named Thunderstorm, adorned in a resplendent hue of crimson and gold. Its handle gleamed a vivid red, while the blade's tip shimmered in a lustrous gold, complemented by a square golden guard. The blade radiated a flickering crimson light, reminiscent of blood. With a resounding crash, the blood-red aura intertwined with the cerulean sword energy of Shirlu, instantly overwhelming the surroundings. The Supreme Blade. Shiryu discerned the extraordinary nature of Zoro's weapon. The Supreme Blade. The Great Blade, the Swift Blade, the Fine Blade. Each tier represents an immense distinction. Zoro's bloodshed is synonymous with the Supreme Blade, and in a clash of blades, a disparity in strength is inevitable. In this moment, the crimson-hued Supreme Blade exuded an imposing aura that overwhelmed Reiju. Furthermore, the force and presence emanating from Zoro intensified Shiryu's burden considerably. Unable to contend, Shiryu pondered inwardly. Indeed, Shiryu possessed formidable strength, having never consumed a devil fruit. He had ascended to the position of Vice Warden of the infamous Impel Down, a testament to his prowess as a top-tier warrior. While Magellan ranked comparably to an admiral in the Navy, his strength was, however, inferior to that of the admirals themselves. Shiryu was among the more formidable vice-admirals prior to his incarceration. Due to his proclivity for indiscriminate slaughter, he had been imprisoned by Magellan in the 6th level. Resentment brewed within him, leaving him perplexed as to Magellan's reasoning in releasing such a man. It seemed a desperate gamble, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive, yielding nothing but confusion. Boom. The crimson hue overwhelmed the azure blade's gleam, and in an instant, the battle's victor was determined, reminiscent of the earlier clash between Akainu and Ace. Bang! Curse it! Shiryu's lightning strike was severed. A swordsman's weapon is his most formidable companion. Yet now it lay broken. Oh, has his prowess ascended to such heights? From a distance, the observant Hawkeyes witnessed the clash between Zoro and Shiryu, swiftly discerning the outcome. Defeated, and few remain. Although Shiryu has been wounded, he has not yet lost his fighting spirit. Without timely medical attention, however, he is destined to perish. These are indeed heinous individuals, and I find it fortuitous to have the opportunity to eliminate all of you. Merely one drunken fool has just bestowed upon Zoro nearly 10,000 points of justice. Indeed, these individuals originated from the 6th level of Impel Down, where Blackbeard pitted them against one another, leaving behind the most despicable of scoundrels, a veritable cesspool of humanity. It is only fitting that Zoro resolves to eradicate them all. Attaining 100,000 points of justice would grant him access to superior rewards. Upon vanquishing the drunkard, Zoro was awarded a modest sum of justice points. While the remaining few were also significant contributors, Zoro estimated that their collective worth would undoubtedly surpass 50,000. Let us not even consider the crew members who had emerged from the 6th level, engaging in mutual slaughter. Simply put, Blackbeard himself could easily provide Zoro with over 10,000 points of justice. It seems you were left with no recourse. As the blood in Zoro's hand surged once more, he swiftly delivered a decisive strike against the colossal warship, Saint One Evil Wolf, looming behind him. This foe possesses an exceptionally thick bloodline and stands at an imposing height of 180 meters. Evil Wolf was once regarded as one of the most fearsome criminals in the world, ultimately captured by the world government and imprisoned within Impel Down. There, he was erased from history, known only to a select few. The reason for his erasure lay in the sheer brutality of his past crimes. Had the world been aware, it would have surely incited widespread turmoil. Alas, the not-so-bright Saint Lake's Evil Wolf has also consumed a devil fruit. His devil fruit is the expansion fruit, which allows him to enlarge his form once more. His physique is already quite colossal. If he were to expand, he could reach heights of several hundred meters, towering even over the Navy headquarters. Or stands at merely 67 meters, while this formidable battleship wolf measures a staggering 180 meters. Indeed, blood runs thick. No wonder he has managed to endure for so long. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates, particularly Poison Q, are essentially doomed. He is, after all, a doctor with minimal combat prowess. The Tyrant King fares slightly better than Poison Q. If he strains himself, he can still engage in battle, having initially hoped to escape unnoticed, considering he had already made his way out. However, upon observing Zoro's intent to eliminate all members of the Blackbeard pirates, he realizes the gravity of the situation. Action must be taken. With the drunkard already dead, should a few more perish, the newly formed Blackbeard pirates would face annihilation. Shiryu's sword has already shattered, and the previous strike sent him flying several dozen meters, embedding him into the wall. Let's take another look. Sengoku observes Zoro confronting the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard is recognized by the world government as one of the Seven Warlords of the sea. However, during this Marineford War, he refused to be conscripted, thereby violating the obligations of a warlord, which justifies the Navy's intervention against him. Oh dear, this is quite something. Kizaru has reinserted his hands into his pockets, preparing to watch the spectacle. Without Sengoku's orders, he has no intention of intervening. Akiji remains silent, also watching Zoro's actions, neither assisting him nor hindering him. Just as Zoro engages with the Blackbeard pirates, glug glug, from beneath the ground, a steaming pool of lava emerged as Sakazuki erupted from its depths. After executing a few deserters, the admiral returned to the battlefield once more. Boom. Glancing at Zoro engaging with the Blackbeard pirates, Akainu was momentarily taken aback. Who is this young man, and how is he confronting the notorious Blackbeard? Yet, Akainu paid little heed to such thoughts. Since someone was indeed challenging this enigmatic Blackbeard pirates, it was all the more reason for him to fulfill his duty. The hunt for the Whitebeard pirates was on once again, and the war had reignited. Marineford lay in utter ruin, transformed into a desolate wasteland. The tremor unleashed by Whitebeard in his final moments had obliterated the Navy headquarters. Meteoric volcanic. Boom. Beyond the headquarters, the surface of the sea was still haunted by dozens of ships belonging to the New World pirate crews, which had been arranged by Whitebeard for the purpose of retreat. The 8-foot-long Jade. Kizaru and Akainu are longtime colleagues, hailing from the North Sea, and share the same hometown, having joined the Navy in the same cohort, as well as being among the first students of Zephyr. Even 2 years later, Akainu ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, emerging as one of the 2 admirals recruited during the global conscription. One opposes Akainu's views, asserting that the warlord system is a decree of the world government, irrelevant to the Navy. The other remains a devoted sycophant of the celestial dragons, a loyal dog to their whims. Yet, Kizaru, the sole slacker among these old comrades, still adheres to Akainu's directives, capable of addressing various other global issues. Akainu's intervention symbolizes the Navy's relentless pursuit of pirates. Straw Hat Kid, perish. This time, there was no Marco to hinder Akainu, nor was there Buggy soaring above to facilitate Luffy's escape. Only Jinbei remains, desperately holding the line. The other Whitebeard crew captains are in dire straits. Marco has perished, and Jozu is encased in ice. Vista is still providing cover for their retreat. And if the remaining captains encounter the enraged Akainu, their demise is inevitable. This is bad. He's closing in. Jinbei senses the impending doom. At this pace, their fate is sealed. Luffy, pull yourself together. The unconscious Luffy cannot muster any strength. After days of struggle, they are back to square one. Moreover, Ivankov's adrenaline cannot sustain them for much longer. Eyebrows of hell. With a resounding boom, the flamboyant Ivankov struggled to blink as a shockwave dispersed the magma form of Akainu. The flamboyant king bore an extravagant layer of makeup, designed to withstand the molten onslaught of Sakazuki. However, the makeup adorning his face was nearly depleted. Monkey D. Luffy. There is another person, Boa Hancock. Sweet fragrant breeze. Several pink arrows shot towards Sakazuki, transforming some of the nearby Navy personnel into stone statues. However, for Akainu, the arrows were incinerated by the surrounding magma before they could reach him. Fragrant feet. With a resounding thud, Hancock leapt forward, legs crossed, and sent flying the magma hurled by Sakazuki. Are you declaring war on the Navy, Hancock? Akainu glared at the Empress. The chaos of battle was indiscriminate. Now, in the midst of the fray, she sought to impede Akainu. Look at the others. Which of them would dare to stand in Akainu's way? Even Crocodile believed he had sufficiently repaid the debt of gratitude owed to Luffy for his liberation from Impel Down. That debt was settled the moment Ace was rescued. What remained was his own affair. I shall never allow you to harm Luffy. The Empress, fully aware of her inability to defeat Akainu, resolved to at least buy some time for Luffy. With a resounding thud, the magma fist was launched once more. Despite the Empress's formidable defenses, a few more fists hurtled towards Jinbei. Room. The semicircular slaughterhouse marked the limit of Luo's capabilities. Their submarine lay concealed beneath the icy surface, a perilous situation indeed. Should they be discovered, with Luo's current strength, they could hardly match Luffy's rapport. They would be doomed. Their utmost effort had already been expended in stealthily rescuing Luffy. With a resounding poof, A punch struck Jinbei, sending him soaring from his chest. However, this very blow propelled Jinbei a considerable distance, bringing him precisely within the reach of Law's surgical fruit. Whoosh! Who? Having successfully transferred Jinbei and Luffy into the submarine, Law had nearly exhausted all his stamina. The submarine, submerged beneath several meters of ice, was isolated from the ocean above, ensuring that they could not breach the surface. They could only navigate through the frigid waters beneath the ice, which was also composed of seawater. The ocean exerts a formidable limitation on devil fruit users, and Law nearly succumbed to its influence himself. However, his admiration for Luffy, who had exerted every ounce of strength to rescue his brother, stirred a profound reflection within him, reminding him of someone who had once sacrificed their life for his sake. Has he fled? Upon witnessing Luffy's disappearance, Akainu ceased his pursuit. He turned around to engage the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. Is it impossible to defeat them? On the battlefield where Zoro faced off against Blackbeard's crew, after consuming the healing apple, Hugh struggled to regain some mobility, but if even half of him could survive, it would take a transformation into a robotic form by Vegapunk to ensure his survival. Otherwise, his fate was sealed. The Tyrant King, an adept of the island fruit, possessed the ability to meld into the surrounding islands. However, he hesitated. Should he merge with the Marine headquarters, Sengoku would undoubtedly strike first to eliminate him. The collapse of the Marine headquarters was not something he could exploit. It was a considerable act of deference for Blackbeard, a former warlord of the sea, to engage. After vanquishing Whitebeard, Blackbeard seized the tremor fruit and ostentatiously declared his withdrawal from the warlords, only to be swiftly subdued by Sengoku's palm of Buddha, rendering them all prostrate. Without the warlord status, the constraints of the world government no longer applied, and death became a legitimate outcome. With Zoro's intervention, Blackbeard could no longer announce his exit from the warlords. It was utterly implausible for the Marines to act against Zoro, who was still clad in their uniform. There were even testimonies confirming that Zoro had indeed been transferred from the Marine Division, perhaps concealing his true prowess. Throughout this conflict, Zoro's strikes were exclusively aimed at pirates, disregarding the few deserters. Little did I expect to encounter such a formidable adversary upon my emergence. Perhaps I would have been better off remaining in prison. The wounds on the Tyrant King had spread across his entire body. When facing off against an adept of the devil fruit, each of Zoro's blows was imbued with haki, specifically targeting those with abilities. Was he destined to perish here? Katarina Devon was left with only 3 tails. Every strike from Zoro was aimed at her head, despite her being a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user. After being incarcerated for decades, merely surviving the ordeal was commendable. Even a mythical Zoan could not withstand Zoro's relentless onslaught. As her tails fell away with each lethal blow, unable to move, Van Oka fired dozens of shots in succession, each one deftly evaded by Zoro. In truth, a few bullets did find their mark, but the monstrous resilience of Whitebeard allowed him to recuperate swiftly. Annoying flies. Zoro was equally exasperated by the persistent sensation of being targeted by this Van Oka. Boom. Several slashes surged towards Van Oka. Was there no place left to evade? No. There was still a gap. Van Oka discerned the opening left by Zoro's assault and summoned all his strength to propel himself towards it. Flash. Van Oka, along with his weapon, was cleaved in 2 by Zoro. In his final moments, Zoro stood beside Van Oka and remarked, "This opening was left for you. Yet, what difference does it make? Whether inside or out, death awaits." Before Van Oka could finish his words, he was shattered into pieces by Zoro. The sniper perished. Extraction. The sniper's intuition. After eliminating the drunken foe, Zoro's justice meter approached 100,000. Having just slain Van Oka, his justice finally reached this formidable number. Extraction. Full version. Whenever you execute a malevolent enemy, you can choose to extract their abilities. Far superior to the previous 50,000, at that level, the extraction was random, yielding abilities such as boastfulness, drunkenness, and other trivialities. With the power to choose, Zoro felt he was truly destined for greatness. Sniper's intuition. An elite marksman capable of targeting enemies 2,000 meters away solely by instinct. That will suffice, Zoro remarked as he observed this ability. If he were to get too close, he could easily eliminate his opponent. However, he surmised that any sniper would possess the inherent skills of a marksman. If he were to dispatch all the snipers aboard those pirate ships, his own sharpshooting instincts might eventually reach extraordinary heights. At a distance of 800 miles, he could potentially take down an opposing sniper with a single shot. Next, it is your turn. Following the execution of Vanoka, the Blackbeard pirates lost yet another member. Blackbeard's audacity stemmed from years of research on the dark fruit. Mastering its power allowed him to seize the tremor fruit with his additional soul. Without it, he would only wield the dark fruit. A combatant with superior physical prowess could potentially defeat him, though it was not guaranteed. Blackbeard had the ability to conceal himself, as evidenced by the 3 scars on Shank's face. As Zoro relentlessly slaughtered his crew members that he had liberated from Impel Down, Blackbeard seethed with rage. Dark Waterway. Suddenly, countless black holes appeared on the ground, and the first to be drawn in was Lafitte, followed by Poison Q and Shabas. After that, they vanished. This was the maximum number of individuals he could transport using the Dark Waters. He had initially intended to ensnare Vanoka as well, if one perished. There was nothing to be done for the remaining few. The colossal warships, the Tyrant King, Punna, Shiryu, and Blackbeard could not be taken away even if he wished to. This was his newly developed ability after utilizing the dark fruit, Dark Water Prison. Though those trapped within experienced considerable discomfort, at least they were still alive. Should he abandon some? Zoro contemplated Blackbeard's dark waters. How could such a petty individual escape? Nonetheless, he decided to deal with the pirates before him first. Indeed, trust was a scarce commodity. The Tyrant King observed as Blackbeard absorbed his original crew, leaving only those who had emerged from the 6th level. Then you, the Forsaken Ones, shall perish. At long last, Kobe and Balumabur, who had crawled for what felt like an eternity, returned to the battlefield. Miraculously, Kobe's severed limbs began to heal somewhat during this journey. One must admit, this was the resilience of the escaped Soldier King, a talent that allowed him to emerge as a hero of the Navy with just 200 times the effort of a pirate. Was the battle still ongoing? Balumabur was not so fortunate. After crawling thus far, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. I must put an end to this war. Kobe summoned a surge of courage from an unknown source. Are you here? Then your fate is sealed. Zoro smiled faintly, preparing to witness Kobe's performance. Kobe had awakened his observation haki during the Marineford War, and the range of his newfound ability was considerable. As he reached the battlefield, a peculiar sensation enveloped his mind. The visions revealed countless Navy and pirate casualties in the ongoing conflict, with corpses strewn across the ground. Among them were some familiar faces, those Kobe wished to never see. Consequently, Kobe sprang into action. It was unclear how his leg, previously broken by Zoro, had healed. Perhaps Zoro had intended it that way. Stumbling yet determined, Kobe employed the Navy's 6 powers and approached Akainu. Stop right there. Kobe's voice reverberated through the crowd, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What was he doing? Sengoku was taken aback, and so was Karp. Even the carefree Kizaru fixed his gaze upon this mere captain, while the beleaguered Blackbeard stood frozen in disbelief. After all, that was Akainu, the most ruthless admiral of the Navy. What was this insignificant captain thinking, stepping forward as if he had a death wish? With a swift strike, Zoro paid no heed to what Kobe was doing. The Blackbeard pirates were on the verge of annihilation at his hands, and with that recent blow, he had slain the Tyrant King. The enormous horns upon his head fell with a thud into the crimson pool. Now, only a single tail of the 9-tailed fox remained. All is lost, sighed Diping, surrendering to despair. The young man before him exhibited a complete disregard for martial decorum, relentlessly attacking the remaining few with reckless abandon, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Indeed, strength often breeds arrogance. One can overpower 10 with sheer force. Do you comprehend this? No more sacrifices, cried Kobe, his face streaked with tears. There are countless soldiers in need of rescue. They have families waiting for their return. Please, cease this fighting. Kobe bellowed at the top of his lungs. You are sowing discord among the troops. You must be dealt with. Akainu showed no concern for Kobe being Garp's disciple. He had even eliminated Garp's grandson. What authority does this sudden intruder, a mere Captain Chow, possess to counsel Akainu? No more futile sacrifices. Meanwhile, Zoro finally severed the colossal warship, the Beast Wolf. Its massive form proved resilient, still exhaling despite being cleaved in two. With reluctance, Zoro resorted to delivering additional blows. Shiryu, battered and bruised, had lost his weapon, and the once haughty disdain on his face had vanished. The vice warden advancing into the city finally exhibited a look of panic. To you. Zoro pressed his blade against Shiryu's chest. There is a phrase I wish to convey, a phrase that you yourself once uttered. Who would be troubled by the slaying of insignificant pests? Zoro gazed at the expression on Shiryu's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Do you not agree? With a sharp thrust, the blade pierced through Shiryu's chest, and Zoro relentlessly twisted it, forcing Shirey to endure the agony. This was the retribution for those comrades who had advanced upon the city. With a grotesque visage, Shirey found himself powerless to retaliate, helplessly witnessing the gradual extinguishment of his own life. As his hat fell, Shirey met his demise. Just as Zoro was poised to reap the remaining toll, a voice interjected. "Give me some face, will you?" "Oh, has he finally arrived?" Zoro recognized that distinctive voice. The red-haired Shanks of the pirate crew had come. Observing Zoro's shift in focus, Daz Bones felt a surge of relief. Perhaps he would once again be granted the gift of life. Whoosh! The head flew off, and the wide-eyed Dai Ping met his demise. "How could one possibly allow you to survive? Naturally, you two have been eliminated. The Blackbeard pirates have returned to their original state. Blackbeard, Shabazz, Poison Q, Lafitte. They have also lost a sharpshooter in the process. Zoro, however, has reaped significant rewards, as these individuals all possess devil fruits. The sake fruit, the nine-tailed fox fruit, the island fruit, the expansion fruit. These have all been extracted by Zoro. It is time to move on. This war has claimed far too many lives." Shanks spoke up. "Please allow me to handle the bodies of those two. Do not let others exploit their remains for their own purposes." The red-haired captain detected something amiss. This was rather different from his predictions. The mortality rate of the Whitebeard pirates was alarmingly high this time. He had not spotted Marco's shadow, nor had he seen the familiar captains. Had he arrived too late? The red-haired captain fell into contemplation. The immense lava was obstructed by Shanks' rapier, while Kobe's tear-streaked face was scorched dry by the intense heat of the molten rock. Am I to perish? Kobe pondered. Fortunately, he was still alive, and this brought him immense joy. The entire battlefield came to a standstill at the arrival of Shanks. Except for one corner where Zoro, disregarding Shanks's request for leniency, severed Doflamingo's head with a single stroke of his bloodied sword. Shanks's gaze shifted towards that very spot. The battlefield had two focal points. One was Zoro engaging in a fierce duel with the Blackbeard pirates, and the other was Shanks confronting Akainu. When the red-haired pirate made his entrance, the majority of attention was drawn towards him. However, upon hearing Shanks's words, Zoro's blatant defiance captured the attention of all present. Such bravery! He even dismissed Shanks's authority. Shanks feigned ignorance of Zoro's actions. "If any of you wish to continue this battle, we shall gladly become your adversaries." Behind Shanks, a crew of pirates emerged. The red-haired pirates followed a path akin to that of Luffy's, selecting only elite members and eschewing those of lesser significance. The sound of footsteps echoed as Zoro, accompanied by Bloodlust, approached the red-haired figure. Shanks scrutinized the young naval officer, questioning whether he had disrespected him. To his surprise, the young man's strength surpassed his expectations. Indeed, having absorbed Marco's attributes and claimed Blackbeard's head, Zoro had become formidable. Even the ailing Whitebeard possessed undeniable might. With over 500,000 attributes, Zoro swiftly overwhelmed the Blackbeard pirates. This was precisely why he harbored no fear of Blackbeard. Having eradicated the remaining members of the crew moments ago, Zoro's justice value surged to over 150,000. As he prepared to spin the lottery again, he noticed a larger wheel behind the original one, demanding a staggering 10,000 justice points for a single draw. With only a modest sum of justice points at his disposal, he pondered the treasures that might lie in wait. Zoro found Shanks' arrival to be anticipated, yet he remained resolute. Whether it be Kobe or Jesus, they were destined to fall. He decided to test the waters with 2 attempts, for the cost of 10,000 was exorbitant. Zoro's justice value stood at 159,863, and his attributes were recorded as follows: 684, 271. His abilities included Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Hide and Seek, Sniper's Focus. The Navy's 6 styles, Extraction, Monster Physique, and an assortment of peculiar items: Battle Attire, Damaged, Unknown Devil Fruit, Brick Fruit, Phoenix Fruit, Splintering Fruit, Wine Fruit, Nine-Tailed Fox Fruit, Expansion Fruit, Island Fruit, and a stand-in puppet, used. Speed increased by 10, strength by 8. During his ambush on Blackbeard, the shadow that drew the captain's attention was none other than the stand-in puppet, capable of creating a perfect replica that Zoro could control from afar. This was how he had seized Whitebeard's head. Zoro discerned that the 1,000-point draws yielded various unique abilities, albeit mostly one-time use. Nevertheless, the effects of these items justified their cost. Recently, Zoro had drawn an assortment of peculiar items, including a basketball. Whoever possessed it would involuntarily engage in a spontaneous performance of singing and rap dancing. In the pursuit of dance, one can significantly mitigate the risk of injury. Master Ma's practice attire. Donning this ensemble enables the execution of the Pinecone Flimbean Lightning Whip and the Lightning Quintuple Whip. Both formidable attacks. These items are predominantly single-use. Some possess negligible utility, while others manifest their distinctive capabilities. For instance, Zoro's formidable blade, known as the Bloodshed, ranks among the most potent of 1,000 tools. A stroke of fortune, your luck tends to oscillate, sometimes favorable, sometimes not. In the realm of a 1 in 10,000 lottery, Zoro also took a chance, making 2 preliminary draws to warm up. The teleportation scroll. Select an expansive area and randomly transport all living beings within it to a location 500 kilometers away. Water fruits and real. Profitable indeed. Zoro mused as he surveyed the 2 items he had drawn. The first scroll possessed the power to transport away a multitude of things he currently wished to avoid. At this moment, although Zoro did not fear the red-haired Shanks, the presence of his numerous crew members posed a significant challenge, excluding a few slackers. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly be quite arduous. Having fought for more than 30 chapters, he felt it was time for a respite. Presently, Zoro estimated his strength to be around 700,000, while Shanks surpassed 150,000, potentially more when in a state of heightened power. Steady and resolute. He resolved that once he had dealt with Kaido and Big Mom, he would face Shanks with the same relentless determination. Next, Zoro's gaze fell upon another devil fruit, the water fruit. No natural-type devil fruit was without merit, and this water fruit was no exception. When consumed by an ordinary individual, it would significantly enhance their capabilities. He stored away the items he had acquired for 2,000, deeming them sufficient for the time being. Back on the battlefield, all eyes were fixated on the standoff between Zoro and Shanks. The sparks that would ignite from their clash were palpable, and the sudden emergence of this young contender raised questions about his intentions within the Navy. Sengoku found himself unable to decipher the situation, opting instead to abandon his contemplations. The objectives of this war had already been fulfilled. One of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, lay defeated here. The Whitebeard pirates were effectively dismantled, and Sengoku prepared to observe before making further decisions. Cease fighting, Shanks proclaimed, as though he were the victorious one. In truth, he had merely interjected during a moment of mutual destruction, feigning righteousness with an air of moral superiority. It was nauseating, disgusting. Yet, but we have won. Akainu remained silent. Were he to forcefully eliminate Kobe, the ensuing chaos would be unpredictable. Akainu, too, felt weary. He had been the one bearing the brunt of this conflict, while the others merely coasted along. He had unleashed his full power, preparing to capitalize on their advantage when Shanks intervened. You have also suffered considerable injuries. It is time to assist the wounded. Shanks seemed to have anticipated Zoro's sentiment long before it was voiced. Is that so? In truth, the outcome of this war has already improved significantly compared to the initial situation. Zoro's unexpected emergence has alleviated the immense pressure on the Navy, detaining several of Whitebeard's commanders. He single-handedly dispatched hundreds of pirates, along with 5 or 6 commanders and 7 or 8 captains. This has undoubtedly reduced the Navy's casualties by several thousand. And by defeating Marco, a formidable vice-admiral, he has effectively eliminated a major threat. Had the Navy continued to pursue the Whitebeard pirates, they could have spared thousands to assist the injured. Furthermore, and most importantly, these pirates must perish. This is an exceptional opportunity after incurring the losses of tens of thousands. Victory has been hard won, and now is the time to press the advantage. Who are you to declare that we should cease this war? You are nothing but a coward, utterly unqualified to intervene in this conflict. Until we meet again then. Zoro smiled at Shanks. Does he possess strength greater than mine? Shanks pondered, yet even so, I must put a stop to this battle. Boom. A beam of light, seemingly originating from nowhere, enveloped all members of the red-haired pirates. What is this? Shanks unsheathed his sword, unleashing a strike imbued with the formidable conqueror's haki, directed towards the radiant beam. Whoosh. The red-haired pirates have vanished. What has transpired? The red-haired pirates have disappeared. The crowd stood in bewilderment before the sudden absence of the red-haired pirates. The question of whether they had simply vanished or met a grim fate lingered in everyone's minds. Perhaps it was the work of a devil fruit ability. Some speculated about the enigmatic powers of these fruits. After all, the known abilities of devil fruits are incredibly diverse, and many remain undiscovered. Could it be the power of a teleportation fruit? Admiral Akainu, should we not proceed with certain matters? Zoro gently reminded Akainu. The red-haired crew has not truly vanished. They will return shortly. Zoro conveyed to Akainu that the disappearance of the red-haired pirates was not permanent, but rather a relocation to another place. Who are you? Akainu regarded the individual before him, who possessed the uncanny ability to make things vanish with a measure of caution. Me? Zoro gazed at Akainu. A man determined to eradicate all pirates across the globe. Every pirate must perish. Zoro's response sparked a glimmer of recognition in Akainu's eyes. He had found a kindred spirit. However, the youth appeared to be merely in his teens. This individual could be entrusted to carry out the execution. Zoro perceived that Akainu had begun to place a degree of trust in him. After all, his actions thus far had been entirely distanced from piracy, and his relentless pursuit of justice aligned closely with Akainu's unwavering sense of righteousness. All is finished, thought Kobe, as Zoro teleported the entire red-haired pirate's crew away. The global audience was left in discontent. Those two had vanished after such a prolonged struggle. Was that not Admiral Akainu just now? What is happening? Indeed. The live broadcast was abruptly severed by Sengoku at the onset of the battle, and thereafter, it was only a clandestine stream by Buggy. After Zoro executed Buggy, he nonchalantly took the transponder snail along, allowing everyone to witness the chilling scene of Zoro slaying pirates. When he later confronted Kobe and Bellumet, the transponder snail was also present. Zoro aimed to expose to the world that the esteemed marine hero Karp had a cowardly apprentice. After positioning the transponder snail, Zoro advanced to the battlefield. Even now, the transponder snail lay untouched, leaving everyone oblivious to the events that had transpired on the ground. Just wait a little longer. Is it truly impossible to witness it? Some individuals began to disperse, having waited for half a day with nothing to show for it. Suddenly, there it was. On the live broadcast, someone abruptly picked up the din mushi. It was that same individual. What was his name again? I can't recall. His name never appeared. It was Marineford. After the red-haired Shanks was transported away, Zoro surmised that it wouldn't be long before Shanks returned. He was the first to disregard him. A dignified descendant of the celestial dragons, a wielder of the Mara no Mi. Even the Gorosei granted him respect. How could an unknown brat like him not do the same? Wasn't he that akin to delivering a stinging slap to his face? Kobe had lost all hope. Shanks' appearance had briefly ignited a flicker of life within him, but with Shanks' disappearance, only death awaited him, an inevitability that none could thwart. Hello? Can you hear me? Zoro intended to make a grand spectacle of executing the traitorous king. First, he needed to retrieve the din mushi left behind. To showcase the scene to the entire world. Was that figure standing motionless Whitebeard? Someone had spotted Whitebeard in the background. What? Whitebeard is dead. This news was undeniably staggering, sending waves of terror through every pirate watching. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world, had perished at the Navy headquarters. Could it be that the navies might have grown so formidable? TCH, Whitebeard? I shall surpass him in the future. Kid scoffed at the live broadcast, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The probability of Whitebeard's death was 100%. The Scarecrow Hawkins drew from his tarot cards. Fire Fist Ace, mortality rate, 90%. Hawkins displayed his cards, drawing one after another. Marco, mortality rate, 1%. As Hawkins had just predicted Marco's mortality rate, the figure of Marco on the tarot cards swiftly dissipated. 100%. Hawkins meticulously gathered his tarot cards, gazing at the recently connected live stream. Did I misinterpret my divination? Hawkins was utterly perplexed. Whitebeard has perished. Meanwhile, Bonnie, voraciously devouring meat, seemed indifferent to the matter. His sole concern lay with his father, the bear on the verge of becoming a complete machine. Across the seas, pirates tuning into the live stream were already aware of this news, yet some detected an unusual scent. Listen up, everyone. The Whitebeard pirates are finished. Let us seize their territory. Onward, ha ha ha. Marineford now lay in ruins. Akainu granted Zoro a favor, handing him the opportunity to execute Kobe. Wait, Karp has already risen to his feet. Ace is gone, and he has yet to recover from the shock. Ever since Ace embarked on his journey as a pirate, he has been plagued by a foreboding sense of dread. Ultimately, this is the outcome. Why did you not heed my counsel? Was it not better to serve in the Navy? I could have protected you openly, and without reservation. Cap, Sengoku gently placed a hand on Karp's shoulder. He was acutely aware that this was not the appropriate moment. Kobe must perish. This disruptor of morale had emerged at a time when the Navy had achieved victory, demanding an end to the conflict. Yet, the Navy had already triumphed. If they continued the pursuit, the Whitebeard pirates would face complete annihilation. To hear his disciple implore for an end to the fighting was something that no one could possibly accept. However, Karp gazed at the Navy personnel present, their eyes not reflecting the relief of Kobe's plea for the cessation of hostilities. Instead, they were filled with the fury of comrades slain by pirates, a wrath that could only be appeased by the blood of those marauders. Anyone who dared to stand in their way would face certain death. Just moments ago, upon the arrival of the red-haired Shanks, Sengoku had already contemplated putting an end to the conflict. This was due to the understanding that while everyone yearned for vengeance against the pirates, they were not foolish enough to engage in a futile battle. Having already clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, the odds of triumph against the red-haired crew were dismally low. The prospect of halting this war seemed plausible, yet unexpectedly. Zoro had obliterated the red-haired pirates, rekindling the embers of rage within everyone's hearts. There had to be an outlet for this pent-up anger. And that outlet was the now leaderless Whitebeard pirates. Never mind. Karp took a step forward, only to retreat once more. Let it be as it is. Strike. Meteoric volcano. 8-span jeweled spear. Ice Age. The 3 admirals of the Navy spearheaded the charge, unimpeded by the interference of the red-haired Shanks. Pursuing these pirates posed no challenge whatsoever. Annihilation, perhaps? Doflamingo observed the Navy's relentless pursuit. It was only fitting, he chuckled ominously. Fortunately, Luffy had managed to escape. The Empress patted her chest, watching as Luffy vanished. He had likely already left this place. Unbeknownst to her, however, she had already made it onto Zoro's list. As for Moria, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Dracul Mihawk also ceased his pursuit, having fulfilled his duty, proving himself to be the most diligent among the 7 warlords. Bartholomew Kuma still bore the demeanor of a machine, devoid of any emotion, clutching a book. Ah, are we to perish? Among the pirates, countless souls were already paralyzed with fear. The captain was gone, and their mission had failed. Continuing the fight would lead them to certain doom. Despair enveloped all the pirate crews. Set sail at once. The pirate crews at sea sensed impending doom and immediately made their escape. Captain, shall we abandon the Whitebeard pirates? Fools. After today, there will be no Whitebeard pirates left. Our lives are of utmost importance. As one ship fled, it incited a mass exodus among other pirate vessels. With Whitebeard's demise, the bonds that held them together were severed. And from dozens of pirate ships, only a mere handful remained. The Whitebeard pirates were finished. The 5th Division commander, Firesword Vista, gazed at the retreating pirate ships, his heart heavy with sorrow. Kill. The rallying cry originally uttered by Whitebeard to annihilate all pirates has transformed into a declaration against the Marines. One can only ponder what he would feel now, as his spirit has nearly waned. There is no longer any concern. The pursuit of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates did not require much exertion. The shattered members of the crew have largely lost their will to fight, with only a few captains capable of orchestrating any semblance of resistance. However, under the relentless chase of numerous admirals and Zoro, they find themselves with no escape. Lacquer, the captain of the 7th Division and an esteemed elder of the Whitebeard pirates, possesses a medium stature, tousled brown hair, and a distinctive mustache. Lacquer once faced off against Kizaru alone. In this battle, to shield Luffy and Jinbe, he, along with other captains and Crocodile, valiantly withstood Akainu's onslaught. His sentient meteor hammer strikes with uncanny precision. Bang! The meteor hammer was sent flying. Is it over? Rakuyo gazed at the defeated crowd and the dwindling elderly. Of course, it was not yet finished. Zoro approached him. Only by vanquishing all the pirates could one claim victory. A flash of the blade swept through the air, and Rakuyo's right hand, which had intended to resist, was severed. Being a veteran figure who followed Whitebeard, he possessed some strength. Yet, in the face of Zoro's overwhelming prowess, it proved to be insufficient. The outcome was but a dead end. Puff! Father! With Lakyu's final scream, he met his demise. Following him was the 9th Division captain, Blenheim, who was obliterated by Akainu's punch. Regrettably, Zoro failed to claim the kill. The unfortunate Namor, frozen by Aokiji, fared even worse. Aokiji merely encased these pirates in ice, allowing Zoro to effortlessly capture them. Namor, like Jinbe, was a fishman, possessing 10 times the strength of a human on land and even greater prowess in water. His formidable jaw could shatter a naval officer's axe. Yet, Aokiji had frozen the surrounding waters, leaving Namor with no escape. As of now, the remaining individuals boarded the pirate ship of the Vortex Spider, Squard, leaving 3 captains behind: the Flower Sword, Vista, the Fruit User, Braymanke, and the Frozen Jaws. Naturally, Jaws could no longer be brought aboard. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates were left with only 2 captains. Zoro felt it was sufficient and was disinclined to pursue these individuals further. The Whitebeard pirates and the 43 pirate crews he led totaled 56,000 pirates. In the end, fewer than 10,000 managed to escape. The Navy also suffered significant losses. Whitebeard's destructive capabilities were immense, as he single-handedly defeated nearly 20,000 elite Navy personnel. This was not a trivial matter, surpassing the 5,000 fishmen that Luffy, after 2 years of training, had dispatched with his conqueror's haki. These were elite naval forces summoned from across the world, enduring substantial losses. If Shanks had intervened to halt the war, it would have added to the Navy's humiliation. The naval headquarters had been utterly destroyed. Marineford could no longer serve as their base, necessitating a relocation. Reflecting on this, Sengoku felt utterly exhausted. I quit. I shall retire and seek a peaceful life. Sengoku resolved to resign following the conclusion of this conflict. Among the Navy led by the 3 admirals, there existed factions, or perhaps 2 main camps. One was the radical faction led by Akainu, with supporters like Vice Admirals Fire Mountain and Dogman. The other faction, represented by Akiji and Kazara, leaned towards a more laid-back approach. In truth, Kazara's faction was not outright opposed to Akainu. They simply preferred not to take the initiative. Should they be assigned a task, they would still fulfill it with diligence. Deserter. Coward. Kobe found himself bound in the center of the battlefield by Zoro. Beside him was a video recorded by a transponder snail, showcasing his initial moments of retreat. Such a display of cowardice was unbearable even for Karp, who landed a fierce punch on Kobe before casting a resigned glance at Zoro and departing. So be it. Let it be as if this old man had no apprentice. Zoro, standing beside him, observed as one naval officer after another passed by, expressing their disdain for this deserter, showering Kobe with spit and insults. You fought in this war but once. Zoro settled onto a stone, reflecting that the only combat he engaged in was against Luffy. For you are fully aware that Luffy would never truly harm you. You have known one another for quite some time. Beyond that, you have never faced a pirate, merely uttering words about preventing the injured Navy from succumbing to their pain. But what of it? With this thought, Zoro could not help but continue to mock Kobe. You have not even tended to a wounded soldier. After being sent flying by Luffy, you began to prepare for a coward's escape. You are unworthy of being a Marine. There is no place for trash like you among them. Zoro fixed his gaze upon Kobe, who lacked the courage to meet his eyes. He had become dazed, resembling a madman. Where were you while everyone fought valiantly against Whitebeard? You chose Luffy, who posed no real threat to your life, as your opponent, parading your so-called bravery before others. Who truly knows the nature of your relationship with Luffy? Perhaps only a handful. You are even inferior to Belmere. Zoro rose to his feet. Kobe realized his end was near. He had always been the coward aboard the pirate ship, even after joining the Marines. Despite being trained by Karp and receiving top-notch guidance, when faced with genuine peril, Kobe remained that coward, reluctant to advance and eager to flee. Well, you may as well die now. Zoro approached Kobe, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. Do you know? If you were to survive today, you might grow into a hero of the Marines. Strange, isn't it? I find it odd that someone like you could ever bear the title of Marine hero. But alas, you have crossed paths with me, and your future ends here. You shall be executed as a coward, a deserter. No one will care about you. Whenever your name is mentioned, it will be, oh, isn't that the deserter from the Battle of Marineford? Ha ha ha. Zoro laughed joyfully. The person he had always found repugnant was to be executed by him today. I am not a coward. I am a naval hero. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Kobe suddenly erupted in a loud roar. I am a naval hero, ha 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 ha. A naval hero, with a swift motion. Blood splattered as a head fell to the ground. The cowardly Kobe, despised by many, met his end at the hands of Zoro amidst the numerous fallen Navy soldiers. He would no longer be regarded as a hero of the Navy. Following Kobe's execution, the crowd erupted in approval, initially. There were a few who harbored a modicum of goodwill towards him, hoping he would intervene to halt the war. Yet, upon reflecting on Kobe's actions and Zoro's thorough dissection of his character, they realized with disdain that he had accomplished nothing of substance, merely voicing objections. He had taken the perilous step of requesting Akainu to cease his pursuit. Yet, one might wonder why he hadn't mustered the courage to dissuade Whitebeard from igniting this war in the first place. However, such musings were moot. Kobe was dead. With one less detestable individual in his midst, Zoro pulled out his notebook and marked a cross beside Kobe's name. behind Kobe's name. The pages were densely filled with the names of pirates, ranging from the most notorious villains to those just embarking on their seafaring journeys. Zoro intended to spare none. Every last one would meet his end. Naturally, the name of Monkey D. Luffy was included, along with the entirety of his pirate crew, who were all meticulously noted in his book. However, the crew was scattered across distant lands, making it impractical for Zoro to eliminate them all at once. He would have to hunt them down individually. It was quite a hassle, but Zoro was unperturbed. He had ample time to scour each island until he found them all. Nevertheless, Zoro retained a semblance of mercy. He would allow a few members of the Straw Hat crew to remain alive for when they eventually converged. It would be far more entertaining than simply dispatching them one by one. But that was a matter for another day. Presently, Zoro had to address the affairs of the Marineford War. As for Blackbeard, Zoro decided to let him be, for the time being, since he had yet to officially withdraw from the Shichibukai. Zoro had contemplated eliminating Blackbeard right then and there, but that would preclude him from leveraging the Navy's advantages. After all, Blackbeard was still recognized as a Shichibukai by the world government, and Zoro believed it prudent to afford them some semblance of respect, even if their authority would eventually dwindle to nothing in the wake of his growing strength. Thus, Zoro resolved to grant Blackbeard a reprieve of 2 days. In other words, Blackbeard would meet his demise, albeit with a brief extension in the chaos. The world government would have no grounds to retaliate against him. His actions were entirely justified. Zoro had executed the likes of the Tyrant King, the Drunken Scoundrel, the notorious Dasbones, and the Vile Wolf, all of whom were fugitives from the underbelly of Impel Down. As a Marine, his execution of them was not only reasonable, but completely aligned with protocol. As for Blackbeard as sharpshooter, that was merely a case of him instigating an attack against Zoro. Does this imply that he has withdrawn from the Blackbeard pirates, and that the Seven Warlords can no longer ensure his safety? Overall, Zoro's actions are entirely just. In any case, he is prepared to convey this to Sengoku, leaving the troublesome matters to him. Having the backing of a formidable power is undeniably advantageous. At least until he has purged the world, he would not find himself in a situation devoid of allies. However, does this merit his continued association with the Navy? Zoro is contemplating this matter, and soon it will be time for him to make a decision. The pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates did not consume much time, and once the remaining pirates had completely departed from Marineford aboard their remaining ships, the conflict could be deemed concluded. The Navy emerged victorious, with the Whitebeard pirates almost entirely annihilated, leaving merely a handful of pirate crews and over 100 members of the Whitebeard pirates. 2 captains remain, who can be disbanded upon return. I believe all pirates must be eradicated. Zoro is exchanging his notions of justice with Akainu. Every pirate must perish. Regardless of whether they have committed crimes, they must die. Only through the brutal suppression of such lawlessness can those miscreants be deterred from sailing under the pirate flag. Akainu, too, is weary. He recognizes Zoro's considerable strength, and most importantly, Zoro's perspective on justice aligns seamlessly with his own. Indeed, all pirates must die. It is non-negotiable. Although the Navy headquarters has now become a ruin, the losses incurred by the Navy are substantial. They have also identified a dozen individuals who can attest to Zoro's genuine affiliation with the Navy from the North Blue, rather than being a covert spy infiltrating from elsewhere. Moreover, Zoro's actions provide no grounds for suspicion regarding his stance on pirates. He is merely perceived as a reclusive individual dedicated to training, indifferent to affairs, with a peculiar temperament. It was only during the Paramount War, once the mission was accomplished, that he truly revealed his capabilities. It is reasonable. If Kobe can become a Navy hero through efforts 200 times that of a pirate, Zoro's circumstances are not without merit. In response, Zoro cites his regimen. I perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers daily. Through such training for 3 years, I am confident that I can vanquish even the most formidable foes with a single strike. After listening to Zoro's proposed training regimen, Akainu fell into a contemplative silence, choosing not to pry further into his little secret. With matters pertaining to the Navy resolved, the 7 warlords departed from the scene. Hawkeye boarded his modest bamboo raft and executed a swift slash, disappearing without a trace. Doflamingo's departure was flamboyant. He danced along the threads of the sky, gradually making his exit. Hancock, on the other hand, set sail on her Snake Princess ship, jotting down notes. As Hancock departed, Zoro lingered, casting a lingering gaze upon her vessel for a few moments. This woman must perish. As for Moria, his strength was undeniably feeble. Under the orders of the world government, Doflamingo was tasked with executing him, yet Moria managed to escape in the shadows. Doflamingo, disinterested in the chase, left it to Zoro, who delivered a decisive slash, severing one of Moria's legs midair. Upon witnessing him plunge into the sea, Zoro chose not to concern himself with whether he lived or died. Crocodile, sensing the shift in the situation, was quick to flee, valuing his own life. Meanwhile, Mr. 3, the candle fruit user, also vanished without a trace. Blackbeard's ship had once again disappeared, leaving him to navigate a large wooden raft, with the helmsman, Shabazz, unable to steer. That insufferable brat, once I acquire additional devil fruits, I shall exact a thorough revenge. Let us go. Blackbeard swiftly returned to the starting point, leaving not a single pirate extracted from Impel Down. This incident served as a reminder for Zoro. It seemed that several formidable figures had emerged from Impel Down, such as Wald, Barrett, and the Red Count, all of whom he would inevitably confront in the future. Zoro diligently noted their names in his little book. As part of the worst generation, Zoro was determined not to let any of them escape his grasp. While Zoro meticulously plotted his forthcoming journey, the red-haired pirates made their return. The war had concluded. With the Navy's pursuit of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates coming to an end, efforts began to clean up the battlefield of Marineford. They tended to the wounded, identified the pirates, and executed those barely clinging to life. Zoro, however, had no intention of providing aid to the severely injured pirates. The Navy itself was overwhelmed and unable to attend to its own casualties. Some had lost an arm, others a leg, and many were exsanguinated. Teetering on the brink of death, Zoro, possessing a kind heart, sent them all to reunite with the Whitebeard crew. Sengoku remained silent, as the Navy truly lacked the capacity to concern itself with the lives of pirates. To argue that the lives of pirates hold any value would be sheer nonsense. Some pirates, feigning death, knelt and pleaded for mercy, hoping to be spared. If all else failed, being cast into the depths of the underwater prison would suffice. Indeed, it seems rather untenable. The recent upheaval caused by Luffy and his companions has left the city in disarray. Unlike the tragic state of the Navy headquarters, there are simply not enough personnel to oversee these prisoners. It might be more efficient to execute them all, to bring a swift conclusion to this matter. In the aftermath of the war, around 1,000 to 2,000 pirates were discovered alive, with only the gravely injured having met their demise at Zoro's hands. The remaining captives capable of movement were conscripted for labor. Everything has continued in a relatively orderly fashion. Those who needed to depart have done so, and those who remained have stayed. Sengoku gazed upon the ruins of Marineford, his head throbbing with concern. Firstly, he felt a profound desire to retire. Secondly, the place he had dedicated decades of service to was now gone, leaving him with a tinge of sadness. Nonetheless, he resolved that these were not matters for him to dwell upon. The war had concluded. Once he completed this final task, he would submit his resignation to the world government. Zoro was also preoccupied, systematically dispatching pirates one by one, with everyone tacitly agreeing to this course of action. The loss of so many Navy personnel left a sense of inequity. The thought of allowing these pirates to survive was unsettling. Yet, the necessity of manpower compelled them to retain some. Zoro's notion was to leave none alive. Akainu had already sought Zoro's allegiance, and after a brief conversation, they found common ground. The Navy had suffered significant losses in this conflict, with even some high-ranking officials injured. Some were contemplating retirement, while others sought leave. Zoro's enlistment was undoubtedly a boon for the Navy, bringing only positive implications. Thus, Zoro was officially appointed as a rear admiral. Soaring from the rank of private to this esteemed position, the highest attainable rank without further bureaucratic processes. The remainder would require submission to the world government, following the necessary protocols. Zoro was not particularly concerned about this development. He welcomed the rank, knowing he would not spend much time at the Navy headquarters. The seas were teeming with pirates awaiting his intervention, and his sword was eager for action. Shanks had returned as well. Zoro had considered the implications of summoning Shanks, confident that he could return within a matter of hours, as the pirate world primarily relied on ships for travel. Aside from Law's submarine, Barrett's self-designed submersible, and Aokiji riding a bicycle alongside a penguin, Kizaru had transformed into a beam of light. Most pirates traveled via traditional ships, and unless equipped with advanced technology, like the Thousand Sunnies Cola Energy or Big Mom's sentient vessel, they depended on the wind for propulsion. The red-haired pirate ship also relied on wind power. Yet their vessels were not slow by any means. Within just a few hours, they arrived back at Marineford. However, everything had changed. The Navy had nearly cleared the battlefield, ensuring that none of the pirates worthy of execution had escaped, and those who fled were no longer pursued. Captain Beckman, the red-haired first mate, sought Shanks' opinion upon witnessing the current predicament. That young lad has indeed met his demise. Shanks gazed upon the pink-clad Marine, Kobe, bound at the center. It was not that Shanks felt compelled to rescue Kobe. After all, he had no personal ties to him, and the lad's fate held little significance for him. Rather, it was a matter of preserving his own dignity, demanding that others accord him the respect he deserved. This situation served as a testament to the influence of the red-haired pirate's reputation. Today, his standing proved beneficial, albeit only partially. The Navy, unwilling to jeopardize their relationship with Shanks after having endured a fierce battle, required a period of recuperation, at least a year before any further negotiations could be entertained. Thus, the Navy had meticulously prepared for this eventuality. Shanks also laid eyes on what he sought, the corpses of Whitebeard and Ace, flanked by the remains of 8 or 9 captains. Marco was notably absent, having been obliterated in the chaotic struggle between 2 devil fruits, leaving no trace behind. Observing the scene, Shanks could not help but reflect on the demise of the Whitebeard pirates. They were undoubtedly finished, reduced to merely 2 captains and over 100 pirates. Should they attempt to form a small crew, they might barely survive. However, the territories once governed by Whitebeard were now beyond their capacity to manage. Defending Whitebeard's homeland was not an impossibility, but it would require considerable effort. Take him away. Shanks, unwilling to dwell on matters any longer, resolved simply to see his old friend off with a proper farewell. Captain, look, one of the crew members pointed out another lifeless body. The familiar red nose belonged to none other than Buggy the Clown. Their bond was quite profound, despite Buggy's claims of not wishing to see Shanks. The truth lay in his mastery of aquatic combat, which had been compromised due to Shanks' blunder that led Buggy to ingest the chop-chop fruit. This incident had sown seeds of resentment within Buggy towards Shanks, who, in contrast, always regarded Buggy as a true friend, distinct from all others. As both had been trainees aboard the Roger Pirates, reflecting on those years brought a wave of melancholy over Shanks. Let us take him too. Shanks remained composed, knowing that his anger would serve no purpose in the face of being sent away. He surmised that this was likely a manifestation of a devil fruit ability wielded by the Marines. At that moment, the Marines indeed held the upper hand, unwilling to relinquish such an advantageous position. Engaging the red-haired pirates in battle while simultaneously pursuing victory was certainly the most prudent course of action. However, this implied a lack of respect towards him. Leaving behind the corpses of Whitebeard and other captains for Shanks was a significant gesture of goodwill, essentially conveying, "Here is what you are owed. Do not stir trouble." Shanks was not one to disregard the code of honor. He would not exploit the Marines' substantial losses to launch a surprise attack, for such a move could provoke the world government into direct intervention. Before departing, Shanks caught sight of Zoro, who bore a large sword on his back. Through his own instincts and the power of observation hockey, Shanks sensed that this Marine would undoubtedly become a shared nightmare for all pirates in the future. "Let us depart," Shanks commanded, taking the lifeless body and leaving Marineford. The war atop the summit may have concluded, yet it did not signify a true end. Zoro's notebook remained filled with the names of pirates awaiting his reckoning. These were individuals who must face execution. Otherwise, Zoro would feel as though he were pierced by 1,000 daggers. Marineford, once a bastion of strength, now lay in ruins. The seismic force unleashed by Whitebeard had wrought tremendous destruction upon the stronghold. Fortunately, hundreds of thousands of naval elites had been summoned from across the globe, and countless warships still anchored around Marineford. Aside from those engaged in rescue operations, many vessels were now vacant. Thus, the high-ranking naval officers convened for a post-war meeting aboard the Navy's ships. Present were Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, alongside several vice admirals, including Dogman, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Mole, and Karp. The first topic of discussion revolved around Zoro. "Is this lad truly from the North Blue?" Sengoku inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Indeed," Akainu responded gravely, "numerous witnesses can attest to his identity. Both he and Kizaru hailed from the North Blue themselves, making Zoro one of their own. A remarkable individual, he managed to remain hidden for so long," Kizaru remarked, casually crossing his legs and arms. Following the war, he had changed his attire, appearing unscathed. Akiji remained silent, disinterested in the discourse. Fatigued, He would have preferred to rest rather than attend this meeting. His addition to the Navy is undoubtedly beneficial. Akainu expressed openly his admiration for Zoro. The Navy required officers with decisive and ruthless inclinations. His contributions are undeniable, Sengoku concurred, unwilling to downplay Zoro's achievements. Simply eliminating the captains of Whitebeard's crew was worthy of high praise. Ultimately, Zoro had even brought down Whitebeard himself. Albeit the old pirate was left in a weakened state for Zoro to claim the spoils. This triumph must be heralded far and wide. The Navy needed to establish a new hero to inspire its ranks. Having summoned 100,000 elite sailors, they had suffered over 20,000 casualties, with more than 10,000 injured. Such losses were indeed staggering, even amidst victory. For the naval soldiers, it was a heavy blow. At this juncture, a rising hero within the Navy was precisely what was needed. What do you think, Karp? Kapu remained silent. Sengoku understood that Kapu was in deep sorrow. Ace had perished. The grandson he had raised, though not by blood, was as dear to him as if he were. Moreover, in order to establish a new naval hero, his reputation as an old naval hero would undoubtedly overshadow the emergence of a new one. Although Kapu had always been indifferent to such matters, Sengoku felt compelled to respect his sentiments. Very well, let him assume the mantle of the new naval hero. Upon uttering this phrase, Kapu appeared to have aged several years. The subsequent discussions during the meeting revolved around the construction of the naval headquarters and the potential selection of new recruits. Sengoku even mentioned his intention to retire during this gathering. On another warship, Zoro strolled alone on the deck, holding a devil fruit in his hand. The water fruit he had drawn with 1,000 justice points. Naturally, the natural-type devil fruits were exceptionally powerful. Should Zoro consume this fruit, his strength would undoubtedly soar significantly. His physical prowess was commendable, though he had not practiced extensively. Opportunities were scarce, and he could simply enhance his abilities through experience. His inherent strength was already sufficient to allow him to navigate most places with ease. Nevertheless, he sighed. After much contemplation, Zoro ultimately decided to relinquish the cursed fruit. He retrieved the very first devil fruit he had ever acquired, one he had never laid eyes upon before. As Zoro once again brought it forth, a spark of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to also fetch the devil fruit compendium. This compendium, obtained through the expenditure of thousands of justice points, stood out amidst a collection of trivial items. Only this compendium shone with brilliance in Zoro's eyes, resembling a hefty tome. The compendium would unveil the information of any devil fruit placed upon it. However, the details were rather scant, offering merely a brief introduction. When he placed the Phoenix devil fruit upon it, a page manifested within the book. Name: Phoenix type, Zoan, mythical, abilities, flight, healing, combustion, restoration, flame. This was more than sufficient for Zoro. He did not yearn for more. The arrival of this compendium allowed him to gain knowledge about devil fruits. For those without a devil fruit, it was of little value. Most individuals remained indifferent to the nature of these fruits. In the black market, the price for a devil fruit soared into the hundreds of millions of berries. Obtaining one was purely a matter of luck. Countless devil fruits remained undiscovered, with information about only a select few available. Now, Zoro was eager to discern the nature of this first devil fruit he had acquired. He placed the devil fruit upon the compendium and awaited its revelation. As he did, he contemplated his next course of action while gazing at Marineford. Blackbeard had likely not ventured far. He had memorized the path taken during his departure. The nearest town to Marineford was a certainty for Blackbeard's destination. With two injured comrades, Poison Q and Shabazz, still in need of medical attention, Poison Q possibly having consumed a devil fruit, while Shabazz had not, Zoro recognized the urgency. If they were not treated promptly, their survival was in jeopardy. Thus, Zoro resolved to make Blackbeard his next target. Ding! At last, the information regarding the devil fruit has been fully recorded. Name: Prison Fruit, Awakened Form. Hell Fruit. Type: Paramecia. Abilities: Confinement, Darkness, Sealing, Space. Zoro perceives this devil fruit as custom-made for him, particularly the latter, the Awakened Hell Fruit. Those pirates ought to descend into hell and endure the torments of the 18 layers of suffering. Subsequently, Zoro stowed the entire devil fruit away. This was not the moment to consume it. He resolved to eliminate Blackbeard first. Without the mastery of the dark fruit in his possession, Zoro felt a profound sense of unease. Of course, even after acquiring the dark fruit, he did not intend to consume it himself, but rather to allow it to empower his weapon. Dr. Vegapunk's research holds insights into how weapons can ingest devil fruits. He planned to pay him a visit at some point to seek potential methods. The thought of his blade striking those empowered by the devil fruits, rendering their abilities null, was a magnificent prospect. How has your recovery been? Upon returning to the warship, Zoro found Carrie swathed in bandages, resembling a rice dumpling. After being scorched by the Phoenix's flames, Carrie had not participated much since Zoro had secured a safe haven for him. In the aftermath of the battle, Zoro had also brought Carrie aboard his warship. Ordinarily, Zoro's current status would not warrant the assignment of a naval ship, yet his remarkable achievements, including the capture of Whitebeard's head, warranted exceptional treatment. Do I appear all right? Carrie revealed his eyes and nose for breathing, while his mouth was administered medicine. The remainder of his body was entirely enveloped. Well, at least I survived, did I not? Zoro reassured him. After a moment of silence, Carrie replied, I suppose it is a stroke of luck. I am still alive. I wonder how many of my comrades from the North Sea remain. Zoro and Carrie shared a strong bond, having been colleagues in the North Sea, and even hailed from the same village. You. Carrie hesitated for a long time, but ultimately could not voice the question. A companion, with whom she had played since childhood, had suddenly revealed himself to be an extraordinary figure. Carrie found it difficult to accept. Zoro's performance in this battle was nothing short of dazzling. As for my strength, Zoro had also surmised what Carrie wished to inquire. Indeed, Carrie did not deny it. He considered himself a genius, having suddenly awakened to his talents. Who could he possibly argue with? Zoro boisterously bragged, recounting tales from his childhood, framing them as manifestations of his innate gifts. For instance, he spoke of the time he had touched a tiger's rear and was chased for several miles after stealing bird eggs. How absurd. Carrie felt a sense of helplessness. Ouch. The sensation of pain once again caused Carly to wince. She chose not to inquire further, for everyone harbors their own secrets. Zoro too possessed his own mysteries, and it was only natural for him to keep them concealed. Ultimately, both of them had survived, emerging unscathed from the tumult of war. That alone was a stroke of fortune. Will you return to the North Sea? Carly suddenly inquired. With the conclusion of the conflict, those naval officers summoned from various corners of the world would soon return to their respective divisions. Carly speculated that Zoro's impressive achievements would most certainly secure him a place at the naval headquarters, suggesting he would not be going back. Zoro did not shy away from the truth. There are greater opportunities here to vanquish pirates. You have indeed changed, Carly remarked with a smile, the nature of which was uncertain, whether it was a smile of bitterness or something else entirely. The old you would tremble at the sight of pirates, always needing me to charge ahead to inspire you. I have changed, Zoro remarked. The moment I witnessed Yuk and Carrie perish before my eyes, I realized that I could not continue down this path. Yuk and Carrie were originally roommates of Zoro at the North Sea Division, who had met their demise in a battle against the Whitebeard pirates. Yuk was remarkably brave. He had slain 2 pirates. Carrie was speaking to himself, expressing his hopes of returning to Mary after this war concluded. Yet again, he had foolishly spoken before the battle. Zoro felt that his soul had irrevocably merged with that of this native, and the memories of the original owner were becoming increasingly vivid. Zoro would not cast aside these memories, for having taken possession of his body, he must accept certain aspects of his existence. In Zoro's original memories, he was an orphan, an archetypal beginning. However, Carrie was not an orphan. He had both parents alive, and even his grandparents were still living. He had a girlfriend waiting for his return to marry. How infuriating. He was far better off than I. Where is Tucker? The tremor caused by Whitebeard swallowed him whole. I watched helplessly as he fell into the chasm. Yet, I was utterly powerless to intervene. After a moment of silence, Zoro produced a piece of fruit and shoved it into Carly's mouth. Ugh, what kind of fruit is this? It tastes terrible. After being forcefully fed, Carly was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. It was simply unbearable. Is it broken? No, it is a devil fruit, Zoro informed Callie. Ah? Carrie's eyes widened in astonishment. Ouch. That hurts. The sudden movement made Carrie cry out in pain. Wait, it seems the pain has lessened. Carrie realized that the discomfort was not as intense as before. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Zoro showed no hesitation in offering Carrie this devil fruit. The Zoan-type devil fruit grants enhanced recovery abilities. Wow, thank you. Carrie refrained from inquiring about the origin of the devil fruit. This is the immortal bird fruit belonging to the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division. Zoro did not hold back in revealing this fact. Carrie is someone he unreservedly trusts, a companion since childhood. And indeed, the bond between them is as solid as ever. Impressive. Karika muttered those two words after a brief pause. Just knowing is sufficient. There is no need to be ostentatious. One can simply utilize it gradually. Zoro patted Karika on the shoulder. Once I have eliminated all the pirates, you will have the freedom to use it at your leisure. I trust you. Carrie had no doubt about Zoro's capabilities. Then take good care of your injuries. I have some matters to attend to. Zoro left Carrie aboard the ship as he set out to handle a few affairs, such as launching a surprise attack on Blackbeard. First and foremost, he needed to find a vessel. Relying solely on his own two legs, even with the aid of moonwalk and shave, would be exhausting beyond measure. Jet ski. Zoro spotted the motorcycle that Smoker was riding in the distance. That's it, Zoro exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Smoker, known as the White Hunter, is a rear admiral in the Navy's G5 branch and a user of the smoke fruit. A former student of the legendary Admiral Zephyr. He is notorious for his rebellious nature and has earned the moniker of the Navy's Mad Dog due to his defiance of authority. He is a somewhat forgotten character. One of the earliest users of a Logia-type devil fruit. The smoke fruit grants him the ability to transform any part of his body into smoke, allowing him to instantly reconstitute himself even after sustaining physical damage. The quantity of smoke he can produce and its expansive range are directly proportional to his strength. The smoke can extend and take shape according to the user's will, enabling various forms of attack, such as resembling a white serpent or vine-like tendrils. During the recent Marineford War, he tragically became a mere background character. Das Bones, are you ready? Let's go, Smoker said, puffing on his cigar and releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Are you sure your injuries are all right? Des Bones replied, having nothing to pack. He leaped from the warship and landed on his motorcycle. You too, wait. Zoro called out from behind them. Smoker turned his head to gaze into the distance, where a figure was steadily approaching from the sky. Wasn't this the individual who had showcased remarkable prowess during the war? Do you know him, Tashigi? Smoker believed that Zoro-kin was seeking Tashigi, as he was not well acquainted with him. I do not recognize you, Dasky replied candidly, adjusting his glasses to ensure he was not mistaken. But why did he call us? Smoker pondered, perplexed. Gentlemen, please do not rush to leave. Zoro approached with a moonwalk, dropping a plank on the surface of the sea and standing upon it. We are not acquainted, are we? Smoker was still unaware of Zoro's intentions for seeking him out. While you may not recognize me, I am well aware of who you are, Zoro responded. You have gained quite the reputation. Smoker chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette. He did not harbor any jealousy towards Zoro's performance in the ongoing conflict. Rather, he felt a tinge of disappointment in his own underwhelming contribution. You will too, Zoro replied with a smile. After the Paramount War, Smoker sought to draw closer to his target, Monkey D. Luffy, and voluntarily requested a transfer to the Soul Branch located in the New World, G5. 2 years following the war, he was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. However, he still held the rank of Captain at present. And it was only after a year of demonstrating merit within the division that he ascended to the rank of Commodore. Let us dispense with idle chatter. What brings you to me? Smoker was not one to indulge in trivial conversation. Yet, he was a dedicated Navy officer, unwavering in his commitment to protect civilians at all costs. Despite his formidable strength, he was a maverick, often disregarding orders from his superiors, which complicated his ascent in rank. His demeanor was more composed than that of Tashigi, whom he frequently chastised as a sword fanatic. Additionally, he was an inveterate smoker, relishing cigars to the extent that he could smoke 2 or more simultaneously, carrying numerous cigars on his person. His vehicle of choice was a smoke-powered amphibious tricycle named Belonga. Disregarding commands from superiors could be advantageous, at least for Zoro in the present moment. If Smoker were a man of complete obedience, it would be challenging for him to seek him out. Tashigi, you go aboard first. I shall converse with this gentleman for a while. Oh. The dazed Dashki descended from the ship once more, returning to the warship. Now it can be said. Smoker dismissed Dashki without hesitation. Of course, it was no issue. Zoro stood before Smoker, articulating his purpose. May I borrow your motorcycle? Oh, my motorcycle? At your level, you should be qualified to guard a ship, shouldn't you? The ship is too large, making it inconvenient. Zoro did not conceal his intentions. I intend to use your motorcycle to eliminate a few individuals. Hey, is that acceptable? You're telling me this outright. Smoker was not surprised by this revelation. Is it Blackbeard? Smoker speculated. Indeed. The notion that such a man could still be alive was something I was unwilling to accept. You annihilated every crew member he had just recruited. and now you seek to eradicate any remnants. Truly, you live up to your reputation. Smoker had witnessed Zoro's actions during the Marineford War. He showed no mercy to any pirate, delivering swift, fatal blows to prevent any possibility of revival. Even the man known as the Mad Dog felt inferior in comparison. He was appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government. Your actions are in blatant violation of the regulations, Smoker cautioned. Who knows? Once the deed is done, simply dispose of the bodies, Zoro replied calmly, his words indeed instilling a sense of dread even in Smoker. Smoker could only manage a dry chuckle. Get in, let's go. Are you coming too? If something goes wrong, I won't be worried. I can simply leave on my own. Zoro is indifferent to his status as a Navy officer. That identity merely offers some convenience. I am known as the Mad Dog. So what if I go a little crazy? Smoker laughed heartily. Swiftly and decisively, they would settle this in a few hours. Zoro took his place behind the motorcycle. Northwest direction, full speed ahead. Hey, it seems like I'm your driver, Smoker muttered, though his feet did not falter. The 3-wheeled motorcycle belched out a massive plume of white smoke and vanished in an instant. On the warship, Tashigi heard the commotion and complained. They've left me all alone again. Though Smoker is not as rigidly righteous as Akainu regarding pirates, he still refuses to allow them to run rampant across the seas. Initially, Smoker's strength was commendable. He appeared to be a rival growing alongside Luffy, much like Roger and Karp. However, as time passed, while others strengthened, Smoker remained stagnant, merely enhancing his haki. Even his devil fruit, the smoke fruit, failed to yield any innovative abilities. It could almost contend with Caribou's mud fruit for the title of weakest Logia. From Zoro's perspective, the addition of Kobe was irrelevant. It would have been better to bolster Smoker instead. At least it would seem more reasonable for him to grow alongside Luffy, wouldn't it? Hey, how old are you? On the ocean chasing Blackbeard. Smoker did not forget to smoke. Me? 18. Zoro was indeed 18, but already an elite Navy officer. He himself was no weakling. You talented types are truly insufferable. Smoker did not harbor animosity towards Zoro. The Luffy he had been tracking was just like him. Step by step, he had come this far. From an obscure East Blue brat to burning down Eni's lobby, challenging the world government, defeating 2 warlords, and even confronting the celestial dragons. He had made a name for himself within the world government in less than a year, a feat akin to cheating. Some individuals are simply like that. I even said that Luffy could become one of the 4 emperors in 2 years. Zoro then jested about the truth of the future. The 4 emperors? Such monsters are not easily attained. Smoker shook his head. Indeed, Luffy's rate of growth was impressive. But to claim that he could ascend to the status of an emperor of the sea within a mere 2 years was utterly preposterous. Whitebeard had devoted over a decade to achieving such a rank, and both Big Mom and Kaido had similarly invested no less than 10 years. Even the youngest of the 4 emperors, Shanks, who belonged to a younger generation than the other 3, took 5 to 6 years to attain that title. Luffy becoming an emperor in just 2 years? Ridiculous. Nonetheless, it was clear that he could never reach the level of an emperor of the sea now. Zoro chuckled. Through his conversation with Smoker, Zoro recognized that Smoker was indeed a commendable marine, clear in his sense of justice and not like Karp, who fraternized with pirates. Nor like Kizaru, who slacked off in the absence of missions. Smoker had his own objectives and a firm sense of righteousness. Perhaps this was the prevalent attitude among the majority of the Marines, a deep-seated disdain for pirates while being constrained by their own limitations. As they continued their dialogue, Zoro's gaze fell upon a wooden sailing ship in the distance. The large pirate flag fluttered prominently, with 3 skulls unmistakably visible. The Blackbeard pirates had been located. On board the Blackbeard pirate ship, they had initially lacked a proper vessel, relying instead on a rudimentary wooden raft. It was only upon Blackbeard becoming a warlord of the sea that their raft was upgraded to a larger sailing ship. When assembling his crew at Impel Down, they had all been aboard this grander vessel. As for how the massive warship, the Wild Wolf, managed to keep pace with them, it was simply due to its sheer size. In typical waters, it could traverse the sea directly. Even if the water somewhat diminished its might, it was inconsequential. In deeper waters, it relied on the bubbles produced by the sake fruit to float along. On the Blackbeard pirate ship, cursed fate, Blackbeard lamented, filled with resentment. He had been so close to obtaining the tremor fruit. He was bewildered by Zoro's sudden appearance. In his calculations, a confrontation with Whitebeard would attract no attention from the Navy, for he was also a warlord of the sea. Assisting the Navy in their battle against Whitebeard was part of the original plan. The Navy would never suspect his ulterior motives. Suddenly acquiring the Tremor fruit would vastly enhance his power. He envisioned announcing his withdrawal from the Warlords, wielding 2 devil fruits to stride confidently through the New World. Yet, who could have foreseen the arrival of that little imp? Not only did he snatch away Blackbeard's grand opportunity, but he also caused the demise of several crew members he had painstakingly rescued. Blackbeard had no doubts. If he were to declare his exit from the Warlords, that fellow would undoubtedly seek to end his life. He had suffered a tremendous loss. The sniper was gone, the ship's doctor remained in a perilous state, and the helmsman was gravely injured. Only Lafitte was left able to move, but to what avail? Lafitte was merely a diplomat, possessing the Dove fruit, and had barely 2.5 years of training, having joined Blackbeard's crew for less than 6 months. In terms of strength, he was left with only his hypnotic abilities. "Captain, you should steer left," he urged, as the half-crippled Shabazz lay helplessly, leaving the task of navigating the ship to Blackbeard. Although he could no longer steer, he could still speak, and he guided Blackbeard with his words. "Alas, I am doomed, utterly hopeless," murmured Q. The most unfortunate among them. Shabazz had lost only half his body, while he himself was half-crippled, and the half that remained was in a sideways position. The mere fact that he was still alive felt miraculous. Without medical attention, he faced a slow demise. "We are close, just half a day's journey to the town," Lafitte said, retracting his wings, which Zoro had partially severed. Being a Zoan type, his recovery was remarkably swift, allowing him to fly with great effort as he ventured ahead to scout the path. "I may not last until then," Q weakly asserted. "Is that the Blackbeard pirates over there?" Smoker inquired, riding his motorcycle at an impressive speed, enhanced by the smoke fruit, enabling him to reach them at several times the speed of a sailing ship. There was only one town in the vicinity. They had no other destination unless Blackbeard wished to abandon his remaining 2 comrades. Zoro's gaze hardened. He was determined to eliminate Blackbeard here, with such a threat looming. He dared not consume a devil fruit. Better to err on the side of caution than to risk it all. "They should have noticed us by now," Smoker cautioned. As a fellow devil fruit user, he knew how easily one could be restrained in a maritime battle. "You need not intervene. I shall handle this." With a swift motion, Zoro deftly leaped away from Smoker's motorcycle in the blink of an eye. "Does this brat look down upon my strength?" Smoker fumed in dissatisfaction. Perhaps I should lend him a hand. He took a deep drag from his cigar, savoring the moment. Spitting out the cigarette, but he transformed into smoke and surged towards the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates, under Zoro's relentless persuasion along the way, led Smoker to regard him as a potential menace upon the vast seas. It was hard to believe, yet Zoro articulated every detail with remarkable precision, causing Smoker to ponder whether Zoro had consumed a prophetic devil fruit. Zoro even hinted that he would be promoted to Rear Admiral within 2 years, albeit in a different division. Someone has arrived. The sniper was gone, which signified that the Blackbeard pirates had lost one of their keenest eyes. Then Oka was capable of silently striking targets several kilometers away, his monocular allowing him to discern distant adversaries with remarkable clarity. Zoro met his demise due to his reckless assault on the Navy. Hailing from the East Blue, one cannot help but acknowledge that this region is indeed a cradle of exceptional talent. Van Oka, the sharpshooter from the East Blue, alongside Jesus Burgess from the Red-Haired Pirates, and the future Emperor of the Sea, Luffy, all emerged from this illustrious sea. The East Blue has also produced the legendary Pirate King, Roger, and the Revolutionary Dragon. Perhaps even the new Pirate King, Nika. Truly, it is a land of prodigious talent, deserving of its reputation as the most peaceful sea. And there he is again. Blackbeard recognized the newcomer immediately. Zoro. He had taken one of his own and slaughtered his crew member. Blackbeard seethed with a desire to dismember him. Thus, Blackbeard resolved to make a call. Quickly, contact the world government. After all, Blackbeard is now recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, and the Navy cannot strike against him at will. Beep beep. The telephone bug commenced its call, requiring a moment. The world government is currently quite occupied. In addition to Fleet Admiral Sengoku engaging in discussions with them, Director Magellan of Impel Down is also announcing his intention to retire. In succinct terms, Blackbeard's call must await its turn. Is it really this slow? Blackbeard sensed impending doom. If it lingered any longer, his fate would be sealed. Captain, where has that person halted? Shabazz discerned Zoro suspended in midair. His sword was drawn, yet why had he not advanced further? Ah ha ha ha. Blackbeard grinned, revealing several missing front teeth. What is Zoro doing? He is gathering his strength. With a resounding boom, a colossal strike, towering several dozen meters, surged towards Blackbeard's ship. As it ascended higher and higher, it reached a height of 30 or 40 meters upon confronting Blackbeard. Hurry, turn, turn, Shabash anxiously directed. It is too late. The crimson slash pierced through the utterly defenseless vessel, cleaving it in two, with the bow and stern separating dramatically. Hello? The phone book connected. But the figure beside it had already vanished. Oh, are they not yet finished? Zoro gazed into the distance. Although the ship had been severed, it had not sustained significant damage. However, fortuitously, the portion containing the transponder snail had been separated. Hurry, answer the call. Blackbeard heard the sound of the transponder snail. But the distance was too great, and the roar of the waves nearby was overwhelming. Someone needed to approach. Alas, it seems that only the non-specialist could venture forth. Surrounded by the vast expanse of the sea, flying is no longer an option. One can only leap across. Boom. Here they come again. Blackbeard's ship was shattered into myriad fragments. Yet, Blackbeard managed to cling to a substantial piece of debris, adrift in the water, while the feet forcibly transformed into a dove. The remaining two had no means of escape. Half of Poison Q's body was left, desperately gripping the plank with his right hand, while Shaba's fared somewhat better. His injured waist submerged, but still able to embrace an entire log with both arms. Hello? Is there anything you need? The voice continued to emanate from the telephone receiver. What's the matter? Someone inquired. Blackbeard, however, remained silent. Was it intentional? Perhaps it was best to end the conversation there. Gurgle, gurgle. The telephone bug sank into the depths of the ocean. Is it coming to an end? Blackbeard expressed his discontent. After waiting for over 2 decades to obtain the dark fruit, he was poised to carve out his destiny as the Pirate King. Yet, an unforeseen circumstance arose, and he felt that even death would not suffice. Blackbeard fixed his gaze firmly on Zoro, who showed no inclination to advance. It appeared he was intent on toying with them, letting them sink deeper into despair time and again. Hey, aren't you going to kill him directly? Smoker, in his smoke form, approached Zoro's side. No rush. Let's play with them a bit, Zoro replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Smoker felt that Zoro resembled a true pirate. Do you feel sympathy for Blackbeard? Zoro suddenly countered. Not in the slightest. I merely caution that such sentiments, if discovered, could be detrimental. Smoker reminded Zoro of his stealthy departure. It won't take long to resolve this. Captain, I can't hold on any longer. The first to falter, Poison Q. Succumb to the waves. One down, Zoro informed Smoker. Let's eliminate this one first. Zoro unleashed another slash, this time not particularly large, yet executed with remarkable speed. Poison Q. Shabas watched in horror as Poison Q was cleaved in two by the oncoming strike. No, it was not merely 2 halves. It had been reduced to a quarter, a mere fourth of Poison Q. With an exceptional resistance to toxins, Poison Q was largely immune to poisonous harm. As a toxicologist, he had not consumed a devil fruit. Perhaps he had not yet found the moment to do so. His routine treatments involved using poison to counteract poison, and he had ingested quite a bit himself. Toxin resistance? Quite commendable, one might say. At the very least, it allowed Zoro to remain unconcerned about certain lethal poisons that could have caught him off guard. If he were truly poisoned, without utilizing his observation haki, he might indeed fall victim to it. However, observation haki cannot be maintained indefinitely. This served to compensate for one of Zoro's vulnerabilities. Next in line, it would be you. Zoro aimed at Shabas, the champion of combat. His own prowess was formidable, capable of matching even Joju in strength. Yet, with only half of his body remaining, he could only cling to the wooden remnants, desperately striving for survival. Damn it. Though Blackbeard harbored little affection for his crew, hastily assembled over a brief period, the resemblance to Luffy's journey, finding his own crew within months, was unmistakable. The shared stench of their efforts rendered this sense of futility profoundly disheartening. What do you truly intend to do? Blackbeard bellowed in anger towards Zoro. Nothing in particular, merely fulfilling the obligations of a Navy officer, Zoro replied, gradually advancing. His gaze fixed upon the fierce Blackbeard. The future Emperor of the Sea resembled a stray dog, lost and forlorn. I am a warlord of the sea. You cannot strike against me. Oh, is that so? I am unaware, Zoro responded, stepping closer, looking down upon Blackbeard. An opportunity. Blackbeard's gaze suddenly turned fierce and menacing. Come here. Another ability of the dark fruit is its power to draw others closer. Blackbeard took advantage of Zoro's approach to climb onto the plank. Do you intend to perish together with me? One must admit, Blackbeard is a true pirate, resorting to any means to achieve his goals, even in dire straits. He clings to the notion of dragging someone down with him. Ha 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 ha. If I am to die, I will take someone with me. The grotesque visage of Blackbeard is enough to make Zoro feel nauseated. You must think too little of me. Do you really believe that being close to you means you can defeat me? In close combat, Blackbeard is indeed formidable. The scars on Shanks' face are evidence of his prowess. Surely, Shanks did not present his face to Blackbeard for him to scratch, did he? Swish. It has been quite a while since I last employed this. Blackbeard retrieved the claw that was sheathed at his waist, a weapon he had wielded during his time with the Whitebeard pirates. Bang. With that, the other hand of Blackbeard fired a shot. The technology in the world of pirates remains an enigma. In certain regions, it resembles a futuristic society, while in others, it mirrors a feudal kingdom devoid of electricity. It is as if the firearms employed by the Navy are already of exceptional quality, while those utilized by pirates require the cumbersome process of loading gunpowder. Lead bullets are commonplace, lacking the aerodynamic design characteristic of modern ammunition. Useless. Blackbeard's gunfire indeed struck Zoro. Yet the extraordinary resilience of Whitebeard, coupled with his immense physique, swiftly facilitated the healing of this minor wound. Not to mention the presence of observation hockey and the ironclad resolve. With a fierce cry, Blood lunged at Blackbeard, whose strength proved formidable as he intercepted Zoro's initial strike with his claws. Your weapon is utterly feeble. Bang. Indeed, it has exploded. Blackbeard has once again reverted to his unarmed state. Zoro stands atop another fragment of debris, swaying slightly, yet remains unfazed. Blackbeard exhaled wearily. The outcome of this battle appeared inevitable. One must admit, you are a true pirate. As Zoro spoke, he skillfully chipped away at the plank beneath Blackbeard's feet. With ambition and endurance, he had the fortitude to endure for over 2 decades in pursuit of his dreams. The board beneath Blackbeard could barely support his weight now. Yet, what concern is that of mine? Zoro continued to strike. As long as pirates like you exist, how can the world ever attain peace? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed in response. Are we pirates truly facing extinction? What of the celestial dragons? Ultimately, he too felt the weight of inevitability, resigning himself to fate. In order to heal, one must first excise the rotten flesh. Zoro fell silent. With a swift motion, Blackbeard's blood gushed forth like a fountain, and he fell backward, succumbing to the depths of the sea. Unlike a fisherman or Jack, who could sink to the ocean floor without fear of death, Blackbeard required air to breathe. Yet, the ocean's grip, a consequence of his devil fruit powers, rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch helplessly as the surface receded from him. Ultimately, he sank to the seabed, suffocating to death. Zoro felt no concern for any potential rescue. The Blackbeard pirates had been utterly vanquished. What shall we do with this man? Smoker, merely a bystander, had apprehended Lafitte. The smoke fruit posed no challenge against such an unarmed foe. It was a mere trifle. Kill him, let him sink to the sea. There was little to discuss. With only Lafitte remaining, was there any reason to spare him? Of course, eliminate him. Let him vanish without a trace. Are you even a member of the Navy? You're more ruthless than the pirates, Smoker mused inwardly, though he did not hide his sentiments. These pirates truly deserved their fate, and their execution was justified. Lafitte, the most refined member of the Blackbeard pirates, was articulate and persuasive. His position as one of the 7 warlords was a result of his own efforts, having once served as a security officer in the West Sea, where his excessive use of violence led to his notorious reputation and eventual exile. He had mysteriously appeared at the government's meeting to convene the 7 warlords, seeking to champion Captain Blackbeard's inclusion among their ranks. However, Lafitte held no value for Zoro and would not be spared. Enveloped entirely by Smoker's smoke and ensnared by his sea prism stone trident, Lafitte was already exhausted. Upon hearing Zoro's verdict, panic set in. He had long since lost his composed demeanor. Yet, Zoro had no desire to witness him any longer. You are the last one left. Go to hell and join your captain. Justice points increased by 6,700. This was the justice value added for the fallen Blackbeard, now submerged in the ocean. Still, it hadn't reached 10,000. It was true. Blackbeard had only recently ascended to the rank of warlord. His ambitions focused on the tremor fruit of Whitebeard. Before he could fully unleash his potential, he had been undone by his own actions, indeed earning less justice than the criminals he had extracted from the 6th level of prison. Extraction, dark fruit. At last, Zoro gazed upon the panel displaying the devil fruit. This very fruit had incited Blackbeard to slay Sachi, betray the Whitebeard pirates, and lead Ace to disregard wise counsel. It sparked the war of the best. And one could assert that this singular object had catalyzed a tumultuous upheaval across the world. Now it was mine. In truth, Zoro also perceived Blackbeard's other abilities, such as possessing 3 hearts and the ability to forego sleep. His split personality allowed him to consume 2 additional devil fruits. However, Zoro preferred to maintain the semblance of a normal human being. Thus he dismissed these peculiarities. Above the sea, the waves surged relentlessly. Fragments of wood and torn garments floated amidst the chaos, accompanied by a pirate flag adorned with 3 skulls, the crimson liquid staining the waters. Soon, another wave crashed forth, the red spreading rapidly as the debris scattered in all directions. Lafitte, who was ultimately consumed by despair, was dragged down by Zoro, who had secured a hefty stone to him. As Smoker relinquished his hold, Lafitte sank straight to the ocean's depths. Perhaps only through penance beneath the waves could these pirates hope to atone for their sins. It seemed I had inadvertently unlocked a formidable form of punishment. On the journey back to Marineford, Smoker found himself rendered speechless by Zoro's mercilessness, scarcely uttering a word. "What is it? Have I been too cruel to pirates?" Zoro inquired. "It's hard to believe you are merely a lad not yet 18. Smoker responded after a moment's hesitation. Having witnessed the atrocities committed by pirates, one indeed matures swiftly. Each thought of the innocent civilians ravaged by pirates, the lives extinguished without mercy, and the children sold into slavery pierced his heart. Were their lives deemed worthless? To confront these pirates, one must not regard them as human. They are mere beasts, all deserving of extermination." As Zoro elucidated his perspective, Smoker produced 2 cigars from his pocket. "One, please." "Smoking is prohibited for minors," Zoro casually remarked. "E-cigarettes and furong are acceptable," he added. "Well, never mind then." Smoker did not impose any restrictions either, though he too had forgotten that the pirate world has no concept of underage individuals. Furthermore, he was unfamiliar with what e-cigarettes and furong were. When pirates arrive, they care not for your age. Those who must be slain will be slain, and what ought to be seized will be seized. Indeed, Zoro's description is remarkably vivid. Smoker, having experienced the aftermath firsthand, is responsible for Log Town. As the site of Gold. Roger's execution, Log Town attracts numerous pirates each month who come to pay homage to the place where the pirate king met his fate. This has become a customary pilgrimage. While pirates from the East Blue frequent the location, there are occasional visitors from other seas as well. The influx of pirates often leads to chaos, leaving Smoker feeling overwhelmed at times. Arriving too late can result in a village facing utter devastation. Consequently, Smoker's demeanor has grown somewhat extreme, though not to the extent of Zoro's. His behavior remains relatively normal. Zoro sees no flaw in his ruthless pursuit of justice. In this era, the age of pirates, chaos reigns supreme. The Navy must embody strength and resolve. To be conciliatory with pirates is to abandon all dignity. Only a steadfast form of justice can usher in enduring peace. If a coward or a weakling takes command of the Navy, it would render the institution utterly ineffective. Who would then pose a threat to these pirates? Kill. Mercilessly slay them all. Eliminate every last one, ensuring that no one dares to set sail under the pirate flag again. This is Zoro's unwavering perspective on justice, one that will never waver throughout his life. "It is almost time," Smoker remarked, having consumed 4 or 5 cigars in rapid succession. This time, he smoked with an urgency unlike any other, finishing what would typically last him half a day in mere puffs. He found himself preoccupied with a troubling dilemma. Should he eradicate those pirates without mercy, leaving no survivors? It was evident that his resolve had wavered, influenced by Zoro's words. Hypnosis, a means to facilitate the acceptance of one's perspective by others. Zoro had chosen to wield this ability, albeit not in the conventional sense of complete control. The individual must possess a mindset somewhat aligned with one's own. If Zoro attempted to convey this notion to Kizaru, the latter would merely yawn while trimming his nails. The disparity in viewpoints renders such attempts futile. Smoker, however, was an excellent candidate. He was imbued with a profound sense of justice and harbored a deep-seated aversion to pirates. Zoro aimed to recruit him to his cause, believing that one must show no leniency in the face of piracy. As they parted ways, Zoro employed the moonwalk technique to depart from the jet ski, while Smoker continued to smoke, lost in his own thoughts. Before leaving, Zoro offered a parting caution: be wary of the base commander, Virgo, of the G5 unit. Though it was conceivable that Doflamingo had been dealt with during these 2 years, Virgo might remain entrenched within the Navy for a lifetime. It was merely a reminder for Smoker to stay vigilant. Virgo? Smoker pondered over this unfamiliar name. Fool, what are you still waiting for? Get down and leave. Smoker gazed at Das Bones, who was lost in thought aboard the ship. Very well. As he observed Smoker disappearing into the distance, Zoro felt indifferent. He was pleased with any success, yet he did not impose any demands on himself. The true principle lay in his own strength. What is it? Carrie inquired. Observing the returning Zoro, he felt that he had nearly recovered. After all, the phoenix fruit granted a power of immortality that surpassed mere flames. Severely injured, Carrie found his wounds healed almost instantaneously after Zoro administered the phoenix fruit. Listening to Zoro, he feigned an injured demeanor. Zoro had spent less than 3 hours pursuing the Blackbeard pirates. The sluggishness of Blackbeard's ship was evident, as Smoker's motorcycle could outpace them by several folds. It took Blackbeard half a day to approach the town, while Smoker caught up in just over an hour. The execution of the pirates took less than 20 minutes, and the return journey consumed a little over an hour. Thus, the entire endeavor amounted to nearly 3 hours. At that moment, Sengoku's meeting had just concluded. Very well. I shall retire in 3 months, Sengoku declared as he rose. Everyone else followed suit, having served alongside Sengoku, who had held the position of fleet admiral for decades. To the point of his hair turning white from the strain, albeit he continued to dye it black. Sakazuki, you shall be responsible for Zoro. Sengoku had always sought equilibrium within the Navy, ensuring that the radical Sakazuki did not entirely dominate, nor allowing the laid-back Kizaru to gain too much influence. Akiji maintained a balanced approach, performing tasks proactively without the need for Sengoku's prodding, unlike Sakazuki, who would often execute pirates without prior discussion. Hence, Sengoku resolved to recommend Akiji as the new fleet admiral upon his retirement. At that moment, he remained unaware of the profound impact this decision would have on the Navy. As for the dark fruit, after eliminating Blackbeard, Zoro had acquired it as well. He contemplated whether to consume the dark fruit. Recognizing that both Kaido and Big Mom were devil fruit users, gaining the power of the dark fruit would undoubtedly bestow a considerable advantage when confronting them in the future. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea, reasoning that as an embodiment of justice, consuming the dark fruit would be inappropriate. The incongruity of such a power was minor compared to the potential impact on his image. Could he truly embody a shadowy form of justice? So be it. The prison fruit shall be mine. It is said that devil fruits instinctively seek out their most compatible masters, a notion researched by Dr. Vegapunk. Some aspired to become light, resulting in the light fruit. Others wished to transform into a tiger, which led to the cat fruit in its tiger form. There were those who desired eternal rule, giving rise to the hormone fruit. Perhaps the prison fruit was indeed the most suitable for Zoro. He felt an inexplicable and potent attraction to it, especially as it marked his first reward. Newcomers often receive certain advantages, and this felt like his. It is decided, the prison fruit shall be mine. This is utterly unpalatable, Zoro remarked as he chewed, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. If it weren't for the knowledge that this devil fruit could bestow extraordinary powers, he would never have considered consuming it. After a couple of bites, he discarded the remainder into the sea. The abilities of a devil fruit can only be granted to the first person who consumes it. Even if 2 individuals partake, one will inevitably precede the other. Sensing no discernible change, Zoro propped his chin on his hand, introspecting the subtle shifts within his body. He then glanced at the compendium, where the abilities of the prison fruit were documented: confinement, darkness, and enclosure. Did it truly require him to construct a prison of his own? Zoro scrutinized the descriptions of confinement and space. Give it a try. Callie, please assist in conducting an experiment. We already have a suitable candidate. The other naval personnel are unfamiliar, so it falls upon you. What is happening? Carrie said, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, as Zoro harnessed his abilities, his right hand made contact with Carrie. Whoosh. Has he vanished? Zoro gazed at the spot where Carrie had abruptly disappeared. Where could he have gone? Had he been confined to another dimension? The spatial description brought to mind the door fruit, capable of creating portals to independent realms and facilitating instantaneous travel. It was the quintessential devil fruit for nefarious deeds such as theft and framing others, were it not for the fact that Bruno had already consumed it, and CP9 had seemingly vanished without a trace. Zoro might well have taken matters into his own hands and eliminated him on the spot. Could it be? Is the prison within me? Zoro contemplated a startling notion. What if he had transformed into a prison, capable of holding anyone captive? With this thought, Zoro immediately delved into his consciousness. To say he immersed himself in his awareness was to imply a state of meditation. Within the realm of his consciousness, he called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" Carrie found himself confined in a stark cell, devoid of any furnishings, with bare walls and a door that featured only a small opening. "Zoro, are you there? What is happening?" Carrie exclaimed in bewilderment. Wasn't this supposed to be an experiment? He was utterly perplexed by his sudden arrival in this desolate place, where he felt utterly forsaken. Clearly, he had been imprisoned. Perhaps he should try the abilities of the phoenix fruit? Carrie pondered the potential of his immortal powers. Surely, no one would notice. With determination, Carrie decided to give it a try. The moment Callie transformed into the phoenix, she was overwhelmed by an immense pressure. It felt as if 1,000 tons of weight surged towards her from the confines of this small space. In an instant, it forced the card back to its original form. Is it impossible to utilize the powers of the devil fruit? Then forget it. Carrie resolved to give up. He would wait for Zoro to rescue him. In the boundless darkness, Carrie gradually began to feel a sense of loneliness. Is anyone there? Am I all alone? Carrie lay on the small platform, yearning for someone to notice her. "Kelly?" The familiar voice instantly roused Kelly from her stupor. It was Zoro's voice. "Hey, Zoro. Is that you? Have you found me?" Kelly exclaimed anxiously. It seemed he had indeed located her. Zoro stood just outside the prison. Was this the power of the prison fruit? Moments ago, Zoro had traversed the expanse of his consciousness within the prison. It was vast, seemingly without end. Within its confines, he was rendered powerless, akin to an ordinary individual. Yet, Zoro discerned a crucial realization. He was the embodiment of this prison, capable of exercising control over any aspect of it at will. For instance, he could rearrange the positions of several cells or diminish the dimensions of a particular cell. Warden was Zoro's self-assessment. He was, in essence, the true master of this prison. Open. With a creaking sound, the thick door in front of the cabin swung open. Zoro? Has he vanished? Zoro observed the fleeting moment when Carrie disappeared as he exited the room. "Hey, Zoro." Zoro awoke to find Carrie right before him. "So this is how it is. I am the emperor of this realm. Was that ability of yours a devil fruit?" After emerging, Carrie discovered Zoro seated on the deck. "It should be so. By the way, how did you feel after being imprisoned?" Zoro sought to delve into the nature of his devil fruit through Carly. The powers of certain devil fruits are not as straightforward as one might think. Can you envision a fish awakening to become a dragon fruit? Or even a rubber fruit that had been called for over a decade suddenly transforming into a Nika fruit? It is not merely a paramecia type, but rather a zoan type. Mythical creature. It seems that Chopper consumed the simplest of devil fruits, one that grants the form of an ordinary human. Consequently, Zoro also believes that the abilities of all devil fruits are reliant on one's own development. Moreover, the devil fruit compendium indicates that the awakened form is the hell fruit, which requires diligent cultivation. The atmosphere was dark, confined, and within it, one could hardly perceive the passage of time. As Carly recounted, memories of the earlier scene resurfaced. Prolonged confinement could indeed drive one to madness. Even in the 6th level of Impelled Down, one could still converse with a neighboring cellmate. Yet within that prison, Carly felt utterly disconnected from the outside world, his mind taut with tension. It was all too easy to descend into insanity. Is there more? It seemed that the powers of the devil fruit were being suppressed. Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes sparkled with intrigue. When I transformed into the phoenix, an overwhelming pressure enveloped me, but fortunately, I was able to revert back to my original form. Carrie still felt a lingering dread. Had I remained transformed any longer, I would surely have met my demise. The ability to confine the devil fruit, indeed, aligns with the notion of imprisonment. The boundless darkness resembled a life sentence, devoid of the passage of time. Enclosed in darkness, the final element was space itself. This was a realm within Zoro's consciousness. It was known that one could confine another through the act of touch. Why not venture in again? Zoro encouraged Carrie. "No way. I felt as if I would perish within moments. Another experience like that might drive me to madness." Carrie hastily declined. "Then forget it," Zoro decided, not feeling the need to press the matter further. He could simply seek out another pirate to experiment with. If harnessed effectively, this ability could allow Zoro to forge his own realm, imprisoning others within his own confines. However, he still needed to ascertain a crucial question. Could anyone be ensnared within? Zoro surmised that those weaker than himself could easily be captured, much like Carly, who would be left at his mercy once ensnared. Conversely, those stronger than him might prove difficult to contain, and even if captured, they could potentially break free. Nevertheless, such considerations could wait until later. After all, at this moment, how many could truly escape once caught in his grasp? He would delve into these thoughts during future battles, perhaps even uncovering a mythical Zoan form reminiscent of the 10 Kings of Hell. At that point, the jail fruit might transform into the hell fruit. For now, Zoro resolved to let it be. Take a well-deserved rest. How are you? On Trafalgar Law's submarine, Luffy and Jinbe lay on the operating table. Law, known as the Surgeon of Death, indeed possessed some medical expertise. Jinbe's condition appeared dire, and he was on the brink of death. Having endured several brutal attacks from Akainu without Marco's assistance, Jinbe, a warlord of the sea, was nearly at his end. His chest bore not one, but 2 gaping wounds that had fused together. Fortunately, being a fishman endowed him with remarkable vitality. Additionally, although Akainu's fists had pierced Jinbe, they had not damaged any vital organs. Alas, Jinbe had lost a kidney, but it was not a grave concern. Blood transfusion is necessary, Law remarked as he finished bandaging Sabo. Utilizing the surgical fruit, he meticulously transformed a large wound into countless smaller ones, dispersing these injuries across Sabo's body. This approach hastened his recovery, pulling him back from the brink of death. Captain, what about the Straw Hat Kid? Beppo had just administered a considerable amount of blood to Sabo, but for him, there was nothing more he could do. Luffy's condition was far more critical. From the prison to the war at Marineford, he had fought relentlessly. Every cell in his body was in a frenzied state, and his blood ran scalding hot. Moreover, after being injected with a stimulant by Ivankov, he had sacrificed decades of his lifespan. Law found it difficult to ascertain whether Luffy would survive. Currently, Luffy's body resembled a once-new machine that had been rendered obsolete in merely a day. Ivankov had forcibly pieced him back together with adhesive, allowing him to continue functioning. However, upon Ace's death, Luffy had effectively shut down, halting even the machine's self-repair mechanisms. It was as if he had lost all meaning in life. Law was a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. He couldn't address such psychological afflictions. He could only mend the machine once more, enabling it to operate again. Perhaps, when Luffy eventually grew stronger, this machine would repair itself automatically. So, where do we go from here? Daughter Island. Luo decided to leave Luffy and Jinbe with Rayleigh. He felt he had done enough. After a day of navigating, the submarine arrived at Daughter Island. Hancock was anxiously awaiting on the island. Is Luffy all right? Hancock paced back and forth in agitation. Meanwhile, Rayleigh appeared completely unconcerned. He had just sailed from Sabaody Archipelago to Amazon Lily. Indeed, Rayleigh had a good relationship with the island. He was enamored with the bar owner, Shaki, from Sabaody Archipelago, the former empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja pirates, known simply as Shaki, now ran a bar called Shaki's Bar in Sabaody Archipelago, living alongside Silver's Rayleigh. Consequently, Rayleigh was quite familiar with Daughter Island, often coming here to rest. How could the Straw Hat Kid possibly perish so easily? Rayleigh wrung out his clothes and draped them over a tree branch. What he desperately needed was psychological solace. Ace had died before his eyes, leaving him in despair. What should we do? Hancock was equally flustered. Let us wait until he awakens, Rayleigh suggested. Here it comes. Glub. The yellow submarine surfaced, belonging to the red-haired pirates. With a resounding crash, Luffy and Jinbe found themselves transported onto the shore. Luffy. Such words heralded the emergence of an extraordinary individual within the Navy. Jinbe and Luffy were carried away by the female warriors to rest. Rayleigh, too, had comprehended the full scope of the recent war at the summit. Was another ruthless figure, akin to Sakazuki, emerging? Rayleigh gazed at the information being propagated in the newspaper. The new naval hero, Zoro, slayer of the Yonko Whitebeard. His formidable strength renders him worthy of the rank of admiral. Alas, the path ahead for Luffy now harbors yet another formidable rival. Little do they know, their lives are now reduced to less than half a month. One day, under a bright and sunny sky, Zoro has ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, directly under the command of Fleet Admiral Akainu. In truth, nearly every Vice Admiral possesses their own faction. Zoro's relentless pursuit of justice evidently aligns with Sakazuki's brand of righteousness. Sengoku is well aware of this and has thus assigned Zoro to Akainu's jurisdiction. However, at present, there is no urgency, or rather, Zoro himself is not preoccupied. Typically, A newly appointed rear admiral like Zoro would be tasked with guarding a naval division. Yet, Zoro, having recently been promoted and having conferred with Akainu, has found himself stationed at the devastated Marine headquarters in Marineford, where he remains industrious. Although the Marine headquarters lay in ruins, and despite the Marines' victory over the Whitebeard pirates, the dying words of Whitebeard, proclaiming the existence of the legendary treasure, have reignited the fervor among pirates, heralding the return of the pirate tide. With the headquarters destroyed, repairs will take considerable time. Sengoku and others have relocated the Marine headquarters to the nearby G1 base, leaving some personnel behind to clear the debris and recover the bodies of fallen soldiers. Some have been buried beneath the collapsed structures, while others have fallen into crevices, rendering recovery impossible. As a rear admiral, Zoro holds a deep respect for those soldiers who valiantly faced the pirates, charging forth even in the face of certain defeat. In light of this, Zoro expresses disdain for the cowardly Kobe, the so-called king of cowards, whose corpse remains unclaimed. Zoro refuses to offer this worthless figure any dignity in death. He stands as a reminder to every Marine that cowards meet grim fates, regardless of their connections. Despite his rank, Zoro possesses formidable strength, making it no challenge to assist in clearing the wreckage. Moreover, the vicinity of the headquarters often attracts overconfident pirates eager to cause trouble. Zoro does not hesitate to deal with them, each encounter adding to his justice points, which accumulate over time. Furthermore, there is another significant reason for his vigilance. Monkey D. Luffy is expected to return. Zoro anticipates that this moment will arrive within a couple of days, when Luffy will come to the Marine headquarters to seize a naval vessel and circle the headquarters, ringing the bell to signal his companions. 3D2Y. What was once a promise to meet in 3 days has now been transformed into a meeting 2 years hence. You look down upon me, Zoro. The Navy headquarters is not a place one can enter or exit at will. If you come this time, at the very least, leave me a corpse here, one among Rayleigh, Jinbe, or Luffy. This place was already in ruins, with not a single rear admiral left among the Navy. This time, Zoro has taken the initiative to remain here. Captain Zoro. During his week-long stay here, Zoro has cultivated a rather amicable relationship with the naval soldiers. When not facing pirates, Zoro is remarkably approachable, especially towards those noble souls among the Navy who uphold justice and protect the innocent. Let's take a break, Zoro remarked, glancing at the sun, which had reached its zenith. He had no issues with resting, for these naval officers were but ordinary individuals deserving of a respite. All right, time for a break. With that, Zoro seized a blood-stained surfboard and set off towards the vast ocean. Before long, fortune smiled upon him. He had caught a fish with a savory beef flavor. Zoro was out hunting, and behind him trailed a sea king, measuring approximately 400 to 500 meters in length. This creature bore the head and body of a bull, yet lacked limbs, its fins serving as substitutes. Sea kings can reach lengths of up to 5,000 meters. The station navy was sparse, numbering just over 1,000 men. This single catch was ample sustenance. Zoro had no intention of pursuing the larger sea kings that measured in the thousands of meters. Oh, how wonderful! The naval officers on the shore beheld the sea king brought back by Zoro, knowing that today they would feast upon delightful delicacies. The sea king, a type of fish, is not only large, but also remarkably succulent. Ever since Zoro has been stationed here, they have been fortunate enough to savor an array of sea kings daily, flavors reminiscent of beef, lamb, lion, and even fish. They gathered around the fire, ready to roast the meat. Oh, alas! While Zoro indulged in barbecued delicacies with the Navy headquarters, a considerable distance away from Marineford, the sea lay before them. Are you ready, Luffy? Luffy perched upon Jinbe's back, while Rayleigh, as ever, swam effortlessly. I am ready. Aside from Ace, I have comrades waiting for me. I cannot allow myself to falter. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Oh, ha ha ha. After nearly 2 weeks, Luffy finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he plunged into despair, and following that, he sought to engage Jinbe in a battle. Luffy, however, was unable to prevail against Jinbe. He was simply no match for him. After a brief skirmish, Rayleigh arrived. With Rayleigh's encouragement, Luffy gradually regained his confidence. He overcame the haunting shadow of Ace's death before him and steered his focus towards the aspiration of becoming the Pirate King. The purpose of his visit to the Marine headquarters was to inform his comrades that they should wait for him, as they would reunite 2 years later at Sabaody Archipelago. In just half a day's time, they would arrive. Jinbe, carrying Luffy, was well acquainted with the conditions of the sea. Excellent. Rayleigh surmised that the Navy headquarters would not be guarded by formidable forces, as it had already become a ruin. We shall seize a warship, circle around the Navy headquarters, and then toll the Oxbell to convey your message before making our retreat. Rayleigh's plan was flawless. However, the first step faltered. Typically, this would indeed be the case. No one would concern themselves with a place long abandoned, except for Zoro, who had been waiting for quite some time. The moment to lie in wait had arrived. Should anyone dare to intrude, they would surely face a resounding defeat. Just then, as Zoro was enjoying some grilled meat, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching the Navy headquarters. At that moment, only those with nothing better to do would venture into a crumbling ruin. Apart from those of unsound mind, it could only be Luffy and Rayleigh. Here they come, Zoro muttered. Everyone, aboard the warship at once. Zoro issued a direct command, urging all the sailors, who were in the midst of their meal, to embark the vessel. Should a confrontation arise between Zoro and Rayleigh, these soldiers would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Quick! At the command, the naval officers ascended their ships in an orderly fashion. Now, we await their arrival, eager to witness whether the venerable Whitebeard can outmatch the aged Rayleigh. Zoro is particularly keen on this forthcoming encounter. Should Rayleigh prove unable to remain, the fathead fish may well stay behind. As for Luffy, those two fellows are certain to staunchly defend him. There is no rush. Over the course of these 2 years, one by one, his companions will fade away. Arrived, before him lay a desolate wasteland, and just by gazing at it, Rayleigh could envision the magnitude of the war that had once raged above. Where was everyone? Luffy had temporarily emerged from the sorrow of losing Ace. Some naval officers were engaged in cleanup, while the remainder were likely aboard their warships. As Roger's right-hand man, Rayleigh, despite his advanced age, still possessed formidable strength that had not diminished over the years. Unlike Whitebeard, who had ravaged his own body and lived like a shadow of his former self, Rayleigh's life revolved around drinking and, when funds ran low, selling himself at the slave market. After sobering up, he would venture out, a repetitive cycle. He often swam through the calm belt, maintaining his physical condition. He was indeed a tough adversary. Let us take care of this ship quickly. Very well. Rayleigh chose the nearest warship and leaped aboard. Following him, Luffy and Jinbei followed suit with a graceful bound. Hey, are we not to announce our presence when intruding upon another's territory? Just as Luffy was about to seize control of the vessel, Zoro emerged, hoisting his sword, Shusui. The term hoisting is apt, for Shusui, originally over a meter in length, had absorbed a considerable amount of blood during the Battle of Marineford. It had mutated, or rather, evolved, reaching nearly 2 meters in length, with a width surpassing its previous dimensions. Zoro, standing over 2 meters tall himself, found it fitting to wield Shusui. Troublesome, Rayleigh remarked upon seeing Zoro, realizing that the task of conveying the message would not be easily accomplished. Who is he? Luffy genuinely did not recognize Zoro. During the Marineford War, his focus was solely on Ace, and when Ace perished before his eyes, he was utterly shattered. Subsequently, Jinbei carried Luffy away as they fled, only to be pierced through the chest by Akainu, rendering him unconscious. My reputation certainly does not rival that of the Straw Hat, Zoro said with a smile as he glanced at Luffy. Luffy, this one is formidable. You should retreat to another warship. Jinbei positioned himself protectively behind Luffy. Very well. Luffy, not one to dismiss advice, understood Rayleigh's implication that this individual posed a dilemma. His primary objective on this occasion was to relay information to his companions, relegating all other matters to a secondary status. Rubber slingshot. Luffy elongated his arm, aiming at a distant warship like a slingshot. Bayou, have I been ignored? Indeed. My reputation is still insufficiently resounding, Zoro mused. Despite his rapid ascendance during the war on the top, having claimed the head of Whitebeard and vanquished several criminals emerging from the 6th level, these feats alone do not suffice to validate one's prowess. Detractors have remarked that Whitebeard was reduced to mere flesh and blood, easily dispatched by a mere foot soldier. Those incarcerated on the 6th level had languished for so long that starvation was nearly upon them. How could the new marine hero be unaware of such matters? Rayleigh discarded his water-soaked garments. The Dark King, Rayleigh. Zoro squinted his eyes. To be recognized by you is indeed an honor. Jinbei, be cautious, Rayleigh replied, his demeanor turning serious. He rotated his arms to warm up. Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile shattering fist. A technique capable of obliterating 5,000 tiles with sheer force. Jinbei had never engaged Zoro in combat, having only read of his victories in the newspapers. Undefeated, and Jinbe, known for his steadfast nature, carried a weight that was equally stable. Huh, do you look down upon me? Merely 5,000? Zoro didn't even draw his sword. He forcefully deflected the shockwave with nothing but his fists. A resounding crash erupted from the surface of the sea, sending a wave surging forth. Seeing his attack completely countered by Zoro, Jinbe immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The Fishman Karate ultimate technique, Fishman Karate, Ugi, was unleashed. A sphere of water coalesced in his palm, unleashing a formidable impact against his adversary, powerful enough to penetrate the very essence of his foe. Its might could pierce through the colossal form of the giant fishman, Mian Jingjian, whose size dwarfed even mountains. Jinbe unleashed his most powerful technique to confront Zoro. Aware that the warship was not his own and any damage would incur a hefty cost. As Zoro's words echoed, he wielded his sword with a single hand, cleaving through Jinbe's ultimate attack. Within that seemingly small sphere of water lay an immense volume of seawater, which, upon being severed, split into two torrents that surged past Zoro on either side. With a swift step, Zoro distanced himself from the warship and vanished to Marineford. Come and strike here. Let us proceed. Rayleigh refrained from intervening, seeking to discern Zoro's vulnerabilities. From Jinbe's previous two moves, it was evident that he handled them with remarkable ease. Alone, Jinbe would likely struggle to prevail. Another reason for not engaging aboard the ship was their necessity to prevent Zoro from capturing Luffy. Should Luffy fall into their grasp, their efforts would be in vain. Jinbe replied, leaping into the sea. While he provided remote assistance amidst the waves, Rayleigh merely had to carry Zoro. The currents of the ocean flowed over his shoulders in a tumultuous embrace. With a resounding crash, colossal waves surged forth, albeit at a sluggish pace. Hundreds of thousands of attribute points contributed to a comprehensive enhancement, rendering Jinbe's prowess formidable. He ranked approximately as a mid-tier combatant among the Seven Warlords. He could not rival the likes of Mihawk, a true anomaly, nor could he contend with Crocodile, who met his demise at the hands of the narrative. Even the formidable Kuma posed a challenge he could not overcome. The only adversaries he might surpass were Moria and Hancock, who remained entirely devoid of romantic distractions. Plunging into the sea indeed presents a considerable predicament. Break the sea. With a thunderous roar, a crimson slash was unleashed by Zoro, extending to over 10 meters. Swiftly targeting Jinbe in the depths of the sea. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The slash continued to expand, parting the ocean waters in its wake. Sanji, who was in the sea, witnessed this formidable slash as the water before him seemed to possess a will of its own, desperately retreating. Not good. Raleigh made his move. Boom. The left whip leg struck the ground, immediately creating a fissure. The crack advanced towards Zoro, pulsating with a dark aura. This was the advanced form of Busashoka Haki, known as Rikiwai in Wano. Although Rayleigh had never visited Wano, he had encountered people from there on his ship. The foolish Kazuki Oden had once sailed with Roger, journeying to Laugh Tale together. Rayleigh acknowledged Oden's strength, and he learned Rikiwai from him. As for why he did not impart this knowledge to Luffy over the 2 years, it was a matter of poor teaching. How could he compare to Master K? A group of haki-wielding individuals, awakening the powers of their devil fruits. Perhaps Rayleigh simply did not master Rikiwai. After all, Oden was the one who boarded the ship, and their voyage was smooth sailing. In truth, this is a matter of version updates. Flowing Sakura? Oh, you are acquainted with this. Rayleigh has already flashed to Zoro's side. This fellow, who prefers using his legs over his fists, may possess a nature akin to Sanji. This is of no use. Allow me to demonstrate. It is truly vexing. Rayleigh finds it quite troublesome. As a relic of a bygone era, he is compelled to engage in the skirmishes of these young upstarts of the new age. What a predicament. If he were to mature, these youngsters would find themselves devoid of purpose. After just one exchange with Zoro, Rayleigh discerned that the strength of this Navy lad is immeasurable. Oh, should I then express my gratitude for your compliment? Zoro no longer pays heed to the troublesome fathead fish in the sea, focusing intently on the figure before him, the Dark King Rayleigh. Indeed, he is not an easy adversary. Every interaction is merely a brush, never affording Zoro the chance to make contact. Primarily, it is Rayleigh's mastery over haki that is truly extraordinary, while Zoro, having merely practiced for 2 weeks using a system, is still grappling with the fundamentals. Even the external application of armament haki is only just within his grasp. Yet, Zoro remains undaunted. After all, I am uniquely gifted. Haha. What meaning would there be in a new age solely populated by pirates? Rayleigh responded with a chuckle. With a resounding crash, the two figures collided once more, causing the very ground beneath them to fracture. Zoro, having previously cleared away a considerable amount of debris, found himself once again engulfed in chaos. The Marineford was in turmoil. On the naval warship drifting upon the sea, soldiers observing the fierce struggle between the two provided commentary to their comrades, elucidating the unfolding events. What is happening? As the gazes of the two individuals collided, the atmosphere intensified even further. Two waves of imposing pressure descended from the heavens, resembling towering mountains. With a resounding crash, the waters near Marineford began to churn violently, surging furiously towards the two individuals stationed there. Time and again, the waves were repelled before they could reach them. Fish from the depths surfaced, their eyes rolling in distress. While the stout fish known as Jinbe was not to be underestimated, the Seven Warlords were by no means so feeble. It was the Conqueror's Haki. Even Lieutenant Zoro possessed the Conqueror's Haki. This rare form of Haki is said to manifest in only one among a million. Throughout history, the mightiest of pirates have been endowed with this extraordinary power. To discover that Lieutenant Zoro also possesses it was utterly astonishing. The Navy was elated. This was a first. The prospect of having someone with Conqueror's Haki join their ranks was unprecedented, while others had formed their formidable pirate crews aboard their ships. Each of the original 4 emperors possessed Conqueror's Haki, which had become a standard for their status. Only those with Conqueror's Haki could lay claim to the title of Pirate King. You too possess Conqueror's Haki? Zoro's display left Rayleigh utterly astounded. Oh, is it only permitted for pirates to wield this power? Is it not allowed for the Navy? Boom. The explosion resounded. The space where the two stood was crushed into fragments by the overwhelming aura of the tyrant. Ha! Your arrogant demeanor is strikingly reminiscent of the pirates from days gone by. Rayleigh reminisced about the time spent sailing the seas alongside Roger. Rocks, you say? Zoro recalled the delusional pirate who aspired to overthrow the world. He was surprised that you even knew of rocks. Intriguing. Boom. The battle between Zoro and Rayleigh has now reached a point where their encounters are brief. Zoro has been unable to find an opportunity to ensnare Rayleigh in his prison. At this moment, Zoro begins to comprehend the application of the prison fruit. The greater the disparity in their strengths, the easier it becomes to confine someone within his prison. When their abilities are on par, as is the case now, it is possible that Zoro's own strength may even fall short of Rayleigh's. Consequently, triggering the ability becomes exceedingly difficult, requiring prolonged contact. Nevertheless, Zoro believes that once he fully develops this power, it will reach an utterly formidable level. Luffy, hurry up. Jinbe understands that he cannot play a significant role in this battle, thus he refrains from interfering in their conflict. Almost there. The rubber machine gun. On the naval warship. Luffy's rubber fruit sent those sailors tumbling into the sea, as he was on the verge of seizing a naval vessel. I shall assist you. Sanji leapt forth with vigor. With a splash, Jinbe struck the droplets of water from his hands, repelling the resisting navy. He could not allow them to seize this vessel. Hurry up. Rubber whip. Luffy extended his leg, stretching it several dozen meters, and with a sweeping motion, sent all the Navy personnel on the deck tumbling into the sea. One by one. They plunged into the water. Quickly, go save them. The sailors aboard the other warships maneuvered closer to rescue the soldiers who had fallen into the sea. Jinbe, it's all right. Luffy propelled the last Navy soldier away with a rubber rocket and urgently called out to Jinbe. Jinbe's steering skills were exceptional. His role within the Straw Hat Pirates was that of the helmsman. I shall take the helm. You are aging, Rayleigh. Zoro once again engaged in combat with Rayleigh. In just a matter of minutes, the two had clashed several times once more, neither gaining the upper hand. Indeed, Zoro's assumptions proved correct. Rayleigh's prowess did not quite reach the level of an emperor, perhaps indicating that he was not exerting his full strength. Young one, do not underestimate the elderly. Boom. Rayleigh kicked Zoro's sword, bloodshed, with force. The old rascal fell for it. Countless streams of blood erupted from the sword, resembling demons crawling out from the depths of hell, clinging to Rayleigh like swarming ants. Do I truly appear to be a villain? Zoro also disdained such tactics, as they easily lead others to misconstrue him as a pirate who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. However, I am a righteous marine. Is there no escape from this perception? Rayleigh has sensed the anomaly. This blood is not a product of the devil fruit and cannot be dispelled with Haki. I've got you. Zoro seized the opportunity as Bloodbind ensnared one of Rayleigh's feet, promptly utilizing his own devil fruit powers. Imprisonment within the confines of a prison. What is happening? Rayleigh's observation Haki detected something unusual. In his predictions, he had suddenly vanished. Come on, imprison me. Zoro realized that confining Rayleigh would require an astonishing amount of effort. Maintaining the use of Conqueror's Haki was far less taxing than attempting to restrain Rayleigh. Damn, I miscalculated. Rayleigh hasn't revealed all his strength. However, it was too late. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Zoro's mouth. This is bad. Something unexpected has occurred. Rayleigh sensed that something was amiss. The binding of blood was not particularly strong, merely troublesome. Yet, as Zoro's hand made contact with himself, he suddenly felt his body stiffen. Is this his devil fruit ability? Rayleigh's mind raced, but Zoro's restraint felt akin to suppression. He sensed the possibility of breaking free. Yet it would take an inordinate amount of time. Do come in. Whoosh. The formidable king of hell, Rayleigh, found himself confined within Zoro's prison. This marked the arrival of the first inmate in this peculiar establishment. Within the confines of Zoro's prison, an oversight led to Rayleigh's unexpected incarceration. The atmosphere was indeed peculiar. Rayleigh, a man of extensive experience, having traversed the seas alongside Roger, found himself perplexed by the current circumstances. Was there something extraordinary about this place? As he surveyed his modest cell, he noted its resemblance to previous confinement spaces. Measuring 3 meters in length, width, and height, it appeared as a cubic structure, akin to an urn. Knock, knock. Rayleigh tapped the wall, only to hear an echo in response. How strange. Could this be the manifestation of that youth's devil fruit abilities? He quickly deduced that this must indeed be the power of a devil fruit, one he had simply never encountered before. So, I have been imprisoned. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, reflecting on the novelty of his situation. Never has anyone managed to confine me, unless I willingly stepped in. I once sold myself, only to escape from the slave market. You can certainly try, came a hollow voice from a small opening in the door. It was Zoro's voice. So it was indeed your doing? Rayleigh concluded, convinced he had unraveled the mystery behind this devil fruit's capabilities. Boom. A left straight punch, with a resounding crack. A right roundhouse kick forcefully struck the confines of his prison cell. Boom. It was as if the entire space trembled, yet after a brief sway, it came to a halt. Once more. Boom. With a resounding crack, Rayleigh seemingly transformed into a demolition crew, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the prison cell. He sensed the structure trembling increasingly, as if with just a few more strikes, freedom would be within reach. Thus, Rayleigh persisted in his endeavor to dismantle the confines. Meanwhile, Zoro's expression was far from favorable. Damn it, he had underestimated the power of this old man. Clearly, Rayleigh's strength surpassed that of the ailing Whitebeard. Forcing him into captivity had brought Zoro to the brink of his own limits. From this, Zoro discerned the upper threshold of the prison fruit's capabilities, an upper limit dictated by the user's own strength, which rendered them unable to confine a prisoner whose power vastly exceeded their own. Fortunately, Zoro's current prowess was not significantly inferior to Rayleigh's. Additionally, in recent days, he had systematically eliminated all nearby pirates, augmenting his own abilities. Otherwise, this confrontation would have been truly perilous. Despite appearing immobile, Zoro was keenly aware of the situation. Observations from the Navy indicated that he was evenly matched against the Dark King, Rayleigh. With a sudden clap, the Dark King vanished without a trace, as if inexplicably swept away. Thereafter, Zoro remained seated, motionless, with his eyes firmly shut. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. During this interval, Luffy had successfully commandeered the naval warship, while Jinbe navigated the vessel around Marineford. The newsbirds, possessing an extraordinary sense of smell for breaking events, not only delivered newspapers across the globe, but also recorded fresh occurrences. A significant headline was unfolding. In a certain locale, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, received a new update from the newsbirds. The Straw Hat Boy had returned to Marineford, accompanied by the Fishman Jinbe and the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh the Dark King. What monumental news this was! The first explosive revelation following the conclusion of the Marineford War. Swiftly, the nearby newspaper offices must be alerted to rush over. Morgans immediately issued commands. He was determined to be the first to report this momentous event. Zoro let out a long breath, shaking off the discomfort that had enveloped him. Indeed, Rayleigh proved to be quite formidable. Yet, it seems I have managed to gain the upper hand. Zoro emerged victorious, enduring the ordeal for half an hour. Is there truly no escape? Within the confines of the prison, Rayleigh relentlessly bombarded the cell. However, each assault was met with a counter, rebounding back upon him. He was compelled to divert his focus to fend off these onslaughts. It was Zoro who bore the brunt of the attacks, only to reflect them back at Rayleigh within the cell. Simultaneously, Zoro, as the warden, began to apply immense pressure on Rayleigh inside the prison. His unwavering concentration stemmed from the fact that the pressure he intended to exert far exceeded that of the previous encounter with Carly. Boom. Inside the cell, Rayleigh found himself overwhelmed by an unrelenting pressure, struggling to breathe. Such was the absurdity of the situation. Bartolomeo's barrier fruit possessed this unique quality, rendering any assault futile against his impenetrable shield. Zoro's prison cell echoed this sentiment. As long as Zoro could withstand the retaliation from the inmates, he could exert complete control over them. After all, as the warden, it was only reasonable to administer some form of punishment. At present, Rayleigh remained in a stalemate with himself within the confines of the prison. As long as nothing unforeseen occurred, Rayleigh would likely never see freedom again, unless Zoro himself decided to release him, which for the time being seemed impossible. This predicament, however, came with a downside. Zoro now had to allocate a significant amount of his energy to continue his struggle against the Dark King, Rayleigh. His capacity to mobilize his own strength was limited. Nevertheless, Zoro believed that, with these resources, he had enough to manage the situation. Is it over? Jinbei, having heard no further sounds from atop Marineford, presumed that the battle between Zoro and Rayleigh had concluded. Did the Dark King Rayleigh emerge victorious? Although Jinbei believed he would not stand a chance against Zoro, he held unwavering confidence in Rayleigh's strength. He could not fathom that such a seasoned pirate could be bested by a mere novice. If that were the case, it would be best for everyone to abandon their dreams of becoming the Pirate King and rest easy. Luffy, we are about to land. Jinbei had nearly circumnavigated Marineford with his ship. This was the ceremony of water burial, a poignant expression of Luffy's longing and heartfelt wishes for his brother Ace. Excellent. After completing a full circle, the next step is to ascend to Marineford. The Great Ox Bell must be struck. This sacred bell was salvaged from the historically significant warship, the Ox Royce, which once roamed the seas with fervor. It holds a profound significance for the Navy, even after the conclusion of the Paramount War. The bell was never relocated. Nestled at the western end of Alice Square within the naval headquarters of Marineford, tradition dictates that at the dawn of a new year, the bell is tolled 8 times in gratitude for the past year. Subsequently, prayers for the forthcoming year are offered with another 8 strikes, culminating in a total of 16, symbolizing the proclamation of the beginning and end of an era. After the Great War, Luffy's arrival here is to personally ring this bell, signifying the dawn of a new age. To have a pirate strike the Ox Bell is an immense disgrace. Zoro would never allow such an indignity to transpire. If one dares to come, they shall not depart unchallenged. Where is Rayleigh? As they once again approached Marineford, Luffy couldn't help but recall events from a fortnight ago. He should be fine, Jinbei reassured. Now, let's swiftly proceed to the next step, he urged. For some reason, Jinbei felt an unsettling disquiet. To put it simply, their landing had been surprisingly uncomplicated. Some of the surrounding fortifications of Marineford remained relatively intact, yet the central structures had completely collapsed. Let's hurry, Luffy said, not dwelling on the matter. His mind was not equipped for excessive contemplation, otherwise it would become overloaded. Aboard the warship floating on the sea, Zoro's expression remained grim. That old man really knows how to cause a ruckus. Rayleigh was still devising ways to escape from his cell, while Zoro found himself compelled to divert some of his focus to restrain Rayleigh. Wait a moment. Zoro suddenly discovered something extraordinary. His 3 types of haki had always remained in their rudimentary form, with the pinnacle being the application of armament haki to envelop his weapon. However, after Rayleigh's relentless efforts just moments ago, something new appeared on Zoro's panel. Life Absorption in Progress Armament Haki, Beginner, Absorbing. Conqueror's Haki, Beginner, Absorbing. Observation Haki, Beginner, Absorbing. Swimming Ability Absorbing. Alcohol Tolerance Absorbing. This panel continually displays Zoro's status. Besides executing those pirates, Zoro's solitary training also contributes to a gradual increase, albeit at a painfully slow rate. This state is unprecedented for him. Zoro gazed at the escalating armament and Conqueror's Haki on the panel, alongside a lengthy list of Rayleigh's abilities. It immediately reminded him of Rayleigh in the prison. Could it be that after confining him, he could still absorb his powers? Zoro's heart swelled with joy. It seemed plausible. He had already acquired the ability to extract, but it required him to eliminate pirates. The alternate space created by the prison fruit was also under his control. As the warden, collecting some interest from the inmates seemed quite reasonable. The progress had already reached 30%. Meanwhile, Rayleigh in his cell sensed something amiss. My strength is waning. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, ceasing to forcefully use haki to break free. When prisoners refrain from utilizing their powers, the cell can also slowly absorb them. Zoro noted that when Rayleigh ceased his use of armament and conqueror's haki, the absorption progress, which had reached 30%, suddenly plummeted. It was at 30.0001. The absorption rate would only increase by a fraction each minute, accumulating around 1.5% over a day. What a predicament, akin to Baidu Cloud, where one cannot progress without a membership. To reach the remaining 70%, he would have to endure a grueling 2-month wait. If Rayleigh remained inactive and went 2 months without food, he would perish. Consequently, Zoro's upgrade in haki would also be interrupted. However, this would count as Zoro's doing. He should be able to extract Rayleigh's abilities. Zoro contemplated whether this strategy was worthwhile, consistently siphoning all abilities, ultimately reaping a grand reward. At that point, the attribute points Rayleigh provided would be significantly less than now. He would be nearly drained. Yet, the potential was immense. Essentially, he would extract all of Rayleigh's abilities. This would test Zoro's resolve. All abilities, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace, or just one ability, singular in nature. Zoro made his decision. Only a fool would choose. He wanted it all. First, he would drain Rayleigh of all his powers. Then, when the time was ripe, release him. Once Rayleigh had sufficiently recovered, Zoro would strike. Truly, he was a genius, laughing maniacally. Major Zoro, the Straw Hat Kid, is nearing the West Square. The Navy, which has been under continuous observation, now reports the current situation to Zolo. Open fire. Indeed, with a commanding shout from Zoro, the Navy concealed within the outer artillery of Marineford suddenly unleashed a barrage of fire upon Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy, be cautious. Gunfire and torrents of rain. Giant rubber balloon. Luffy took a deep breath, and his body began to swell rapidly. Boom. The shells that landed near them were mostly detonated in advance by Jinbei's water gun, while the remainder were sent flying by Luffy's rubber balloon. At their level, ordinary bullets and artillery fire were rendered utterly ineffective. Only formidable personal strength could suppress all. I have arrived. Zoro had to allocate a significant portion of his focus to the confines of the cell housing Rayleigh. In the midst of battling Luffy, the slightest lapse in attention could allow Rayleigh to escape, thereby revealing the secret of his prison fruit. This would result in the loss of a vital weapon in future confrontations with other pirates. A barrage of cannon fire erupted, proving ineffective against Jinbei and Luffy. Yet it managed to impede their progress for a time. As the smoke cleared, a towering figure emerged from the haze. Ah, it's you again. Luffy, unfamiliar with Zoro, found it challenging to recall him even upon their second encounter. Luffy, you go sound the bell. I'll hold him off, Jinbei urged. Noticing that Zoro's complexion had paled considerably since their last interaction, this indicated that Zoro had sustained injuries in his battle with Rayleigh. But what of Rayleigh? Where's Rayleigh? Luffy inquired. You mean that old codger? Zoro replied with a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. I devoured him, and he tasted rather delightful. The image of Zoro licking his lips presented a rather dubious figure. Ah, Luffy, do not be deceived by him. You go and ring the bell while I bear the burden. Jinbei is equally unaware of what has transpired. The pressing matter is to ensure that Luffy conveys his message. Very well. Can you truly hinder me, fathead fish? Zoro, too, refrains from obstructing Luffy. Jinbei's prowess ranks him as an average member among the Seven Warlords. While Marco can bestow upon himself a formidable advantage of several 100,000 attribute points, Jinbei is currently capable of providing at least tens of thousands of attribute points. In contrast, Luffy's contribution is rather meager, perhaps only around 10 to 20,000. However, this does not imply that Zoro will allow Luffy to escape unscathed. The Nika fruit must remain firmly in his possession, otherwise, one day, with a sudden twist of fate, another Nika might emerge. When it comes to assessing combat strength against a comedic character, one can only expect to be on the receiving end of a beating. Fishman Karate, Ultimate Technique. Demon Tile Fist. Jinbei unleashes his most powerful move. Shave. 8 Directions of the Storm. Swiftly evading Jinbei's assault, Zoro launched an offensive from all 8 angles. With no means of escape, Jinbei realized that should he evade, it would afford Zoro the opportunity to capture Luffy. True to Jinbei's earnest nature, if he declared his intention to obstruct, he would indeed fulfill that promise. Bang! Jinbei's mastery of Fishman Karate is truly remarkable. The profound techniques of Fishman Karate can even subdue a wrathful Big Mom. Boom. If Zoro were to evaluate Jinbei, he would describe him as a formidable tank, possessing both high defense and substantial health. Unless the battle were to take place in the sea, even with Zoro currently sealing away most of his strength, he would still be able to prevail against Jinbei. Should Jinbei be incarcerated once more, I would struggle to endure. After contemplating the situation, Zoro resolved to eliminate Jinbei right here. There was already an old fellow locked up inside the prison, and prudence dictated that he should avoid any unnecessary risks. A swift execution was in order. Ah, what a benevolent soul I am. Why do I feel compelled to assist that Straw Hat Kid? Zoro leapt and delivered a powerful kick, sending Jinbei sprawling back several meters. Jinbei was still clad in sandals, more elegantly referred to as wooden clogs. Struggling to maintain his balance, the ground beneath him bore the marks of deep furrows carved by his feet. His initial intent to aid was to rescue Ace, as a gesture of gratitude for Whitebeard's guardianship over Fishman Island. After experiencing hypnosis, Zoro had developed a penchant for using words to disrupt others. With Ace deceased and Whitebeard gone, it seems that Fishman Island now requires a guardian more than ever. Do not attempt to persuade me. I am resolutely committed to aiding Luffy. During the escape, Jinbei, the stout and honest fish, found himself easily influenced. He was moved by Luffy's unwavering resolve and willingness to sacrifice everything for his brother, burning with purpose for a singular goal. This admirable and poignant spirit prompted Jinbei to extend his assistance to Luffy. Indeed, Monkey D, Luffy is a remarkable individual. Fishman Karate, 7,000 watt straight punch. Is that so? Zoro's intriguing remark successfully provoked Jinbei's ire. Think carefully, what did Luffy accomplish with an impel down? What transpired from the 1st to the 6th level? Jinbei's mind was abruptly ensnared by the question, as he had solely focused on Luffy's relentless determination to rescue Ace, disregarding all obstacles. Yet, what else transpired within impel down? Allow me to recount it for you. Zoro deftly evaded Jinbei's Fishman Karate. Following his verbal sparring, Jinbei's speed began to wane, for his resolve was beginning to falter. The 1st level housed countless infamous criminals, each capable of wreaking havoc upon a village. In total, you released 1,352 individuals. During his stay, Zoro conversed with Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, to gain insight into the circumstances within the prison. 856 were slain, and some stragglers fell behind, culminating in a final tally of 275 who managed to escape. These were the criminals Luffy liberated in his quest to save his brother. You are an accomplice. This is merely the 1st layer of the offenders, those whose threat is still the least significant. The 2nd layer, the 3rd level. The 6th level is where those pirates who possess the power to subvert an entire nation are imprisoned. The crimes they have committed are so heinous that they must be expunged from the annals of history. Among them is the infamous wolf unleashed by Blackbeard, a singular force that devoured nearly half of a nation as populace. This nation, with a total of just over 8,000 souls, saw its king and ministers utterly obliterated, leading to its demise. Such pirates have been released due to your actions. In the mere span of less than half a month, the Navy has dispatched dozens of warships in pursuit of these marauders. Without even mentioning the casualties suffered by the Navy, consider the devastation wrought by these pirates. 32 villages, 16 towns, and 3 nations. Thousands have perished. Jinbei was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this news. Is this the result of my actions? He was known as the Knight of the Sea, for all he had endeavored was to uphold justice. Yet, he was still a pirate, the captain of the Fishman Pirates. And his thoughts often overlooked certain grim realities. What does this signify? It suggests that no pirate possesses a virtuous character. Even Jinbei, who appears to be a kind-hearted and simple-minded man, is not exempt from the disregard for civilian casualties. Barrett single-handedly brought ruin to an entire nation. Would you care to hear more? Sea hero Jinbei? Bah, what nonsense to call him a sea hero. Zoro did not finish his words, but it was sufficient. And everything he uttered was not mere fabrication. It was entirely factual. The one who emerged from the 6th level, Crocodile, is far from a good man. He manipulated the dance powder in Alabasta, causing drought across an entire nation. Countless lives were lost to thirst and hunger, igniting the flames of war. Of course, I do not express these sentiments to evoke remorse within you. As he spoke, Zoro's sword had already severed one of Jinbei's arms. The ability to hypnotize can be succinctly described as deception, a potent weapon against those with naive minds. Jinbei, being a simple-minded individual, was susceptible. Had it been anyone else, Zoro would have acted long ago. This serves to highlight the transgressions committed by Luffy. After all, you too are a pirate. How could I expect a pirate to empathize with the common folk? Zoro severed yet another arm of Jinbei. In truth, Jinbei was engulfed in self-reproach. his former leader. Fisher Tiger was undoubtedly a man of great rationality. He scaled Marineford unarmed, creating a tumult, liberating thousands of enslaved souls, and establishing the Sun Pirates with the noble pursuit of justice in mind. However, after his demise, Arlong, rejecting Jinbei's ideals, returned to Nami's homeland to wreak havoc. Jinbei believed he had inherited his leader's vision, yet he was, indeed, a pirate himself. Zoro's words cunningly swayed some of Jinbei's compassion, primarily taking advantage of the innocent. Those pirates released from Impel Down were capable of unleashing untold carnage. Today, let me avenge those innocent citizens. Zoro, with both hands gripping his blades, he leaped down. Amidst the shadows of the swords, a colossal tiger seemed to materialize. In Jinbei's gaze, the blood that adorned this magnificent beast was a testament to the carnage wrought by the pirates they had unleashed. Puff, the sea warrior Jinbei has perished. In his final moments, he seemed to be contemplating all his actions. Did he truly act rightly? Justice points, 101. Zoro glanced at the pitifully low number of justice points displayed on the panel. His heart was devoid of tumult, ever since he had released those prisoners from Impel Down. He had already placed himself on a list of those marked for death. In a couple of days, Zoro would venture into the depths of Impel Down, to a concealed location, to eliminate that abominable creature. From this, he would acquire Fishman Karate. For Zoro, Jinbei's abilities held no particular significance. Jinbei's greatest strength lay in his identity as a fishman, excelling in swimming. However, that was of little utility. Fishman Karate, on the other hand, would provide Zoro with an additional technique. A strike with a power of 100 was of an entirely different caliber than one with a power of 1 million. Zoro's mastery of Fishman Karate would elevate him to a level of perfection. That would suffice. There was little else of value. Observing the fallen figure of the large-headed fish, Zoro felt no stirrings of emotion. In the past, he might have held a glimmer of hope for some pirates. Yet after learning of the heinous crimes committed by those prisoners, the last vestige of goodwill within him vanished. A pirate is a pirate. Much like a dog cannot change its nature. They would stop at nothing to achieve their selfish ends. There is no need for haste. Soon enough, your Sun Pirates will join you. Jinbei's eyes were wide open in death, seemingly filled with either reluctance or something else. Zoro cared little for such sentiments. The sins he committed alongside Luffy were enough to ensure he would not be spared. However, this also proved a point. Indirect crimes would not significantly increase his justice points. It appeared he would have to take them down one by one. With that thought, Zoro turned and departed. Former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, is dead. His power has increased slightly. Jinbei's strength was indeed not formidable. He had been pierced by Akainu, and it had only been a fortnight since. That he could recover at all was a miracle. The attribute points Zoro received were modest, merely around 50 to 60,000. That would suffice. Within the confines of his cell, was it more fortified now? Rayleigh had just sensed an increase in the solidity of his prison. Was it a reflection of his growing strength? Trouble has arisen. Jinbei was undoubtedly no match for this individual. Moreover, judging by the reports, Jinbei might already be deceased. Such a lack of martial ethics. Aside from Akainu, there was that other person who fought with lethal intent. They only struck to the point of rendering their opponent unconscious, bringing the confrontation to a close. Another Akainu. Rayleigh was filled with apprehension. When Zoro dealt the fatal blow to Jinbei, Morgan's newspaper finally dispatched a representative to Marineford. Gears, the branch chief, arrived aboard his small motorboat, devoid of any sensational tales. The moment he received Morgan's message, he hastily grabbed his camera and dashed over. This was the swiftest he could manage. Less than 30 minutes had elapsed since the news reached him. A significant scoop, indeed. Morgan's subordinates, well trained in his methods, displayed remarkable bravery, fearlessly venturing into the fray. As Zoro's battle with Jinbei concluded, they captured several photographs of Jinbei, unperturbed by the possibility of Zoro retaliating against them. Where's Rayleigh? Gears pondered, having received news from Morgan that the Straw Hat Kid, the Fishman Jinbei, and the Dark King Rayleigh had all arrived at the Navy headquarters. Jinbei had already made an appearance, albeit in fragments. The Straw Hat Kid seemed to have been seen upon his arrival as well. However, Rayleigh was nowhere to be found. Could it be that he had fled? Gears entertained this thought, but it seemed improbable. Could this newly minted naval hero truly surpass the prowess of the Dark King Rayleigh? Perhaps, but Gears felt uncertain. Thus, he resolved to draw closer to Zoro. The crisp chime of the AUX clock resonated with a resounding dong. Its sound traveled remarkably far, reaching even the distance of 5 or 6 kilometers from the Marineford. Where is it? Gels hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. Thud. Two resounding sounds echoed. Luffy silently contemplated within himself. Bang. The third sound has already resonated. Hey, that thing is not something a pirate like you can ring. Zoro approached from behind Luffy. The blood absorbed by the blood had lightened, showing no apparent abnormalities. Bang. Luffy disregarded Zoro and continued to strike the ox bell. Was he completely ignoring me? Or simply too indifferent to respond? Zoro advanced closer, now within a perilous distance of less than 10 meters from Luffy. This proximity had become a dangerous threshold, where masters could act in an instant. Thud. Luffy continued to disregard Zoro. Well, if he chooses to ignore me, then I shall refrain from further comments. Zoro felt overlooked, especially by the protagonist. However, it is I who am the protagonist now. Clang. The great ox clock has struck its 6th bell. Is it time to act? The straw-hatted lad and the latest naval hero Zolo Gels are snapping pictures with abandon, as if the film were free. Hey, you over there taking pictures, keep your distance. I won't be responsible if you get hurt, Zolo admonished Gels. This is the essence of the moment. As Zolo turned his head, Gels pressed the shutter, capturing the clearest image of Zolo, a photograph that would instill fear in the hearts of all future pirates. Zolo bore the weight of bloodshed, his emotionless visage betraying no respect for life. In the distance, the straw-hatted lad kept his eyes tightly shut, fixated on the ox clock, a symbol of the era. Withdraw. Gels was quite obedient. After taking the photographs, he hurriedly departed from the scene. Of course, he did not forget to leave behind a recording device before his exit. Well, let it be. Bang. The chime of 8 bells resonated, heralding the conclusion of an era. In that moment, Zoro made his move. With a resounding boom, a menacing fissure rapidly expanded beneath Luffy's feet, shattering the ground in an instant. Exhale. Shift to the 3rd gear. Rubber balloon. Luffy, transformed into his 3rd gear, did not approach Zoro as anticipated. Instead, he resembled a deflated balloon, swiftly departing from Marineford. It was evident he intended to escape. Luffy was no fool. He understood when to act and when to retreat. Clearly, this was the moment to vanish. His mentor, Rayleigh, was nowhere to be found, and Jinbe had not followed. The situation echoed his journey from the 1st to the 6th level of Impel Down, with his pursuers dwindling one by one. His message had been effectively conveyed, and Luffy had noticed the individual capturing photographs. Thus, the 3D2Y message on his arm had likely been transmitted as well. Luffy found no reason to remain. However, escaping would not be so effortless. Zoro promptly resolved to intercept him. With the immense enhancement of his attributes, Zoro's stamina was virtually limitless. However, Rayleigh imposed certain constraints. Yet even so, it was sufficient for Zoro to catch up with Luffy. Stay back, Straw Hat. Regarding Luffy, if Zoro held any goodwill before the Paramount War, afterwards, he became utterly indifferent to Luffy's lineage. The son of the revolutionary dragon, the grandson of the naval hero Karp, the brother of the pirate king Roger's son, the disciple of the Dark King Rayleigh, and the focus of the Yonko Shanks since childhood. Indeed, Luffy's actions to save his brother were beyond reproach, aligning perfectly with the conduct of a pirate. Consequently, Zoro would show no mercy. If this fellow were to awaken the sun god Nika, it would truly grant him an insurmountable advantage, an opponent who could not be vanquished. Here is where it all culminates. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Zoro caught up to Luffy, exclaiming, slash. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on Luffy's body. Indeed, rubber possesses a certain degree of resistance against knife wounds. Wow. Luffy thought, there is no escape now. I cannot outrun him. My speed pales in comparison to that of this Navy officer. 2nd gear. With a resounding puff, Luffy's entire being flushed with crimson, steam rising around him. This was the activation of his 2nd gear, significantly enhancing his reflexes, speed, and offensive power. However, there was a slight drawback. His lifespan would be diminished. Yet, Luffy remained unperturbed by such trivialities, having already sacrificed nearly a decade of his life to save Ace. The brief activation of his 2nd gear consumed a portion of his remaining years. Does the act of burning one's lifespan truly bring you delight? With a resounding crash, Luffy, who had been soaring through the air, plummeted back to Marineford, landing heavily upon the ground. The escape had failed, leaving him with no choice but to engage in battle. Is that straw hat-wearing lad truly the grandson of Vice Admiral Karp? Were you unaware of this? It was only recently that Major Zoro informed me. I just transferred here a couple of days ago. Should we inform Vice Admiral Karp that his grandson is currently being soundly thrashed? Some in the Navy hesitated. contemplating whether to alert Karp about the dire situation of his grandson, who was on the brink of being defeated. In the heart of the battlefield, Zoro had indeed managed to overpower Luffy. Yet, time and again, Luffy proved to be as resilient as gum, bouncing back after each blow, performing sit-ups as if it were nothing. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the sun god Nika. Cough, cough, cough. Luffy had no time to indulge in Zoro's idle chatter. He felt as though death was imminent. The overwhelming pressure he had faced against Magellan returned, leaving him utterly defenseless. Was he truly this weak? Weak enough that he couldn't even save Ace. And now he found himself unable to outmatch a mere vice admiral stationed here while trying to relay messages to his comrades. After just a few days of recuperation, his confidence had been shattered once more. Rayleigh had brought Luffy to Marineford not only to assist him in conveying messages to the Straw Hat crew but also, and perhaps more importantly, to help restore Luffy's self-assurance. As it stood, he felt defeated. Yet, he thought, I cannot perish here. I am destined to become the king of the pirates. Bang! Zoro stepped down forcefully, pressing his foot upon Luffy's head. To become a king? Pirate king? Zoro did not exert himself to the fullest. He had no desire to engage in a lengthy monologue like those villains before dispatching the protagonist. He would not make such a blunder as to rely on someone of higher stature to rescue him. Meanwhile, in the confines of the cell, Rayleigh was beginning to stir with significant intent. At this juncture, Luffy should have completed the transmission of his message. Rayleigh, a man of his word, upon seeing Captain Roger's straw hat, recognized that this young lad had the potential to become the Pirate King. Why not assist him once more? After all, he was merely a relic of a bygone era. Boom. Outside, Zoro maintained a calm demeanor. Yet no one was aware that Rayleigh's antics compelled him to expend considerable energy to contain the situation. There was an unsettling feeling in the air. Am I truly becoming the villain? Lottery. Even with his second gear activated, Luffy remained ensnared by Zoro's grasp, akin to a lifeless creature, thrashing about intermittently. Ever since the two draws during the Marineford War, Zoro had refrained from utilizing his justice points. Although 100,000 justice points may seem substantial, a mere draw of 10,000 would deplete them in just over a dozen attempts. The Grant wheel on the panel began to spin. Ding! The Berserker Potion, side effect-free version, increases all attributes of the user by 50% for a duration of 10 minutes. The standard version typically induces a brief bout of rage, followed by a loss of sanity and subsequent weakness. This is indeed a remarkable item. Regrettably, Zoro feels somewhat reluctant to utilize it in this context. Nevertheless, one must sacrifice to gain. Thus, it shall be used. After all, I am destined to become the king of the pirates. Luffy recalled his companions. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, Frankie, Robin, and even Vivi. Oh, it truly stirred you to action, didn't it? Gear 3rd. Rubber Giant Battle Axe. Luffy's spirit surged as he embraced the power of their bonds. Oh, is it once again that technique which drains one's lifespan? Zoro observed Luffy, whose injuries had somewhat healed, noticing that when he transitioned from Gear 2nd to Gear 3rd, his complexion swiftly aged, resembling that of an elderly man. Yet, he soon reverted back. The gum-gum fruit, or perhaps one could say, a fruit that consumes one's lifespan. He directly utilized the frenzied potion he had just drawn. Zoro also perceived something he had never witnessed before. Every strike from Luffy appeared to him as slow as a child's playful antics. With a resounding thud, the Rubber Giant's battle axe descended upon Zoro, who promptly seized Luffy's foot with a firm grip. With a resounding thud, Zoro, enveloped in the dark sheen of haki, resembled a gleaming black sculpture. Luffy exerted himself, tugging at his own foot, attempting to break free. With such meager strength, do you truly believe you can become the Pirate King? Boom. Zoro seized Luffy with one hand, swinging him like a meteor hammer. Time and again, he slammed him back and forth, leaving Luffy utterly defenseless against Zoro's onslaught. Gum-Gum Thunder Elephant Gun. As Luffy was once more hurled above Zoro's head, he elongated his body, harnessing inertia to unleash his most potent move from Gear 3rd. Without resorting to Gear 4th, his mentor, Rayleigh, was still confined by Zoro himself. Luffy had previously employed this technique to triumph over Pepper the Horn in the bullfighting arena, returning its head to its original conical shape. Absent of Gear 4th and Awakening, this move represented the zenith of Luffy's offensive capabilities. As the Gum-Gum Thunder Elephant Gun descended, it crackled with sound, an auditory manifestation of the static and flames generated by the friction between rubber and air. As Luffy descended, a faint voice echoed in his ears. You shall meet your demise here today. Zoro's attributes had nearly reached 800,000, while Luffy's were hardly a fraction of that. After consuming the drug, Zoro's attributes surged to a staggering million in a remarkably short span of time. What is happening? In the confines of the cell, Raleigh once again felt an overwhelming force. He had grown even stronger than before. Puff. Rayleigh no longer retained the leisurely and carefree demeanor he had earlier, as if on holiday. Such power. How could it possibly belong to someone of his age? Rayleigh found it hard to believe. This young man was clearly not yet 20. Yet, he possessed a strength that rivaled what Rayleigh himself had in his youth. Cough, cough. Once again, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. As Rayleigh was forcefully brought to his knees by the overwhelming weight of this place, he found himself utterly incapable of standing. The former king of the underworld, now reduced to such a pitiful state. What a sight it would be if others were to witness this. A sensational headline, indeed. Gels, having not ventured far, remained steadfast in his role as a journalist. Adhering to the principle that news is where he must be, he could not possibly flee upon witnessing such a scene. With each click of his camera, he marveled at his fortuitous arrival. President Morgan, is it? Today's news must be printed swiftly and in abundance. This is bound to be a blockbuster. Gels excitedly dialed Morgan while his other hand tirelessly captured the unfolding spectacle. Wait a moment. What is that? A beam of yellow light descends upon the skies of Marineford. It is Admiral Kizaru. The Admiral has arrived. Upon learning that the Dark King Rayleigh has returned to Marineford, Sengoku dispatched Kizaru without hesitation. He refrained from sending Akainu, for the latter would undoubtedly engage in a life-and-death struggle with Rayleigh. Akiji would also be unsuitable, lacking the necessary adaptability. Only Kizaru, the seasoned veteran, possesses the clarity to assess the situation accurately and make prudent decisions. Oh dear, has the battle already commenced? Kizaru is uncertain how long it took him to arrive. Given his speed, he could have reached here in mere minutes. Yet, he chose to trim his nails, gaze into a mirror, and tidy his attire. He even took the time to enjoy a couple of glasses of water. It is evident that he intends to wait until Rayleigh and Luffy conclude their affairs before stepping in to engage, ensuring a cordial exchange to fulfill the mission while preserving face for all involved. Kizaru carries a transponder snail, connecting him to Sengoku's office. Alongside Sengoku are Karp, Tsuru, Akainu, Akiji, and others. Where is Rayleigh? The Warring States did not see Rayleigh's figure in the image transmitted by Kizaru. How troublesome. It seems the situation has not yet come to an end. This fellow, Kizaru, has spotted Zoro, who is pinning Luffy to the ground. Has he grown to such a terrifying extent? Remarkable. I am destined to become the king of the pirates. Luffy could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground, momentarily retaining his consciousness. Oh, at last, the battle has concluded. The distinctive voice of Admiral Kizaru was all too familiar to Zoro. Admiral Kizaru, what brings you here? Zoro inquired, while retrieving the straw hat from atop Luffy's head. This hat embodies the will of freedom of Roger and the belief of Shanks. Return the hat to me. Bang. Zoro once again stepped on Luffy's head, causing him to plunge into the ground. How infuriating. On the other side, Karp could no longer contain himself. This was his own grandson. He could not bear the thought of losing two in such a short span of a month. Those who provoke the Navy must be dealt with. Akainu sat at a considerable distance from Karp, as Sengoku was well aware that reconciliation between the two was impossible. So he deliberately kept them apart. Karp, mind your position. Sengoku pondered over the situation, finding it quite troublesome. Was he truly intent on preventing me from eliminating that straw hat brat? Zoro fixed his gaze on the approaching Kizaru. At this moment, Zoro was not afraid of Kizaru. He still had at least 7 minutes to test his mettle against him. However, afterward, he might be on the receiving end of a beating. The prolonged clashes between Akainu and Akiji were testament to the resilience of the admirals, able to withstand blows and recover swiftly. A few exchanges might be manageable. But any longer, and he would have to make a hasty retreat. You young ones shouldn't be so hot-headed, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. Unless Sengoku gave the order, he would not take action. Akainu had already borne the brunt of responsibility. The order to bombard O'Hara had left him with a lifetime of reproach. Kizaru, who was adept at self-preservation, would never willingly shoulder the blame. So, don't mind me. That straw hat brat is as good as dead today? Arrogance. Such audacity. Karp could no longer hold back and rushed out of the office. Sengoku did not intervene. He understood that this time, he could not stop him. Let him make this mistake. Sengoku reached a conclusion, characterizing Karp's actions. Akainu expressed his discontent and turned to leave Sengoku's office. He was determined to go to Marineford. Not for any other reason, but to ensure that Karp did not lay a finger on Zoro. Akiji, you should also go and attempt to intervene between the two of them, Sengoku thought, feeling that he had lost control of the situation. What business does that Straw Hat Kid have at Marineford? He has already been rescued. Shouldn't he focus on recovering? This time, Sengoku truly could not hinder Karp any longer. On one hand, the entire world was not aware of the situation, and giving Karp some leeway was not out of the question. On the other hand, this was a conflict within the Navy that should be resolved internally, if the world government were to intervene. After Sengoku submitted his resignation, Akiji was recommended as the next fleet admiral. However, the world government favored Akainu instead. Sengoku had yet to inform them of this development. Once the news broke, it would spark another significant conflict. Hawk, what do you think we should do? Only Vice Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku remained in the office. Very well. There seems to be no better course of action. Tsuru was at a loss for alternatives. Karp truly loved his grandson, yet he also harbored deep resentment. Why not join the Navy? Why choose the life of a pirate? If he joined the Navy, Karp could protect him openly. Everyone understood the reality of nepotism. Tsuru's granddaughter, Akainu's daughter, and Kizaru's nephew all occupied positions within the Navy that were lucrative, low risk, and less demanding. However, the younger generation was unappreciative and insisted on pursuing the capture of pirates. Previously, Sengoku established a unit called Sword, allowing these youths to join. If Luffy were to join the Navy, Karp would undoubtedly want him to be a part of it. But there were no ifs. Sighing, Sengoku hoped matters would not escalate too severely. I cannot remain idle. I must go as well. Let us proceed. The Crane advisor could no longer remain. Together, we shall confront the challenging predicament. It is truly lamentable. The Yellow Ape, unwilling to interfere in this matter, had merely come to fulfill the orders of the warring states. Who could have anticipated that it would escalate to such an extent? Straw Hat. Luffy cried out in despair. Without having awakened, and lacking even the fourth gear, he found himself defenseless against the temporarily formidable Zoro, left with no choice but to endure the onslaught. With a swift motion, blood flowed from Luffy's right hand. This strike was avenged for the 368 innocent souls of the Kingdom of Koros. Once a realm of peace and tranquility, Koros has recently faced devastating turmoil. The kingdom, home to over 50,000 inhabitants scattered across a dozen islands, has endured a harrowing assault. Just days prior, a band of merciless pirates invaded this land, brutally slaughtering over 100 individuals, incinerating numerous structures, and abducting 76 women and more than 20 children. Subsequent investigations revealed that these marauders were led by Warwick, the notorious captain of the Blood Wolf pirates, hailing from the 5th level of Impel Down prison. Is this the path to freedom? The severed arm that had once been connected to Luffy's body now lacked the elasticity of rubber. Blood continued to gush forth, staining the ground crimson. Zoro and Sanji. Luffy felt the grip of death closing in, his complexion ghastly, as if he had aged several decades. Layers of wrinkles etching his visage. This was the price of excessive consumption of his lifespan, a cruel backlash. Kizaru continued to observe, finding it impossible to intervene. Engaging in a conflict for the sake of a pirate and Zoro would be utterly foolish. Not to mention that he is the grandson of Karp. Kizaru shares no camaraderie with Karp whatsoever. If it were Akainu's son, Kizaru would certainly feign ignorance. However, if Akainu's own son were to become a pirate, he would likely have been severely punished by Akainu long ago. Zoro noted that Kizaru remained an amused spectator, showing no inclination to prevent him. It seemed he had guessed correctly. Sengoku was oblivious to the current situation. This strike was for the 67 villagers of Kidora. Another blow fell, severing one of Luffy's feet. His right hand and left foot lay before him, while Luffy gazed upward, lost in thought. He continued to mumble, mentioning Nami and Usopp. Luffy felt his blood draining rapidly, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, a clear sign of his body's functions deteriorating swiftly. Kizaru sensed a change in Zoro. 2 weeks prior, he had perceived Zoro as akin to Akainu. Now, it appeared that Zoro possessed a distinct ferocity, one even greater than Akainu's. He sought not only to kill, but also to torment the heart, laying bare each of one's transgressions before them. This approach might resonate with some pirates, but the majority, like Kid, showed no regard for the lives of innocents. Killing indiscriminately, Kizaru remained indifferent, even taking a seat on a nearby stone, settling in to watch the spectacle unfold. What was the Admiral up to? Some Navy personnel noticed Kizaru lingering for a moment, perhaps fatigued, as he casually crossed his legs. Each time I recall the criminals you released to save your worthless brother, I am filled with a desire to rend you to pieces. With a swift motion, Zoro severed Luffy's remaining hand. It appeared that Luffy was on the brink of death, no longer uttering his aspirations of becoming the Pirate King or mentioning his straw hat. Yet, he still clung to life. Without hesitation, Zoro proceeded to amputate Luffy's other foot. Now, both hands and feet lay discarded, rendering Luffy akin to a marionette devoid of strings. In a display of mercy, Zoro left him with a portion of one arm, seizing the opportunity to absorb what remained. Zoro resolved to deal with Rayleigh as well. If Kazara had arrived, it was likely that news had reached Karp. Knowing Karp's temperament, he might very well return to thwart Zoro's plans. Come on, Zoro thought, unafraid of confrontation. If you come, I'll take you down too. Anyone who stands in my way shall fall. Meanwhile, Rayleigh continued to struggle against the confines of his prison. Zoro had already siphoned off nearly 2/3 of Rayleigh's powers. His Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki were nearing an intermediate level. Zoro decided to relinquish the remaining powers, believing that, with enough effort, he could eliminate several more elders like Rayleigh to achieve that level on his own. The extraction of 2/3 implied that even if he were to slay Rayleigh now, he would still acquire 1/3 of his attributes. With Rayleigh's power diminished, all that remained had been absorbed by Zoro's prison, returning to him. This essence could not merely be quantified by attribute points. 3 minutes remained. That should suffice. Release. With a resounding rumble, a door finally materialized before Rayleigh within the confines of the prison. Could it be a trap? He decided to venture forth regardless. Slipping on his sandals, Rayleigh stepped out of the prison. Rayleigh, the Dark King. The sudden appearance of an elderly man prompted Kizaru, who was seated nearby watching the performance, to rise to his feet. This vice-captain of the Pirate King commanded a level of respect that was undeniable. Ah, is this how it is? The moment Rayleigh was released from Zoro's prison, Zoro felt a surge of power coursing through his being. This was the ability of Rayleigh, absorbed by the prison. Fully returned to Zoro the instant he set him free. At that moment, his observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki all experienced a remarkable enhancement. Meanwhile, Rayleigh sensed something unusual. What is happening? Rayleigh felt as though a significant portion of his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him ensnared in a state of weakness and ignited. Pain coursed through his entire being, and his recuperative abilities had diminished considerably. This young man's powers are exceedingly peculiar. Wait, Luffy. Lying in a pool of blood, Luffy still clung to life, albeit in a fragmented manner. Zoro's sword rested ominously against Luffy's waist. Stop. Rayleigh strained himself as he rushed towards Zoro, only to be confronted by a blinding light that obstructed his path. Oh, isn't that the Dark King Rayleigh? It had been merely a few days, yet he appeared considerably weakened. Kizaru stood in Rayleigh's way, refraining from attacking Luffy out of respect for Karp. But he would not prevent other Marines from doing so. Should Rayleigh attempt to intervene on Zoro's behalf, Kizaru would not acquiesce. This was a matter concerning the Navy, and a pirate like him had no place in it. Admiral Kizaru. At that moment, Rayleigh realized that there was indeed an admiral present, and he had been forcibly weakened. Ah, it seemed as though Monkey D. Luffy had experienced a moment of revival. His spirit suddenly brightened, even as Zoro's blood had already flowed from his waist. Intestines, stomach, and various other entrails spilled forth from the severed connections. Zoro placed the straw hat upon Luffy's head and ignited a spark. The hat began to blaze, consuming not only the freedom of the Pirate King, but also Luffy's hope. You rascal, Rayleigh thought of saving Luffy. Yet the yellow monkey stood before him as his greatest impediment. Do not underestimate this old man. The yellow monkey, with eyes obscured, rendered Rayleigh unable to discern anything from his gaze. What of the future Pirate King's hope? Zoro turned to Rayleigh. It has vanished. What is on the rise now is the Navy. The flame of the straw hat grew ever larger, gradually engulfing Luffy's head, merging with it completely. Luffy. Rayleigh called out loudly, hoping for a response from him. He was on the brink of death. Zoro, however, did not cease his actions, positioning the blade against Luffy's neck. Should he strike, it would seal Luffy's fate irrevocably, a fate from which even the modifications of Vegapunk could not rescue him. Stop right there. On the distant naval warship, the highest echelons of naval power gathered once more. At the forefront stood Karp, who chose not to board the naval vessel, as its pace was rather sluggish. Instead, he was brought here by Aokiji, who had navigated swiftly. It had taken less than 10 minutes to arrive, which attests to how long Kizaru had been delayed before setting off. Admiral Karp, are you a member of the Navy? Zoro's sword, poised against Luffy's neck, hesitated momentarily, as if to show some respect to Karp. Kapu found himself at a loss for words. As a sailor of the Navy, he was faced with the dilemma of betraying his own sense of justice for the sake of a pirate. The uniform he had worn for decades felt like a second skin, and the thought of shedding it seemed increasingly daunting. If silence is your response, then I shall acknowledge you as a member of the Navy. And since you are indeed a sailor, do not impede me from executing a pirate who has caused considerable turmoil. Admiral Karp. The last 4 words were uttered by Zoro with remarkable calmness, devoid of any emotion, leaving even the stoic Akiji who accompanied Karp feeling colder than himself. In deference to his grandson, his only grandson, Karp ultimately bowed his head. Oh, you seek my favor? Zoro chuckled, the blade of his sword pressing once more against Luffy's throat. Did not everyone grant you ample respect during the war at the top? Karp was taken aback. His fists clenched tightly. The Admiral Kazara had repeatedly ensured Luffy's safety by kicking him to secure places, which was indeed a sign of respect granted to you. Hey, don't involve me in this, Kazara retorted while suppressing Rayleigh. How could that be considered respect? That was merely an accident. Yes, undoubtedly an accident. Akiji, too, remained silent, bearing a cold expression, showing no response to Zoro's words. Even Akainu, during Luffy's rescue of Ace, had granted you a modicum of respect. If it weren't for that fool Ace, who foolishly chose to confront Akainu, none of this would have transpired. Were these acts not performed out of regard for you? Each of Zoro's words struck true, piercing Karp's heart like needles. As for me, I have never received your kindness, nor have you aided me. I am merely fulfilling the duties expected of a Marine, never straying from the justice I bear. With a swift motion, Zoro disregarded Karp and decisively struck down. At that moment, Luffy was not only unable to rebound with his rubber abilities, but even his speech was fragmented and intermittent. Glub glub, the head rolled away, tumbling far off. Wang Lufei and Wang Nika are no more. Monkey D. Luffy. As Karp witnessed this scene, fury clouded his judgment. During the Marineford War, had it not been for Sengoku restraining him, he would have charged forth. Now, Sengoku remained several kilometers away on a warship. It was impossible to expect Akiji to stop him. In fact, Akiji contemplated freezing Zoro. Nevertheless, Akiji did not believe Zoro had committed any wrongdoing. Was it not justified for the Navy to eliminate pirates, especially those who posed significant threats? It appears that Admiral Karp has forgotten the justice he carries. Zoro wiped the blood from his face. He would not hesitate to strike Karp. Glancing at the clock, he noted there were still 2 minutes remaining. That's about right. Leave this old man, Admiral Kazara, to me. The yellow ape, having kicked Rayleigh several times, naturally took a step back. He mentioned that he had a good relationship with Akainu, while his rapport with veterans like Garp and Sengoku was rather ordinary. You assign the task, and I shall execute it. Beyond that, there is nothing more. With that, he conceded. In a flash, the yellow ape appeared beside Akiji. With only 2 minutes remaining, Zoro prepared to strike down Rayleigh. Having already absorbed a significant portion of his strength, Rayleigh had been toyed with by Kizaru for an extended period. He no longer resembled the legendary Dark King, appearing instead as a frail, disheveled old man. Dark King Rayleigh, it is time for your demise. The ghostly figure left Rayleigh utterly unprepared for the onslaught. With a piercing sensation, blood surged from Rayleigh's chest. It was the sound of his lifeblood incessantly rushing towards his heart. Meanwhile, at the heart itself, Zoro's blood acted like a pump, swiftly draining the remnants of Rayleigh's vitality. Clatter. With a swift motion, Zoro unsheathed his sword, revealing its gleaming red blade. Could it be that the blood of the powerful enhances his worth? Reflecting on the past, when he struck down Whitebeard, Zoro had refrained from allowing his sword to absorb much of Whitebeard's blood. In hindsight, he felt a twinge of regret. Cough, cough, cough. Little did Rayleigh, standing at the precipice of life, anticipate that a seemingly straightforward journey would lead him to encounter a young man like Zoro, who possessed no sense of martial ethics. Truly, he had aged. The era belonged to the youth now. The withered Rayleigh passed away without closing his eyes, leaving one to ponder whether it was due to an inability to succumb to eternal slumber or a regret for arriving at this juncture. Had the time come? Zoro felt the surge of newfound power within him swiftly dissipate. Simultaneously, the reward for vanquishing Rayleigh was bestowed upon him. An addition of 900 justice points. An increase of 722 attribute points. Nearly 10,000 justice points. It seems you are not such a virtuous being after all, old man. Witnessing the substantial justice points, Zoro struck with his blades, reducing the lifeless Rayleigh to mere fragments. You are unworthy of a complete corpse. Indeed, that was the nature of the Roger pirates. Roger once annihilated an entire nation for the sake of his comrades. How could his first mate, Rayleigh, possibly be of noble character? It is likely that his hands were stained with numerous lives and blood, including that of innocent civilians. Flames were cast upon Rayleigh's remains, igniting yet another pyre, complementing the one already ablaze for Luffy. At points, Rayleigh's attributes should exceed 700,000. With age, he certainly cannot compare to his younger self. The greater the commotion he creates within the prison, the faster he absorbs energy. 2/3 of all his abilities have been absorbed, leaving him with merely 1/3 of his original attributes, a little over 200,000. All aboard, Zoro felt himself rapidly evolving, as if he had stepped into a new phase. Attribute, 945,674 Ah. Zoro stretched his muscles and bones. The earlier encounter with Luffy and Rayleigh was merely an appetizer. What lay ahead was the main course. With his iron fist, Karp, he realized that he could achieve nearly 1,000,000 attributes without the need for any enhancements. After all, he was undoubtedly at the level of a vice admiral candidate. Bang! Zoro drained Rayleigh and reignited the flame, a task that consumed little time. It seemed as if Karp had just disembarked from the shore. Is this truly what I am witnessing? Gels was still present, and a sense of dread crept over him, questioning whether he would perish here today. Having slain the Dark King Rayleigh, the prospect of survival for a mere Karami like himself appeared bleak. Gels felt a surge of panic and regret for heeding Morgan's summons to this place. Oh, there is indeed another presence. Suddenly, the yellow ape materialized behind Gels. Frozen in place, Gels watched as the yellow ape seized his camera and began to fiddle with it. What followed must not be allowed to escape. This snail phone was also your doing, wasn't it? As he spoke, the yellow ape revealed the recording snail that Gels had secretly left behind. You should lose consciousness for a moment. With a resounding thud, Gels fell to the ground. Come on, Zoro declared fearlessly, fully prepared to engage in a battle with Karp. He had anticipated the consequences of having killed Karp's grandson. The Navy, in the future, would require decisive individuals like Akainu, rather than someone like Karp, who mingled with pirates and undermined their cause. Such a person was no better than a mere parasite within the Navy, an aging pest. How could one uphold justice alongside such vermin? Zoro felt it was imperative to allocate time to eradicate the internal pests and refuse within the Navy. This would necessitate his first conquest against one of the 4 emperors, thereby securing a position of undeniable authority within the organization. Descending into the abyss. Boom. Karp has always been renowned for his iron fists, capable of flattening even the sharpest spikes of a bell pepper. His signature move, the undersea drop, is a formidable attack that has left the members of the Black Gang reeling. He has relentlessly pursued countless pirates, yet this does not justify his ability to shield them. His Busashoku haki radiates like a tangible entity, showcasing Karp's mastery of this formidable power. Boom. As the depths of the sea collapsed, the precarious structures of Marineford trembled once more, suggesting that its demise was imminent. Karp, oblivious to the fact that this was once his place of employment, exhibited his characteristic straightforwardness, an admirable trait when viewed positively, yet stubbornness when viewed otherwise. In this moment, he was engulfed in chaos. His beloved grandson had been slain before his very eyes, and rage had clouded his judgment. He was indifferent to the significance of Marineford at this juncture. A confrontation has ensued. The yellow monkey, squinting his eyes, approached the green pheasant. It remained unclear whether he was there to monitor the green pheasant and prevent him from intervening or merely to observe the unfolding drama. The green pheasant maintained an impassive expression, seemingly unprepared to engage. A sudden roar reverberated through the air as the once clear azure sky transformed dramatically, now shrouded in dense, ominous clouds. The battleground where Karp and Zoro clashed was no exception to the chaos, littered with fragments of debris cascading down. Enormous remnants of structures were sent soaring by the ferocity of their encounter, instantly reduced to mere dust. With a resounding crack, the sky darkened ominously, heralding the approach of a fierce thunderstorm. Each collision between Zoro and Karp reverberated with a tremendous noise, audible even several kilometers away. The relentless influx of seawater gave rise to successive tsunamis. Glacial epoch. Faced with the impending surge of seawater threatening to inundate Marineford once more, Aokiji acted decisively. He froze all the encroaching seawater, but that was the extent of his efforts. It was imperative to prevent the Navy headquarters from being submerged. The frozen seawater formed a protective barrier, encasing the entirety of Marineford. Outsiders could not discern the happenings within. They could only infer the battle from the sounds emanating from within. To the untrained eye, a reflective surface enveloped the area, rendering Marineford seemingly vanished. Has the battle commenced? The warship carrying Sengoku arrived late, witnessing the colossal ice wall that enveloped Marineford. With a swift motion, Akainu leaped from the warship, conjuring forth searing magma in his grasp. Boom! A portion of the ice wall was melted away, revealing a passage for several individuals. I hope nothing has gone awry, Sengoku murmured to himself as he stepped inside. You raised Roger's son for the sake of a pirate's promise. Am I mistaken? During the battle with Karp, Zoro gradually became more at ease. Initially, he believed that this naval hero was formidable and he fought with caution. However, as the skirmish progressed, he began to sense something amiss. This guy is truly a waste. To claim he is a vice admiral is no exaggeration. His strength reflects that title perfectly. Zoro continued to voice his disdain for the grave errors committed by Karp. For the sake of that pirate's son, all children born in that month were executed by the world government. Was this merely to honor your promise to a pirate? That pirate being none other than the pirate king, Roger, who ushered in the era of great voyages. I was unaware of this connection. Meanwhile, Kizaru observed the unfolding drama, offering his commentary, while Akiji's expression darkened, lost in thought. Is this your notion of justice, Vice Admiral Karp? Boom. The fallen Zoro, still youthful, struck Karp with a punch that sent him reeling. Is your sense of justice such that you can disregard the lives of ordinary people for the sake of a pirate's son? Do you truly believe you are worthy of the justice you claim to uphold? The more he spoke, the angrier Zoro became. What manner of actions are these? To be deemed a hero of the Navy, one must have protected countless celestial dragons in their youth. The embellishments surrounding the Battle of God Valley are likely considerable. Roger. Sengoku, along with that later appearing Divine Knights, surely formed part of the forces that besieged rocks. The Divine Knights numbered 20 in total, now only 11 remain, suggesting that 9 perished in that conflict. And looking at the Rock's pirates, the Whitebeard who exchanged glances with Roger would surely hold back. Their ecstasy. Merely a pretty face, seemingly devoid of combat prowess. Kaido is still an apprentice, having yet to consume a devil fruit. Only Big Mom stands out. Yet her ambitions lie elsewhere with her own nation. Thus, the entire Rock's pirates appears to be a gathering of traitors, solely reliant on Rox himself for their bloodshed. If we consider Karp and his comrades' defeat of Rox at God Valley, can we not assert that my collaboration with Curry yields an 80 score? While Jack Ma and I average a billionaire status, there are no commendable achievements to speak of. Now, returning to the present, as the son of the Pirate King, Ace has been mired in controversy since his birth. In prison, Roger implored Karp to raise his son, knowing his demise was imminent. Roger hastily sought a woman to ensure his lineage. Karp acquiesced. The world government, intent on preventing the birth of this son of the Pirate King, rigorously scrutinized the dates. 10 months later, countless children were born, and the world government captured them all. Karp aided in concealing the truth, failing to inform the world government that Roger's true son had not entered the world. The children born on those islands were executed. Better to wrongfully kill than to let a single one escape. Among them, Ace was not found. Is this your notion of justice? Is this your selfishness that has led to countless children losing their lives? Should not Roger's son face death as well? Cap, speak up. This time, Zoro even neglected to address him as Admiral. From the moment he took action against Zoro today, it signified that Garp had already betrayed the Navy. To strike against a highly esteemed naval officer for the sake of a pirate, do you not feel any remorse in your heart? Bang! Zoro delivered another powerful punch to Karp's face, sending a spray of teeth flying and mingling blood with flesh. The crimson stains marred Karp's black and white hair and the justice he draped over his shoulders. Some say that Karp grows more formidable with age. Yet in a bid to save Kobe, he was swiftly overpowered by Akiji on Honeycomb Island. Is this truly the strength befitting a top-tier warrior who has endured through over 1,000 chapters? Teacher Kaido once asserted that the willpower is the determinant of all combat prowess. However, one's devil fruit abilities can also provide a safety net, preventing one from becoming ineffective in old age. Even Whitebeard, despite his ailments, could still stand against numerous foes using the Tremor fruit. It seems that no one can escape the ravages of time, Karp included. What is happening? When Sengoku entered, he witnessed Zoro assaulting Karp. It was unclear whether Zoro's words had stirred Karp's remorse, allowing him to regain his composure, or if Zoro's prowess had surpassed Karp's, leaving the latter unable to retaliate. In any case, Sengoku observed the scene of Zoro relentlessly pummeling Karp, delivering blows with full intent to harm, rendering Karp completely defenseless. Akiji and Kizaru, standing nearby, showed no intention of intervening. They merely watched the spectacle. With Akainu just arriving, the three admirals of the navy were now assembled. Bang! Bang! Karp spat blood as Zoro's fist struck his face once more. Zoro felt that his rage had nearly been expended, yet it remained unquenched. How dare you lay a hand on me, relying solely on your seniority? I refuse to accept this. It is evident that you acted out of loyalty for a pirate. Even if that pirate is your grandson, if you wish to safeguard him, you ought to educate him properly. When Shanks arrived at Windmill Village, you should have used your iron fist to eliminate them, thereby teaching your grandson Luffy a lesson. There is no favorable outcome for those who choose the life of a pirate. What defines the Navy is far superior. Pirates are insignificant. Moreover, Luffy has had countless opportunities throughout his life to alter his path. Yet you did nothing, and even after Luffy became a pirate, you took pride in the rise of his bounty. Bang! Zoro struck Cap's left fist once more with a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, Karp's arm shattered. Zoro. The voice of Sengoku echoed. What is it, Admiral Sengoku? Are you going to stop me? Zoro turned to face Sengoku. He believed that Sengoku was not the kind of person who could not discern the gravity of a situation. He was the fleet admiral, after all. With the three admirals watching nearby, what was he planning? To strike me? Is this what it means to be a fleet admiral? Sengoku paused momentarily. This fellow showed no hesitation whatsoever. Ever since Karp took action against me, does he still consider himself part of the Navy? General of the Warring States. Zoro quietly awaited the response from Sengoku. Karp cannot be killed. Sengoku ultimately voiced his thoughts. On one hand, this was his old comrade, with whom he had shared over a decade of life. Sengoku had advised him numerous times, yet Karp remained stubbornly indifferent. On the other hand, the world government forbade such actions. Karp held significant importance within the ranks of the world government. Sengoku articulated his reasoning. Is that so? Zoro raised his hand and delivered yet another punch. Karp's other arm was also shattered. Zoro struck with lethal intent. It seemed that recovery was beyond hope, unless one possessed the surgical fruit to replace his arm. Alas, that individual with the surgical fruit was also preoccupied with his own matters. Being modified by Vegapunk might grant him a chance at survival, but it depended entirely on Karp's willingness. Lying on the ground, Karp found himself schooled by the younger generation. His grandson was beyond rescue. No matter how indifferent one might try to appear, such a blow was insufferable. His heart felt like ashes. Were it not for the pain coursing through his body, he might have believed himself on the verge of death. Zoro remained oblivious to Karp's thoughts. Sengoku approached Zoro and stood beside him. Zoro, do me a favor. I'm nearing retirement. A position will surely open for a new admiral, and one is certainly yours. This was the most significant concession Sengoku could offer Zoro. He could recommend Zoro for the position of fleet admiral or admiral, but the latter required proof of strength. Otherwise, the world government would not acknowledge Sengoku's recommendation. Yet, this alone was insufficient to sway Zoro into sparing Karp. I can obtain the position of admiral on my own. Zoro whispered, just loud enough for Sengoku to hear. I recommend Akainu for the next fleet admiral. Karp, lost in his own thoughts, remained silent. Sengoku chose not to speak further. Very well. Sengoku ultimately acquiesced to Zoro's terms. Congratulations, you shall live. Zoro released Karp and grinned at the battered figure of Karp lying on the ground. For reasons unknown, Sengoku felt that this individual, when paired with Akainu, would herald a transformation within the Navy. It matters not. I am on the verge of retirement. Let them do as they please. Sengoku assisted his old comrade to his feet, refraining from uttering a word to Zoro. Zoro had committed no wrongdoing. He merely acted in accordance with the duties of the Navy. Karp, too, was blameless. He was merely fulfilling the role of a grandfather. The only true transgressors were the pirates. In that moment, Sengoku's convictions began to waver. Bang! The ice wall shattered, revealing Marineford to the light once more. On this day, the venerable naval hero was vanquished by a new champion of the seas. Not a word was uttered by the three admirals of the Navy. Oh! Akainu discreetly gave Zoro a thumbs up. Well done. In the aftermath of this momentous day, the legendary marine hero, Karp, chose to retire. Breaking news, sensational news. The following day, the defeated Gears, under the stern warnings and coercive persuasion of the Navy, published an article detailing how Rear Admiral Zoro single-handedly defended Marineford, battling against the Dark King Rayleigh, the Sea Knight Jinbei, and the Straw Hat Luffy. The newspaper proclaimed that Rear Admiral Zoro had slain Jinbei, drained Rayleigh, and diced the Straw Hat Lad into 5 pieces. This was undoubtedly a monumental piece of news, rivaling the gravity of the events during the Marineford War. For indeed, a remnant of the old era had met its end in such a brutal fashion, evoking a sense of melancholy. Upon the release of this news, shockwaves reverberated across the globe. The various naval branches seemed invigorated, filled with unprecedented enthusiasm. The admiration for Rear Admiral Zaro, this new naval hero, began to eclipse even that of Karp. What an enigma he is. Smoker had arrived at the Navy's branch in the New World. Beside him stood the branch's commander, Virgo, who ostensibly held the rank of Rear Admiral, yet in truth was a member of Don Quixote-Doflamingo's elite crew, having infiltrated the Navy for a considerable time. Smoker was taken aback to learn that Zoro had defeated the Dark King Rayleigh. As for Luffy and Jinbei, defeating them was entirely within reason. After all, he had single-handedly taken down the Blackbeard pirates. What challenge could a pirate with a mere bounty of 200 million pose? However, as he pondered this, Smoker recalled Karp. Did he not intervene? After all, he was his own grandson. Smoker contemplated but ultimately decided to abandon his thoughts. Beside him, Virgo was engrossed in the newspaper, a wrench inexplicably clinging to his jaw. He often forgot this item, sometimes replacing it with a hot dog, other times with a cigar. Is that Zoro? Virgo felt the need to thoroughly investigate this new Rear Admiral. No, it should be a Vice Admiral. This information must be conveyed to the young master, Don Quixote-Doflamingo. It is undoubtedly significant. Meanwhile, among the pirate ranks, this was undeniably a bombshell of news. What? The Dark King Rayleigh. Who is he? It is hard to believe that there are young pirates unaware of the name Rayleigh. You don't know Rayleigh? He was the first mate of the pirate King Roger. Well, it is what it is. Just an old relic buried halfway in the ground. Some young pirates scoffed at him. With Whitebeard's demise, it only proves that the remnants of the previous era should exit the stage. This era belongs to us. Ahahaha. After all, Rayleigh has been absent for far too long. It is only natural that some have forgotten his name. They believe this era is theirs. Yet, there are others who perceive something extraordinary within this. Deep beneath the sea, inside a submarine, the question arose, is Rayleigh dead? A towering figure with ghastly wounds, clad in military attire, Barrett, a criminal who escaped from the 6th level of Impelled Down. Upon glancing at the newspaper in his hands, Barrett grinned widely. To think he was slain by a young lad, Rayleigh, oh Rayleigh. Indeed, you are not what you once were. After perusing the article, Barrett shifted his focus to the Vice Admiral responsible for Rayleigh's demise. Has the Navy grown so formidable? Even a Vice Admiral could take him down? Having been confined and impelled down for decades, it is understandable that he remains oblivious to the outside world. Well, never mind. Barrett discarded the newspaper and immersed himself in his own research. Is it truly over? In the homeland of Whitebeard, only 2 captains remain to guard it, the skilled swordsman Vista and the wielder of the pocket fruit ability. Following Whitebeard's demise, his territory was swiftly divided among rival factions. Among those who seized the opportunity were 2 of the most formidable pirates, Silver Axe and Wang Ji. These seasoned veterans from the Rocks Pirates, upon hearing of Whitebeard's death, promptly took control of the majority of his lands. Nevertheless, they showed some respect for Whitebeard by allowing his homeland to remain with his loyal remnants. Alas, is this truly the end for us? Vista found himself engulfed in profound doubt, to the extent that he disregarded the news of the deaths of the Dark King Rayleigh and the fishman Jinbei. Pluton Rayleigh, an ancient being. On the island of the dead, Kaido lifted his enormous gourd and took a hearty swig. He was slain by a naval rear admiral. Burp. I'm getting old, but I still feel youthful. Roar. Kaido transformed into a green dragon, soaring into the sky. Is that old geezer dead? Big Mom inquired, indulging in her dessert while a small figure presented her with an unfolded newspaper. The headline read, "The Dark King Rayleigh has been slain by Zoro." What an elusive old fellow. Yet, it seems these ancient figures are gradually exiting the stage. After perusing the article, the figure of Capone Beach was drenched in cold sweat. You wish to join my pirate crew, do you? Indeed. We, the Fireflame Pirates, are eager to join your ranks. Capone Beach declared with unwavering conviction. Originally, he had intended to wait another year before joining Big Mom's crew. However, upon witnessing the morning news, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him entirely. Enough talk. I must seek a strong ally. It's imperative to safeguard my own life first. Chief Ohm, then you two shall marry. Thereafter, we shall be one family. Listening to your words. K. Pinky bent down. Mama, I can indulge in wedding cake once more. Straw Hat. On board the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks received the news. Having just laid to rest Whitebeard and Ace, he also honored his dear brother Buggy by interring him before Whitebeard's grave. Has the vice-captain truly perished? The deaths of Rayleigh and Luffy stirred a sense of disquiet within the usually composed Shanks. The vice-captain's prowess was formidable. Could it be that fellow was involved? Shanks recalled the moment from the Marineford War, the smile of that naval captain. Has he indeed shown me respect? Shanks became ensnared in profound contemplation. What? Rayleigh is dead. The Gamber Islands. The Bamboo Tavern. The tavern owner, Chi, gazed at the newspaper, her disbelief palpable. How could he possibly be dead? How could that fellow have perished? Zaki gazed towards the entrance where the formidable bear stood guard at the Thousand Sunny. He pondered whether, 2 years hence, anyone would still return to this place, to the once illustrious Straw Hat Pirates. Alas, age has caught up with him. He hadn't even managed to best a single young adversary. Zaki took a moment to steady her emotions. Over the decades, she had endured the loss of many. Yet, today's demise stirred a pang of sorrow within her. She retrieved a bottle of the liquor she typically sold from beneath the cabinet and poured it at the doorstep, paying tribute to the late Rayleigh and his old companions. Most were preoccupied with the rise and fall of the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh. As for the Straw Hat lad, well, he had yet to earn such recognition. With a bounty of merely 200 million berries, he hardly warranted acknowledgement from the majority who were unfamiliar with him. A significant number only came to know him from that moment during the Marineford War when he boldly declared, "I am going to be the Pirate King." Luffy, really? Sanji found it almost unbelievable upon hearing the news. Luffy, he is gone. Sanji's expression froze, and he momentarily forgot to run. The throng of people from the Okama Kingdom trailing behind him also came to a halt. What has happened to my sweetheart? Sanji stood there in a daze, reminiscing about the time when Luffy had invited him to join the Straw Hat Pirates at the floating restaurant. What am I to do now? Sanji felt a sense of aimlessness. The Straw Hat boy is dead. Even Ivankov, the king of the Okama Kingdom, caught wind of this news. Sigh, I should inform Dragon. After all, this was his son. Dragon. A dull voice emanated from the other end of the phone. I was already aware of it. Then, my condolences. Ivankov hung up the phone. In the East Sea, the captured slaves were laboring to construct bridges that connected the world. Dragon and his companions had just arrived to rescue these slaves, and in the process, they discovered Nico Robin among them. Luffy is dead. Robin recalled that afternoon when he shouted for her to live on, and tears streamed down her face. Dragon stood silently by, and even the surrounding revolutionary officers hesitated to speak. Let us continue to rescue the next group of slaves. After a long silence, Dragon made his decision. He had once saved Luffy in Rowtown, but this time, even Rayleigh had perished there. Was this fate? The group silently boarded their ship, setting sail for the next destination. Fool. How could Luffy possibly be dead? Chopper had been gathering with a group of wild birds and the island's inhabitants to brew medicine when he saw the news from the newsbird. Instantly, tears cascaded down Chopper's face. Chopper wept incessantly, unable to be consoled despite the attempts of those around him. Why must they return to the Navy headquarters once more? Even for our sake, it hardly seems worth it. A small island floated in the sky. Nami covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. An elderly man nearby, unaware of the circumstances, approached in hopes of offering comfort. Nami knelt on the ground, caressing the scars on her arms. The captain of the Straw Hat crew is gone. Brook, who had just finished performing on stage, received this devastating news as well. Rayleigh, you say? There appears to be a new recruit. Brook's attachment to the Straw Hat Pirates was rather tenuous, having only joined for less than 2 months before their separation. He had spent over 50 years alone on the Thriller bark, having long since come to terms with life and death. It was only thanks to Luffy that he emerged from the darkness. After a moment of silence, Brook returned to the stage, addressing the lively audience below. The next song I shall dedicate to my captain, in gratitude for rescuing me from a place of terror. What on earth is he doing? The managers of the Long-Arm tribe, clutching their walkie-talkies, inquired about the unfolding situation. Brook began to play. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho, let the wine of Binks reach your side. Like the sea breeze unfettered, riding the waves. On the other shore, the sunset blazes, and the song of birds paints circles in the air. Farewell to the harbor. Land of silk, come, let us sing the song of departure. Golden waves and silver tides transform into splashes of water. We embark solely for the ocean. As the song concluded, Brook rose and bowed, his voice carrying to those who could hear. Thank you for your care, dear captain. On Kuraikavana Island. Zoro had finally vanquished all the enemies. How infuriating. Didn't you claim you would become the Pirate King? How could you fall here? Zoro fought back the tears. A true swordsman does not weep. He had not shed a tear when Kuma inflicted his pain upon him, yet in this moment, tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. Zoro gazed upward, striving to hold back his sorrow. You have broken your promise, Luffy. Zoro was acknowledged as the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Though it was never explicitly stated, it was a belief shared by all. I witnessed it. The Straw Hat Kid met a just fate. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, emerged from the castle. To defeat someone as formidable as Rayleigh was a trivial task for him. And killing Luffy would be even simpler. Leaning against the castle gate, Mihawk watched as Zoro took a swift knee before him. Please, teach me the way of the sword. Oh? Is this for the sake of vengeance? Mihawk naturally contemplated Zoro's desire for vengeance on behalf of Luffy. Zoro remained silent. If it is vengeance you seek, you are bound to fail. Hawkeye's bluntly poured cold water on Zoro's aspirations. The growth of that marine exceeds your wildest imagination. Relying solely on relentless training will not suffice to defeat him. Even if I cannot prevail, I must make him aware of my resolve, Zoro declared. His forehead pressed against the ground, leaving a damp mark behind. Is this how it is? The fervor ignited by the flames of vengeance. Hawkeyes turned and strode into the castle. Please, come in. Luffy. The dawn of the East Sea. Dayton fainted in tears. Just 2 weeks prior, she had received the devastating news of Ace's death, and she had yet to recover. Now Luffy was gone as well. These 2 little boys had grown up before her eyes, closer to her than her own grandchildren. Upon regaining consciousness, Dayton immediately called Karp. Karp, your grandson. There was a prolonged silence on the other end. Hello, Vice Admiral Karp is currently recuperating and is unable to speak with you. Hearing this only heightened Dayton's concern. Even Karp couldn't intervene? Suddenly, Dayton turned to her subordinates and declared, if any of you dare to speak of becoming pirates, I'll break your legs. Luffy, Ace. In the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Sabo began to regain fragments of his memory. Upon seeing the names of Luffy and Ace in the newspaper, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. What is happening to me? Did I know them? Sabo's memories continued to resurface. Nevertheless, most people went about their lives as usual. After all, a few pirates had perished. Did that really concern them? Did it affect their work or promotions? Regardless, death was simply a part of life. This represents the perspective of the majority. Without the awakening of the liberation drum, there exists a young man who has plunged into the depths of the ocean. His demise scarcely evokes the exhilaration brought about by a mere salary increase from his employer. For some, death is simply an end. The tumult of war had subsided for several months by the end of the year 1522 in the Sea Circle. The warring states had submitted their resignation to the world government, recommending Akainu as the next fleet admiral. This aligns with the world government's viewpoint, which harbors hopes for Akainu to ascend to the position of fleet admiral. Nevertheless, the naval headquarters remains tense. Aokiji harbors reservations regarding Akainu's brand of justice. And the events surrounding Ohara have irrevocably altered Aokiji's perception of justice. Once fervent, it has since transformed. It remains uncertain whether the two will engage in another great conflict. Should Aokiji falter once more, he would lack the Blackbeard pirates to turn to. He may pursue other endeavors, yet Zoro remains unconcerned. His current focus is on a remnant of the pirate era, specifically the scion of Whitebeard, Whitebeard II. Indeed, the Seven Warlords are insufficient. The world government is poised to summon Whitebeard II to join their ranks as a warlord. This news has yet to be disseminated, nonetheless. Zoro has become aware of it in recent times. Following Whitebeard II's induction as a warlord, former naval instructor Zephyr is expected to express discontent with the world government and withdraw from the Navy. Coincidentally, Zoro views this remnant of Whitebeard as a target that must be eliminated. Thus, he resolves to seize the opportunity to eliminate this threat while hunting down the supernovas. Zoro. What has transpired? On the deck, Zoro stood facing the ocean, feeling the sea breeze against his skin. Occasionally, a few seabirds would glide past, while schools of fish danced beneath the waves. From time to time, large shadows would sweep beneath the warship. Kaji had become Zoro's subordinate, a request made by Zoro himself. He had now risen to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, a position held by only 16 individuals, with one vacancy due to a recent promotion. Karp had retired, truly retiring this time. Perhaps wearied by the burdens of battle and defeated by Zoro, he may have simply become a shadow of his former self. He was undeniably aging. Despite Sengoku's attempts to retain him, Karp was unwilling to continue within the Navy. The world government had suggested that Karp join Zephyr in training the new recruits, based on the philosophy of using individuals until their last breath, especially after Sengoku submitted his resignation. Thus, the three old comrades reunited at this moment, one with an arm lost, another with two, and one unscathed. Yet, Karp's time was limited. Zoro had shown no mercy. Karp's arms were rendered useless. He could barely survive a few more months, and there is no grief greater than that of a dying heart. When the spirit dies, one is truly dead. Moreover, the news of Zoro's brutal confrontation with Karp in Marineford was, after much discussion, kept from being disseminated by Gears. After all, internal Navy matters would not be well received if leaked. Gears himself, under Zoro's subtle persuasion, had become an ally. Indeed, Zoro held various compromising details over him. The information released indicated that the Straw Hat Boy and Rayleigh had invaded Marineford and were defeated by Rear Admiral Zoro. This news alone was sufficient to elevate Zoro's rank to Rear Admiral, significantly boosting his reputation in recent times. Should there be a system of renown? Zoro would have already soared to great heights. All photographs taken by Gears at Marineford were meticulously scrutinized, and he was thoroughly investigated. It was discovered that a recording device had been hidden, capturing sounds during his unconsciousness, resulting in a severe beating. Morgans, not under the world government's control, served as the primary source of information for most of the world's populace through his newspaper. He had once orchestrated a campaign that elevated Luffy to the status of one of the four emperors. In the realm of public opinion, if one does not seize control, others will. Thus, Gears became Zoro's double agent within Morgan's newspaper, providing him with exclusive information regarding the slaying of notorious pirates. Through this, he could gradually ascend. For instance, the battle at Marineford was leaked in this manner, earning Morgan's admiration. Everything appeared to have returned to normal, with no visible changes. However, profound transformations had indeed occurred. The news of 3D2Y had spread, and the Straw Hat crew was nearing the brink of madness. Yet, Zoro believed those individuals would continue their training diligently, seeking revenge for Luffy. Except for Brook, who had already embraced his stardom, having seen the advertisements for his concert. Zoro now had ample time to seek out each of them individually. I sense that you have undergone some changes. Carrie has been working under Zoro for a month or two now, and having consumed the Phoenix fruit, he is now able to manifest his powers directly. No longer concealing his abilities, he recognizes that Zoro, with his current strength, could establish his own faction. The crew aboard this warship has been meticulously selected by Zoro, all harboring deep-seated animosity towards pirates. When it comes to confronting pirates, they show no mercy, pursuing their foes until death. The higher-ups took notice of Carrie acquiring the Phoenix fruit, but subsequently ceased their interest. It was purely a stroke of luck, after all. Who could predict that one would be fortunate enough to obtain a Phoenix? Some individuals have ended up with a giraffe or bubble fruit, leaving them utterly despondent. Change? Zoro listened to Carly's words. Perhaps so. Just now, I spun the wheel of justice with 10,000 points and obtained two rather perplexing items. The basic version of the Berserk Potion, 10 times. What a disappointment. It seems not all treasures lie within that 10,000. The basic Berserk Potion enhances the user's strength by 30%, yet after 10 minutes, they will succumb to a 30-minute period of weakness. Perhaps it may prove useful. The other item left him utterly bewildered, a miniature atomic bomb. How should I put this? Should I unleash it above Mary Geos? It certainly piques my interest. And Zoro resolved to proceed with this plan. After draining Rayleigh's power last time and absorbing his conqueror's haki, Zoro's mastery of the haki ascended to a new level. However, he hesitated over Luffy's ability, for he beheld a rather terrifying power. Sit-ups. When your health drops below 10%, you can restore it to 50% by resting for 2 minutes. While health is invisible, one can feel it. This is precisely why Monkey D. Luffy is repeatedly defeated, only to recover to full health through sit-ups, then get knocked down again, like an indomitable cockroach. Who needs the Nika fruit? Does it truly compare? Nevertheless, Zoro chose the Nika fruit after all. The allure of a protagonist's power is undeniable, especially when it is within one's grasp. In a juxtaposition of light and darkness, the darkness fruit and the sun god Nika fruit now belong to Zoro. There shall be no more foolish Nika in this world. He will command a navy that embodies absolute justice. Report. We have detected the presence of Whitebeard 2 ahead. You all wait here. I shall return shortly. As the words fell, Zoro departed from the scene. The content beneath the boundary line consists of the author's personal musings, which are seldom noticed by readers. The protagonist's attributes, when reiterated each time, tend to feel rather superfluous, as do the skills and attributes. Generally, I consolidate all abilities and items after a certain interval. Regarding the combat prowess of the four emperors and the admirals, the initial assessment is as follows. The pirate crews of the four emperors are predominantly sustained by their respective leaders, accounting for over 80% of the entire crew's combat strength. With Big Mom gone, Whole Cake Island was ambushed, following Whitebeard's demise. Marco and the remaining members could not defeat Blackbeard's crew. In fact, even the vice-captains and those merely tagging along fall short of even a fraction of the four emperors' might. Thus, I have ascribed to the four emperors a power level ranging from 160 to 170,000. With the admirals similarly rated, referring here to the original 3 admirals of the Navy, not the auxiliary Green Bull. The world government, having ruled for 8 centuries, undoubtedly possesses some formidable forces, with the God Knights serving as their contingency. Aside from him, all these matters must be addressed. Zoro aims to eliminate all pirates, cleanse the Navy, overthrow the celestial dragons, and establish a new order. This endeavor requires capable individuals. He cannot undertake this monumental task alone. The Marineford War segment serves to elevate the protagonist's level and attributes, a trend that will undoubtedly continue, aligning with the narrative's premise. Additionally, it is noteworthy that in One Piece, if the disparity in strength is not so vast that one strike would suffice, prolonged battles are indeed feasible, excluding instances like Luffy defeating Kaido in a single night. Therefore, Zoro, too, will escalate his attributes to a certain level before engaging in combat. At this juncture, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your readership. This is my second book, my first, which I wrote for several months at the cost of $1 per day, has paved the way for this one, which I am determined to continue. I envision 2 potential paths ahead, one leading to other worlds and the other to cosmic piracy. Which do you find more appealing? Please share your thoughts. Thank you for your attention. By the way, should you notice any typos, kindly bring them to my attention, and I will rectify them as I can. For the influx of messages may obscure them. Miss Bakken refers to the elderly Bakkengom, Stussy. I mention this to prevent any misunderstandings among readers. Son, take him down. On the island of Pretoria, Edward Weevil, also known as Whitebeard II, brandished his large blade, striking at the pirate below. With a thud, the pirate collapsed to the ground, revealing several ghastly wounds upon his body. This individual, who was once the captain of a pirate crew known as the Running Pirates, hailed from the Longleg tribe. They were remnants of the 43 pirate crews that served under the infamous Whitebeard. During the Marineford War, over 20 of them had been pursued and annihilated by the Navy, leaving merely a handful of ships to evade destruction. Among these vessels was the Running Pirates, captained by a towering figure of 2 meters and 30 centimeters, with legs measuring 1 meter and 70 centimeters. He commanded a crew of over 100, but just 2 days prior, a self-proclaimed Whitebeard II had emerged from obscurity, accompanied by an elderly woman who stood less than 1 meter tall on his shoulder. He demanded their allegiance to Whitebeard II, a proposition they vehemently rejected. The Whitebeard pirates had been vanquished, and their loyalty to the late captain was born of respect. Who was this stranger to command their submission? Son, eliminate them, commanded the woman. Very well, mother. Thus, the Running Pirates met their demise. Out of the 123 crew members aboard, only he remained, gasping for breath. My son has already dispatched 10 of your kind, remarked Bajingham Stussy, gesturing at the fallen pirate. Mother, someone approaches. Despite his lack of intellect, Whitebeard too possessed formidable strength, capable of contending with the likes of the 7 Warlords. The Yellow Monkey had even claimed that he held power akin to the young Whitebeard. However, it was likely that the Yellow Monkey, disinterested in engaging, concocted an excuse to withdraw. Son, take care of this one first, he ordered. Good mother. Spare him. Zoro, gliding with the grace of a moonlit step, swiftly approached Whitebeard II. He unsheathed his sword, bloodshed, and deftly intercepted the downward strike aimed at him. Boom. This fellow possesses quite a remarkable strength. Zoro was secretly astonished. It is indeed plausible that this could be the power of Whitebeard in his youth, albeit merely the strength of a teenager. Mother, Zoro exclaimed, applying a bit more force. The uneven body of Whitebeard II began to sway. Stussy, perched on his shoulder, also started to topple backward. After steadying Stussy, Whitebeard II gently placed his mother on the ground. Mother, he is incredibly strong. Whitebeard II observed in astonishment as his blade struck down, yet failed to sever his opponent completely, nearly toppling him in the process. "Thank you." Storm was lying on the ground, relieved that someone had saved him and that he would not meet his demise. "Oh, have you forgotten who I am?" Zoro turned to face the pirate, his expression brimming with excitement. "Bloodied hand, Zoro." Storm recognized the familiar face. During the Marineford War, he had pursued their group relentlessly, leaving nothing alive in his wake. Hardly any pirate had managed to survive. That's the title I've been given." Zoro expressed his dissatisfaction with the moniker. Why must it sound so grim? Surely, it could be something more appealing, like Pirate Terminator or the like. "Given the moniker you've bestowed upon me, I find it quite unsatisfactory." With that, Zoro seized the fleeing pirate captain. In a flash, he vanished. "Mom, that person has disappeared." Whitebeard, too, with his walnut-sized intellect, struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. "Where is this place? Hello? Is anyone there?" Stardust felt a wave of trepidation. "New here?" A voice came from beside him. Another newcomer has been brought in. This must be the first fresh face in the past 5 days." The cacophony of sounds left Stardust somewhat bewildered. "Don't think about leaving. Just settle in here," the first voice responded again. "Where's this place?" he timidly inquired. "This is a prison. A place from which we pirates can never escape. The only chance you have to see the sun again is when you are on the brink of death, which typically occurs after 5 months. "And how long have you been here?" Stardust asked. "For months already. I feel as though all my strength has nearly vanished." Now, the old man coughed twice. He was nearing death. Was there truly no way to venture outside? Still unwilling to resign himself to fate, Stemu yearned to make an attempt to escape. "You could try using brute force," someone urged. "Perhaps it's better to refrain." In the darkness, once more, a profound tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Bang! As expected, this newcomer gave it a try. "Ha, this is amusing. Let's see how long he can endure." 10 seconds later. The sound resembled that of a tattered bellows as Stardom lay on the ground, utterly drained of strength. "Where on earth am I? Oh, this fellow primarily bestows upon me the gift of speed." Zoro had confined Stardom within his own prison. In recent months, Zoro had also discovered the utility of his prison fruit, the ability to imprison pirates and extract every ounce of their value. Gazing at the panel, he noted, "Divine speed. Your movement speed is increased by 10%. The pirates he had incarcerated within his prison were able to grant him unique abilities and various skills. For instance, having absorbed the talents of several carpenters, Zoro could now be considered a novice carpenter himself. This was the result of amalgamating the powers of numerous pirates into secondary abilities. Stardom had bestowed upon him the gift of divine speed. However, Zoro did not intend to eliminate these pirates immediately. He planned to keep them locked away for 5 months, extracting all their worth before finally releasing them for a decisive strike. He aimed to collect their justice points. Zoro's current demands were modest, as many formidable pirates awaited him. By enhancing his multifaceted skills, he aspired to become a versatile hexagonal warrior, achieving true invincibility. "Son, if you cannot defeat this person, make a hasty retreat." Stussy decided to flee upon hearing her son declare the strength of the individual before them. "Good mother." Whitebeard too hoisted Stucci onto his shoulder and charged forth like a wild bull. It was entirely understandable that they did not recognize Zoro, as he had undergone a significant transformation in just a few short months. Originally towering over 2 meters, he now stood at approximately 3 meters. His robust physique resembled a small mountain from a distance, instilling a sense of dread. Storm's impression of him was vivid. He recognized Zoro at first glance. Stucci, however, had only seen him in a newspaper, an old photograph from several months prior. "Why rush off? Isn't it better to stay here?" Whitebeard too began his sprint without a backward glance. Zoro, on the other hand, had no intention of engaging in further conversation. He simply intended to eliminate him. For Zephyr, the aged admiral, it was entirely justifiable to slay such a pirate. Should this man ascend to the position of warlord of the sea, Zephyr would likely abandon the navy altogether, aiming to bring about destruction. Although Zoro could easily defeat Zephyr, who had dedicated his life to the navy with unwavering diligence and sacrifice, including the loss of his wife and son, Zoro was reluctant to witness such a fate. Nonetheless, Zoro had his own convictions. With the mindset of utilizing Zephyr to train new recruits in the future, he could not allow him to escape. Considering all these factors, Whitebeard too was undoubtedly doomed. "Mother, it hurts." Though Weeble had been fleeing, his heart remained innocent. He obediently followed his mother's commands, having undertaken every action at her behest. Had Stussy not issued the next order, he would have continued to execute the first. Behind him, Zoro had caught up and inflicted a wound upon his back. Nevertheless, he endured the pain, determined to lead his mother to safety. Son, fight with him. Stussy comprehended the gravity of the situation. Escape was no longer an option. The strength of the adversary before them far surpassed that of her son, and continuing to flee would only lead to a dead end. Good mother. You are acting just like a robot. Zoro listened to Wilbur's conversation with his mother, which was essentially a repetition of Stussy's words. Wilbur's behavior led Zoro to question whether Wilbur's mind operated on a single thread. Wilbur turned and raised his great sword, aiming a strike at the approaching Zoro. The speed was too sluggish. Zoro merely sidestepped and evaded the blow. The sword crashed into the ground, leaving a massive fissure in its wake. There was indeed a semblance of your father Whitebeard's prodigious strength. Zoro conceded that Wilbur, aside from resembling him, fought in a manner strikingly similar to Whitebeard, albeit without the powers of the tremor fruit. Swish. Mother, my hand is gone. It hurts so much. Zoro's strike severed Wilbur's right hand, which held the great sword. With only his left hand remaining, Wilbur found it exceedingly difficult to wield the great sword again. Son. This marked Stussy's first encounter with a formidable adversary. In her youth, she too was a member of the Rocks Pirates, renowned for her exquisite beauty, standing out prominently in the pirate world. However, in the realm of One Piece, the longevity of female pirates is remarkably brief. Big Mom has transformed from her youthful self into a colossal behemoth, akin to a land-dwelling Tyrannosaurus. Stussy, once towering over others at a height of over 7 meters, has unfortunately diminished to a mere 68 centimeters with age. Holding Wilbur in her arms, Stussy evoked a sense of profound maternal affection in Zoro. Then let us send you both to the depths of hell. As Wilbur eliminated the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates, he also caused the tragic loss of over 300 civilians and more than 100 Marines. With this, Zoro could not allow him to live any longer. In a flash of blood, Stussy was severed in two, meeting her demise before Wilbur's eyes. Mother, remember, you are the son of the white-bearded man, the offspring of the world's mightiest warrior. Stussy exerted every ounce of strength to utter these two sentences before his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. In that moment, Wilbur resembled a furious lion, desperately roaring while cradling the half-lifeless body of Stussy. Mother, mother, to outsiders, it appeared as a heartfelt expression of gratitude, a profound bond between mother and son. Yet, little do they know, because of the two of them, hundreds of families have lost sons, husbands, and fathers. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. No amount of dismemberment could atone for the lives lost, both civilians and Navy alike. For they are pirates. Damn it. In a state of fury, Wilbur's strength surged dramatically. It was akin to Whitebeard's ability to contend with Akainu even in his final moments. This was a relentless struggle. Whether he triumphed or perished, he was determined to fight. With a single hand, Wilbur seized the longsword. Oh, has he advanced? Zoro remained unfazed, observing that each of Wilbur's strikes could sever the surrounding trees. Some wild creatures, startled, inadvertently wandered into the vicinity of Wilbur's onslaught. In a swift motion, they were cleaved in two. The blood of the wild animals splattered onto Wilbur's face, and with only one hand at his disposal, he could not wipe it away. This was yet another manifestation of bloodshed, smearing it right in his face. He swiftly rolled away. Zoro identified the tallest tree, approximately 20 to 30 meters high, and watched as Wilbur wreaked havoc below. He produced a specially crafted beverage. This concoction was extracted using 1,000 justice points, yielding 100 bottles. Functional drink, it could permanently enhance all attributes by 0.1. Only one bottle could be effective per week. It was better than nothing. Consuming all 100 bottles would take 2 years. In total, it would augment his attributes by 10%, a level he could also attain through training. If he found himself idle, drinking a bottle for amusement wouldn't be out of the question. Wilbur continued to slash wildly, with not a single intact tree left in sight. The ground was littered with the carcasses of numerous wild animals, including pythons measuring over 10 meters in length and lions and tigers standing 3 meters tall. Disturbed by his presence, they sought to eliminate this unwelcome intruder, only to be met with a swift and fatal strike. Almost there, Zoro observed as Wilbur swung his sword with diminishing vigor. It was time for him to make his entrance. What is that? A small girl appears to be approaching. Zoro noticed a little girl, merely a few years of age, making her way towards Wilbur from a distance. Zoro leaped down, gliding like a bird to the side of the little girl. He could not bear the situation. What if it were true? There were indeed a few households living on this island, albeit only a handful. Was it merely a coincidence? Little one, where is your mother? Upon finally encountering another person, the little girl burst into tears. Curse. Although Wilbur's eyes were obscured, his ears remained keenly attuned. In his near demise, he suddenly brandished his long knife towards Zaro. It is advisable that the scene below is not suitable for minors. Zaro shielded her behind him and drew his blade. A dagger plunged into Zaro's back. Behind him, the young girl swiftly fled. Her beaming smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Stussie's childhood. A peculiar devil fruit. No wonder there was no justice value added when he severed Stussie earlier. He had assumed there was a delay. An oversight. The dagger was laced with poison. Undoubtedly of a highly lethal nature, characteristic of someone like Stussie. However, Zoro possessed an inherent resistance to venom. This particular toxin was neutralized by 90%, and the remaining 10%, owing to Whitebeard's monstrous constitution, swiftly dissipated as well. How is that possible? The girl like Stussie exclaimed as she witnessed Zoro effortlessly draw the dagger. The potency of this poison could even fell a sea king. Is this fellow a monster? You have successfully ignited my fury. Zoro casually hurled the dagger towards Stussie, which once again grazed his chest. Stussie collapsed to the ground once more. Meanwhile, the sound attracted Weevil, who charged forward with his long knife. Unable to see clearly but guided by the noise to locate Zoro. Humph, to kill me, it is much too early. Zoro, adorned with an array of buffs, was unaware of their full extent. Some were trivial, allowing him to drink copiously without intoxication and sleep for a single night, as if rejuvenated for 3 days. Others were remarkably effective, such as resistance to poison from the toxic Q, hypnosis from the Lafitte, and the monstrous physique inherited from Whitebeard, of which he possessed a dozen. Yet, when faced with the mindless Weevil, only genuine steel could determine the outcome of the battle. With a fierce roar, Zoro gripped his swords tightly, channeling all his strength, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. As Weevil charged forward, Zoro did not flinch. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, like a tiger descending from the mountain. With a thunderous roar, a blood-red blade aura coalesced into a towering, ferocious tiger, standing over 10 meters tall, its visage fearsome and its fangs thirsting for blood. Roar. The fierce tiger emerges from the mountains. Weibel is swallowed whole. Within the belly of the bloodthirsty beast, one can faintly discern something continuously writhing. With a resounding bang, Zoro gripped his sword, blood, and confronted the ferocious tiger. He raised the blade with great force, causing the bloodthirsty tiger to leap onto the surface of the sea. With a resounding explosion, a vast expanse of the sea was stained crimson. Weibel was not yet deceased, yet he lingered on the brink of death. Having inherited the formidable strength of his father, Whitebeard, this fellow possessed a physique as robust as that of his progenitor. After Zoro's explosive assault, not a single part of his body remained unscathed. His skin turned inside out, resembling a grotesque sphere composed of raw, blood-red flesh. Son, Stussie has been revived once more. Zoro did not anticipate that this individual could come back to life. However, when Zoro turned to look, Stussie had become even shorter. Originally standing at 68 centimeters, the diminutive girl had previously measured over 40 centimeters. Now, she was reduced to merely 20 centimeters. If she shrank any further, she would cease to exist. Indeed, this revival had its limitations. Baron Egg's egg fruit operated similarly. After being defeated, it would squirm for a moment before evolving into a little chicken viscount, only to be defeated again and transform into a rooster count. During that revival period, he was entirely defenseless. Zoro speculated whether this fellow possessed a nesting doll fruit, akin to a Russian matryoshka. From the original shell, a new figure would emerge. Once the little figure was completely gone, it would become unusable. Well, a swift strike would reveal the truth. The 20-centimeter Stussie resembled a doll. Regrettably, Zoro had no affection for such trivialities and swiftly reduced her to a pool of blood with a single punch. This individual exhibited no strength whatsoever. Observing the utterly defenseless Stussie, Zoro had reason to suspect that during his time on the Rock's pirate ship, he had relied solely on Whitebeard for survival. While others had ascended to the status of the 4 emperors or established their own territories, this lover of Whitebeard had merely produced a son who now lay dead. Extracting nesting doll fruit. Truly a nesting doll. This devil fruit appeared pear-shaped, smaller at the top and larger at the bottom, resembling the form of a Russian matryoshka. Name, nesting doll fruit. Type, paramecia. Abilities, restoration, rebirth, diminution, refreshment. According to Zoro's previous observations, this revived nesting doll would not inherit its prior abilities, but would revert to being a completely inept individual. Stussy's venomous dagger was also acquired from her elder form. Otherwise, if revival allowed for the retention of the previous body's abilities, it would be exceedingly terrifying. No wonder Stussy managed to survive in the Rock's pirate crew. Besides being Whitebeard's lover, she also possessed her own strength. However, this too had its drawbacks. One could merely lie in wait, revive once, strike once, and eventually one would be annihilated. Nonetheless, this fruit could indeed be considered divine. It remains uncertain whether, in a frail state, one could choose to end their own life and then revive. If that were possible, it would truly be invincible. Weevil, lying on the surface of the sea, heard his mother's voice, weakly calling out, "Mother." Zoro stepped onto the surface of the sea. Survival seemed impossible now. At this level of pirate, Zoro placed greater value on the attribute points he could gain. Glub, glub. Zoro thrust his blade once more, and Weevil's lifeless body began to sink into the depths of the sea. "Oh, but let me take something." Zoro snipped off Weevil's beard, reminiscent of Whitebeard's, intending to present it to Zephyr upon his return. This would yield an additional 800 justice points and 580 attribute points. Satisfactory, indeed. After all, Weevil had yet to reach his full potential. Once he matured, the attribute points would surely be more considerable, but Zoro would not grant them the opportunity to grow. It was far less perilous to eliminate the threat now. Is it resolved? Carly awaited Zoro's return on the deck. Indeed, Zoro replied. Let us proceed to the next destination, where another matter awaits my attention. Are you not being a tad too hasty? Carrie observed that Zoro had scarcely rested during this time. At the mere whisper of pirate activity, he would hasten to the scene. The outcomes of his endeavors were nothing short of exemplary, leaving little in the way of remains. Aside from this minor criticism from the Navy headquarters, Zoro's achievements were remarkably commendable. Carrie found it increasingly difficult to bear witness to this relentless pursuit. It is time to rest. Yet, there is no moment to spare. Zoro is acutely aware of his relentless exertion. Who knows if some pirate may suddenly encounter a fortuitous opportunity and soar to greatness. Furthermore, there are thousands of pirates who have escaped from Impel Down. To date, Zoro has managed to apprehend fewer than 100. The sheer number of them, scattered across the globe, renders the task insurmountable. Among the Navy, those who are as tenacious as Zoro are, after all, a rare breed. Very well, Carly replied with resignation, producing a nautical chart. The map was densely marked with the locations where the pirates had last been sighted after fleeing from Impel Down. The sheer number of markings was alarming. The devastation wrought by these pirates far surpassed that of ordinary marauders. Having been imprisoned for over a decade or two, each one had succumbed to madness. Their mental states long since deteriorated. The crimes they committed were indeed monumental. The next destination was the Sabaody archipelago, where two notorious criminals had escaped from the 4th level. Carly meticulously detailed the information about the next location to Zoro. Boeing Islands? Oh, a familiar place. Zoro recalled that this was where the bear had sent Usopp flying. Nearby lay the Feared Islands, specifically the Boeing Islands. Setting forth, Zoro resolved that this would be his destination. Justice value, 199674, 109674, with a habitual reserve for a 10-fold attribute point allocation, 1098755. This has already been added. Attribute points, 112456, with some reserves left. Items, Blood Sight, Dark Fruit, Split Fruit, Nika Fruit, Sake Fruit, Nine-Tailed Fox Fruit, Expansion Fruit, Island Fruit, Brick Fruit, Water Fruit, Matryoshka Fruit, Berserk Potion X10, Miniature Atomic Bomb, Japanese Happy Bomb. Functional Drink X98, Substitute Puppet X3, Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Basketball, Teacher Ma's Tai Chi Outfit. Used, Combat Suit, 1 Teleportation Scroll, Phoenix Fruit, Crocodile Fruit. Abilities, Prison Fruit, Hell Fruit. Capable of imprisoning offenders. The longer the confinement, the more abilities can be extracted from the prisoner. If unawakened, the number of imprisoned offenders is equivalent to the user's strength. Inside the prison, they remain in a perpetual suppressed state. The more they resist, the greater the pressure, allowing only those with comparable strength a chance of escape. Upon awakening, it becomes the Hell Fruit, which can manifest as either a mythical Zoan or Paramecia type. After awakening, one can unleash the abyss of hell, significantly increasing the number of imprisoned offenders, subdivided into 18 layers of torment, each offering a different form of suffering. Hide and seek. The more individuals present, the weaker the presence of the monster physique. Whitebeard, a robust physique with monster-like attributes and exceptional healing abilities. Sniper's intuition. Van Oka, a top-tier sniper capable of targeting enemies 2,000 meters away purely by instinct. Extraction. Complete version. Each time you execute an enemy marked by sin, you have the option to extract their abilities. High-level poison resistance. Poison Q significantly immune to toxic damage. Hypnosis. Lafitte makes it easier for others to accept your perspective. Advanced swordsmanship. Silver's rarely more efficient in executing slashes. Weightlifting champion. Shabadi capable of lifting weights far exceeding your own. Weakness. Kobe, while weeping, one may awaken unique abilities. Fishman karate. Jinbei, mastery of the majority of Fishman karate techniques. Superhuman strength. Whitebeard 2 greatly enhances your physical power. Marine 6 styles. Life return. Intermediate armament hockey. Flowing cherry blossom, a unique term from Wano. However, there are no other names to refer to, so this will have to suffice. Observational color hockey. Intermediate. Conqueror's hockey. Advanced. Conqueror's binding, drawn from Rayleigh. Godspeed. Intermediate, increases your movement speed by 10%. Carpenter. Possesses proficient carpentry skills. Drunkard. Able to drink endlessly. When intoxicated, becomes rowdy, yet significantly more resilient. Cold-blooded killer. Maintains composure while committing murder, devoid of emotional interference. Master thief. As the name suggests, skilled in thievery. Glutton. Possesses a voracious appetite and strong digestive capabilities. Boastful, as the name implies. Indestructible. Self-explanatory, of no particular utility. There are also various miscellaneous abilities, such as one to strength and one to speed, which I shall refrain from elaborating upon. The key aspects are those mentioned. Additionally, I may have forgotten some, so please remind me to include them. This chapter serves to summarize the abilities, yet I cannot publish it until it reaches 1,000 words. Even then, most readers will overlook the author's notes. As it stands, it still falls short of 1,000 words, thus I shall ramble on a bit longer. Most pirates will ultimately be eliminated, perhaps leaving behind a mere handful, though this does not alter the larger narrative. After all, the essence of this tale revolves around the eradication of pirates. I cannot betray my character's integrity, or it would all be for naught. The islands of the Boeing archipelago, blooming like flowers amidst the Grand Line, are in reality several floating carnivorous plants known as barren stomach. Deep within the island lies the temptation forest, where plants bearing enticing fruits abound, their fragrance often luring sea beasts and sea kings. At the center of the island resides the mouth of the barren stomach, which opens wide during feeding, closing its petals to ensnare its prey. The island's shape resembles a blossoming flower. The robber forest is home to fearsome man-eating plants. The further one ventures toward the island's periphery, the more formidable the creatures become. Some claim it is an island one can enter, but cannot exit. I must diligently cultivate my strength. I seek vengeance for Luffy. Within the island, Usopp has become so corpulent that he is almost unrecognizable. Behind him, Helix rides a 2-meter-long rhinoceros beetle in pursuit. A true man must honor his promises. Since you have pledged to be my disciple, I shall impart my teachings earnestly. Helix has spent an indeterminate amount of time on the Boeing archipelago and is well acquainted with most of its locales. When Usopp was sent here by Bartholomew Kuma, he was swiftly captivated by the island's culinary delights, ramen waterfalls, pork forests. Each area wafted appetizing aromas, igniting Usopp's appetite, and within 2 days, he had transformed into a hefty figure. This situation dramatically altered upon his reading a newspaper article. The news delivered by the paper bird reported that Luffy had infiltrated Marineford and subsequently vanished. Usopp seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming exceedingly diligent. In 2 years, Usopp firmly believes he will undoubtedly rise to greatness. Avenging Luffy is imperative. Outside the island, a pirate ship steadily approaches. But where's this place? Eustace Kid, the captain of the Kid Pirates, gazes intently at the map in his hands. He has lost his way, somehow finding himself in this unfamiliar location. How delightful! As the pirate crew approached the small island, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, a fragrance reminiscent of ramen. Beside Kid stood Killer, who, disliking the sound of his own laughter, rarely laughed openly, often concealing his face with a mask. He possessed a profound appreciation for ramen and was well acquainted with its delectable flavor. Let us replenish our supplies, Kid decided, having drifted at sea for some time. Following the events of the Paramount War, he had resolved to venture into the New World, first ensuring he was well prepared in the Grand Line. After this resupply, They would head to Sabo archipelago and then onward to the New World. "You stay here with the ship. I shall go," Kid instructed Killer. They had been close friends since childhood, and due to Killer's peculiar laughter, Kid often dealt harshly with those who mocked him. After setting sail, he had even physically eliminated a considerable number of adversaries. Indeed, although Jira is not one for words, he is the most trusted individual by Kid and the only one within the Kid pirates capable of addressing him by name. Let us proceed. Kid gathered a band of 20 or 30 pirates and set foot on the Boeing Islands. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, Zoro had also arrived. "Is this the place?" Zoro gazed at the map that marked the Boeing Islands, aware that this island was a living entity. Every so often, it would close its jaws, consuming most of the creatures that inhabited it. "You all wait here," Zoro declared, intent on confronting the challenge alone, as he was accustomed to resolving battles by himself. Well, Carrie found herself at a loss, relegated to the role of a supportive caretaker, preparing provisions for Zoro. Over the past few days, Zoro's appetite had suddenly surged, capable of devouring half a sea king in a single meal. "Goodness," Carrie was utterly astonished. "Go catch some fish," commanded Carly, as the ship, a vessel uniquely belonging to Zoro, commenced its busy day. Burp. Zoro walked through the island, surrounded by an abundance of food. It reminded him of an anime he once watched, where everything was edible. He uprooted a tree laden with various fruits, apples the size of his head, grapes as large as his fists, and bananas measuring a meter in length. Zoro devoured them like mere snacks. Indeed, the ability of life restoration proved to be remarkably useful. This was Zoro's reward after defeating Whitebeard II, a stroke of luck in his ongoing quest for fortune. As a mild hoarder, Zoro's personal threshold was to retain enough justice points for a tenfold draw, freeing up the rest for extraction. The ability of life restoration had cost him 10,000 justice points to acquire. Originally, life restoration was attributed to a certain pink-haired figure from Judicial Island. According to the description of that character from CP9, he attained this remarkable ability through prolonged training. It allowed him to consume food voraciously, causing his body to swell, only to subsequently utilize life restoration to digest and slim down, thus gaining control over various organs, such as hair and internal organs. Zoro, however, had no intentions of growing his hair or manipulating his organs. Nevertheless, this talent was exceptional for healing and enhancing stamina. The energy he expended could be nearly restored with a hearty meal, effectively granting him a healing skill. It was likely that Luffy had also mastered this ability in his later stages, combined with his relentless sit-ups, making him practically unkillable. Zoro suddenly pondered whether this island could be relocated. The entire island would serve as an excellent food base for the Navy. He wondered if it would consume pirates, feeding them as nutrients to ensure the island's robust growth, providing the Navy with a continuous supply of food and weaponry. There were also numerous peculiar plants on the island, many of which Usopp later collected as seeds. If these were placed in the Navy's hands, they would create a natural weapon base. Thus, he resolved to find a way to transport this island, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. However, he noted the need for caution. The island was decidedly uncanny. Kid, accompanied by dozens of pirates, initially found nothing unusual upon landing on the island. Yet, as they ventured deeper, Kid began to sense something amiss. He possessed the magnet fruit, yet he felt no magnetic force as they walked along. This raised his concerns, especially since his fruit had yet to awaken, enabling him to polarize anything. "Captain, this is delicious," exclaimed one pirate, reaching for a flower resembling a colossal meat stick. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to sink. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed, and the earth swiftly returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever transpired. "This is a decoy." Kid had no time to rescue his companion. When he arrived, he found it impossible to perceive the situation underground. He caught a few animals and then swiftly departed. Kid resolved that it was unwise to linger. Someone is approaching. Hercules had been residing on this island for over a decade, and no rustle of the wind or movement of the grass escaped his keen observation. Perched upon the back of a rhinoceros beetle, he ascended into the air, surveying the entire area. 2 locations, perhaps? Hercules was not a villain. Otherwise, he would not have rescued Usopp. He wished for no one to arrive here, for it was perilously dangerous. Even he was uncertain whether he could evade the attacks of certain plants. Usopp paused for a moment. Hercules called out to Usopp, who was running. "What is it, master?" Usopp responded, bewildered. Usopp was remarkably inept, lacking any self-defense capabilities. If one were to identify his singular strength, it would be his unparalleled, unmatched negativity. Even the ghostly dolls were at a loss, unable to render him any more negative than he already was. Yet, in dire circumstances, he could exhibit some peculiar abilities. Such a person was marked for death by Zoro. Of course, Zoro would seek to end him. What was Zoro's sense of justice? It was a justice that sought complete annihilation. Once you join the pirate crew, you must be prepared for the possibility of being captured and killed by the Navy. I do not care how you felt about it initially. Now that you have become a pirate, you may as well await your demise. Annihilation, leaving no survivors. This is Zoro's brand of justice. Someone is coming. Find a place to hide. Hercules was not inclined to let Usopp face the situation in his current state. Usopp would merely be a liability. Ah, very well. Although Usopp felt a twinge of disappointment, he complied with his master's command and sought out a tree, burrowing himself within its embrace. Captain, there are sounds ahead. Had they finally found someone? Kid, accompanied by the remaining dozen or so pirates, approached Hercules. This island was exceedingly peculiar. It frequently fell prey to ambushes. Despite bringing more than 20 men, he had already lost several, caught off guard by the relentless assaults. Moreover, he had lost his way amid the dense forest, towering trees, and the bewildering array of flora and fauna. The path he had taken was swiftly concealed within this verdant labyrinth. Most critically, he lacked the ability to fly. Old man, do you know how to exit this place? Kid's temperament was notoriously foul, earning him the reputation of being the most ruthless among the 11 supernovas. His bounty was second only to Luffy, and his achievements had been unequivocally accrued through acts of robbery and murder. Hercules held a rather unfavorable impression of this individual. He displayed a complete lack of respect for the elders and a disregard for the young. Is this how one approaches others for assistance? Hey, old man, are you deaf? Kid stepped before Hercules, who was entirely encased in armor. This formidable armor was crafted from the shells of insects, rendering it exceptionally durable. Hercules furrowed his brow, finding that each new encounter seemed more audacious than the last. Are you not going to speak? Kid, harboring a surge of frustration within, was at a loss for an outlet, mourning the loss of over a dozen crew members. As a captain who held his subordinates in high regard, he found himself utterly displeased by the sight of this eccentric old man clad in bizarre attire. The audacity of this man was infuriating, exhibiting an air of superiority that was hard to tolerate. It was no surprise that after entering the New World, he boldly challenged the red-haired Shanks, only to suffer the loss of an arm. Subsequently, he intended to join forces with Hobbs and App to continue the challenge. But all plans were thwarted by the sudden intervention of Kaido. The other two, recognizing the situation, wisely allied themselves with the Beast Pirates, while Kid stubbornly refused to yield, preferring to bear the weight of his convictions rather than capitulate. Young man, your arrogance is unbecoming, remarked Helix, visibly irritated by Kid's demeanor. It had been ages since anyone had elicited such a degree of disdain from him. What is the matter? Upset? Do you wish to fight? With little hesitation, Kid prepared to engage. Though the supply of iron was scarce in this place, his crew was well equipped, akin to Barrett, possessing the magnet fruit. He had the ability to manipulate magnetic forces and control all metallic objects, creating magnetic fields that allowed him to magnetize metal and draw it to himself, utilizing it as both offensive weaponry and defensive armor. His extensive scientific knowledge enabled him to assemble intricate machines, realizing his ambition of piloting a formidable mech. Moreover, he could repel attracted metallic objects with a forceful push, generating purple electric sparks when utilizing his powers. Kid's favorite maneuver was to amalgamate all metallic items into a colossal arm, a technique he found immensely gratifying. With a sweeping motion, a plethora of metallic objects from the pirate behind him soared into the air, coalescing into a monumental arm spanning 5 to 6 meters. Without adhering to the principles of combat etiquette, he launched himself into action, catching Helix by surprise at the sheer audacity of Kid's immediate aggression. Charge! With a swift wave of his small hand, the rhinoceros beetle he rode upon buzzed into the air, emitting a call to summon its companions. He and the beetle's leader had been long-standing allies, collaborating for many years. Whenever Baron of Gluttony commenced his feast, he would conceal himself alongside these insects. Buzz, Captain, there are countless insects. A cacophony of sounds emanated from all directions as a multitude of colossal insects emerged. Grasshoppers measuring a meter in length, bees several dozen centimeters long, and mantises that moved across the ground like miniature tanks. These formidable creatures were the giants of their kind, and trailing behind them, smaller insects surged towards Kid. Magnetic slash! Kid swung his metallic arm, sending one insect after another flying away. These pests were utterly infuriating. Is someone fighting? While Kid engaged in battle with Hercules, Zoro was voraciously devouring a golden roasted piglet. This creature was succulent, with its tender meat emitting an irresistible aroma upon roasting. Moreover, it had minimal bones, making it easy to consume. Zoro increasingly felt the necessity of taking this island with him. Aside from Hercules, there was bound to be that fellow who would come here as well. Zoro unfolded a map, precisely the one drawn by Carly, which was filled with the locations of nearby pirate crews. The closest were 3 pirate factions, the Mighty Men Pirates, the Big Pirates, and, oh dear, the Kid Pirates. Before arriving, Zoro hadn't paid much attention. The other 2 crews were merely small bands of around 10 to 20 members. It was the Kid Pirates, boasting over 100 members, whose raucous battles could only be instigated by someone like Kid, who charged into conflict without hesitation. Perfectly, he could deal with both at once. Zoro stowed the map away, leaped into the air with Moonwalk, and discovered that the skirmish was less than 10 kilometers away. Supernovas, indeed? I still believe that the extremely reckless generation suits you all. How frustrating. These newly emerged pirate crews are predominantly reliant on their captains, who constitute 90% of their combat strength, while the crew members merely account for the remaining 10%. In this world of piracy, battles are invariably determined by the prowess of the leaders. As long as the captain emerges victorious, the crew is assured of success. The Onigashima War epitomizes this. As long as Kaido remains undefeated, the beast pirates are enveloped in an aura of invincibility. However, when Kaido was struck down by Nika, the entire beast pirates crumbled. In the current skirmish between Kid and Helix, the spotlight is solely on Kid. His crew may manage to fend off minor pests, yet they lack the capability to confront him directly. Kid dispatches a colossal mantis, transforming the metallic adornments on his arm. The super electromagnetic cannon, in this instance, represents a preliminary form, not the one utilized 2 years later against Big Mom. The primary fruit has yet to awaken, resulting in insufficient damage. However, it is still enough to instill a sense of foreboding in Helix. With a resounding boom, a single shot was unleashed, obliterating everything in its wake. All that lay in the path of this devastating blast was reduced to nothingness. Kid panted heavily, for this technique was one he had only recently devised, demanding considerable physical exertion. Witnessing such remarkable results, a grin spread across his face. Old man, do you tell me how to escape from this place, or I shall reduce it all to rubble. Roar. Hercules, who had stepped aside, was taken aback by the sound, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This is not good. The Baron of Gluttony is about to indulge in a feast. That blast has provoked him, hastening the onset of his meal. Usopp, do not show yourself. After cautioning Usopp, Hercules swiftly sought a place to conceal himself. What is happening? Upon hearing that terrifying sound, it seemed to emanate from the very heart of the island. Could it be some form of wild creature? Captain, the ground is shaking. Kid's crew felt the earth trembling. No. It was rising. From above, this small island resembled a flower, with each surrounding isle serving as its delicate petals. Now, the Baron of Gluttony is about to feast. Thunderous rumblings, exclaimed the captain. The ground is tilting. Quickly, find a tree to cling to. Kid, too, swiftly resolved to follow Hercules' lead, for he had observed Hercules doing precisely this. Learning from him would undoubtedly yield no complications. Was the recent cannon fire the cause of this upheaval? In midair, Zoro observed with clarity the process by which Baron Gastro was indulging in his meal. Beyond the islands that lay exposed upon the water's surface, countless tendrils lurked beneath the waves, ensnaring several large fish, and even some sea creatures of considerable stature. Damn it, so you're trying to snatch my prey. Kid had already spotted the figures of Kid and Hercules, and was preparing to approach them to claim his prize, eagerly anticipating the ensuing rewards. Is this the island? Zoro remarked, his gaze elevated as he surveyed the entirety of the land before him. It was astonishingly vast. If Captain Karp's formidable technique of the oceanic plunge could devastate a significant portion of Blackbeard's lair, Hive Island, then here, it would scarcely be capable of obliterating even a fragment of a single palm leaf. The sheer enormity of this island dissuaded Zoro from the notion of taking it away. Nevertheless, he still aspired to establish a naval base in the vicinity, serving as a resupply station for the Navy before venturing into the New World along the Grand Line. For now, it would be prudent to depart. Zoro observed Kid's assault, mentally noting the location before deciding to return to the ship. What is the matter? All wrapped up? Carrie inquired, watching Zoro return with composure. pondering how swiftly the situation had been resolved, yet they had scarcely caught a few fish. An unexpected turn of events. The island has begun to consume. We shall wait a while before re-entering, Zoro elucidated. As they circumnavigated the island, it was likely they would encounter a pirate vessel, which they ought to sink. It was impractical for the entire crew to disembark. A portion must remain behind. Zoro resolved to first deal with the contingent that Kid had stationed. This time, you should take the lead, Zoro suddenly suggested to Carrie. All right. After acquiring the immortal bird fruit, Carly had yet to engage in a genuine battle. This was an opportunity. It wouldn't do to let Zoro handle all future conflicts alone. He could take care of the heads, but not the entirety of the challenges. If, in the end, Zoro had to juggle every task while everyone else sat idle, it would be utterly exhausting for him. It was high time to cultivate one's own abilities. The island is on the move. On the ship of the Kid Pirates. The crew gasped in astonishment at the converging islands. Is the captain all right? Someone asked with concern. Everything is fine. Killer harbored no doubts that Kid would perish within this tumult. Wait, there is a naval warship approaching. The pirates tasked with surveying the surroundings spotted the oncoming navy. How could the navy possibly be here? There was no time to ponder such questions. They had no choice but to engage in battle. They had to remain here and await Kid's return. Everyone, prepare for combat. Killer commanded, and the entire pirate crew sprang into action. Such is the nature of pirates. When scattered, they resemble a disorganized rabble, yet under a leader, they transform into a pack of ruthless hyenas. Cannons roared from both sides. The naval ship on Zoro's side boasted superior craftsmanship compared to Kid's pirate vessel, equipped with the most advanced artillery, while Kid's side relied on cannons purchased from the black market. The outcome was clear. Their projectiles fell futilely upon the waters of Zoro's domain. Boom. The pirate ship was violently struck by cannon fire, splintered wood flying in all directions, as several pirates were hurled into the sea. Charge forward, Kira commanded. For the only course of action in this situation was to advance boldly, confronting the naval vessel directly and engaging in close combat. The blade in his hand would serve to conclude this skirmish. Herein lies one of the advantages of a pirate ship, its remarkable speed. Most pirate vessels are crafted from wood, rendering them lightweight, and some possess ingenious technologies, such as Frankie's cola-powered mechanisms. Bring them over, Zoro ordered. For it would be advantageous to ensnare them all at once, thus avoiding the hassle of a prolonged chase. In no time, the pirate ship surged alongside the warship, several grappling hooks securing their vessel, while some pirates swung from the rigging, landing deftly upon the deck of the naval ship. Fire. Prepare, shoot. The Navy was divided into two teams. The front team was responsible for close combat, while the rear team was tasked with firing their weapons. The pirate, suspended from the rope, was struck and fell into the water. Charge. Kira, known as the Warrior of Slaughter, is a man whose hands are stained with considerable bloodshed. Decapitating whirlwind. Kira twirled the scythe in his hand as he charged towards the naval warship. Boom. The blue and yellow flames engulfed Kira's face. But Kira was not one to be trifled with. The spinning scythe sliced through the flames. Bang! The avian creature made its entrance. It possessed a humanoid form. With its legs transformed into talons, its arms morphed into wings, and its entire body enveloped in emerald flames. In short, it was a birdman, the phoenix of immortality. Upon witnessing this, Kira was reminded of the immortal bird, Marco, from the Summit War. Go to hell. With a resounding thud, Kira was sent tumbling into the sea by a forceful kick from Carrie. Is this all? Carrie felt as though he and T exerted himself at all. Yet his opponent had collapsed before him. This was far too feeble. Next time, I shall find someone more formidable. Zoro glanced around and concluded that there was indeed no need to continue the fight. It was time to clear the area. Zoro unsheathed his sword, and an endless stream of blood poured forth from the blade. The bloodlust had evolved once more. Bang! The blood seemed to possess a life of its own, greedily ensnaring all the pirates. What in the world is this? The members of the Kid Pirates were utterly stunned upon witnessing this phenomenon, each one leaping into the ocean in a panic. For this was the manifestation of a certain devil fruit ability wielded by the Navy. Their thoughts had been overly simplistic. How could it have pursued them so relentlessly? Help! A pirate, a moment too late, was engulfed by the blood. The anguished cries gradually faded into silence. Blood continued its relentless pursuit of the next prey, returning to its original domain. The mangled flesh, reduced to a gruesome pulp, floated upon the surface of the sea. mingled with tattered remnants of clothing and various debris. You pirates shall not meet a swift demise. Some, like Zoro, may grant a swift end with a single stroke of their blade. Yet, for these merciless marauders who slaughter innocents, a quick death is an indulgence they shall never receive. The scythe whirled in a deadly arc, soundwave slash, as comrades were consumed by the crimson tide, leaving behind nothing but fragmented remains. Killer's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed his most formidable technique. Soundwave slash. Ring. How is that possible? Unbreakable. Let me go? As the scythe of Kira made contact with the blood sought him in return. What manner of being are you, to wield control over the underworld king, Riley? Ah, crack. This is the sound of the bones in the chest cavity being shattered. With a sudden gasp, Jira, his head barely emerging, expelled a copious amount of blood. It was not merely blood that flowed forth, but also the shattered remnants of his own internal organs, crushed within. Kira ceased to breathe. He was lifeless. Let them all be slain. After Zoro dealt with Kira, the remaining remnants were left to the sailors aboard the ship. They too required the taste of blood. For only soldiers who have witnessed the crimson flow can confront death without fear. Kill. With a resounding rumble, the Baron of the Stomach finished his repast. The island returned to its former state. Let us depart. As soon as he landed, Kid commanded everyone to hurry away. This old fellow proved to be exceedingly formidable. Kid could no longer afford to ponder the details. This island was fraught with peril. It was imperative to flee at once, lest the remaining individuals be left behind. A spherical object suddenly hurtled toward Kid with a sharp sound. What on earth? Kid reacted swiftly, evading the threat. Kira. Indeed, this is the severed head of Kira. He was a companion who had been with him since childhood. Though not blood brothers, they shared a bond deeper than that of kin. Who is it? Who has taken his life? In the air, Zoro advanced step by step towards the crowd. Oh, do you have an objection? Clad in a striking crimson admiral's uniform. Zoro's attire was even more vibrant than Akainu's red. The two characters for justice emblazoned on his back fluttered ominously in the wind. It is you, exclaimed a pirate. Recognizing the naval captain who had slain the formidable Dark King Rayleigh and the Straw Hat Youth, memories of the newspaper's illustration from a while ago flooded back to him. Zoro. Kid cared not for his identity, nor for whether he could defeat him. Kira was dead, and he must avenge Kira. Die. Kid bellowed in fury. The metallic objects morphed once more into a colossal arm. Whoosh. How was this possible? Just as Kid completed his transformation, he felt a sense of loss in his hands. Captain, your arm. My arm. Kid glanced at his own limb. Where once there was an arm, now only an empty cross-section remained. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? God. Kid could not comprehend what Zoro was saying. In the next moment, his other arm vanished. With a swift motion, several flashes of blade light sliced through the air. Captain. The pirate gazed in horror at their leader, one of the 11 supernovas, with a bounty of 315 million berries. He lay lifeless. His body cleaved into several pieces. Tap. How is that possible? The words escaped Kid's lips, scattering like building blocks across the ground. A bounty exceeding 300 million. Even Monkey D. Luffy commanded merely 200 million for daring to challenge the world government and burn the flag of Eni's lobby. The bounty you possess is solely derived from the slaughter of innocent civilians. Your end will not be merciful. And what of you? Zoro turned to regard the remaining dozen or so pirates, huddled together in trembling fear. Their captain lay dead, as did their first mate. They, too, would not survive. Thud. Several corpses collapsed onto the ground. Zoro remained unfazed. Stop staring and come out. He was already aware of the presence of Hercules and Usopp hidden nearby. Now that you've dispatched this pirate, do you have any further business? Hercules stepped forward, his eyes wide as he witnessed the brutal execution of his companions at the hands of this man. How ruthless. Why don't you leave? Zoro's gaze was fixed on a distant tree. Isn't there's still one pirate left alive? He referred to Usopp, who was concealed within the pages of a book. Usopp was on the brink of insanity. This man. I can't be mistaken. He is the one who killed Luffy. How did he arrive here? What am I to do? Usopp trembled uncontrollably, convinced he stood no chance in a confrontation. I am doomed. Such thoughts consumed Usopp. Hercules was undoubtedly aware of his disciple's whereabouts. After all, he knew that his apprentice was a pirate. Standing before this formidable figure, Hercules realized there was no room for negotiation. Are you attempting to obstruct me? Zoro inquired, casting a glance at Hercules. As his mentor, I bear the responsibility to protect my pupil. Moments later, the impossible occurred. Hercules collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes closing in resignation. Beside him, countless insects lay lifeless. With a mere display of conqueror's haki, they were all rendered helpless, no battle required. Hercules, of course, had not been slain. Zoro was no villain. And Hercules was neither a pirate nor a criminal. He was merely a recluse honing his skills on this island. Had Usopp not been flung onto this land, Zoro would not have ventured here. Zoro was a man of reason. If you engage me in reason, I shall respond in kind. If you refuse to reason, I shall best you in combat before we discuss matters rationally. Quite reasonable indeed. Zoro harbored no regrets. What about Usopp? He lay unconscious. For Conqueror's haki had the potency to incapacitate even the majority of Whitebeard's crew. Hercules' strength was comparable to that of a subordinate captain from Whitebeard's crew. Subpar, yet still considerable. I have found you, Zoro exclaimed upon spotting Usopp, who lay unconscious against the tree. He lifted the tree and departed from the scene. With a resounding thud, Usopp awoke amidst the heavens. Ah, here it is. Zoro felt it was about time. He might leave one or two members of the Straw Hat Pirates behind. Which was unfortunate. It wouldn't be Usopp, as their enmity would only deepen in the future. As for Jesus Burgess of the red-haired pirates, he wished for his demise. Zoro clenched his fists tightly, a wave of suffocating sensation washing over Usopp's entire being. It was the sound of his insides being crushed. Was he to perish? Miss Kaya? Wait for my return. With a release of his grip, Usopp sank into the ocean. Help me. Glug. Glug. Adding 468 attribute points. Extraction, survival and desperation. Survival and desperation. In moments of utter crisis, one will unleash a strength and fortune beyond their current capabilities. After a week of sailing westward from the Boeing Islands, it became evident that naval vessels do not traverse the seas with great swiftness, primarily due to the vastness of the pirate world. There are times when one may sail for an entire month without encountering a single island. Zoro, equipped with a map, possesses knowledge of most locations. Yet there remains a significant portion of islands yet to be discovered. He has been contemplating the abilities he acquired from Hercules. This time, Hercules was spared. The exclusive skill extraction ticket was employed. Following the defeat of Kid, he received 5,000 justice points, resulting in a quintuple draw. 2 exclusive skill extraction tickets require inflicting severe injuries on the opponent to utilize. 3 types of sustenance, akin to functional beverages, gradually enhance physical constitution. Wangfu sausage X100 increases your constitution by 0. 1 with each piece taking effect weekly. Lay-by X100 increases your mental acuity by 0. 1 with each bottle taking effect weekly. Shui Shifu's old pickled cabbage beef noodles X100 increases your toxin resistance by 0. 1 with each barrel taking effect weekly. Perhaps the valuable items within the 1,000 justice points have already been depleted, leaving only these various counterfeit foods from previous generations, yet they bestow considerable attribute enhancements. While they may hold limited utility for Zoro, they significantly bolster the overall strength of the Navy. Zoro resolved to reserve a tenfold draw costing 10,000 for future endeavors. Utilizing the remaining justice points for the 1,000-point pool, he is determined to elevate the Navy's strength through his own efforts, relying on nourishment. Plant recognition technique. You can identify a greater variety of unique plants. Hercules, having resided on the Boeing Islands for an extended period, gradually familiarized himself with most of the flora there. Some plants can sprout bamboo, while others possess explosive properties. Mastering these bamboo plants, many already possess combat potential. Usopp, after 2 years of training, has visibly strengthened, yet his combat prowess relies on the myriad of unique plants he gathered from the Boeing Islands. Zoro's exclusive skill extraction ticket targeted this variability for the exceptional flora. Zoro, is this truly beneficial? Carrie wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at the vast collection of plant seeds transported from the Boeing Islands. Everyone carries some. In times of peril, they will undoubtedly prove useful, Zoro reminded. Very well. After all, who could argue with a lieutenant general? Carrie listened attentively, knowing it was the right course of action. The seeds of plants relocated from the Boeing Islands weighed several tons, yet they barely made a dent on this island. Carrie meticulously categorized and stored those seeds, distributing 10 to each sailor for their convenience. When needed, they could simply be tossed onto nearby soil. Come, everyone, have a bite, Zoro exclaimed, presenting a selection of fragrant sausages and Master Shifu's signature sour cabbage beef noodles. If that's not enough, I have more lay-by. Kira contributed over 2,000 points of justice, drawing from the pool of 1,000. Ah, still these pirated snacks. The flavor is exquisite. Carrie relished the instant noodles. With a thick sausage soaking in the broth, Zoro was pleased to witness the strengthening of his fellow sailors, thus the collection of justice points was of utmost urgency. He pondered the current state of the Navy headquarters. Recently, the world government had officially accepted Sengoku's resignation. Sengoku had retired. And the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu's first command was to relocate the Navy headquarters from the Grand Line to the New World. The Navy required rigorous training. The pirates of the Grand Line were insufficient for their development. The New World would serve as a more challenging arena, not only blocking those pirates arriving from the Grand Line, but also augmenting the Navy's strength. However, the Navy headquarters in the New World was still under construction, so they remained in the Grand Line for the time being. Hey, Fleet Admiral Akainu. Zoro naturally dialed Sakazuki using a din-din mushi. What is it, kid? Sakazuki, seated in his office, had transformed the space to reflect his personal style. On the wall behind him, elegant rice paper bore the inscription, Absolute Justice. Oh, it's nothing much. I found quite a few plant seeds on a nearby island. I thought you might be able to cultivate them. These seeds could significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the new recruits. Zoro explained the reason for his call. Sakazuki held a deep admiration for this young man. Noting how Zoro had shown no mercy to the pirates recently, he reminded Sakazuki of his own youthful vigor, harboring a profound disdain for pirates, a sentiment that resonated with him. Moreover, Zoro had thoroughly pummeled that old rascal Karp. Sakazuki was a man who prioritized the Navy's interests above all else. In the original storyline, even someone like Kobe, a former deserter, was not subjected to undue hardship once he proved useful. Promotions were earned fairly, and duties were fulfilled as needed. As long as it served the Navy's interests, he was prepared to take any action. All right, I will await your return. Sakazuki drew on his cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon ascending to the rank of admiral, he realized the challenges inherent in such a position. A multitude of affairs lay before him, especially after he became an admiral. With only 2 of the 3 great admirals remaining, Kizaru was manageable. As long as tasks were assigned, he might dawdle but ultimately would complete them. However, Akiji proved to be quite troublesome. During his tenure as admiral, Akiji had expressed his discontent, notably during the bombardment of the O'Hara refugee vessel. Such opinions did not concern Sakazuki. He had never paid heed to others' judgments, only valuing his own actions. Isn't there supposed to be a large-scale conscription soon? Zoro suddenly inquired. How do you know that? Following the war at Marineford, the Navy had suffered significant losses, and with the relocation to the New World, their defensive duties had intensified. Consequently, he had submitted a proposal to the world government advocating for global conscription. It had been approved. The recruitment of soldiers was manageable. However, the vacancy for an admiral could not remain unfilled for long. Although Sengoku had mentioned he had recommended Zoro, the latter was still quite young, only 18, and would turn 19 by the end of the year. His accomplishments were merely against Rayleigh, and they were unaware that Rayleigh had been released after Zoro had absorbed 2/3 of his power. Observing this, they deemed Rayleigh to be rather weak, inferior even to several of the Shichibukai. They did not acknowledge Zoro's achievements or strength. Sakazuki also wished for Zoro's promotion to admiral, desiring a trusted subordinate. Kizaru was a colleague and obedient, while Akiji had grown increasingly detached from the Navy. Nevertheless, there were 2 individuals worth noting, one named Isuka, who was blind, and another called Aramaki. Their exact whereabouts were unknown to him, but he was aware of their existence. By offering them positions as vice admirals along with certain incentives, he could likely recruit them, making them a functional addition to the force. Zoro recognized his youth, but was it truly his fault to be young? He decided not to dwell on the complaints of those nearing their end. When the time came to confront them, he would allow them to linger a little longer. Thus, it was settled. All right, I will keep an eye on it. There is also one more matter. It was the same island. I sensed that the Navy could establish a supply base here. I will contemplate this. The call ended. Zoro reminded Akainu that those 2 individuals possessed decent combat abilities. However, they were certainly not as formidable as the 3 strongest admirals. They would suffice for the time being, as it was merely a temporary arrangement. What lies ahead? Zoro inquired as he grasped the map. In the Boeing Islands, he found no trace of the 2 criminals who had emerged from the advancing city. Perhaps they had already met their demise. Yet, he could not return empty-handed, so he turned to explore another location. This place was splendid and conspicuous. It was none other than the venue where Brooke was to perform. Brooke, that old rascal who had lived for over 80 years, was indeed a quintessential pirate, setting sail a decade earlier than Roger. In those days, what treasures could the pirates possess? Those who ventured out after Roger's demise could at least claim to seek the legendary Great Treasure. However, prior to that, they were merely genuine pirates. And as for calling themselves the Music Pirate Crew, what a farce. May they perish. Zoro would show no mercy to this fellow. Yet, the challenge lay in Brook's Yomi Yomi no Mi. Capturing him in a soul state would prove quite difficult. Perhaps encasing him in sea stone and encumbering him with cement. Or grinding his bones to dust to feed to swine. How would Brook respond to such tactics? Intriguing indeed. Old man, I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. With that thought, Zoro commenced his lottery once more, observing the abilities materializing before him, a peculiar smirk gracing his lips. Indeed intriguing. On Shell Island, at the observation tower, Admiral Zara observed naval warships approaching. The correspondent spotted Zoro's fleet. Understood, said the middle-aged man known as Admiral Zyla. He turned and picked up another transponder snail. Hello? The Navy is coming. Flee at once. What? The Navy is coming? At the same time, Brook's 3 agents, along with various other pirate factions attending the concert, received news of a naval warship heading their way. Chaos erupted, with pandemonium reigning supreme. Shell Island, as its name suggests, is abundant in shells, with the pearl oyster being the most precious among them. The island itself is vast, significantly larger than the Boeing Island from a few days prior. Its population exceeds 200,000, with the primary industry centered around pearl oyster harvesting. There is no king here. Instead, a council composed of merchants governs the land. They submitted a letter of affiliation to the world government and received approval, allowing the local pearls to replace the gold in their transactions. The Navy has also established a division here, the G-19 Division. The highest rank of the division is that of a rear admiral, which is, in fact, 3 ranks lower than that of the headquarters. There are only 16 rear admirals at the main base. Fortunately, the notification arrived swiftly. However, it remains uncertain if they will arrive in time. Admiral Zyla, now in his 50s, achieved his rank through skillful maneuvering and adept networking. The Navy commends his accomplishments in stabilizing these waters against pirate incursions. But is this truly the case? Shell Island, with its vast expanse, large population, and considerable wealth, is governed by a council of merchants. In daily life, Zyla often found himself drawn into their social circles. Through a series of exchanges and mutual favors, camaraderie blossomed, with each party referring to the other as brother and pledging support. Thus, pirates arrived, not to plunder, but to conduct business. What sort of business, you may wonder? The narcotics trade and arms trafficking thrive in a realm where merchants are primarily driven by profit. As long as there is money to be made, any arrangement can be justified. Whether it involves dealings with pirates or any other dubious characters, the presence of wealth allows for even the most outrageous transactions. Moreover, conducting business in this environment is remarkably secure. These merchants have, over the years, consistently presented substantial tributes to Zyra, amounting to tens of millions of belly delivered into his hands. Gradually, Zyra has chosen to feign ignorance. As the adage goes, like attracts like. And Zyra has not neglected his loyal subordinates. Indeed, the local naval division has been thoroughly compromised, with nearly every individual reaping considerable profits. While there are a few individuals of integrity, even in the most dubious circumstances, there are those who refuse to accept Zyra's money. Such individuals are rare. And those who have considered reporting to their superiors often find themselves shot in the back the following day, their deaths hastily ruled as suicides. Thus, even the few honest souls left have learned to suppress their moral compasses, unless they possess formidable connections. This maritime domain, under such peculiar equilibrium, remains surprisingly tranquil. Merchants conduct business with pirates, subsequently paying off the Navy, which, after collecting protection fees, conveniently ignores the presence of these pirates. In turn, the pirates restrain their subordinates from causing disturbances within this safe zone. However, once they venture beyond its borders, the suppressed pirates revert to their former predatory nature. Consequently, compared to neighboring regions, Zyra's territory thrives vibrantly, teeming with life and activity, truly the hallmark of a commendable rear admiral. Within the offices of the Navy Division on Shell Island, a visitor's identity remains unclear. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, Zyra is notably taller than the average person, and his ascent to the rank of rear admiral indicates a measure of strength. Yet, He had not received any notification regarding a rear admiral from the naval headquarters planning to inspect his jurisdiction. Regardless, he resolved to delay this visit for as long as possible. Could this place truly be so formidable? Callie mused while perusing the report from Division G18, noting that they regularly managed to eliminate several pirates as if by prior arrangement. Perhaps there is indeed a powerful navy safeguarding this region. However, Zoro remained skeptical. His purpose for visiting this location was primarily to confront the skeletal figure headlining the concert. Should any other pirates emerge, Zoro would not mind dispatching them as well. Let's hope so, Carrie remarked, spreading his hands. Since we need to replenish our ammunition, let's head to the naval division first. Let us proceed. Admiral Zoro. Zella nearly spilled the tea in his hand, startled. Is he the one who vanquished Whitebeard during the Summit War? Although Zella did not partake in the battle at Marineford, he did watch the live broadcast. It was merely a stroke of luck. A bearded man beside him remarked. He was a pirate, or rather, the leader of the pirates in this region, where a significant area required a chief to oversee operations. This bearded individual was Joseph, the head of the pirate organization on Shell Island. At that time, Whitebeard was already on his last legs. I could have done it too, Joseph asserted, believing that had he been present, he would have struck a blow. The title of Slayer of the Strongest Man is far too brilliant. What about Rayleigh, the Dark King? And Monkey D. Luffy? Zella remained undaunted, attempting to dissuade the pirate from acting rashly. That old man? Who knows where he sprang from? Who can tell how weak he truly is? Joseph maintained his stance. He belonged to a faction that believed we are now in a new era of piracy, deeming the old generation of pirates as mere trash. The future belongs to us. As for the Straw Hat Kid, what could he possibly recover to in just 2 weeks? It is insignificant. Joseph brimmed with confidence. This inexplicable bravado did lend Zella a modicum of courage. Perhaps Zoro truly has connections? It is rumored he shares a good rapport with the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu. Could it be that this fellow is Akainu's son, seeking to gild his reputation? This thought suddenly crossed Zella's mind. We must not act hastily. There is a third person in this room, he cautioned. The representative of the Shell Island Merchant Conference, Rushja. He is a merchant, primarily focused on profit, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Are we to wait for him to discover our intentions and have us all apprehended? Joseph scoffed, dismissing Rushja's cowardly opinion. Feigning a semblance of propriety will suffice. Let him inspect and depart quickly. We shall proceed with our plans, Zello asserted. Such a plan is acceptable. Agreed, Rushja. However, should we be discovered, I will take action. Joseph, before giving his consent, expressed his thoughts on the matter. He suggested that they should keep the Admiral alive. With unwavering confidence, he proposed to trap him using sea stone, then incapacitate him, ultimately eliminating him, unbeknownst to anyone. With Zera, the local influential figure, providing cover, the report after the operation would claim that Zoro had been attacked in these waters and had succumbed to his injuries. It seemed nearly flawless, yet the first step was doomed to fail. This was because Zoro was listening outside. He had arrived quite early, refusing to foolishly venture into the naval base. The seemingly perfect report had piqued Zoro's suspicions, compelling him to ascertain whether the individual in charge was truly as capable as portrayed, managing the affairs here with such precision. With his current skills, remaining undetected was effortlessly achievable. Little did he know, upon entering the naval base, he witnessed the Admiral, cloaked in the guise of justice, sneaking away to an undisclosed location. This ignited Zoro's curiosity. He took to the rooftops, eavesdropping on the entire scheme devised by these individuals. This included their plan to detain him, ensuring he remained at the naval base for 2 days, indulging him with exquisite cuisine and beautiful women. The merchant representative and Joseph then returned to inform their subordinates to halt all operations for the next couple of days. They had even concocted a plan to confine him should they be discovered, complete with a fabricated cause for his demise. Remarkable, indeed. Zoro recorded all of this as evidence, for he was a man of principle. If they refused to heed his warnings, he would be compelled to impart a more profound truth. Thus, when reporting to Akainu, the process would be expedited. Knock, knock. Who? Zaira inquired with vigilance. He had already issued orders to prevent outsiders from entering at this hour. Who was the fool that dared to disrupt their significant matters? Should we hide? Rushja suggested. Hide from what? I fear nothing, Joseph replied with unwavering confidence. As a wielder of a devil fruit, specifically of the Zoan type, he believed himself to be formidable. After a moment's hesitation, Zaira spoke. Come in. Zoro smiled as he regarded the 3 individuals inside, his expression reminiscent of one gazing upon the deceased. "You. Hurry, the Navy is coming." "Ah. Didn't we just pay protection fees a couple of days ago? Damn, they're back. But it's not that kind of Navy. It's another one." At the northern port. Upon hearing the news of the Navy's arrival, many pirates were momentarily stunned, thinking it was Zella come to collect money again. Once they realized it was not the case, they surged forth from the port in a frenzy. They ran for their lives. However, there were a few pirates who chose not to flee. In total, there were 3. The first was the bird hunter, *Coolest, a user of the gun fruit, endowed with exceptional vision. His hands could transform into firearms, and he never missed his mark within several kilometers. He was a regular at the merchant meetings, serving as their protector. His fees were quite substantial. Yet his reputation was impeccable. He performed his duties when compensated. The second was Claude, the brother of the pirate Joseph, a user of the dog fruit, gray wolf variant. Also an animal-type devil fruit user. Together with his brother, he managed numerous affairs among the pirates of Shell Island. The third, and most significant, was Gladiolus, the representative of the Don Quixote family. A user of the bomb fruit, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the tyrant of the underground world, was known as the Joker. He had transformed Dressrosa into his weapon factory, distributing arms globally. Occasionally, he dispatched family members for various tasks, and this time, Gladiolus was the chosen representative. Shell Island played a crucial role in the underground trade, and dealing in weapons was highly lucrative. A Navy vice admiral? Gladiolus was entirely wrapped, his expression concealed. His bomb fruit could turn anything he touched into an explosive, even himself. Why fear? If they come, they should eliminate him, leaving no chance of return. Claude was not particularly sharp-witted either. Most animal-type devil fruit users lacked intelligence. Devil fruits were scarce, apart from the group of users in Crocodile's workshop in the Alabasta Kingdom. Only 1 gray wolf fruit and 1 falcon fruit remained. Their bloodlines were notably strong. The Joseph brothers, both being devil fruit users, were already a rarity. In this small island of less than 400,000, they could indeed reign supreme. Foolishness. Chorus disdainfully regarded the reckless man, who was not merely a vice admiral, but a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. If it were so effortless to eliminate him, then why had not a single one been lost during the War of the Summit? I cannot fathom the thoughts of you lot who dare to oppose a vice admiral from headquarters. Your minds must be addled. In any case, Chorus had already resolved that, should a confrontation arise, he would merely fire a couple of shots. That would suffice to justify the meager compensation provided by the merchant conference. There was no way he would jeopardize his life alongside these reckless fools. Chorus possessed a clear understanding of himself. He had never harmed civilians. He was a bounty hunter, specifically one who captured pirates. Subsequently, he was invited by the merchant conference to ensure their safety, targeting only those pirates and ambitious individuals posing a threat to them. Truly, he was the White Lotus among this group. What is even more commendable is his self-awareness. He had no intention of challenging a vice admiral of the Navy and was already contemplating an opportunity to slip away. His own life was of utmost importance. Claude expressed his dissatisfaction towards Chorus, who seemed to be at odds with him. Someone has arrived. The silent Gladiolus sensed the presence of an individual. Reflecting back, he pondered. Were a few of you searching for me? Act swiftly. Joseph immediately recalled that this individual was the one featured in the newspaper. After years of being a pirate, his decisiveness remained formidable. He realized at once that if they did not eliminate this foe, their lives would be forfeit. The wielder of the brown bear fruit. Joseph transformed into a colossal brown bear, towering at 5 meters, taking on an animalistic form. With formidable defense and resilience, he was prepared to withstand any assault. With a swift motion, Zayla realized that she had been discovered. There was no choice but to take action, otherwise, her position would undoubtedly be compromised. You, the lieutenant general, are rather lacking in skill. Zoro was unable to evade even a single drop of blood. Yet he managed to withstand Zella's slash with the power of his haki. Roar. The brown bear charged towards him, its gaping maw agape. Zoro seemed to detect the foul stench of unbrushed teeth emanating from the bear's mouth. Begone. With a resounding thud, Zoro delivered a powerful kick, sending Joseph's pride and joy. The brown bear fruit in its animal form, soaring through the air. Boom. The room crumbled. This fellow, is he truly this outrageous? Zella was drenched in cold sweat, pressing down with all his might only to find it utterly futile. Such a person as you ought to be subjected to the harshest of penalties, Zoro proclaimed, launching a punch forward. Bang! Zella coughed up a mouthful of blood, the sensation of her insides shattering, overwhelming her. She realized that her assumptions had been utterly misguided. This individual was indeed not a mere beneficiary of connections. What on earth? I have done absolutely nothing. Beside her, Rastia raised his hand, forcing a smile towards Zolo. I truly have done nothing. Rastia elevated his voice, striving to persuade Zolo of his innocence. I trust you, Zoro said. Rastia let out a long sigh, relieved that she wouldn't have to die. However, I despise drugs. Whoosh. Rustia vanished, only to return here. Zoro? The voice of Gladiolus was deep, as if something were lodged in his throat. I surrender. Chorus immediately tossed aside his weapon and raised both hands in surrender. If Zoro had been at a distance, he might have taken a shot or two to make a statement. But now that he was right in front of him, what was the point of fighting? Life was of utmost importance. After all, he was not a pirate, but merely a bounty hunter. He was not the type of person the Navy was obligated to capture. Moreover, Chorus was well aware of Zoro's formidable reputation. He simply stood no chance in a confrontation. Chorus had no desire to meet his demise. He had earned billions here and had yet to spend a single coin. He certainly did not wish to die, leaving his wealth unspent and unable to find peace in death. Oh, this fellow truly took Zoro by surprise. He was the very first to surrender so straightforwardly after all the battles he had fought. Previously, each opponent had boasted about wanting to test their own strength. Yet, upon confrontation, they simply vanished. Isn't it impressive? Zoro expressed admiration for this seemingly formidable yet astute individual. The ability to recognize one's own limitations is indeed a remarkable talent. Damn it, what are you doing? Claude seethed. Aren't we on the same side? Aren't we in this together? I never said that, Chorus replied, taking a step back, wishing to avoid being caught in the fray. You scoundrel. I will eliminate you first. Claude transformed into a gray wolf, his body covered in coarse gray fur, and opened his maw wide, lunging towards Chorus. Did I give you permission to move? With a resounding thud, Zoro's figure darted past, delivering a swift kick that sent Claude soaring through the air. Kurasan couldn't help but let the tears flow down. He swallowed hard with his mouth closed. May I take my leave? Kurasan inquired cautiously. Is it you? This individual marked a significant first for him, a moment to be remembered. I shall grant you a chance, a sentence of 15 days. If you emerge alive, you shall be set free, Zoro declared the verdict. Chorus was momentarily taken aback before stepping into Zoro's prison. Surviving is all that matters, Chorus thought optimistically. However, I have yet to bring my money. After casting Chorus into the cell, Zoro turned his gaze to the final person remaining, one from the Don Quixote family. It is worth noting that Don Quixote had aided him during the war on the summit, contributing to the accumulation of his initial wealth, which allowed him to amass fortune like a snowball. He seemed to recall having vowed to spare Don Quixote's arm, but there would be no opportunity for his subordinates. You scoundrel! Gladius, one of Doflamingo's subordinates, boasted with the same audacity as his fellow officers. What to do? Gladius pondered. Engaging in combat was surely futile, and escape seemed equally impossible. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding pirates had already dispersed. Admiral Zoro, I am an officer of Doflamingo, and the young master is a warlord of the sea. I have refrained from attacking you, thus you must not lay a hand on me. Gladius attempted to invoke the warlord's rule to restrain Zoro. Regrettably, Zoro paid no heed to such conventions. I do not recognize the warlords of the sea, and furthermore, Doflamingo must perish. Zoro resolved to hasten the matter concerning Fujitora, intending to reveal to the world Doflamingo's acquisition of the Dressrosa throne and the nefarious deeds he had committed. This was crucial. And there was another significant reason, an inevitable casualty, Momonosuke. Ah, yes, Momonosuke must die. Along with Doflamingo, eliminating him would pose no great challenge. Admiral Zoro, I have already relayed your words to the young master, Gladius declared, producing a nearby transponder snail. Do you truly believe this is a place you are familiar with? Zoro gazed at Gladius, a smile gracing his lips. What? Gladius exclaimed as he touched the ground beneath his feet, preparing for an explosion. However, the desired effect did not materialize. Was that truly the ground? Gladius's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! An explosion erupted behind him. The diminished version of Mirror Flower. Water Moon. It governs the opponent's 5 senses, compelling them to entirely believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even scent of a particular object as they wish. The weaker you are in comparison to your opponent, the more pronounced the effect becomes. Each use consumes 2,000 attribute points, lasting for a duration of 10 minutes. This ability, albeit a drain on attribute points, is not too burdensome. Defeating a pirate captain or several hundred minor pirates could easily accumulate the necessary points. However, this alone cost him 10,000 justice points. Yet, it was worth it. Although not the original version, perhaps due to the absence of his Zanpakuto. He could only rely on his attribute points to unleash this ability. Aizen, through this power, can be said to be the most scheming character within the realm of Shinigami. As for himself, upon acquiring this ability, Zoro merely scratched his head. Never mind, if it can be killed directly, then so be it. Constructing a virtual scenario is quite taxing on the mind. The explosion sent Gladius flying. In his hand, the Denden Mushi revealed its true form, a head. The very head of Claude that Zoro had just kicked away. How is this even possible? Gladiolus felt as though he were on the brink of madness. What kind of ability is this? Are today's generals truly this extraordinary? They are all like monsters. Is this the phone bug you were searching for? In Zoro's hand. The pink phone bug buzzed incessantly. Hello, Gladiolus. Has the weapon transfer been completed? Everything went smoothly. That's wonderful. Please return soon. Understood, young master. Do you understand? Zoro discarded the phone bug. Gladius had completely lost his mind. Was this reality or mere illusion? Where had that shadow just emerged from? And how could it produce its own voice? Was it the power of a devil fruit? Time offered Gladius no respite for contemplation, as Zoro's blade had already swept past his head. Even in the moments before his demise, Gladius remained oblivious to whether what he had witnessed was true death or a mere fade of death. Have I perished? 3544 justice points. Extract bomb fruit. Zoro let out a deep sigh. Goodness, this simulated scenario is truly taxing on the mind. The attribute points cost 2,000. Yet the construction still requires Zoro to assemble it himself. The original Mirage, like a fleeting dream, could even create something incomplete. This version, however, is a mere shadow. He has expended 1,000 justice points and still must exert mental effort. If it weren't for Zoro's desire to experiment with this new skill, he might have inadvertently leaked information. Wait, would it matter if it got out? It seems not. I can't just blurt out anything. What if the 5 elders had unleash a heavenly weapon upon me because of this? Never mind, I shall not dwell on such thoughts. First, I shall eradicate that gray wolf fruit. Justice points increase by 2,900. Extraction, canine fruit, gray wolf form, along with the brown bear fruit. This venture has yielded 3 new devil fruits. Zoro dialed up Carly, urging him to hurry and capture the pirates. He intended to pursue those who fled. None would escape his grasp. Zoro, the vice admiral, learned that Carly, the colonel, was engaged in battle with a skeleton. A skeleton? Could it be Brook? It seems he had not managed to flee in time. This fellow has been living quite comfortably after the major incident. Aside from initially being captured by a group of religious long-arm tribe, most of his time was spent performing concerts and ogling women's undergarments. Not to mention, after Luffy's demise, he has been utterly liberated, reveling in a life of ease, embarking on concert tours across various locales. He appears poised to surpass Shank's daughter, Yuta. Nevertheless, he is not a professional devil fruit user. He is a rock punk, with music that touches the soul. In contrast, Yuta's style captivates the entire audience, leaving them entranced. To Zoro, however, they are all the same. They all must perish. Ho. The prowess of Brook remains an enigma. Having never witnessed him exert his utmost, it is astonishing that he can recover from injuries merely by consuming a bottle of milk. This fellow is rather troublesome. Carly has engaged this individual alone, while he dispatched other naval officers to apprehend the fleeing pirates. Most of these pirates lack significant strength and flee at the mere sight of the navy. However, the skeleton before him is evidently extraordinary. I am merely a vocalist. With no grievances against you, Brook harbors no desire to fight. His captain has already perished. He has resolved to embrace his identity as the king of music. Yet, how could that be? Was the bounty of over 30 million from 50 years ago awarded without reason? Prior to arriving here, Zoro had informed Carly of the presence of a member of the Straw Hat crew. Immortal Fire Cage. The azure flames transformed into a prison, advancing towards Brook. Could it be the Phoenix Devil Fruit? Brook, being an avid follower of the news, was aware that the captain of the Whitebeard's 1st Division, Marco, possessed the power of the Phoenix. Revolutionary Rhapsody Charge. Barrel Dance Sequential Strike. Brook's moves were sharp and precise. Having lived for decades on the terrifying 3-masted ship, he had mastered his craft to perfection. To label him as a weakling would be nothing short of a deception. His skeletal form remarkably retained the visage of his death, embodying the vigor of youth, fully at the pinnacle of his prowess. With a swift whoosh, the flames of the immortal phoenix were shattered by the chilling breath of the oncoming frost. Bang! Ho ho ho! I shall take my leave. Brook, too, desires not to linger unnecessarily. He merely wishes to depart from this place. Engaging in a confrontation with the Navy would lead to an interminable struggle. Boom. Brook did not turn around, as a tall shadow loomed behind him. Zoro, I am still too weak. Kaji clenched his fists, feeling unworthy of Zoro's regard. Having consumed the phoenix fruit and followed Zoro for several months, his strength had grown rather slowly, having only mastered 3 or 4 of the 6 styles. He believed he had fallen far behind Zoro. This profound sense of disparity was acutely felt by him as Zoro's childhood friend. The King of Souls, Brook, is it? A formidable pressure emanated from Brook's back. This sensation was inescapable. Out-of-body experience. A green apparition emerged from Brook's bones. This was an alternative manifestation of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, allowing the soul to detach from the body, capable of traversing through walls with an ethereal lightness. Furthermore, as long as the bones remained unharmed, any attacks would prove futile. Music had the power to resonate with the souls of others, potentially inducing vivid illusions. Hypnosis. With a resounding crash, Zoro delivered a powerful slap that shattered Brook's skeletal form, which had momentarily detached. Hypnotize me? You must be dreaming. This is bad. If my skeletal structure is damaged, I will truly be finished. Brook initially intended to use his hypnosis to disrupt this adversary and make a swift escape. To his astonishment, it proved utterly ineffective. His skeletal body was cleaved in two. Drawing upon his recently honed weapon, Brook returned to his true form and unleashed his technique, the Soul Reaper. This blade entwines with souls and exudes the chilling essence of the underworld. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to plummet, and the speed of this technique was remarkable. With a sudden thrust from the cane sword, he executed a swift, decisive strike. Those struck would fall without a sound, completely unaware of the immense impact that had befallen them. Additionally, the wound, frozen by the frigid temperature, would prove exceedingly difficult to heal. This technique was an assault upon the very essence of the soul. Are you immovable? Brook struck a striking pose, sheathing his sword. Unsurprisingly, his opponent had already succumbed. However, the outcome was not as expected. Zoro brushed off the remnants of ice clinging to him and assessed the wounds he had sustained. Brook's combat experience could be described as utterly unremarkable. Within the Straw Hat crew, he was merely a background character. Save for a fleeting encounter with Big Mom's soul fruit during the Whole Cake Island arc, which ended in failure, reducing him to a mere plaything. The remainder of his appearances bore no distinction from those of other officers. Zoro contemplated how to eliminate Brook, considering the implications of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. If all went as anticipated, it might be the sole means of achieving immortality, aside from the Ope no Mi. One approach involved pulverizing his bones into dust, mixing them with cement, and fashioning a pillar to be submerged in the ocean. This would guarantee his demise, as his soul would have no refuge. Yet, there remained the possibility that Brook could transform into a spirit form and evade death altogether. During the unsettling events aboard the Thriller bark, he had spent decades searching for his own bones, leaving Zoro uncertain whether the devil fruit was tethered to the soul or the body. The second method entailed imprisoning him in his own cell. Zoro harbored genuine doubts about whether he could withstand Brook's resilience. Composed entirely of bones, Brook's abilities were likely derived from the soul swordsmanship, piano, and violin skills he possessed. Zoro realized that the prison fruit could only extract abilities he had mastered. To truly eliminate Brook, he would need to employ lethal force to extract the Yomi Yomi no Mi naturally. A third method presented itself as well. I cannot withstand this. Brook pondered to himself. If only he had taken flight sooner, he should have heeded the advice of those agents. See Prism Stone. Brook swiftly collapsed to the ground. The Sea Prism Stone thwarted Brook's chance to escape his soul, sealing his fate. The substance proved exceptionally effective against the Smoker. Zoro retrieved a Sea Prism Stone fork borrowed from Smoker. When plunged into the body of a Devil Fruit user, the Sea Prism Stone renders them utterly powerless. We must find an opportunity to visit Wano country, for the largest production base of Sea Prism Stone resides there. This is indeed a treasure trove that must remain in the hands of the Navy. It seems I have a significant connection to this. All wrapped up. Zoro, adorned in gloves, secured the Sea Prism Stone around Brook's arm. I am merely a musician. Brook continued to protest. Then how did you accrue a bounty of 33 million? Surely you haven't sung so incessantly that it drove others to despair, Carrie interjected sharply. Brooke fell silent, for he truly had no means to refute these claims. Oh my goodness, is this an assembly of accomplices? Carly observed as Zoro led all the naval personnel from the G-18 division out. The naval division comprised approximately 3,600 individuals, with over 100 naval divisions scattered across the globe. The number of personnel in each naval division varied according to the strength and distribution of pirates in different maritime regions. For instance, the naval headquarters alone boasted several 100,000 sailors, including various support and logistics personnel, totaling around 150,000. The naval divisions along the Grand Line typically consisted of about 3,600 soldiers in each locality. In certain strategic areas, this number could rise to over 7,200, particularly near influential nations, where the abundance of wealth necessitated heightened security. Conversely, in regions plagued by rampant piracy, an even greater naval presence was required for defense. Nonetheless, even with such deployments, the manpower remained insufficient. The pirate-infested world was too vast, compelling the Navy to concentrate its forces in select locations. Shell Island was deemed relatively safe, at least according to the reports submitted by Commander Zella to the higher-ups. Consequently, reinforcements from the headquarters were unlikely. Following the war at Marineford, the world government recognized that, in the event of a rebellion by one of the four emperors, the smaller naval divisions would be utterly helpless. This realization provided the Navy with justification to petition for a large-scale recruitment initiative. At the Shell Island Naval Division, aside from Commander Zella, there were 3 rear admirals, 5 brigadiers, and over a dozen colonels, with further details on the lower ranks being unnecessary. In summary, under Zoro's formidable pressure, the 3 naval rear admirals hastily shifted all blame onto Zella, unanimously declaring that their actions were coerced by Zella, asserting that they bore no responsibility whatsoever. "You're uttering nonsense." Zera, bound and severely injured, was unwilling to shoulder the blame alone. "You all laughed when receiving the money, but now you refuse to take responsibility." "General Zera, we did not act willingly." The 3 major generals vehemently denied in unison. Behind these naval officers stood a dense throng of thousands, standing like pines, paralyzed by fear. They dared not move. The swift defeat of General Zera by Admiral Zoro had rendered them utterly cowed. The new recruits were even less worthy of mention. To resist meant certain death. Nearby lay several corpses, those who had foolishly thought they could turn the tide by seizing Carrie, hoping Zoro would release them. Alas, they now lay charred and still smoking. Zoro's subordinates, having produced some peculiar seeds from an unknown source, had dispatched over 300 insurrectionists. The bloody reality unfolded before them, and these individuals resembled nothing more than frightened chicks. "Hey, Zoro, what now?" After 3 days, Sakazuki received another call from Zoro. The last time, Zoro had introduced him to 2 figures, one, a smiling individual, and the other, a wild man. He had temporarily located the smiling one, who indeed possessed the combat prowess befitting a vice admiral, warranting a promotion to the rank of admiral in waiting. However, the wild man remained elusive. "An issue has arisen in the G-18 division," Zoro disclosed the situation to Akainu. With each revelation, Akainu's frown deepened. "What kind of navy are these people?" "They are tarnishing the image of the navy." Akainu was particularly concerned about the navy's reputation, although he was aware that some rot existed within its ranks. He had not anticipated such a dire situation. The revelation was shocking. According to Zoro's account, an entire naval division had become corrupt, with over 3,000 personnel, only 400 of whom had not accepted bribes. This group of 400 was led by a colonel, who had previously faced discontent from his men for refusing to accept money while others did. Why must we remain impoverished? They had wondered. Now, however, they were immensely grateful that their superior had upheld his principles. In every corner, there are those who shine brightly, emerging untainted from the filth, remaining pure amidst the murky waters. Of course, another significant reason for the colonel's integrity was that he was the son of the chairman of the Shell Island Merchant Conference. He was not lacking in wealth. His enlistment in the Navy was purely driven by ideals and a sense of justice. Upon witnessing the various corruptions within the Navy, he steadfastly clung to his principles of righteousness. Even distributing his own funds to his subordinates was a means of safeguarding them. Zera ceased to pay attention to this naval colonel. After all, if he was supplementing his men with his own money, what more could he do? Moreover, a substantial portion of the personnel received meager compensation, or, seeing others receive more, opted to accept the same. Yet they continued to execute the tasks assigned by their superiors. Unable to apprehend the pirates within their own waters, they resorted to capturing a few minor pirates elsewhere to fulfill their duties. This was a meager attempt to accomplish their objectives. This group constituted the majority within the division, initially reluctant to accept such arrangements. Participating in the Navy in this perilous world was fraught with danger. After all, the Golden Lion's assault on Marineford resulted in the demise of countless sailors. Nevertheless, they charged forth, resolute in their mission to thwart him. However, the idealism that once inspired them gradually diminished over time. The remaining 800 souls were, alas, beyond redemption. There was no hope left. They were merely awaiting their fate. Death. Akainu declared the verdict to Zoro on the other end of the transponder snail. I believe we must establish a, Zoro suggested. Certainly. After Akainu assumed the position of fleet admiral, he aspired to achieve great accomplishments. However, due to his temperament, many individuals were reluctant to voice their opinions to him. The hawkish figures, such as Admiral Kazuru and Vice Admiral Galdino, were also of considerable age. They were in dire need of a spirited young talent like Zoro. Zoro put forth his recommendation for Admiral Kazuru. Of course, there was also the concern that if Kazuru were to withdraw from the Navy, then there would truly be no way forward. Let us resolve this matter. Indeed, Akainu pondered. Akiji had grown increasingly lethargic at the Navy headquarters. Zoro's suggestion to establish a was quite astute. It would allow this bothersome presence to be removed from his sight. After all, having once been colleagues, Akainu had never obstructed those with capability. Zoro also noted Akiji's disillusionment with the Navy. This sentiment had begun in the aftermath of O'Hara. Remaining at the headquarters would only exacerbate the conflicts between the Doves and Hawks. Allowing him to address the Navy's inept elements would serve as a commendable course of action, effectively channeling Akiji's grievances against the Navy. Such a formidable power should be utilized to its fullest extent. Otherwise, it would be an egregious waste. Akainu was also aware of the underlying motives behind Zoro's proposal. Then it is settled. With such a statement, the Navy headquarters was left with only one remaining admiral, Kazuru. The world government, at times, requires admirals to attend to various matters. The Navy headquarters was facing a shortage of personnel, and Akainu felt a throbbing headache. What had once troubled Sengoku was now a source of distress for Akainu. Meanwhile, Zoro perceived from this incident that there were quite a few parasites within the Navy. "What is your name?" Zoro inquired, gazing at the young man who managed to uphold his ideals amidst the crowd. Although he was indeed affluent, that did not diminish his steadfastness. "Rhoda." Rhoda responded loudly. "Well, quite spirited. Would you care to join me in my endeavors?" Such individuals with a sense of justice are certainly welcomed by Zoro. "Excellent." Rhoda readily accepted Zoro's invitation. At the age of 24, he was actually older than Zoro. However, strength transcends age. Rhoda was the sole heir of Kexcellent, the chairman of the Merchants' Assembly on Shell Island. He was the only son. While Zoro was engaged with the naval officers, the head of the Merchants' Assembly also arrived, totaling 12 individuals, some of the most prominent merchants of Shell Island. They stood aside, observing Zoro as he dealt with the Navy. "Will he turn against us?" One merchant expressed concern about Zoro's potential hostility. They were well informed and aware of Zoro's ferocity. Despite his youth, he was ruthless in his dealings with pirates. "Surely not. We are a member nation of the world government. The Navy is meant to protect us," someone pointed out. This reasoning eased their apprehensions momentarily, except for Kexcellent, who, at over 50, had transitioned from a modest clothing vendor to the chairman through decades of relentless effort. He was far more astute than the other complacent merchants beside him, and in his eyes, the threat had not dissipated. "Then accompany me. Your rank is now Lieutenant Commander," Zoro declared, announcing Rhoda's appointment. Here, the rank of Lieutenant Commander referred to that of the naval headquarters, not the branch. Rhoda's rank had been elevated by 2 levels. As a Rear Admiral, Zoro had the authority to make decisions autonomously below the rank of Brigadier General. "Carry, take him under your wing," Zoro instructed. "Very well." Carabizzolo was 3 or 4 years older than Rhoda, approximately the same age. His military rank surpassed Rhoda's by 1 level, holding the title of Colonel, equivalent to that of a Major. Thus, the remainder of the matter concerned how to deal with you. Akainu's stance was clear. There was nothing more to discuss. They should be executed. Subsequently, their ill-gotten gains would be confiscated, with a portion allocated as their severance pay. The process was executed with utmost reasonableness, according to regulations. Their crimes did not warrant death. However, new officials often sought to make a statement, and Akainu was no exception. This base became the first example to intimidate others. Zoro shared this sentiment, leading to the immediate execution of the 800 individuals. Those Navy personnel who were somewhat reluctant were also required to serve a period of imprisonment as a form of punishment. Here, Zoro could not afford to eliminate everyone. Otherwise, there would be no one left to carry out the work. Pirates could be swiftly dealt with, posing no significant repercussions, while the remaining matters would be handled gradually. Akin to boiling a frog, one base at a time would be uprooted, providing other Navy bases with an opportunity for rewards for reporting. A day later, at the Shell Island Navy base by the seaside, over 800 Navy personnel were executed on the spot by the soldiers led by Zoro. The gruesome reality was laid bare before the merchants. Damn, is he this ruthless even towards his own? They thought. Is there not even a glimmer of opportunity? These individuals, who defied justice, were offered no chance at all. Did the pirates they spared provide any opportunities for the common folk? Execution. There were too many people. Zoro's ship housed merely over 300. The executions were conducted in 3 separate waves. Upon witnessing the first group of executed sailors, those awaiting their fate could no longer contain themselves. Realizing they were doomed regardless, they decided to flee, hoping against hope for a chance at survival. Thus, the remaining 500 began to descend into chaos. Flames encircle. Carrie unleashed a torrent of fire, enveloping the group. Instantly, silence fell upon them as they recalled the fate of those who had previously attempted to seize Carrie. This flame, once ignited, was inextinguishable, relentless and unyielding. Execution. With the last 200 heads falling to the ground, the nearby sea was stained crimson. Corpses lay scattered in heaps and among the crowd. Some who beheld this horrific scene were driven to vomit uncontrollably. It was utterly terrifying. Such deeds are hardly fitting for one of such tender years. Ugh. Burn. Carrie cast the flames of the immortal phoenix upon the heap of corpses, the cerulean fire blazing incessantly. Yet, it emitted not merely intense heat, but also an unsettling chill. Moreover, in addition to these irredeemable Marines, 5 pirate ships that had fled from here were also captured. They belonged to a rather insignificant faction of pirates. It was evident that such pirate crews still relied on purchasing weapons like knives and guns. In total, over 1,000 pirates were apprehended from the 5 vessels. Zoro scoffed, noting that not a single one among them had a bounty exceeding 10 million, akin to that of the captain of the black pirate crew. Zoro waved his hand dismissively. This execution would be carried out by the remaining Marines from the over 1,000 personnel present. Execution. The method employed for the execution is gunfire. Bang. Bang. Check. Some of the pirates have not yet perished and require a few more shots. Report. Execution complete. All have been eliminated, save for a group of individuals attending the merchant conference. They are, after all, individuals who engage in commerce for profit and are adept at navigating the winds of fortune. The moment Zoro overthrew Zephyr, they promptly surrendered their bribes, revealing crucial naval intelligence. Truly, one who understands the times is indeed a wise man. It appears that Coolest has learned from your example. Life is paramount. Everything else is mere nonsense. This cohort of merchants is astute, and thus Zoro chose not to pursue them further. Naturally, he could not. They are the leaders of this small nation, and eliminating them would plunge the country into chaos. If it cannot be managed, then so be it. The next destination is Dressrosa. If all goes as expected, Momonosuke should be within Caesar's laboratory. It seems that Icefire Island is no more. The journey from here to the New World will be lengthy, necessitating passage through the Sabaody archipelago. By that time, the new naval headquarters should be nearing completion. Hand over Whitebeard Toos remains to Zephyr, fulfilling his unfulfilled wishes. Sighing at the thought of Zephyr, Zoro feels a twinge of regret. A diligent veteran who served faithfully for decades, only to be forced into exile for the greater good and ultimately slain by a student he once taught. Zoro cannot help but feel sorrowful. This chapter concludes with the death of Whitebeard too. However, the scourge of piracy remains unabated. Zephyr still has a few students. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, they shall be taken along as well. They could be trained. They are capable of becoming formidable guardians. Thus, it is decided. What of Brook? He is encased in sea stone, submerged in cement, and has become a living pillar. He remains undying, which is quite surprising to Zoro. Yet, this existence is a torment worse than death. Zoro departs, sweeping through Shell's Island like a tempest, purging the corrupt navy and pirates alike, executing the deserving and burying the rest. Overall, the venture to Shell's Island has proven quite profitable, especially in uncovering a promising naval talent. Rhoda. General Zoro. Rada approached Zoro with an invigorated spirit. He felt a surge of excitement ever since he witnessed Zoro's remarkable prowess during the Summit War. His heart had since set its sights on emulating Zoro. Indeed, under Zoro's influence, the world recruitment campaign led by Admiral Akainu had progressed with remarkable ease. Particularly among the new recruits, Zoro had become their idol. Young and formidable, he stood out as a paragon of strength and charm. How could such a phenomenon be justified? I too aspire to be a figure of such stature. The tales of Karp's exploits date back several decades. In contrast, Zoro, the newly emerged naval hero, is still fresh and vibrant. Furthermore, with the machinations of the traitorous gears within the Morgan's news agency, Zoro's fame has truly resonated throughout the recruitment centers across the seas. Do you wish to vanquish evil? Do you yearn for promotions and raises? Do you seek to shield your family from the scourge of pirates? Come, join the Navy. Adjacent to the recruitment center, the mightiest of the Navy, Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru, were prominently displayed. A series of valorous deeds of the Navy were laid out in succession. So-and-so had vanquished numerous pirates and saved a village. Another had sunk a pirate ship, sending dozens of pirates to their watery graves. Of course, real-time updates were broadcasted through the transponder snails. Shortly, an announcement rang out. Admiral Firefist has slain 165 members of the Wavehead pirates in the North Sea. Vice Admiral German has dispatched the notorious bounty of 100 million on the pirate Wilson in the South Sea. The rolling broadcasts dazzled the promising youths attending the recruitment. Report: Admiral Zoro has defeated the Supernova's Kid and Killer. He annihilated 196 members of the Kid Pirates. An even larger piece of news reached the recruitment center, instantly drawing more recruits. Was it the notorious Kid with a bounty of 300 million and Killer with over 100 million? Rumors claimed they were part of the worst generation, having slain numerous innocents. What a triumph for Admiral Zoro. I want to enlist. I aspire to become an individual like Admiral Zoro. The impact was profound. Through the transponder snails, the unwavering demonstration of the Navy's might, a proposal from Zoro himself, was ever present. To entice others to join the Navy, it is essential to showcase its formidable strength, thereby attracting those noble souls driven by justice and lofty ideals. The individual in question serves as an exemplary beacon, youthful and having achieved remarkable accomplishments within merely a few years of service. Under extensive promotion, every recruitment station of the Navy is inundated with hopeful candidates, surpassing the expectations of Akainu. Furthermore, the continuous updates relayed through the Din Mushi regarding pirate eliminations have invigorated even the lethargic naval commanders. Zoro insisted that Akainu establish a designated area for all the vice admirals stationed outside the naval headquarters, where their achievements from their enlistment to the present would be meticulously recorded and regularly updated. Some naval officers found themselves restless, observing the escalating numbers of pirate defeats by their peers while their own statistics remained stagnant from years past. How could they tolerate such indignity? Without further ado, they plunged into action. Recently, Impelled Down has become quite the hubbub. What accounts for the influx of pirates? Warden Magellan gazed in bewilderment at the seemingly endless stream of pirates being transported to Impelled Down. The sheer volume of pirates captured in a single week rivaled what was previously amassed over several months. Luffy's breach of Impelled Down had liberated numerous pirates, and through the diligent efforts of the Navy, many more were apprehended. In fact, a significant number of pirates from the initial levels of Impelled Down were also captured. Akainu was overjoyed. Zoro's suggestion had proven invaluable, significantly enhancing the Navy's image to the satisfaction of the world government. Although Akainu yearned to sever ties with the world government, he recognized the necessity of their support for remuneration in the short term. Patience is required. Undoubtedly, such a promotional strategy is a potent tool in modern society, albeit somewhat of an overreach for recruitment purposes. Pirates would never consider utilizing newspapers to entice fellow marauders. This is a privilege reserved solely for the Navy. Recruitment was swiftly and successfully concluded, yielding several formidable new recruits. On the open sea, Zoro posed a question to Law. What is your perspective on pirates? Rhoda pondered for a moment. Perhaps some pirates were compelled to venture out to sea against their will. However, just because they became pirates does not render them pitiable. The innocent civilians who fell victim to pirate violence are indeed the ones deserving of sympathy. They were simply living their lives when suddenly, pirates descended upon them, slaughtering entire families. At this point, Rhoda's composure began to falter. I remember a day from my childhood when I accompanied my father on a business trip. Upon returning home, I found that my mother, grandmother, and 2 younger brothers had all been murdered by pirates. Rhoda spoke through gritted teeth. Even if, among 1,000 pirates, 1 were coerced, does that absolve the rest from their crimes? To eradicate all of them might lead to some innocent being wronged, yet even selectively targeting them would surely miss many others. Zoro was taken aback by Rhoda's profound experience. His father had skillfully transformed a small shop into the chairmanship of the merchant council of the entire island. Such a feat requires considerable talent. Rhoda had not expected someone like him. What you say is indeed true. This fellow resonated well with Zoro. Families. Initially, during my time at the G18 branch, I felt disheartened by the state of the Navy. It nearly obliterated my perception of naval justice. Zoro nodded in agreement. Indeed. There are some scoundrels within the Navy, such as that rat of a colonel from the East Blue, who is the nephew of the mole vice-admiral. He was one of the culprits who cornered Nami and her companions. Yet, it cannot be denied that the majority within the Navy are driven by a sense of justice. While most pirates are solely motivated by their selfish aspirations, the two are entirely incomparable. I later discovered your news. It was during the execution of that deserter at the Summit War, Rada remarked. At that moment, I realized that among the Navy, there still exist individuals like you who are capable of eradicating pests. I endured, upholding my sense of justice. Alas, Zoro sighed in exasperation, feeling utterly helpless as he found himself stretched thin, unable to be in multiple places at once. He could only traverse one location after another. Since you have chosen to accompany me, our ideals of justice are aligned. Come now, select your novice gift pack. Zoro has always been generous towards those who share his convictions. With so many devil fruits at his disposal, it would be impossible to consume them all. What then shall be done? Naturally, they shall be bestowed upon those who share the same righteous spirit. What is this? Devil fruit. Rada's heart raced as he excitedly gazed at the fruit in Zoro's hand. Indeed, he possessed wealth, and so did his father. However, the elusive devil fruit was a rarity. Sometimes, even with ample funds, one could not procure it. Luck played a predominant role in such matters. Indeed, this was a gift for accompanying me on this journey. Zoro was generous, not only because Rada had managed to persist in such an environment without succumbing to corruption, though he too was affluent. Yet, this did not diminish his noble heart. Furthermore, Zoro was in dire need of talent. His only capable subordinate was Carly, someone he knew well. The over 200 naval recruits lacked sufficient strength, and they also required further training to fortify their resolve. Rada was the perfect exemplar, serving as a model for enlistment under Zoro's guidance. Zoro intended for Rada to inspire the naval crew aboard the ship. Thank you, Admiral Zoro. Rada bowed deeply in gratitude. May I inquire, what type of devil fruit is this? Is this it? Zoro affirmed. Brick fruit. This is a superhuman-type devil fruit, and its level of development entirely depends on how one chooses to utilize it. Zoro entrusted this devil fruit he had drawn to Rhoda. Brick fruit. Though Rhoda felt somewhat perplexed, she understood that devil fruits were never particularly weak. Very well. Rhoda seized the square-shaped, seemingly unfruit-like devil fruit and took a large bite, devouring it eagerly. Ugh, how could such a repugnant devil fruit exist? Rhoda regretted taking such a large bite. The flavor was something he never wished to experience again in his lifetime. The earthy, gritty taste, was this truly the essence of fruit? In truth, a mere morsel would have sufficed. Callie, standing nearby, offered a timely reminder. Ha! Exclaimed Carrie, unable to contain his laughter. He recalled his own experience, finding the taste utterly repugnant. It was best to discard the leftovers. After all, he had already attained the power of the devil fruit. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Rhoda promptly discarded the remaining half. What is your ability? Carrie asked eagerly, yearning to witness the manifestation of Rhoda's devil fruit powers. Excellent. Rhoda was eager to discover the true nature of her devil fruit. With a swift motion, Rhoda conjured a brick into her hand, measuring 40 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 10 centimeters in height. It boasted a rustic, earth-toned hue. Whoosh! Another piece appeared. Admiral Zoro, is this devil fruit completely useless? Rhoda lamented, on the verge of tears. What a ridiculous ability. Am I supposed to create bricks with my bare hands? Is my next step to head to a construction site and build a house? Have I become a civil engineer? Do not lose heart. There are no worthless devil fruits. Only those who lack the skill to utilize them. Carrie reassured from the side. Why not give it a try and throw the bricks? Zoro suggested. All right. With a dead horse, one must treat it as if it were alive. Rhoda hurled the 3 bricks in her hand into the distance. I feel as though I can manipulate these bricks. Rhoda excitedly exclaimed to Zoro. How many can I control at most? I shall give it another try. Seemingly having discovered the secret, Rhoda expertly directed the flying bricks with one hand while crafting them with the other. In no time, he had orchestrated a chaotic dance of bricks soaring above the battleship. However, he soon reached his limit, managing to control just over 100 bricks. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. That should suffice. Let's bring them back, Zoro remarked after observing Rhoda's display of skill. To be honest, it was quite impressive. The young man exhibited remarkable talent, managing to control over 100 bricks on his first attempt. He would undoubtedly make an exceptional contractor in the realm of construction. Zoro picked up a brick crafted from the brick fruit. Bang! How solid it is. Considering my current strength, I should be able to produce at least over 5,000 more. Primarily, creating bricks does not consume much energy. But controlling these bricks for an attack requires concentration. Rhoda candidly expressed his feelings to Zoro. Come, let us try to merge 2 bricks into one. Zoro continued to share his thoughts. With a resounding bang, 2 bricks effortlessly fused together. How simple. Rhoda rejoiced, pondering whether this meant he could manipulate larger bricks. Merge these several hundred bricks together, Zoro commanded, a vivid idea blossoming in his mind. Very well. Rhoda unhesitatingly complied with Zoro's suggestion. Bang. Thus, and then like this. Half an hour later, the construction of House 1, a 5-meter-tall structure entirely composed of bricks, was completed. Building a house? Rhoda gazed at the brick robot named House 1 by Zoro. Under Rhoda's command, this House 1 adeptly grasped bricks, joined them, and applied mortar, erecting the house seamlessly. A modest dwelling for a single occupant was completed in under 10 minutes, albeit with a somewhat rustic appearance. Rhoda felt increasingly disconnected from combat. This contraption was capable of fighting as well. Zoro instructed Rhoda to maneuver House 1. Attack. The first house is entirely constructed of bricks, its form adorned with sharp angles. The 2 eyes atop its head are small, square-shaped. Boom. Zoro effortlessly blocked his attack. The fist of House 1 shattered instantly. House 1. Rhoda felt a pang of sympathy. After all, it was created from his own devil fruit. There was still a trace of sentiment attached. Just conjure a few more bricks to patch it up. Oh, very well. As Zoro gazed at Rhoda, tenderly repairing his block figure, he envisioned the rise of a future real estate magnate. The solidity of these bricks was indeed remarkable. They could surely withstand the assaults of some pirates. Although they appeared yellow, they were not composed of yellow clay. As for the exact material, Zoro could not ascertain. Perhaps it was akin to the unique alloy produced by the Gura no Mi, a substance exclusive to devil fruits. This could be a lucrative opportunity. Rhoda, I have discovered the immense potential of your devil fruit. Zoro pulled Rhoda, who was diligently mending house number 1, closer. Consider the countless individuals who roam this world without a home. Zoro contemplated the myriad applications of his brick fruit, beyond mere combat, to infiltrate the underworld. What? Infiltration? Rhoda's mind struggled to grasp this concept. Zoro recalled how Wapple's Munch fruit had birthed alloys that served diverse purposes, allowing for substantial profits and the elevation of nations to the ranks of world government affiliates. His brick fruit held immense potential. As Zoro journeyed towards the Sabaody archipelago, extraordinary events unfolded in other corners of the world. Indeed. Cause and effect. The supernova Urki of the pirate crew, who has forsaken the ways of a monk, is currently challenging one of the sweet commanders of the Emperor Big Mom, Charlotte Snack. This individual is an exceedingly corpulent man, characterized by a long nose, black hair fashioned into a topknot with a hairpin, resembling a gourd. He dons a woolen coat and a red and white striped scarf, with armor adorning his arms. In stark contrast to his substantial physique, his head appears diminutive. He is referred to as the Minister of Fried Foods, and his devil fruit power is also food-related. Known as the heat-hot fruit, unlike another of Big Mom's daughters who possesses the yellow fruit, his heat-hot fruit manifests as a liquid. Hot oil net. Snag hurled a large net with one hand, sizzling with steam. The net, composed of scalding hot oil, would leave one severely burned, if not fatally injured, upon contact. Roar. The demon fruit of the peculiar monk Urki is the fruit of causality. You strike me, I endure the pain. Then, I absorb this damage to enhance my own strength. However, there is a limit. The threshold is reached when my body can withstand the blows without losing consciousness. With a swift motion, Urki tore apart the thrown net of hot oil. He is perhaps the most unembellished fighter, relying solely on his fists. This was evident during the events in the Sabaody archipelago, where he stood as the only individual capable of confronting the pacifists single-handedly. Haha. Urki wielded a colossal pencil, now shattered into fragments. As one of the 4 confectionery generals, Snag's prowess is rather perplexing. To label him as strong would be misleading, for he was utterly defeated by a supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Conversely, to deem him weak might hold some truth. Barbaric monk charge. Ulki maintained a cheerful demeanor, and his crew referred to him as the monk of justice. The term monk of transgression signifies a monk who has forsaken the vow of nonviolence. Alas, Snag collapsed before falling. He pondered whether it was his own weakness or if this individual had specifically been designed to counter him. The truth remained elusive. Ulki's physique swiftly diminished, returning to its normal form. He too was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the continuous restoration of his strength by the fruit of causality, he would have collapsed right there. Urki. In the distance, a towering castle, reaching a height of 100 meters, approached him. Capone Beach. Indeed, it was Capone Beach, who, overwhelmed by terror, had hastily joined the Big Mom pirates. He was now also a son-in-law of the Big Mom pirates. Urki's arrival was remarkably swift, and Big Mom, contemplating the potential impact of a supernova, dispatched a formidable star to confront him. Capone Beach was merely a backup. Are you prepared to battle me? Urki continued to wear a jovial grin. Resistance is futile. The prevailing trend is to align oneself with the Yonko. Capone Beach urged Urki. We must first engage in combat before discussing that. Are you certain? The figure of Capone Beach fully materialized. The complete form of the castle fruit. The formidable captain. Transforming into a colossal fortress, his defensive capabilities are akin to an impenetrable bastion. His feet can morph into treads, assisting his mobility while standing and walking. The interior space can be elegantly reconfigured at will, accommodating people, horses, firearms, cannons, and various other items, all of which can be reduced in size to fit within Beach's form without any detriment to his body, leaving enemies oblivious to the extent of his forces. A large aperture at his wrist allows for soldiers to escape in times of urgency. One man embodies an entire artillery battalion. Submit. Capone Beach remains one of the few supernovas with a clear understanding of the situation. Aside from him, Drake has already joined the Beast Pirates. Kaido has long desired to assemble a crew composed entirely of Zoan-type devil fruit users. Drake's ancient species, the Allosaurus fruit, has swiftly secured his position within the crew, and he is now on the verge of challenging the Flying Six. This is the sword organization under Sengoku's command, now entrusted to Akainu. The remaining supernovas. Luffy was slain by Zoro in Marineford, while Kid and Killer met a gruesome end on the Sabaody archipelago. Bonnie has vanished without a trace, seemingly disappearing from existence. Apu also remains shrouded in mystery. Zoro is training under Mihawk. Hawkins has been acting strangely, with the latest rumors suggesting he has foreseen his own fate, a dead end, though his whereabouts remain unknown, hidden more deeply than others. Law appears to have joined the Shichibukai. Capone Beach is allied with the Big Mom pirates, and Urage is also present. In this case, I have joined. The chain reaction instigated by Zoro has subtly altered the fates of these supernovas. Without Kid clamoring to confront Shanks and subsequently losing an arm, and without Kid, Apu, and Hawkins preparing to unite against Shanks only to be thwarted by the soaring Kaido, Bonnie will no longer be captured by Blackbeard, becoming even more elusive. Their destinies have diverged. The fates of many others have also shifted. Rear Admiral Zoro now stands at the threshold of Sabaody archipelago. Over the past few days, Rhoda has been enlightened and taught how to harness the powers of his devil fruit, emerging from the shadow of the brick fruit. What is wrong with carrying bricks? At worst, one could build a house in the future. Moreover, Zoro has suggested that he delve into the underworld, biding his time for an opportunity where Zoro could elevate him to the position of king of the underground. Of course, should Rhoda be unwilling, Zoro could ultimately cleanse the underworld and install a new agent. A garbage dump must exist, otherwise refuse would scatter across the globe. Rhoda is contemplating this matter. Zoro remains unhurried. In just a few months, he has accomplished an abundance of tasks. This time, he intends to stir a bit of trouble. For instance, in Sabaody archipelago, he could capture a few celestial dragons to torment. The justice points associated with these celestial dragons, Zoro muses, resemble not mere individuals but rather plump pigs. Eliminating one would surely skyrocket his justice points. His prison fruit can discreetly transfer the majority of individuals. However, the primary issue at hand is his restless fingers. He had promised to save up for a tenfold enhancement. Yet he cannot restrain these hands. Fusion card. To merge two items together. To put it another way, why not risk it all and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? Let's do this. Without hesitation, Zoro merges the dark fruit with his weapon, bloodshed. The dark fruit is a purple fruit. Zoro places his bloodshed alongside the dark fruit. The fusion card vanishes. With a whoosh, two objects erupted in a radiant golden glow, illuminating the entire vessel as if it were midday. The naval officers aboard were accustomed to the occasional eccentricities of their commander. The golden legend. The brilliance dimmed. Zoro beheld the result of the fusion between the blood-seeing fruit and the dark fruit, a formidable 2-meter blade intertwined with profound darkness and deep crimson patterns. The dark fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to nullify the powers of other devil fruits. For those endowed with devil fruit abilities, it serves as an extreme countermeasure. Although Master Cairo asserted that Haki reigns supreme above all truths, the dark fruit remains Zoro's foremost consideration. The nature-based devil fruit is a standard for the admirals of the Navy. Most remain oblivious to the fact that they have consumed the prison fruit, which, when paired with the dark fruit, allows for effective concealment of their prison abilities. Moreover, the dark fruit is unique in that it does not undergo elemental transformation, conveniently explaining Zoro's own immunity to such a phenomenon. Another reason for Zoro's preoccupation is his sense of inadequacy regarding his possessions. The system can only store what has been extracted, and the seeds from the Boeing Islands can only be transported by ship. The dark fruit, however, can store items, even living ones. Captives of the prison can be contained within the dark fruit. What a remarkable asset! As Zoro gazed upon the bustling scene of Sabaody Archipelago, he recognized the lurking darkness beneath its surface, where countless sordid and grotesque transactions transpired. Various forms of slavery thrive here, with human slaves being the most prevalent, many of whom are children, captured through pirate plunder. Beyond humans, giants are exceedingly rare, each commanding a price multiple times that of an ordinary person, while merfolk are even more scarce. Today, yet another fishman has arrived. Ah, the rare fishman, Little 8. Bound by iron chains, Little 8 trudged forward, accompanied by 5 or 6 ragged humans. Of course, Zoro was oblivious to this scene, for he was not present. Nearby, the Thousand Sunny lay anchored, guarded by the formidable Bartholomew Kuma. The Thousand Sunny is distinguished by its lion-shaped bow and soldier docking system, complemented by a deck adorned with grass. Spacious rooms featuring large aquariums, a library, and numerous other amenities. It is truly a perfect mobile abode. The Navy's warships, in contrast, are constructed primarily for practicality, offering scant space for relaxation, barely sufficient for basic needs. Beside the Thousand Sunny, a towering figure sat silently on the grass. Bartholomew Kuma, hailing from the South Sea, was the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, with a bounty of 296 million berries. He possesses the powers of the paw fruit, which has been deemed excessively overpowered, leading Oda to impose restrictions on its abilities, rendering him a mindless automaton. His memories were left behind on Egghead Island at Vegapunk's facility. One of Bonnie's motivations for infiltrating the New World is to reclaim her father's memories. Rumors abound that Kuma was once a ruthless pirate, notorious for his tyranny. However, the truth of this matter remains shrouded in mystery. Upon seeing the Thousand Sunny, Zoro felt an inexplicable connection to the vessel. It seemed forlorn, abandoned after the captain's demise. He pondered whether there was anything of value left, for silence suggested that perhaps no one cared. The bear remained steadfastly by the Thousand Sunny, resembling a robotic sentinel. Regrettably, the bear underwent modifications by Vegapunk following the Summit War. A crucial point to note is that by the time the transformation was complete, Luffy had already perished at Marineford. Thus, his efforts seemed in vain. Vegapunk had programmed him to guard the Thousand Sunny for 2 years, awaiting the arrival of a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Reflecting on this, Zoro felt a twinge of regret. Alas, Usopp acted too prematurely. There was still potential for repurposing. No, there was still a possibility. Zoro contemplated the illusion of flowers and water. Tycoon Bear. Usopp's figure appeared beside the Thousand Sunny. With a resounding crack, the Great Bear rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the individual before him. He had detected the presence of the Straw Hat crew. The task is complete. The bear scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Departing, the bear left without the slightest hesitation. His body bore numerous scars, remnants of the struggles endured. Several months have passed since that time, and many pirates have attempted to seize this pirate ship. all of whom were swiftly driven away by the bear. I was utterly terrified. Once the great bear had completely departed from this place, the figure of Rhoda emerged. Even illusions can be mimicked by mere facades. In the words of humanity, there is a certain authenticity that is more palpable. It is of no consequence, Zoro said. Patting Rhoda's back, he refrained from confronting Bartholomew Kuma directly, as Kuma remained one of the Seven Warlords, having been transformed into a cyborg. The Navy and the world government were temporarily united, and he still possessed certain privileges. With figures like the Five Elders, Dr. Vegapunk, his clones, and the CP0 at his disposal, the Navy could certainly be advantageous, even if it was devoid of intellect. Additionally, Zoro sought to assess the extent of the illusion's mimicry. Clearly, the results were promising. Kuma did not detect the ruse, possibly due to his transformation into a robot, lacking any consciousness. As long as members of the Straw Hat Pirates arrived, he would be able to depart without hindrance. Quite impressive, Zoro expressed his satisfaction. The illusion created by the reflection of flowers upon water could mimic such a degree of reality. However, the entirely ephemeral scenes might still be discerned. Utilizing the words of a real person would yield even more remarkable results, though it did leave one feeling a bit mentally fatigued. Has he left? Rhoda felt incredulous, recalling how Admiral Zolo had just directed him to approach Bartolomeo Kuma. He harbored a sense of internal resistance. In Rhoda's little mind, a multitude of question marks emerged. What transpired? Carly summoned the personnel, Zoro instructed. He called Carly to bring the remaining members of the Navy. They divided into two teams. One stayed aboard the original naval vessel while the remaining 100 or so ventured to Area 44G. This ship is truly magnificent, one of the sailors exclaimed. The Thousand Sunny, crafted from the world's mightiest tree, Atom, was hurriedly constructed by the skilled artisans of Water 7, including Icebug, Frankie, and others. It is regarded as the most opulent pirate ship, even surpassing the grandeur of most naval warships. Enough chatter, let us set sail. With a commanding voice, Zoro led all the sailors aboard the Thousand Sunny. The vessel resisted Zoro's command. It must be a ship spirit. After prolonged voyages, one can indeed encounter such entities. The Thousand Sunny possesses a ship spirit. The Thousand Sunny, also known as the Sunny of Endless Sunshine, is also graced with a ship spirit, although it has yet to fully mature. With a resounding roar, Zoro instructed the other Navy personnel to disembark, unleashing his conqueror's haki as he circled the vessel. Very well. What just transpired? The archipelago of Shambadi is still home to many formidable individuals, some concealed within taverns, others residing in inns. Even from a considerable distance, one can perceive an overwhelming sense of menace. Who? As Xiachi exited the knockover bar, she caught sight of Zoro, having spent some time alongside Rayleigh. Her relationship could be deemed as a semblance of companionship. Unable to prevail, Xiachi quickly recognized the situation. She turned and returned to the bar. Admiral Zoro. Just as Admiral Zoro was preparing to embark alone in search of some celestial dragons, an uninvited guest arrived. Whoosh. What is the matter? Carrie inquired of the approaching sailor. There has been a slave revolt. You are the closest, and my superiors have instructed me to seek you out. The sailor delivering the message was panting heavily, evidently having run quite a distance. Which area? Zoro inquired. The G42 region. Indeed, it was the closest to him. You all stay here. I will return shortly. Zoro instructed the remaining individuals to remain on guard. Please, General Zoro, be swift. That group of slaves is besieging a faction of celestial dragons. Wait, did you say celestial dragons? Zoro's interest was piqued further. Indeed. The messenger, still bewildered by the unfolding events, elucidated. 5 celestial dragons have been besieged at the auction house. 5 celestial dragons. Are there any other developments? Zoro was intent on acquiring a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Oh, and another thing, the messenger suddenly recalled. The leading slave seemed to have caused a commotion in this vicinity last year as well. He patted himself down, and the soldiers nearby were injured as a result of an explosion. AP. Zoro contemplated this individual. No wonder there had been no news. He must have been captured and enslaved. Longhand tribe slaves are quite rare and can fetch a considerable price. I shall set out at once. Zoro, filled with urgency, was eager to rescue those celestial dragons. Whoosh. General Zoro. The messenger was taken aback, and in an instant, Zoro had vanished. The prowess of General Zoro is indeed formidable. In the slave auction house, Charles Rosent and his family huddled in a dim corner. This individual was undeniably unattractive, his face marred by pockmarks, and he weighed at least 400 pounds. Among the celestial dragons, he was particularly conspicuous. Not all celestial dragons are devoid of intellect, exhibiting unbridled arrogance towards everyone. There are a few rare exceptions who display a flicker of awareness, like the one before me, who, remarkably, had the sense to conceal himself with his family, such a notable improvement. The other celestial dragons, even when faced with a fist to their face, remain utterly incredulous that anyone would dare to strike them. "Where is the Navy?" exclaimed the daughter of Charles Rosenthal, who inherited his remarkable genes, sporting a visage marked by plumpness, reminiscent of an elderly matron. Accompanying her were his wife, Gertrude, and their 2 sons, whose names shall remain unspoken, as they are destined to meet their demise shortly. Supporting characters are not worthy of names. Shoo! Charles Rothan understood the gravity of the situation, aware that silence was imperative at this moment. Where were those naval forces? Why had they not yet arrived? How infuriating, Charles Rosen thought to himself, as he lamented the fact that this group had yet to send anyone to rescue us, the esteemed celestial dragons. Here we were, concealed in the shadows. In the darkness. AP's voice rang out sharply, filled with rage. How outrageous it was to be captured upon arriving in the new world. AP could hardly comprehend the extent of his misfortune. He had just coated his ship and had yet to set foot on several new islands, captured by a pirate from the new world. No less, a deaf individual who possessed a Zoan-type devil fruit. What a stroke of bad luck. His own devil fruit abilities proved utterly ineffective against this foe. The beating he had received was severe. Upon arriving at the slave market, he was subjected to the humiliating process of being chosen and inspected, an indignity he could not endure. As a prominent supernova, how could he be reduced to the status of a slave? Seizing an opportunity, he rallied a group of fellow captives, the majority of whom were his own crew members, while the remaining few had already been sold off. There were various races among them. How absurd. As the celestial dragons approached, some of the shackles binding the slaves were loosened. This was at the behest of the noble Charles Rosenth, who wished to observe the vitality of these slaves. They could not be purchased only to perish after a few days. They may be foolish, but they ought not to be deceived. Thus began the uprising of the slaves. Once the sea prism stone that bound AP was released, he unleashed the pent-up frustration within his body. Clang clang. Boom. Is the celestial dragon inside here? General Zaro. A group of naval officers on the periphery felt their spirits uplifted upon the arrival of Zoro. Stand down. Allow me to handle the remainder. Very well. As Vice Admiral Zoro was about to take command here, everyone ceased their activities. I entrust this task to you. The person in charge bowed deeply to Zoro. Everyone, please withdraw and ensure the perimeter is secured. Zoro, being the highest-ranking officer, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, commanded the respect and obedience of all present. Indeed. Stand aside. I wonder how much justice a celestial dragon could bestow upon me. Zoro strode boldly into the slave market. Vice Admiral Zoro has entered. Is it finally coming to an end? Splendid. If the celestial dragons were to sustain any harm, we would undoubtedly face punishment. This group is responsible for the safety of the 5 celestial dragons, and should any injury befall them, they could very well be sentenced to death by the Elder Stars. Akainu would certainly be reluctant and would exert every effort to conceal the matter. Nevertheless, their careers would come to an end. Someone is entering. There are pirates stationed at the entrance as lookouts. Before the arrival of one. The person in charge outside mentioned that there were more than 150 pirates within. This is dire. Formidable foes are approaching. Someone beside Apo cautioned him. Regardless of the consequences, we must ensure that these celestial dragons perish here. Apu steeled himself, resigning to his fate, for escape seemed impossible. Yet, before his demise, he was determined to take down these celestial dragons. The humiliation of being treated like an object, subjected to the whims of others, was an affront he could no longer endure. Charge forth. Boom. Are we here? Zaro exclaimed as he retrieved a flashlight. To his surprise, it turned out that such an item actually existed in this place. Damn it. Why did you arrive only now? Upon seeing the figure of the Navy appear before him, Charles Saint's keen intellect once again took the upper hand, restoring the demeanor of a celestial dragon. Truly infuriating. This group of celestial dragons incessantly berated Zoro with their demeaning words, questioning his tardiness. They initially had some guards dispatched to fend off the slaves, which had afforded them the opportunity to conceal themselves. How could it be merely a vice admiral from the Navy? Charles Saint was exceedingly dissatisfied. Or were the admirals? Indeed, this group of celestial dragons possessed such privileges. If they were offended by commoners, they could even summon an admiral for protection, and during extraordinary times. They could deploy CP0 as their guards for protection. What a pitiful group, a mere waste of air. Zoro thrust his sword forward, and the vitality of that individual swiftly faded away. As for his blood, it was utterly unappetizing. The mere thought of absorbing it was repugnant. How dare one lay hands on the celestial dragons? Zoro grinned. Not just him, but everyone here is inextricably bound to this. 800 justice points. Let the draw commence. There are still several more to go. One more does not matter. The Zampicate, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. When the Zampicate manifested, Zoro realized that the capabilities of his previously acquired Mirror Flower, Water Moon had dissipated. Had they merged into one? Indeed, the Mirror Flower, Water Moon that Zoro had drawn earlier was limited in duration and consumed energy. Lacking a vessel, the Zampicate, as a weapon of the Soul Reaper, embodies various abilities. This represents a complete power. Zoro unsheathed the Zampicate. The full version of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, upon witnessing its release, induces total hypnosis. Thereafter, whenever Mirror Flower, Water Moon is unleashed, one falls into a state of complete hypnosis. This is undoubtedly an essential weapon for a strategist. Zampicate, Mirror Flower, Water Moon designate an action. Upon the completion of this action, Mirror Flower, Water Moon activates, hypnotizing all who witness the release. Only by touching the blade before the full hypnosis takes effect can one evade its grasp, and the wielder may also dispel it at will. Note, the greater the disparity in strength, the more pronounced the effect. So this is how it is. Zoro had previously only grasped the concept of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Now, having obtained this nearly complete version, he finally comprehended its true nature. However, it does come with a drawback. Those exceedingly stronger than oneself might escape such hypnosis. Nonetheless, it should be more than sufficient for the current predicament. Zoro had initially intended to eliminate these celestial dragons, should circumstances allow. The direct approach. In that case, Zoro would be even more unrestrained. With this, there should be no issues. Adding 5 attribute points. These attribute points are truly overwhelming. The sense of justice far exceeds Zoro's expectations. How dare you kill a celestial dragon? Zoro licked his lips. The 4 celestial dragons before him were no longer filthy trash, but rather radiant, glistening pigs. Scoundrel. Here, the insults directed at the celestial dragons are omitted. Adding 682 justice points. Truly remarkable. The remaining 3 celestial dragons now gaze at Zoro with expressions of sheer terror. It seems the celestial dragons are not so formidable after all. Even in moments of peril, they exhibit signs of weakness, their fearful expressions remarkably similar. Now, it is your turn, the 3 of you. Let us see what gains you can bestow upon me. Bang! They have found them. The shouts of the crowd echoed behind Zoro. The group of pirate slaves had finally arrived at this place. To slay. What is this fellow doing? Appu was taken aback upon seeing the cloak draped over Zoro's back. This individual is Zoro. An inexplicable dread washed over Appu's entire being as he recalled the news of Zoro slaying Luffy. Although he had been imprisoned as a slave during that time, he had still managed to gather some information. It had also met his demise at the hands of this man. Zoro is the bane of supernovas. Oh, have you arrived? Zoro turned his head and spotted Appu and the others who had barged in. His hands were clean and efficient, ensuring that the remaining 3 celestial dragons were not left waiting anxiously. A resounding thud echoed as a lifeless body collapsed to the ground. With the complete version of the Purification Water Moon now in his possession, Zoro felt an unprecedented sense of assurance, free from fear. Furthermore, a brilliant idea began to take shape in his mind. Few could approach him without facing the confines of his prison fruit. Those who dared to maintain their distance would find themselves rendered powerless against his darkness fruit. He also possessed the Conqueror's Haki, albeit seldom utilized. One could only ponder the course of action to take. What should we do? As the leader of this uprising, Appu serves as their backbone. Panic ensued. A complete and utter panic. What actions should be taken? The target of their wrath, the celestial dragons, had already been dealt with by the individual before them. Only 2 remained, trembling in fear. Did you witness that? Zoro casually scratched his ear. Most people did not dwell on this peculiar gesture, for there are always those with strange habits. For instance, Kizaru has a penchant for pocketing his hands. Run. A sense of unease welled up within AP as he gazed at the inexplicable action before him. With a sudden burst of fury, The individual who had been trailing him moments ago raised the knife in his hand and struck towards AP. "What are you doing?" Apu exclaimed, both astonished and furious. "Kill." Yet, one could see the man's eyes turn crimson, striking at AP with relentless fury, as if he were a sworn enemy. "Oh dear, has someone already entered?" Outside, Admiral Kizaru has arrived. The influence of the 5 celestial dragons remains formidable. Recently, Zoro has come, yet he still falls short of providing adequate assurance. The 5 elders have even summoned Kizaru. His devil fruit grants him extraordinary speed, allowing him to circumnavigate the globe in a brief period. However, this individual still prefers to remain aboard the warship. Any movement on his part seems utterly impossible. Admiral Kizaru. Just now, Vice Admiral Zoro has already entered. Zoro, is it? The yellow monkey expressed his keen interest in observing how Zoro would handle the situation. This young man, whose sense of justice mirrored that of his old classmate Akainu, was faced with the challenge of dealing with the more malevolent of these pirates and the celestial dragons. The yellow monkey was thoroughly intrigued. Should any unexpected events arise, he could always intervene. As a fellow student of Akainu and a peculiar talent hailing from the North Sea, the yellow monkey enjoyed a close relationship with Akainu. Recently, during their conversations, Akainu had even suggested that his daughter, Yunka, accompany Zoro to learn about justice. Yunka's perception of justice was somewhat skewed, and it certainly did not resonate well with Sakazuki. The image of Yunka following Zoro to gain a fresh perspective on justice was quite appealing. Akainu, being a father later in life, was undoubtedly protective of his daughter and would hesitate to chastise her. Instead, he entrusted her to Zoro, who had become a new naval hero, and Yunka was notably fascinated by him. In fact, had it not been for Zoro, Yunka would have been quite enamored with the traitorous King Kobe, a fact that Akainu did not oppose. One could truly admire Akainu's magnanimity. Returning to the present, the yellow monkey was also quite concerned for his niece Yunka, as Zoro's performance would significantly influence his assessment. Boom. The slave camp erupted in a violent explosion. It was Vice Admiral Zoro. The Navy recognized the figure that leaped forth as Zoro. Admiral Kizaru perfectly serves as a witness. The celestial dragons have begun to clash amongst themselves. "What?" Zoro exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. Among this group of slaves lurked the hypnosis fruit, ensnaring several celestial dragon nobles in its grip, compelling them to turn against one another in a frenzied battle. Within the swirling smoke, shadowy figures could indeed be discerned, resembling celestial dragons donned in purification helmets as they clashed. Oh, the yellow ape became increasingly intrigued. Such a situation was indeed fascinating. The illusion was dispelled. The smoke cleared. "You, the scoundrel, have actually slain your father and sister." "Nonsense. It was you who committed the murder. You even seized my slave. That was rightfully given to me by my father." The remaining 2 celestial dragons appeared as if they were gazing upon mortal enemies, each intent on bringing the other to ruin. The celestial dragons were embroiled in a conflict. It was a sight to behold. Everyone was astounded. These 2 celestial dragons were fighting amongst themselves. Moreover, it seemed to be a feud of utmost severity, with their exchanges becoming increasingly exhilarating to the onlookers. Could blood brothers truly strike with such ferocity? What a spectacle, as the 2 celestial dragons exchanged blows with ruthless intent. "What shall we do, General Yellow Ape?" Zoro approached Yellow Ape, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "It's settled then, you shall bear the blame. The celestial dragons are indeed clashing?" Yellow Ape glanced at Zoro beside him, appearing utterly indifferent. "You, my friend, are the one who instigated all of this. You've left it all for me to handle." Nevertheless, Yellow Ape still refrained from intervening in the conflict between the 2 celestial dragons. Such discord within the celestial dragons was not something a seasoned individual like Yellow Ape would willingly address. "General Yellow Ape, won't you at least attempt to halt them?" Zoro smiled as he turned his gaze toward Yellow Ape. "Regardless," Kizaru replied succinctly. He decided to leave the matter to the Gorosei. Kizaru paid no heed to the 2 celestial dragons, whose blood was spilling in a chaotic manner. "Very well." Zoro stepped back, positioning himself behind Kizaru. "You may continue. I shall take care of those pirates nearby." Zoro was indifferent to how Kizaru would report to the Gorosei. He preferred to address the unfinished business at hand, such as silencing those who posed a threat. "What on earth are you doing?" AP was utterly mad. The individuals behind him were originally his own crew, yet they had turned against him. Thump thump. Apis tapped on his own body. Bang. An explosion erupted from several individuals. What on earth has transpired? Apu found himself bewildered, having entered with his subordinates only to witness the Zwaluo slay several celestial dragons. Yet, inexplicably, his own men turned against him. The abrupt shift left him utterly confounded. The sight of two celestial dragons engaged in combat only intensified his disarray. Two celestial dragons fighting one another? Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Akainu was preoccupied with addressing a portion of the recently uncovered corruption within the Navy. Already agitated, the Gorosei had further tasked him with sending Kizaru to the Sabati archipelago to protect those insufferable celestial dragons. Before long, Kizaru was calling back again. What is happening? Two celestial dragons have engaged in a brawl. You might inquire how the Gorosei plans to respond. The languid tone of Kizaru irked Akainu, yet he found himself powerless. For Kizaru was the only available admiral. What could have provoked such a conflict? Akainu pondered, yet he promptly dialed the Gorosei. Zoro had gone to intervene. And then the fighting broke out. Kizaru effortlessly extricated himself from the fray. Zoro? How could he possibly be there? That remains unclear to me, Kizaru continued. You ought to swiftly consult the world government. If these two celestial dragons continue their assault, they will surely meet a dire fate. How terrifying. The yellow ape yawned in response to Akainu. Regardless of your methods, you must rescue the remaining two celestial dragons. The voice on the other end of the line, one of the 5 elders, was filled with fury. 3 celestial dragons had perished, and the remaining 2 were embroiled in conflict. It was unthinkable. Even they could not believe it. The celestial dragons were scarce to begin with. The 20 royal families from the allied nations had entered Marineford over the past 800 years. The Alabasta kingdom had yet to arrive. Currently, only 2 members of the Alabasta royal family remained, their lineage thin. Among those 20 initial allied nations, the Don Quixote family, with their dwindling bloodline, numbered just 4. Altogether, the celestial dragons had scarcely exceeded a few thousand individuals over 8 centuries. Each was exceedingly precious, and now 3 had been lost. How could your navy fail to protect them? The barrage of accusations fell squarely on Akainu's shoulders. He could not retort. He could only endure the indignation. It was truly infuriating. After hearing the 5 elders' words, Akainu's heart was in turmoil. Zoro, go and rescue those 2 celestial dragons. He issued the command directly to Zoro. He thought that, no matter the circumstances, Zoro would handle the situation. 3 had already died. It was imperative that Zoro save the remaining 2. Even if the 5 elders laid blame, Akainu could still negotiate a way out. Very well. Zoro accepted Akainu's order, withdrawing the blade from Appu's chest. 2520 attribute points. 1250 justice points. Acquired, paramecia type, sound fruit. Any part of the body can transform into an instrument, producing various sound wave attacks that inflict different harm on the human body, with the attack range determined by the target's hearing capability. However, for the attack to be effective, the opponent must hear it. Thus, Appu's sight indicated where the attack would land. Additionally, wearing earplugs could significantly reduce most of the damage. Zoro was quite curious about what would transpire if this power were to awaken. Should he prevent these 2 from fighting? He glanced at the 2 celestial dragons. Nearly on the brink of death, the mesmerizing hypnosis had turned them into sworn enemies. There was no possibility of breaking the spell. Doing so would reveal everything. Then, let's just knock them out. What do you think, Admiral Yellow Ape? In that case, I shall heed your words and render them unconscious. Zoluo paid no mind to whether Kizaru had comprehended his statement. With a swift leap, he struck twice, and the 2 celestial dragons collapsed. However, if they were not promptly attended to, their survival would be in jeopardy. Yet, this was no longer Zoluo's concern. You rascal. Kizaru found himself exasperated with Zoluo. His approach of acting first and reporting later was rather adept, shifting all responsibility onto himself. But what about the hypnotist? Kizaru still needed to identify the mastermind behind this incident. That individual, Zoluo casually pointed, the hypnotist. In truth, he had merely chosen a hapless pirate at random, employing a mirage-like hypnosis to convince him he was the hypnotist. Several nearby witnesses had also been put under hypnosis to testify. Oh dear, let us apprehend them all then. Not good, Admiral Kizaru. Those 2 celestial dragons are on the brink of death. This was indeed troublesome. If the celestial dragons perished under his watch, Kizaru would have a significant headache on his hands. Leave it to me. The yellow ape possesses the ability to transform into light and can also carry others aloft in its radiant form. With a swift motion, 2 celestial dragons were taken away by Kizaru, 1 in each hand. The remaining matters were entrusted to Zoro. It was of little concern. The world government would undoubtedly send reinforcements. He would simply wait, hypnotizing each one as they arrived. Having contemplated the outcome, Zoro reclined in ease. From those 3 celestial dragons, he had also acquired several abilities. Celestial Dragon Bloodline, possessing the bloodline of a celestial dragon. Thus, it could be said that I, Zoro, am now a celestial dragon. Holy Land, Marineford. This is the pinnacle of the Red Line, a place far removed from all navies and pirates below the continent. Marineford is a collective term for the gathering of celestial dragons, primarily surrounding the city of Pangu, where various towns inhabited by celestial dragons thrive. Pangu City serves as the heart of Marineford. The 5 elders, the 5 most powerful individuals among the celestial dragons, have convened once again today. Generally, these elders refrain from meetings unless under exceptional circumstances. Each gathering signifies a momentous occasion. Indeed, this time, it is a significant matter concerning the celestial dragons. Has this matter been thoroughly investigated? Inquired Marcus Maz, the divine envoy of the environment. The elder, clad in a deep blue suit with flowing white hair and a beard nearly reaching his chest, awaited a response. All naval witnesses had been dispatched for separate investigations and had indeed observed 2 individuals engaged in mutual combat. Topman Vachali, the divine envoy of justice, he continued. Dressed in a deep green suit, bald, and sporting 2 distinctively curled mustaches, he bore a birthmark on his forehead. Where is Kizaru? Marcus Matz asked again. That fellow had stated the same, aligning with everyone's expressions. Izambaron V. Nazashru, the financial martial deity, clad in a white robe, bald, and bespectacled. He was the only one among the 5 elders who did not don a suit or sport a beard, wielding a katana in his hand. It was truly infuriating. How could these fools take matters into their own hands? He too doubted that the celestial dragons would act independently. What of the investigation regarding Vice Admiral Zoro? Jagor Lucia Satan, the scientific defense martial deity, attired in a black suit, with a head of white curls and a fluffy white beard, adorned with a flat cap and a scar on his left cheek. There seemed to be nothing amiss. This is his information, Topman Vulturely stated, handing Zoro's dossier to everyone present. A North Sea native, he joined the Navy at 15, serving in the North Sea Naval Division. During the Paramount War, he was among the elite forces summoned from around the world, deployed to Marineford. He had slain Whitebeard, executed Cobra, and nearly annihilated all of Blackbeard's crew. However, Blackbeard had already been disqualified by the time he stormed Impel Down. This news had not reached the Navy in time. Shepherd T. Peter, the agricultural martial deity, the youngest among the 5 elders, dressed in a deep red suit without a bow tie, with golden hair and a matching beard, bearing a scar on his chest. His status appeared inferior to the other 4 elders. After the Paramount War, he remained at Marineford, having killed the Pirate King Rayleigh and Monkey D. Luffy. What of his strength? Jagor Lucia Satan inquired, resting his chin on his hand. He should rank among the top vice admirals. Shepherd T. Peter replied. Rayleigh is not as weak as the outside world claims. Izambaron V. Nazashuru maintained a serious demeanor. Sengoku had even recommended him for the position of admiral, but he was declined due to his young age. Is there no issue? Topman Vulturely still harbored concerns regarding Zoro. The investigation shows no problems. The devil fruit was the dark fruit obtained by Blackbeard. The 5 individuals fell into silence, seemingly contemplating how to address the matter at hand. Although it is true that the Navy serves as a lapdog for the world government, even a dog should not be constantly beaten. It is essential to offer them certain advantages. During Sengoku's tenure as Fleet Admiral, circumstances were more favorable, as he understood the prevailing situation. The appointment of Akainu as Fleet Admiral was a decision made with the expectation of selecting someone who would unconditionally execute their commands. Akainu has always been perceived as a person who accomplishes tasks with unwavering determination. However, his actions following his ascension to the position of Fleet Admiral have taken them by surprise. Should the Knights of God be dispatched to investigate this matter? Proposed Topman Vachali. Investigate. The remaining individuals unanimously concurred. The celestial dragons represent the world government. Should the demise of the 3 celestial dragons be deemed a murder, a thorough investigation is imperative. A decisive strike must be made against those who harbor the delusion of overthrowing the world government. Thus, it was resolved to temporarily assign the Knights of God to conduct the inquiry. The Nika fruit has vanished once more. Marcus Mazur proposed the second agenda item for the day. The rubber fruit, also known as the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form, is a fruit endowed with divine significance. The world government has long concealed this name in an effort to erase it from history, misleading the public into believing it belongs to the paramecia category, when in fact, it is a Zoan-type devil fruit with its own consciousness. Throughout the ages, the world government has endeavored to reclaim the rubber fruit, yet has never succeeded in doing so for the past 800 years. With the recent death of Luffy, it signifies that the Nika fruit will once again manifest in the world. Search. The Nika fruit must be located. Its absence instills a sense of trepidation within the world government. The events from 8 centuries ago, heralded by the drum of liberation of Nika, have inflicted considerable damage upon them. It is imperative to maintain control over the Nika fruit. The last time it was transported by CP9, it was seized by red-haired Shanks, who had not yet ascended to the status of a Yonko. Indeed, all matters have been addressed. The subsequent topics pertain to various affairs concerning the world government, including the upcoming global conference next year. Held once every 4 years, this assembly deliberates on significant issues. Presently, in the face of the surging uprisings worldwide, the matter of suppressing the revolutionary army, led by Dragon, is likely to be the most critical topic of the next World Conference. Suddenly, an individual barged in, delivering a profoundly shocking revelation to the 5 elders. That Zoro is of celestial dragon lineage. Admiral Kizaru, do you have a son? Outside Marineford, Zoro and Kizaru have emerged. Their investigations thus far have yielded no anomalies. Moreover, with Admiral Akainu persistently protesting, the 5 elders have shown little regard for his concerns. The Admiral continues to manage other affairs, while Kizaru remains the head of the world government's Scientific Defense Division, overseeing the safety of Vegapunk. On the surface, Zoro appears to be of the same ilk as Akainu. Since joining the Navy, his actions have aligned entirely with the interests of the world government. Hence, this matter will be reassessed after the investigation by the Knights of God concludes. Oh dear, the yellow ape expressed, exhibiting no concern regarding his arrival at Marineford, as if he were merely returning home. You, little one, are quite extraordinary. The yellow ape maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. How can one unjustly tarnish another's reputation? Zoro, hands on his hips, grumbled about Marineford, remarking that it appeared rather unimpressive and that the provided fare was exceedingly bland. Would you care to experience the speed of light? He inquired. Never mind. I fear I might be sick, Zoro declined. Very well. Kizaru shrugged. Just a moment, Admiral Zoro. Someone suddenly dashed out and intercepted Zoro. No. It is Charles Rosallo Saint. Numerous question marks appeared over the head of Kizaru. When did you become a celestial dragon? Kizaru could hardly contain himself. Me? A celestial dragon? Zoro certainly knew he was a celestial dragon, yet he feigned complete ignorance. Could there be a mistake? Zoro continued to maintain his act. Kizaru glanced at the little fellow, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the surprise he had brought. Charles Rosallo Saint, please hold on for a moment. The individual seeking Zoro was a secretary of the Gorosei. The Gorosei must manage various matters of the world, and it is impractical for them to involve themselves in every single affair. This necessity has led to the cultivation of numerous secretaries, who, in reality, are bound to a life of servitude within Marigios. Although they are referred to as secretaries, they are, in essence, lifelong slaves, slightly elevated in status compared to those enslaved by nefarious individuals. In short, they are akin to household servants. Well, very well. Zwaluo feigned a sense of resignation. Admiral Kizaru, do you need to return first? Before Kizaru could respond, a secretary arrived to convey the words of the 5 elders. Admiral Kizaru, it seems you may be required to stay a little longer. Very well then, Kizaru conceded, understanding that a conclusion regarding Zoro's lineage as a celestial dragon was imperative. The boy is indeed a celestial dragon. Topman Vacheli could scarcely believe it. The inspection data revealed a flawless match with the bloodline purity of the Charlos family, even indicating a direct descent. Is he akin to Shanks? J. Galucius Satan pondered aloud. Could it be that he is a descendant of the bloodline that was scattered during the battle at God Valley? However, he is merely in his 20s, Izambalin v. Najra questioned. Shanks is nearing 40. This fellow is only 20. Perhaps he is a descendant of someone who is lost, Shepherd X. Peter proposed another possibility. Yet, if that were the case, the bloodline would not be so pure. The examination confirmed that Zoro's lineage is indisputably of the Charlos family. Moreover, no members of the Charlos family were present at God Valley. J. Galucius Satan meticulously scrutinized the data report, seemingly searching for answers. Another silence fell. The revelation was simply too outrageous. A lad who had spent 15 years in the North Sea turns out to be a celestial dragon. How would that be explained? Is it possible that he is the illegitimate son of Saint Charlos? That couldn't be, for such a scenario would be implausible. Marcus Maz Saint outright rejected his own hypothesis. There is truly no way to rationalize this matter. The most crucial point is that Saint Charlos is deceased. There is no way to inquire of him, let alone to recall whether he had an unregistered son. What has become of the remaining bloodlines of the Charlos family? Marcus Maz Saint inquired. They are effectively rendered sterile, gravely injured, and may not survive much longer. Shepherd X. Peter replied. Thus, if all proceeds without incident, Zaro would indeed become the head of the Charlos family. Those collateral bloodlines cannot inherit the Charlos family's legacy. J. Galucius Satan stated the undeniable fact. It seems there is no other option. Once again, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. How could this fellow possibly be a celestial dragon? How could he bear such lineage? How could a waste like Saint Charlos have such an exceptional descendant? Knowing that the outcome was immutable, the five elders ceased to speculate further. The truth was laid bare. Zoro undeniably belonged to the bloodline of Saint Charlos, and may very well be the head of this family. One of the 19 families wielding significant influence in Marineford. Though Don Quixote's father withdrew, it was merely the Don Quixote branch. The Vivi family did not gain entry at all. Should he be returned to Marineford? J. Galucius Satan inquired about the intentions of the assembly. It is an impossibility for those celestial dragons who depart from Mary Geos to ever return. Izambaron v. Nejiru vehemently disagreed. When Doflamingo's father sought aid from the celestial dragons of Mary Geos, he was deemed a heretic, and no one came to his rescue. However, his departure was not a voluntary choice. It was enforced upon him. Shepherd X. Peter, the youngest among them, harbored some thoughts regarding Zaro. This could serve as a formidable asset for the celestial dragons, enabling them to solidify their dominion more securely. Yet, this too is unacceptable. Izambaron v. Nejiru maintained an inflexible stance. Regarding the Shanks from the Figureland family, how did we manage him? Perhaps we should adopt a similar approach. Marcus Mazer suggested that following Shanks' example could be a viable option. Shanks, after all, was a scion of the Figureland family who became estranged during the Battle of God Valley. Eventually, he embraced piracy and was granted immense privileges by the world government. Unless one seeks to overthrow the world government, the remaining transgressions are trivial. One might even approach the elders for certain rights. This implies that, aside from re-entering Mary Geos to reclaim the status of a celestial dragon, Shanks could enjoy all the privileges of a celestial dragon, provided he refrains from committing acts that would challenge the world government or slay fellow celestial dragons. This also offers some assurance to those celestial dragons who unexpectedly found themselves cast aside. To the elders, all celestial dragons are akin to family. The rest are but wretched insects, whose demise elicits no concern whatsoever. The Navy functions merely as a hound for the world government. I concur, expressed Topman Vachely. I feel the same way, J. Galucius Satan Saint concurred. Certainly, agreed Izambalan v. Nazareo. Very well then, Shepherd Timothy said. Let it be so. Marcus Maz made a decision. Bring that fellow in. After all, he is nominally the head of the Charles Rowe family, tasked with the mission of expanding its lineage. J. Galucius Satan held a favorable view of Zorlo. In his eyes, given time, Zorlo's rate of growth could even lead him to join the Divine Knights. However, his wandering existence remained a significant blemish. Are you looking for me? Zaro received the message and strode confidently into the office of the five elders. You truly lack decorum, remarked Saint Izambaron v. Nejiru, observing Zaro's demeanor, which displayed none of the haughty pride and dignity typically associated with the celestial dragons. Do you even remember your childhood? Inquired Saint Shepherd X. Peter. Not at all. If you hadn't told me I was a celestial dragon, I might have never known, Zoro replied, feigning ignorance with a shrug. We are here to inform you of the privileges that accompany your status as a celestial dragon. Saint J. Garuthia Satan promptly delved into the matter. Do you comprehend? Saint Topman Vachely outlined all the rights Zoro was entitled to. So, aside from not being able to overthrow the world government or harm my own kind, I can do anything I wish. Zoro retorted. In theory, indeed. These are the exclusive rights of the celestial dragons, answered Saint Shepherd X. Peter. Then it's settled. I shall remain with the Navy, Zoro declared, making his decision. It would be foolish to forego such privileges. Why squander the rights bestowed upon a celestial dragon? In that case, you may return, Saint Jagaruthius Satan replied. Very well, then. I shall take my leave, Zoro said, departing from Marineford without so much as a farewell. Make a note of him, commanded the five elders. Inform the other celestial dragons that should the two heirs of the Charlos family perish, Zoro will need to return to Marineford to assume the position of head of the family, unless he voluntarily renounces his claim or has no descendants. The family's assets will remain under the purview of the head of the Charlos family. This is our decree. This particular detail was not disclosed to Zoro. Oh, I am a celestial dragon now, Zoro mused, aware that the celestial dragons also distinguish between direct and collateral lines. Each family comprises numerous members, some treated as worthless, while others belong to the elite echelon of the celestial dragons. The five elders, granting Zoro such considerable rights, clearly recognized his rapid growth. He was not merely a hedonist. The strength Zoro exhibited, coupled with his lineage as a direct descendant of the Charlos family, significantly influenced the five elders' decision to bestow upon him substantial privileges. Indeed, had there not been opposition, Zoro's return to Marineford might have been quite feasible. Admiral Kizaru, are you free at the moment? After leaving the chamber of the five elders, Zoro spotted Admiral Kizaru outside, hands tucked into his pockets, teetering on the brink of slumber. Well, Zoro's revelation of being a celestial dragon startled Kizaru. Do not concern yourself with my identity as a celestial dragon, Zoro explained as he spoke. There are a few old men who do not wish for me to return to Marineford, and frankly, I have no desire to return to that tedious existence. I truly detest such a life of indulgence. It is utterly meaningless. It is far more engaging to capture and slay pirates. Just do not regard me as a celestial dragon. Kizaru scrutinized Zoro and discerned that he remained unchanged, unaffected by the revelation of his heritage. How frightening, he mused. Well then, let us proceed. I have a task to attend to. Kizaru, would you care to accompany me? Caught off guard, Kizaru felt an ominous premonition. He sensed that his leisurely days were about to be brought to an abrupt end by the individual standing before him. I shall put my authority to the test and ascertain its true extent, Zoro declared, a grin spreading across his face. This power, after all, was not to be squandered. Before toppling the other celestial dragons, he intended to utilize this status to preemptively eliminate a few individuals. For instance, Hancock, the Empress of the Kuja, residing on Amazon Lily. The island is situated in the calm belt, impervious to the ravages of any storm. However, its surroundings are riddled with the lairs of colossal sea kings, which deters most seafarers from venturing in or out, thereby allowing the island's inhabitants to remain isolated and undisturbed by the outside world. Luffy recently, the sovereign of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, has been in poor health. Gloriosa gazes at Hancock, who lies in bed, lovesick and ailing, her forehead drenched in worry. Hancock, you are the ruler of Amazon Lily and a warlord of the sea. You bear the responsibility for the entire populace of our nation. Is this truly the demeanor of a king? Gloriosa possesses the authority to confront Hancock directly, as she is the former monarch of Amazon Lily and a benefactor to Hancock. Akin to a godmother. I know I have erred, yet I cannot help but reminisce about Luffy. Perhaps Gloriosa's words have had a slight effect. As Hancock shifts her position, the serpent beneath her coils around her. He is the man I have chosen. How could he possibly be gone? Hancock has struggled for what feels like an eternity to escape the shadow of Luffy's demise. Since Luffy has chosen the path of a pirate, he must have accepted the peril of capture and execution. Having lived for decades, Gloriosa has witnessed countless talents, many of whom have met their end. Do not linger in such despair. Amazon Lily requires your stewardship. Gloriosa taps her staff thoughtfully. Your actions during the Marineford War have incited the ire of the Navy. The newly appointed Admiral Akainu has protested your assistance to pirates. And what of it? I am so beautiful. They are bound to forgive me, Hancock retorts dismissively, a reflection of her usual demeanor. It is precisely because of your status as a warlord that Amazon Lily remains unscathed. Should you lose that title, this nation will revert to being an ordinary pirate territory, perpetually subjected to the Navy's onslaught. Gloriosa's frustration is palpable. Alas, Gloria sighed, relinquishing her attempts to persuade Hancock today. She had been trying for several months, yet Hancock remained oblivious, completely engulfed in the sorrow of losing Luffy. Grandmother, how is she? Boa Marigold inquired anxiously about Hancock's condition. Still the same, Gloria replied with resignation. Then I shall lead this hunting expedition, Boa Sonia declared. The two sisters shared a sisterly bond with Hancock. All three had once been captured by the celestial dragons and reduced to slavery. By a stroke of fate, they had been fed devil fruits, making them among the strongest warriors on Amazon Lily, aside from Hancock. I leave it in your capable hands. Gloria entrusted the task to the sisters. Time was of the essence. The livelihood of Amazon Lily depended on plunder. The island's inhabitants, the Kuja, were a fierce matriarchal warrior tribe, raised from birth to be warriors, shouldering all responsibilities for their households. Consequently, they were robust, spirited, and held the belief that strength equated to beauty. The entire nation lacked resources, save for snakes. Where did their provisions come from? Through thievery. Thus, this nation of Amazon Lily was constituted by brigands. The prevailing ethos was that when funds ran low, one ought to seize what was needed. The notion of commerce had never entered their minds. They were born warriors, and the most feared scourge of the nearby seas. Any merchant vessel passing through was doomed to be plundered. Moreover, as Hancock was still one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Navy was unable to act against her. Thus, this malignant presence persisted in the vicinity. However, today, change was on the horizon. What a nuisance! The Yellow Monkey, accompanied by Zoro, approached Amazon Lily like a ray of light, continuously lamenting why Zoro had dragged him along. Oh well, I suppose I'll consider it a favor, he mused, resolving to demand overtime pay from Akainu upon his return, followed by a well-deserved vacation. Mary Geos hovered above the red line, near the Sabaody archipelago. Normally, a journey from Sabaody to Amazon Lily would take a week, but with Zoro alongside, the Yellow Monkey covered the distance in the time it took to enjoy a meal. That island ahead, could it be the territory of the 7 warlords, Hancock? The Yellow Monkey donned an expression of reluctant duty. This time, I wish to see if my celestial dragon authority can rival that of a warlord. Zoro leaped into the air, descending upon the center of Amazon Lily like a meteor. I, Zoro, have come to obliterate your nation. On Nine Snake Island, the population is sparse, totaling less than 10,000. Hancock possesses the rare Conqueror's Haki, a gift bestowed upon only a select few. However, due to some health issues, she entrusted the task of raiding to her younger sister, Boa Sandersonia. She has consumed the snake fruit, allowing her to transform into a python, capable of ensnaring opponents and utilizing her immense strength to constrict them. Her body also possesses the flexibility of a python, enabling her to swiftly evade enemy attacks. Let us set sail, Sandersonia declared, leading dozens of Amazonian warriors into the fray. Raiding is essential for survival on Nine Snake Island. Without it, what would they eat or drink? The king, currently infatuated, is on the verge of being overwhelmed by his emotions. The pressure is immense. Sandersonia boarded the exclusive sailboat of Nine Snake Island, the very vessel Hancock typically rides. The ship is primarily powered by serpentine forces, with 2 ferocious venomous sea snakes pulling the pirate ship. Their potent venom ensures that even the sea kings of the calm belt dare not attack them. Meanwhile, Zoro, oblivious to his surroundings, made a striking entrance with a leap, unaware of where he had landed. Nonetheless, he felt like a demon on this day at Nine Snake Island. Zoro clearly understood his role. He was there to bring ruin. To the inhabitants of the island, he would become their nightmare. Yet, Zoro harbored no regrets. This place, charmingly referred to as Nine Snake Island, is, in less flattering terms, merely a den of thieves. Should he entertain any notions of kindness towards these marauders? Never mind, it was time to act. Boom. Zoro's demolition work commenced. Alarmingly, someone intruded into the premises. The anxious Cosmos rushed into the palace on the island. What has transpired? Inquired Boa Marigold. The 3 sisters are the supreme rulers of the Amazon Lily. Hancock has been temporarily incapacitated, and the second sister has resorted to plunder. She has assumed the mantle of leadership in this nation. It is the Navy, exclaimed the Cosmos Flower in terror. The Navy has arrived. Impossible. Hancock is still one of the 7 warlords. The Navy would never violate the world government's regulations to attack this place. Boa Marigold could hardly believe it. Yet, as she surveyed the unfolding situation, doubt began to creep into her mind. Could it truly be the Navy? Or had Hancock's persistent negligence led to her expulsion from the ranks of the 7 warlords by the world government? Suddenly, Boa Marigold grasped the gravity of the situation. This is bad. If it were true, the fate of Amazon Lily was dire. Zoro glanced at the elderly woman he had just slain. Remarkably, this old crone had been a robber for decades, despite their appearances as fierce female warriors. Some of the justice points Zoro collected from them surpassed even those garnered from some pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates crew. It was quite reasonable. Amazon Lily had seen countless kings come and go, each enforcing a policy of plunder. Only under Hancock's rule had such pillaging become officially sanctioned. This was an excellent place to accumulate justice points. The strength of these individuals was not formidable, consisting merely of Navy recruits with half a year of training. However, the snakes they wielded provided them with considerable assistance. Once the snakes fell, these female warriors would reveal their true forms. "Is no one here to stop me?" Zoro declared as he swung his blade, unleashing a crimson arc of cutting energy that severed the dozen or so warriors charging at him. No. When Boa Hancock arrived with her formidable army beside Zoro, she was met with a horrifying sight. The ground was awash with blood. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and dismembered limbs and shattered flesh were strewn about. It was a scene reminiscent of a hellish tableau. Those who had once engaged in friendly conversation with her, friends and neighbors alike, now lay lifeless before this wretched figure. "You scoundrel!" Boa Marigold erupted in fury. Serpent hair, god of the flame serpent. The snake fruit, cobra form. It allows her to transform into a cobra, with the ability to expand her neck to withstand attacks from adversaries, while also unleashing a highly corrosive venom from her mouth. Furthermore, she can envelop herself in flames. "I wish for your demise." That's it. After gazing at the grotesquely absurd cobra before him, Zoro bravely endured the venom it spewed forth. With a swift whoosh, several slashes were unleashed. Poof! The disparity in strength was insurmountable. She had no means to resist. By the time she realized what was happening, her body had already been severed. Zoro leisurely dispatched this foe, ensuring that resurrection would be thwarted. He thoughtfully divided her into 7 segments. Striking at the snake's vital point was essential, yet Zoro was uncertain where that lay. Thus, he resorted to manually dividing her into 7 parts. Extract, snake fruit, cobra form. She is dead. Lady Boa Hancock is deceased. The warriors who accompanied her believed they could make a significant impact, or at the very least, by some time. To their dismay, they were swiftly annihilated. The grim reality was evident. The colossal serpent form of Lady Boa Hancock continued to writhe, blood spilling with each convulsion. "Quick! Summon Lady Snake Princess!" Someone shouted. Others volunteered to delay the assailant in order to relay the message. With a swift motion, countless heads fell to the ground, akin to autumn leaves being swept away by the wind. With a 1-to-poison resistance, Zoro felt that his immunity to toxins had reached its zenith. These warriors coexisted with serpents, naturally endowed with resistance to venom. How ruthless their methods are. In the sky, Kizaru had not departed, merely selecting a vantage point to observe. He watched as Zoro showed no mercy to these fighters, dispatching them without distinction from 99 to 16, leaving none unscathed. Zoro eradicated them all. "Hey, Sakazuki." Kizaru dialed Akainu's number. "Zoro is about to bring down Amazon Lily, also known as Snake Island." What? Hadn't he just been released by the 5 elders? The truth about Zoro being a celestial dragon was known only to Kizaru and the 5 elders at this moment. From Akainu's perspective, Zoro had cleared his name and was now heading towards Marine headquarters. He too wished to engage in a conversation with him. How could such a commotion arise? However, there was no need for concern. Kizaru spoke in a remarkably relaxed tone. The world government would soon announce Hancock's expulsion from the Shichibukai. Kizaru was well aware of the intentions of the 5 elders. With Zoro's caliber and his lineage as a celestial dragon, they were likely pleased rather than disheartened. After all, they had merely eliminated one Shichibukai. What significance did that hold? Killing him was a trivial matter. Moreover, although Kizaru was indolent, he understood that even if Akainu's magma ravaged the country, it would hardly overlook a single pirate. Akainu fell into deep contemplation. What had transpired? Hancock, in her youth, had been abducted by the celestial dragons and reduced to a life of servitude, enduring unspeakable humiliation, even being forcibly fed devil fruits for their amusement. It remains a mystery what the celestial dragons were thinking, carelessly consuming such powerful fruits. It is evident that the supply of devil fruits in the hands of those families was indeed substantial. Zoro mused, "My 2 half-brothers, both are fools. And in any case, they won't last long." Zoro. Just as Zoro effortlessly dispatched yet another wave of advancing warriors, the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, arrived. Where had the famed warlord of the sea, Hancock, gone? After a few days apart, how had she become so unappealing? Zoro mercilessly began to taunt her. "Ugly. To think that this man dared to call me ugly. I am, after all, the most beautiful woman in the world. Every individual who lays eyes upon me becomes entranced by my beauty, unable to extricate themselves, and countless suitors vie for my affection. How dare you label me as unattractive?" Yet, truth be told, she wasn't entirely lacking in charm. Hancock possessed an impressive stature nearing 2 meters, her physique strikingly exquisite. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded down her back, perfectly straight. Her slightly broad forehead was smooth and even, while her deep blue eyes were elongated and graceful, exuding a hint of aloofness. Her almond-shaped eyes hinted at a certain detachment, complemented by a high, elegant nose and delicate lips that bore no trace of wrinkles. Most who beheld her could hardly resist, often succumbing to petrification. Sweet, sweet wind. Hancock has consumed the superhuman-type sweet fruit, granting her the ability to petrify those who are infatuated with her. She can also directly utilize her power to turn opponents and objects to stone. Disturbingly, once an opponent has been petrified, their condition remains unchanged even if she herself is killed. This aspect of her ability is particularly unsettling when Blackbeard attempted to seize Hancock with a large group. All of his subordinates, except for him, were turned to stone, rendering him unable to eliminate Hancock directly. This is also the reason why Zoro ventured here alone. He cannot ascertain whether his companions might succumb to Hancock's alluring charm. With her hands forming a heart shape, Hancock emits heart-shaped beams of light. Those struck by this radiant beam, captivated by the Empress's beauty, are instantly turned to stone. How is that possible? Although Sweet Wind had clearly shot towards Zoro, he exhibited no sign of change. Could it be that her beauty had lost its effect? To think that such a trivial attempt could entice me. How naive. Before my journey through time, I had encountered countless beauties. What kind of enchanting women had I not seen? Hancock, can you truly compare to the Kizawa, Nikaido, Yua, or the celestial beings? What postures? It is preposterous. There is no way I could be swayed by a mere pirate like you. With a resounding thud, Zoro delivered a powerful kick to Hancock's proud visage, defying the allure of her enchanting charm. How could it be that someone remained unmoved by her? Hancock's expression was one of sheer disbelief as she narrowly evaded her own petrifying gaze. It was only a complete lack of interest, akin to that of the foolish Luffy, that could explain such a reaction. The remaining possibility was that Zoro's focus lay elsewhere. Even the cunning Vice Admiral had resorted to using a small knife on himself to evade her deadly stare. I shall take your life, avenging Lord Luffy. Hancock thought to herself, spinning around gracefully, adopting a pose that showcased her defiance, with her chin raised high and nostrils flared, as if to look down upon those around her. Madness, Zoro remarked. Fragrant feet. One can only ponder what Hancock was thinking, as she seemingly resolved her conflict with Zoro through close combat. With a resounding thud, Zoro delivered a powerful punch, shattering the fragrant kick aimed at him. The disparity in strength was evident, and Zoro required no superfluous movements. A simple slash, a punch, and a kick sufficed. Unforgivable. Hancock's face flushed crimson. Perhaps a result of Zoro's recent kick. In any case, the imprint from Zoro's soul was distinctly visible on Hancock's face. With a gentle touch of his finger to his lips, Hancock conjured a massive heart-shaped substance in a delightful shade of pink. He then drew it back like a bowstring, releasing a flurry of pink arrows into the air. Dash, dash, dash. This must be evaded. One cannot withstand it head-on. As Zoro deftly dodged, the ground behind him swiftly became petrified by the arrows, along with several corpses temporarily turned to stone. Is it true that without announcing a technique, one cannot engage in battle? Were it not for Zoro's knowledge, he might have indeed been petrified. The captive arrow is far more potent than Sweet Wind. Any target struck, regardless of their feelings towards the Empress, will turn to stone. This technique can even petrify inanimate objects. However, it is too slow. It cannot reach Zoro at all. Hancock is one of the Seven Warlords. What are you, a Navy officer, doing? From behind Hancock emerged an elderly woman, GOLD. Roger. The world government has not revoked her title as a warlord, so you cannot lay a hand on her. GOLD. Roger hurriedly approached. Having just inquired with the world government and learned that Hancock's status as a warlord remains intact. Thus, you have no right to strike Hancock. You mentioned this matter? Zoro displayed complete indifference. Indeed, the world government has not stripped her of her title. What relevance does that hold for me? Zoro smiled at GOLD. Roger, asking, who told you I am attacking Amazon Lily on behalf of the Navy? I, Zoro, represent the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragon. Upon hearing these words, Hancock was immediately flooded with the humiliating memories of her past. The recollection of being captured and sold to the Celestial Dragons in her childhood was an indelible mark on her soul. Such feelings are not easily forgotten. Of course, she had also chosen to selectively forget certain details, particularly that it was she and her sisters who had initially planned to commandeer that ship, only to be betrayed and sold instead. Such incidents are often conveniently disregarded, leaving behind only the memories that serve one's interests. The celestial dragons were about to strike against Amazon Lily. Euroliosa stood frozen in place, bewildered. What was happening? Why would the celestial dragons be interested in this place? It defied logic. As her recently ignited hope was extinguished, she urged, "Elder, please take some of the others and leave at once. I will hold them off." At that moment, Hancock finally remembered her role as the sovereign of Amazon Lily. Great fragrant feet. Utterly futile. Zoro sidestepped deftly, seizing Hancock's leg and forcefully casting her to the ground, devoid of any tenderness. Once he declared annihilation, not a single soul would be spared. Zoro's words resonated like a death sentence upon this nation. Gorgoriosa had scarcely taken a few strides when, upon hearing this, she was overtaken by madness. Run. Save as many as you can. There's no escape. Zoro temporarily dismissed the notion of the long-vanished king fleeing. He turned his gaze towards Hancock, who lay prostrate on the ground. Producing sea prism stone, he bound her securely. Let there be no misconceptions. Zoro is a man of unwavering integrity and would never harbor ulterior motives towards such scoundrels as pirates. His sole intention was to witness Hancock behold the demise of Amazon Lily. How excessively merciful. Has he captured Hancock? After informing Akainu, Kizaru resumed his observation. Not merely as a spectator, but also keeping an eye on those pirates who dared to flee or had already set sail. Whoosh. Bayou. It was a gesture of respect towards Zoro. Aside from his excessive bloodlust, Zoro indeed aligned well with Kizaru's temperament. He acted on whims, declaring his intent to annihilate the Nine-Snake Island, and promptly set about destroying the nation. There was no hint of hesitation in his mind. Akainu was still weighing the implications of such actions. This young man, upon realizing his identity as a celestial dragon, surprisingly chose as his first act the elimination of a warlord of the sea. Was this a test bestowed upon him by the elders? Kizaru could only speculate. However, given the current circumstances, Zoro, as a vice admiral highly regarded by Akainu and a celestial dragon, was undoubtedly on the path to becoming an admiral. In just a few days, he might find himself as a colleague. Were all these newcomers of the new era truly monsters? Kizaru continued to aim with his fingertips, spotting a vessel departing from the island, and swiftly sank it. Boom. From where did this attack originate? The port of Nine-Snake Island is now teeming with people. Countless individuals surge into this place, desperate to seize a vessel for their escape. They are innate warriors, yet they are still human. In the face of death, fear grips them all. Moreover, having been raised under the doctrine of might makes right, they are accustomed to a king who can subdue the masses. Now, the entire Nine-Snake Island is in utter disarray. Let go of me. I must go first. Why should we all leave together? If not, then no one should escape. The darker aspects of human nature are laid bare when confronted with the specter of death, not to mention that this group consists entirely of thieves and pirates. It has become a simple matter. The strongest in power shall secure the chance for survival. Order has completely collapsed. The king has been captured, and one of the three sisters has perished. The other has yet to return, and if she does, it will likely be to meet her demise. In the face of calamity, preserving one's own life is paramount. As a former monarch from a long line of kings, Gloriosa retains a modicum of privilege. At this moment, she conceals herself with a few children in the nondescript cabin of a small boat nearby. Remember, we must escape. Gloriosa solemnly instructs the three young pirates before her. Though labeled as children, they are already in their teenage years, having participated in several raids on merchant ships alongside the crowd. They are not innocent by any means. Indeed, the three individuals receive the scepter from Gloriosa, a symbol of the authority of the Amazon Lily, as well as a representation of the monarchy. It was entwined with three serpents of a deep azure hue, their eyes darting restlessly, as if sensing an unsettling aura, filled with agitation. Should an unforeseen event occur, each of you might find assistance in one of its serpents. Well, the hope of the nation now rests upon your shoulders. Gloriosa, as a former king, proved to be quite capable, all gathered in one place. Does this not facilitate my task of addressing them all? Zoro bound Hancock with sea prism stone, showing no sign of tenderness. In fact, Zoro displayed complete disinterest in Hancock. At the age of 30, Hancock could even be addressed as Aunt. Indifference prevailed. He was utterly uninterested. A man of 20 may be drawn to an 18-year-old, and even an octogenarian still favors the same age. Alas, Hancock's visage had been reduced to a ghastly state, utterly unrecognizable from its original form. Your blows were indeed heavy-handed. The yellow ape sauntered leisurely to Zoro's side. Observing the disheveled Hancock, rest assured, there were no inappropriate interactions whatsoever. TSK, will you not deliver the final blow? The yellow ape inquired of Zoro. There is no rush. These scoundrels have taken countless lives. Why should they meet an untimely end so easily? That would be too merciful for them, Zoro replied. Shaking his head. Do as you wish, Zoro remarked, while Kizaru casually tucked his hands into his pockets, finding a spot to continue his observation. After all, he was a celestial dragon. It was best to indulge him. This time could merely be regarded as a leisurely excursion. Zoro estimated that there were still several thousand individuals remaining on the island. He had dispatched nearly 1,000 guards from the center to the outskirts. Presumably, there were 3,000 or 4,000 more at the docks, with the remainder scattered throughout the island. Searching for each one individually would be an arduous task. Perhaps it would be simpler to submerge the entire island. Hancock, however, could not fathom Zoro's intentions. Her mind was clouded with confusion as she pondered why this Navy officer sought to capture her and why he claimed to represent the celestial dragons. All of this was beyond her comprehension. In the past, she had relied on her beauty to navigate any situation. First, she encountered Luffy, and now this man. Could it be that her allure had lost its power? The sea stone bound her tightly, rendering her unable to escape. Zoro had no intention of releasing her either. One must eradicate the roots of a problem to prevent it from resurfacing. Kizaru, please keep an eye on her for a moment, he instructed. Indeed, the yellow ape casually replied, proceeding to trim his nails. The dark abyss. Zoro plunged his blade into the earth of the island. Instantly, an infinite darkness began to spread. Reminiscent of a relentless pestilence, voraciously consuming all that lay upon the island. Towering trees, several meters-high buildings were all mercilessly drawn into the ever-expanding void, subsequently crushed and ground to dust. Zoro possessed the ability to command the black hole to devour the living, safeguarding their existence, or transform it into a merciless meat grinder, ruthlessly obliterating everything in its path. Crack! Another grand tree was devoured, bursting apart. Help! Among the trees, someone was concealed. She believed that hiding would guarantee her safety. Yet she became the first to be devoured and crushed by the black hole. Zoro paid no heed. He commanded the black hole to expand continuously, forging an exceptionally profound connection with his blade, bloodshed, through his own blood. It could be said that this formidable sword had become entirely attuned to his will. Similarly, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit either drained the blood previously absorbed by bloodshed or depleted Zoro's stamina. In contrast, Zoro found that expending his own physical strength was the most effortless option. He could simply capture a couple of sea kings to replenish his vitality in no time. As the black hole continued to expand, it grew into a vast abyss with a diameter of 100 meters. Its immense gravitational pull devoured everything that ventured too close. Thus, Nine Serpent Island was gradually consumed by the insatiable maw of the dark fruit's black hole, slowly vanishing from existence. Several pirates, hidden in various places, were consumed by the black hole, subsequently being shattered and devoured. The capacity of this black hole seemed boundless, having nearly swallowed 1/5 of the entire island. Yet it appeared to have ample room for more. Let us proceed. Alas, Hancock could only watch helplessly as her compatriots were engulfed by Zoro's black hole. Why only a cry of despair? Her lips were swollen from the blows, and she was bound with sea stone. As for Hancock's attempts to unleash her conqueror's haki, they were swiftly suppressed by Zoro's might. She fainted, and when she regained consciousness, her body ached all over. She found herself brought before Kizaru. The yellow monkey crossed his arms and bent down, resting his chin on his hands, watching with keen interest as Zoro skillfully wielded the powers of the dark fruit. This young fellow demonstrated an impressive mastery of the fruit's abilities. Quite remarkable. Meanwhile, the yellow monkey held no particular thoughts regarding Hancock. Even though she was dressed rather scantily and her attire suffered some damage during Zoro's dragging, revealing questionable glimpses, the yellow monkey remained unfazed. He was a man of composure. His thoughts were solely occupied with what Zoro would do next, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the encounter so he could return to the Navy headquarters and clock out for the day. Akainu and Akiji had clashed for 10 consecutive days, completely altering the climate of an island. Although Zoro had fused his weapon with the dark fruit, he had also nearly mastered its control through his own blood. The dark fruit was all about devouring, just as his prison was. Was there a connection between these two concepts? Zoro pondered. Nevertheless, for now, He focused on commanding the dark fruit to engulf the entirety of Amazon Lily. With a resounding boom, as the insatiable consumption escalated, the chasm of the dark fruit expanded exponentially, reaching a staggering kilometer in diameter. Towering mountains crumbled with a thunderous roar, succumbing to the ravenous grasp of the dark fruit. A relentless vortex swirled, obliterating everything that ventured into the abyss, akin to a merciless meat grinder. Help! What should I do? I can't escape. I do not wish to perish. I still want to live. Once again, dozens of hidden pirates have been drawn in, and in despair, I watch as I am about to be consumed with no means of escape. Run! Furiosa gazed from the ship towards the island, where she beheld countless trees and buildings in ruin, accompanied by the anguished cries of wild beasts and the echoes of despair. Instantly, she sensed that something was amiss. The further one fled, the better, never to return. The black hole expanded at a visible pace towards the port of Nine Snake Island, devastating the lives of over 2,000 individuals and numerous pirate vessels. With a splash, just before the black hole could engulf the ship, the three little ones leapt into the water, never to return. Beside them, the small serpents rapidly expanded, exhaling air towards their mouths. These were the oxygen snakes, capable of providing air for divers. Kicking with all their might, the trio fled from Nine Snake Island. On Zoro's side, the black hole had completely consumed the entirety of Nine Snake Island, leaving only the wooden post where Kizaru sat and Zoro's current position intact. The island had been reduced to rubble. Justice points surged, 185. 587. The flood of justice points overwhelmed Zoro's senses. He chose to avert his gaze and focus solely on the final tally. Justice points, 566, 853, 446, 853. The nearly 10,000 pirates on this island had collectively granted Zoro over 300,000 justice points. On average, each contributed around 30 to 40 points. The carefully selected warriors granted him 500 to 600 points, while the majority contributed merely dozens. Truly, not a single good person remained. All bore the stains of bloodshed. Zoro felt no psychological burden. His attribute points were likewise abundant, and he decided against examining them further, opting to max out more than half of them, reserving some for later, should his strength fall short. Attribute points, 1, 328, 964, reserve, 168, 592. During the Marineford War, each pirate could provide Zoro 80 to 90 attribute points, yet on Nine Snake Island, it could be said that everyone was a thief. However, their strengths varied greatly. Those who had previously sought Zoro out were the island's elite, capable of granting him over 300 points, quite commendable, akin to Usopp's untrained abilities. Excluding the elderly, weak, and infirm, the remaining 2,000 pirates averaged fewer than 30 attribute points each. Among them, the strongest, numbering 5,000 to 6,000 robust pirates, each contributed around 150 to 60 points. The remaining 2,000 warriors of Nine Snake Island averaged over 300 attribute points each, totaling 240,000 attribute points. Everyone enjoys a laugh. I don't even recall the specifics, haha. I shall refrain from writing such things in the next book. It's far too easy to explode. If Marco were to annihilate the entire Nine Snake Island, it would pose little challenge. Circling the island with unquenchable flames would likely result in the demise of everyone except for the Empress and her two devil fruit-eating sisters. The disparity is stark. Most of the lowly soldiers are mere cannon fodder. Kizaru observed Zoro reduce the entire Nine Snake Island to ruins. His previously relaxed demeanor now replaced with seriousness. This man was not only formidable, but also ruthless. He had annihilated them all. If an order were given to Kizaru to annihilate Amazon Lily, he would likely unleash several of his potent attacks. Although this would result in the death and injury of more than half of its inhabitants, he would not exhibit the mercy shown by Zoro, who spares none. Hancock is rendered speechless, helplessly witnessing the destruction of her homeland, utterly powerless to intervene. The impending challenges she must face are beyond her imagination. Once the battle concludes, Zoro exhales deeply, feeling the exhaustion of having connected his very essence with that of blood, expending considerable energy in the process. Despite significant losses, he replenishes his strength by allocating additional attribute points. Zoro feels invigorated once more. Yet, a thought suddenly strikes him. Didn't Hancock have a sister? He has only slain one of them, leaving the other, who possesses the snake fruit, alive. What a bountiful harvest this has been. On the waters not far from Amazon Lily, Boa Sandersonia stands at the bow of the ship, surveying the spoils of this raid. countless treasures, and an abundance of food. Among these, several dazzling pearls catch the eye, their value unmistakable. Aware that they are in the territory of the Seven Warlords, they proceed nonetheless. The weapons of these pirates are drenched in blood, a clear indication of recent violence. Robbery invariably entails bloodshed. They have dispatched dozens of foolish souls and captured over 20 individuals to be sold into slavery at Sabo archipelago in a couple of days. The crew erupts in jubilant cheers, celebrating their triumph. Suddenly, someone exclaims, "Have we taken a wrong turn? This cannot be Amazon Lily." Boa Sandersonia follows the crew member's pointed finger. Where is Amazon Lily? That vast island seems to have vanished. Doubt begins to creep into Sandersonia's mind, questioning whether she has misremembered the route. The shoreline, which can hardly be called an island, resembles flat land instead. Zoro stands with his foot upon Hancock's head, awaiting the distant ship. Mission accomplished. He releases his foot and charges toward the vessel. By the time Boa Sandersonia realizes what is happening, Zoro has already approached her. "Who are you? The Navy?" "No, you are Zoro." Sandersonia is momentarily taken aback. She is aware of Zoro. Hancock's affliction stems from Zoro's actions against Luffy. Zoro, devoid of idle chatter, knows there is no need for words. He strikes directly. The previous opponent was cleaved into 7 pieces. This one will be cut vertically. Viewing the blood on the blades of these pirates, Zoro feels no sympathy for them whatsoever. "Attack him," commanded Boa Hancock, instructing the 2 serpentine figures at the bow of the ship to strike at Zoro. Hiss, hiss, hiss. To Bonnie's astonishment, the 2 serpents obediently nestled beside Zoro, extending their heads toward him as if they were affectionate pets. What is happening? These 2 serpents are far more affectionate towards Zoro than they are towards her. These creatures have been cherished pets of the 9 snake pirates for decades. What gives Zoro the right to tame them with a mere encounter? Zoro has laid waste to the 9 snake island. The individuals present have, to varying degrees, nurtured and played with snakes since childhood. Each of their innate talents amalgamates. Serpent affinity, the snakes possess a natural fondness for you. Serpent control, the snakes can effortlessly comprehend your intentions. Serpent language, you can fully grasp the language of snakes. The combined talents of tens of thousands have amplified Zoro's affinity and control over serpents to unprecedented levels. Consequently, these 2 serpents immediately rebelled, opting to align themselves with the one they felt closest to. Hiss. Riding a serpent seemed rather appealing. Zoro envisioned himself standing atop the serpent's head, and it appeared quite dashing. However, it was somewhat regrettable that most of the serpents on 9 Snake Island were female. Even these 2 were female. Otherwise, Zoro had contemplated encouraging them to produce offspring. The serpent hair possessed the ability to embody the Orochi, consuming the snake fruit, python form. This transformation allowed one to become a python, capable of ensnaring adversaries with its powerful constricting strength, while also possessing the python's supple agility to swiftly evade enemy attacks. Unfortunately, for Zoro, this was ineffective. Her speed was simply too sluggish, compounded by the fact that she was on a vessel with limited space to maneuver. A moment's inattention could result in a plunge into the sea. Charge. This time, Boa Hancock set sail with hundreds of crew members. Upon witnessing Zoro's arrival, she immediately sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Escape was certainly not an option. She could only attempt to carve out a path through the bloodshed. "Devour them," Zoro commanded to another serpent. Hiss. The serpent, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever, opened its gaping maw and voraciously devoured dozens of warriors as if they were mere morsels. Burp. After consuming more than a dozen, the serpent seemed unable to swallow any further, its belly having swollen several times in size. "Is this enough? Forget it. Come back. Continue eating." Zoro issued another command to the other, while he himself aimed at Boa Hancock. Too dangerous. Boa Sandersonia possessed the ability of observation haki, much like the previous elder brother. However, it proved futile against Zoro, who, unable to evade in time, met his demise. Likewise, Boa Sandersonia transformed into the form of the 8-headed serpent, not by manifesting 8 heads, but rather by the wild, green tresses cascading from the back of her head, resembling multiple heads in their chaotic dance. With a swift motion, Zoro's slash seemed poised to cleave Boa Hancock in twain. Ring. With a sharp crack, Boa Hancock's head momentarily obstructed Zoro's strike, only to be severed with a smoothness akin to slicing through wax. She gazed in wide-eyed disbelief, utterly astonished. Was it merely a fleeting intervention that led to such an outcome? A colossal python, towering over 10 meters, was cleaved in 2, its blood splattering across the vessel. Some of the crimson liquid was absorbed, while the remainder stained the nearby sea of vivid scarlet. How terrifying. Only a handful of pirates remained aboard the ship. Another sea serpent had consumed over 20 but could no longer indulge. Zoro had efficiently and decisively finished his task. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent, having consumed over 20, slithered behind Zoro. Zoro furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of 3 missing individuals who might be attempting to flee. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Oh, is that over there? Zoro's furrowed brow relaxed. Take me to them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fellow nodded, and Zoro gently patted her head. Glub, glub. The 3 little girls had lost track of time while swimming. The 3 oxygen snakes accompanying them had also become deflated and needed to surface for air. Unable to hold it any longer, the trio communicated through gestures. Let's take a breath of fresh air. Is it safe? It should be fine. We have already swum quite a distance. Indeed. The 3 of them inhaled the fresh air deeply. Have we managed to escape? One of them inquired cautiously. I do not know. The largest one was also uncertain. Quickly, she took a breath and continued to dive. Another, exceedingly cautious, in the moment just before leaping into the water, witnessed a scene of carnage. Such a sight would likely remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Just as the 3 of them continued their flight, a chilling voice resonated through the air. It turned out that 3 more had been overlooked. They nearly escaped. But it was my negligence that allowed this. Why does it seem I have seen you somewhere before? Zoro rescued the merchants trapped within the ship's hold. They appeared somewhat familiar. Admiral Zoro, we are merchants from Shell Island. The merchants, who had already resigned themselves to despair, awaited a fate of being sold into slavery for the rest of their lives. Zoro's arrival shone like a beacon of hope, rescuing them from their grim destiny. Though they had brought dozens of guards, they were no match for this pirate crew. All were slain. And even those among them who dared to resist were brutally cut down and tossed into the sea. Oh, I remember now. Zoro sat atop the serpent's head, casually resting one leg over the other. The group of merchants had just been freed from their bonds, still stained with blood. Now that you have been rescued, this ship is yours. Surely, among you, there is someone capable of navigating it? Indeed. Thank you, Admiral Zoro. The leading merchant, humbled, insisted on offering Zoro the heavenly gold they were supposed to deliver to the world government as a token of gratitude for their salvation. Me? A portion is bestowed upon the world government, which in turn allocates a share to the celestial dragons, distributes some to various institutions, and grants a portion to the Navy. Ultimately, it must also be returned to oneself. Thus, entrusting it to oneself seems to pose no issue. We shall swiftly return and gather once more, as these serve as our tokens of gratitude. Indeed. Everyone believed that if they could establish a connection with this general through their modest wealth, their future commercial endeavors would be significantly safer. Zoro suddenly pondered something. Were they still engaged in drug trafficking and arms dealing? Absolutely not. Ever since your departure, under the leadership of the president, we have completely renounced such illicit industries. The leader emphatically declared that there was no wrongdoing. Very well, I shall accept this. In due course, I will conduct an investigation. With that statement, Zoro departed. It was fortunate that we truly had not engaged in such activities. I always felt that General Zoro had an uncanny ability to perceive our thoughts. Enough of this, let us hasten back. From Mary Geos to the island of Nine Snakes, and then to the annihilation of Nine Snakes Island, it took less than half a day. Thus, just as the 5 elders had finished their dinner and were preparing to continue their discussions regarding the Revolutionary Army, Zoro transmitted the news of the destruction of the 7 Warlords, Boa Hancock. This fellow was indeed quite the troublemaker. Even a composed individual like Marcus Maz Saint was taken aback by Zoro's efficiency. Goodness, you were granted the rights of the celestial dragons at noon, and by afternoon, you had annihilated a warlord. Quite the rapidity. However, did this not signify that he had indeed accepted the rights of the celestial dragons? Shepherd Piter Saint found nothing amiss. After all, anyone who obtained the rights of the celestial dragons would likely test their limits. Moreover, he had not violated any rules, had he? Piter Saint held a certain admiration for Zoro. The celestial dragons required such rapidly advancing elites with formidable strength. They did not need individuals merely idling away their years. During the Battle of God Valley, the celestial dragons' elite reserves were nearly obliterated by rocks, and it had taken decades for them to recover. The lone genius, Shanks, had even turned to piracy. Who could be held accountable for that? Zoro aligned perfectly with their interests. Consider that he had completely obliterated the entire Nine Snakes Island without extending any mercy. I see no issue with that. It merely leaves a significant vacancy among the 7 warlords. Jaegor Lucia Saint raised a crucial point. Currently, only 4 warlords remained: Mihawk, Doflamingo, Kuma, and Law. That leaves just 4. Whitebeard too had gone missing. Blackbeard was expelled and subsequently vanished, but given Zoro's ruthless extermination style, it was evident he was responsible. Jibei was slain by Zoro, Crocodile was expelled, and his defeat was deemed a disgrace by the government, leading to his arrest and the revocation of his title on charges of intending to overthrow the state. Ultimately, it was a matter of whether they could maintain face for the world government. Our chosen 7 warlords being defeated by a mere caramel was hardly a testament to our selection's integrity. Moria was dismissed for this reason, deemed too incompetent. What a flower sword vista. Topman Watchely Saint has put forth his personal selection. Referred to as Watchely Saint, the world government assures that Whitebeard's homeland will remain free from the incursions of other pirates, granting him membership in the 7 warlords. Watchely Saint proclaimed. Certainly. The crowd expressed no objections. Vista was able to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with Hawkeye, at least on the surface, which was significantly more impressive than that of Moria. Only 2 remain, Saint Satan continued. Wangji and Silveraxe. These remnants of the Rocks pirates swiftly seized the majority of Whitebeard's territory following his demise. To maintain equilibrium, the 5 elders opted for these 2 individuals, a pragmatic choice. The world government could indeed disband the Shichibukai, but it would have to contend with the repercussions that would ensue. For now, they deemed the retention of the Shichibukai essential. So be it, declared Saint Satan. He then announced that the Empress Hancock was stripped of her title for assaulting a celestial dragon. Saint Pitt drafted the nature of Zoro's annihilation of Amazon Lily. Yes, that will suffice. These individuals regarded Zoro, a celestial dragon, as one of their own and held a certain trust in him. Most of Zoro's current actions served to uphold the world government's dominion. Naturally, it was Zoro's pure celestial dragon lineage and his rapidly escalating prowess that garnered the approval of the 5 venerable elders. Were he a worthless celestial dragon, he would not possess such privileges to warrant the 5 elders' assistance. Zoro's dual identity instilled them with a sense of confidence. After all, would Zoro betray his celestial dragon heritage? Surely not. Who would willingly forsake such a favorable position? Even Vegapunk's clone aspired to ascend to the ranks of the celestial dragons. Once his strength is sufficient, he can even join the Knights of God, proposed Saint Pitt. If he is strong enough, it poses no issue. This time, the bald old fellow, Izambaron v. Nazashru, had no objections, abbreviated as Nazashru. Thus, following the personal consultations among the 5 elders, decisions regarding subsequent matters were swiftly reached. As for Amazon Lily, let it be obliterated. As long as Zoro continued to grow and reached a level satisfactory to these 5 elders, even if it meant eliminating a few more Shichibukai, they would turn a blind eye. After Zoro ruthlessly dealt with the remaining threats, he returned to Amazon Lily, flanked by 2 serpents. This once again plunged Hancock into despair. By the way, I can also tell you, I am that celestial dragon. Zoro squatted and spoke to Hancock. Does Zoro exhibit compassion? Perhaps towards ordinary folk. But to show mercy to a pirate captain, particularly one who nearly claimed his life, is an impossibility. Alas, but how shall we handle Hancock? The sweet fruit does indeed seem quite appealing. Let us proceed with the extraction. Zoro still possesses one exclusive skill extraction ticket. All that is required is to bring her to the brink of death. Thus, Zoro unleashed a relentless assault on Hancock. After a brief moment, the nearly lifeless Hancock appeared to have relinquished her desire to live. Let us depart, Admiral Kizaru. Zoro cast the almost expired Hancock onto the 2 serpents. Should the serpents exhibit any sympathy towards the original Hancock, Zoro would not hesitate to sever them as well. Remarkably, the serpents did not disappoint Zoro with their response. With a swift motion, Zoro ensnared 2 serpentine creatures and Hancock into the abyss. Kizaru did not intervene, perhaps acknowledging Zoro's peculiar inclinations. After all, one cannot dictate the passions of another. Such is the nature of the celestial dragons. Zoro's behavior could be considered relatively restrained. Kizaru, with a decidedly lewd expression, regarded Zoro, showcasing the seasoned trickster within him. The Navy, too, finds utility in Kizaru, who serves as a lubricant between the military and the world government. With a swift whoosh, the 2 vanished, leaving behind the devastated 9 Snake Island and a pool of blood floating on the distant sea, along with 3 lifeless bodies. This location, once the site of the G-1 Navy branch, had undergone significant transformation, following Akainu's ascension to Fleet Admiral. He recognized the rampant lawlessness of pirates in the New World and deemed it necessary for the Navy to extend its influence in these treacherous waters. Meanwhile, the original Marine headquarters in Marineford lay in ruins, its restoration inadequate to reclaim its former stature. The architecture of the new Marine headquarters bore little distinction from Marineford. A colossal island had been entirely leveled to make way for the new headquarters, which now loomed impressively. Surrounding this new establishment were several smaller islands, each armed with formidable artillery, surpassing even the firepower of Marineford. The Navy branches in the New World were sparse, but in recent months, their numbers had surged rapidly. With over a dozen new branches established, manned by individuals whose strength was comparable to the rank of Marine Brigadier General, albeit still designated as Vice Admirals. The news of Hancock's expulsion from the Seven Warlords had spread widely, and Zoro's involvement in the downfall of Nine Snake Island was fervently propagated by Gears. However, the revelation of Zoro being a celestial dragon remained undisclosed, adhering to the agreement made by the Gorosei. Nevertheless, the majority of people exhibited little reaction to the news of the Empress's nation being obliterated and her subsequent disappearance. Given Hancock's character, it was clear that few had maintained a close relationship with her. Moreover, her narcissism and arrogance left her devoid of allies. While Doflamingo could be likened to Kaido's subordinate, Hancock found herself utterly isolated. The most elated were the merchants who had operated in the vicinity of Nine Snake Waters. The demise of this notorious pirate nation was akin to a long-awaited liberation, evoking profound gratitude among them. How impressive! This was my first visit to the new Navy headquarters. Zoro strolled about, offering his commentary on the establishment. As a vice admiral, Zoro belonged to the upper echelons of the Navy. Those he encountered along the way saluted him, and he graciously returned their gestures. "Where are Admiral Kizaru and my comrades Carly and Rhoda?" Zoro pondered, noticing the absence of his crew. Kizaru casually gestured, indicating that Zoro should search for them himself. With that, Kizaru sauntered away, as if his only task was to escort Zoro back. What an old coot, Zoro mused silently. He was like a non-stick pan. He would comply with any request, yet never fully commit. Leave a thread of connection for future encounters. This ambiguous sense of justice deemed the crimes of pirates irredeemable. To Zoro, killing was futile. He would act only on orders and refrain from taking initiative otherwise. This notion of justice, in Zoro's view, was deeply flawed and required rectification. "Captain," after Zoro had meandered for a while, preparing to seek out Akainu for a chat and Zephyr for a discussion, a group approached him. The leader, clad in a long coat with an additional layer of fur, bore a striking resemblance to the sartorial style of Don Quixote Doflamingo's crew. He was muscular, with a tousled mane of hair obscuring his eyes. This individual was known as Prince Gruss. He possessed the powers of the Paramecia-type clay fruit, granting him the ability to manipulate clay and create clay golems. He could even transform the bodies of other sword members into clay. This ability significantly mitigated damage. His rank was Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, marking him as a prodigy among his peers. Had it not been for Zoro, he would likely stand as the foremost figure of the younger generation. His codename was Prince Zoro. Trailing behind him was Hibari, a lieutenant commander in the Navy. With long hair adorned by headphones, she wore a snug short-sleeved top, gloves on her hands, and 2 layers of trousers. The outer layer was camouflaged, featuring only one pant leg on the left, while the inner layer was composed of striped leggings, complemented by sturdy boots. Most notably, she carried a backpack shaped like a small bear. Hibari had long been aware of Zoro, primarily due to her father frequently speaking of him, and she harbored a certain reverence for such youthful naval heroes. Originally, her idol had been Kobe. It was astonishing that Akainu had not intervened, such remarkable leniency. Hibari was a sharpshooter, wielding the gunpowder flower bullets from Vegapunk, capable of transforming enemy gunpowder into blossoms. In Zoro's estimation, this ability was of little practical use. However, as Akainu's daughter, though unconfirmed, this was merely the author's speculation, and if later validated, it would be beyond remedy. She was indeed a second-generation figure. Speaking of second generation, there were 2 others present. Peacock, tall and graceful, donned a dress. She was the granddaughter of Crane, which sufficed. A rear admiral in the Navy, her power stemmed from the whip fruit, granting her command over everything she struck with her whip, including structures. The man furthest from Zoro was instantly recognizable to him as a descendant of Kizaru. His distinctive curly black hair, languid demeanor, and his father's signature hands-in-pockets posture left no room for doubt regarding his lineage. White Marmoset, A rear admiral in the Navy, an addition by the author due to insufficient numbers, composed this assembly of second-generation individuals. Zoro mused to himself. It was widely acknowledged that in the world of pirates, a staggering 99% of individuals lacked mothers, hailing from single-parent households. A situation rendered plausible by the perils of piracy. As for the Navy, aside from Admiral Zephyr, who had fallen victim to a pirate attack, it seemed that none of the others were accompanied by wives. This could potentially be a protective measure, as, following Zephyr's misfortune, the families of high-ranking naval officials were kept under strict guard. Captain, indeed, the Lark was quite the chatterbox, in stark contrast to the frosty demeanor of Akainu. You were temporarily appointed as the captain of our Blade unit, as the original captain is currently on a mission, Yunku elucidated. Drake? He is with the Kaido pirates. In that case, very well, Zoro readily acquiesced, recognizing that this group comprised the offspring of naval high-ranking officials, originally overseen by Sengoku. The unit was now under Akainu's command, making it a congregation of the Navy's elite descendants. A glance at their ranks revealed that aside from Yunku, the rest were primarily rear admirals from the naval headquarters. You shall take charge, the prince stated, designating Zoro as the temporary leader of this assembly, representing all present. To Zoro's surprise, there was no dissent against his authority. Thus, he naturally assumed control of the Blade organization. Currently, the unit was still modest in size, with only 6 members, including Zoro and the undercover Drake. Zoro refrained from engaging in lengthy conversations with the others, as he was not well acquainted with them yet. Merely familiarizing himself. Is this the one who killed Whitebeard? The White Howler observed Zoro, who bore a resemblance to Kizaru, yet differed significantly from his languid father. He yearned for achievement and held little regard for Kizaru's ambiguous sense of justice. Another individual who diverged from his father's path. He felt quite discontented with Kizaru for placing him in this organization, aspiring instead to rise through the ranks by slaying pirates as a mere marine. Regrettably, Kizaru had not afforded him that opportunity. It was during the Paramount War that Whitebeard was slain. Yunku possessed a profound understanding of Zoro, arguably the most familiar among the group. His strength is formidable. None of us stand a chance against him, the prince added. He sensed a heavy aura of menace emanating from Zoro, akin to that of Admiral Akainu. Given time, Zoro's intimidating presence would undoubtedly surpass that of Akainu. Let us go. It's time to eat, Yunku announced, his stomach rumbling as he ushered the group away from the square. Report. Zoro arrived at Admiral Akainu's office, calling out symbolically, "Enter." The voice of Akainu echoed as Zoro pushed open the door and stepped inside. The vast office of the Admiral was cluttered with an array of documents strewn about haphazardly. Compared to the time of Sengoku, Akainu's workload had multiplied several times over. When Sengoku held the position of Admiral, he had the council of Tsuru and Karp to assist him. However, since Akainu assumed the role, Kizaru had also made his presence known, often dropping by for tea and a brief respite. Are you on leave? Zoro observed not a bustling Akainu, but rather a composed figure seated before a bonsai, meticulously pruning its branches. The Admiral's office was quite expansive, aside from the workspace at the front. There was a spacious courtyard at the back designed for relaxation and leisure. Beside Akainu, Kizaru had changed into casual attire after just a couple of hours. Rest is essential. Akainu was not one to neglect his well-being amidst incessant duties. With no pressing matters at hand, it was indeed a suitable time for a break. Quite a rarity, Zoro remarked, naturally finding a place to recline. Oh, you truly are quite at home, aren't you? Kizaru observed as Zoro laid down without a hint of reservation. By the way, how did you handle Hancock? Akainu suddenly inquired of Zoro. I killed her, of course. Why keep her alive? Zoro replied without a second thought. For he was not a man swayed by lust. Women would merely hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Oh? Kizaru glanced at Zoro. What is the matter? Is Admiral Kizaru perhaps intrigued by you? Upon seeing Kizaru, Zoro recalled that it must have been Kizaru who relayed Hancock's information to Akainu. In truth, Akainu was not particularly concerned about Zoro's penchant for capturing women. After all, everyone possesses their own minor flaws. How do you intend to execute your swordsmanship? Though he mentioned taking a break, Akainu still inquired about Zoro's duties. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, in a month or two, Zoro would ascend to the position of Admiral of the Navy. His responsibilities would undoubtedly increase, and discussing them now posed no issue. This organization, then? Zoro shifted to a more comfortable position. Wasn't Sengoku established this organization specifically to confront those pirates whom the Navy cannot openly engage? Akainu was momentarily taken aback. On what grounds do you say that? He retorted. The Navy is entirely reliant on the world government, which seeks stability above all else. In usual circumstances, the Navy cannot take action against the four emperors and certain pirates who pose a threat to global stability. Such actions would contravene the fundamental principles of the world government's mandate to maintain order. Zoro had previously contemplated the establishment of this organization, pondering whether it was merely a gilded facade. What purpose would it serve for them to venture to Hive Island? Were they seeking a feudal confrontation with Blackbeard? Or could it be that this group is utterly oblivious to their own capabilities? Continue, Akainu remarked while tending to his bonsai. Drake is likely now part of the Kaido pirates. This must have been a scheme devised prior to Sengoku's tenure. The true strength of Sengoku's Buddha fruit lies not in combat prowess, but in the unparalleled wisdom it bestows upon him. Of course, this has not been prominently displayed. The members of Sword have effectively submitted their resignations to the Navy, appearing to be entirely detached from the organization. Should they engage in any misconduct, the Navy could easily absolve themselves of any responsibility. Indeed, Akainu pondered. How did you come to know that all members of this organization have resigned from their naval ranks? On the other hand, these individuals are undeniably fearless. Having been overly protected, one cannot shield them indefinitely. They must undergo training. Kizaru looked at Zoro with a hint of surprise. Enough said, Akainu interrupted Zoro's speculations. Part of it is correct. Indeed, these youngsters are the kind who cannot be restrained, a lawless bunch. Holding naval titles invites trouble. Hence the establishment of a special organization that allows them to act with impunity. Should a crisis arise, how could those old-timers refrain from intervening? As for dealing with pirates whom the Navy cannot confront directly, their current strength is insufficient. Sengoku envisioned cultivating a force distinct from the Navy's sword. However, it has yet to mature. Their former captain, Drake, might be the strongest among them, yet still inadequate to contend with the formidable pirates. Consequently, Akainu remains uncertain about the organization's purpose, deciding to leave it to Zoro. Zoro's age is comparable to theirs. They are all second generation. In terms of strength, Zoro is undoubtedly in a league of his own, and he is poised to become an admiral. It is time he assembles his own team. And this group of second-generation individuals is quite suitable. Allowing them to train alongside Zoro serves as a means for Akainu to nurture his successor for the future. He holds high hopes for Zoro, believing that after serving as fleet admiral for 2 decades, he would recommend Zoro. By then, Zoro would be in his 40s. With his own following and sufficient prestige, ascending to the position of fleet admiral would be a natural progression. Very well. I shall accompany them for some training during this period, Akainu remarked. Zoro then informed Akainu of his forthcoming plans. Abolishing the 7 Warlords? This news is utterly absurd. In a matter of months, Fujitora also intended to find a way to dismantle the 7 Warlords in Dressrosa. However, that method would compromise the Navy's reputation. One cannot deny that if Luffy had 2 years of training, even with a system, Zoro might struggle against him. That fellow is simply outrageous. From Fishman Island to Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Zo, Wano, and Onigashima, all this transpired in just a few months. If Zoro inadvertently allows him to awaken, it would indeed result in a clash of titans. Zoro merely expedited the plan to abolish the 7 Warlords by a few months. How do you intend to proceed? Akainu paused his activities. It is quite simple. I shall grow to a level where I can, together with the Navy, overpower the 4 emperors. Zoro replied with an elegantly simplistic proposal. Is this your plan? I, too, can venture forth to establish a new faction. Zoro articulated an alternative strategy. As long as this faction can rival the original 7 Warlords and maintain the balance upon the seas, the world government would certainly not oppose it. Indeed, they would be unlikely to object. Kizaru interjected, do share the details of your plan. At the new recruit training grounds, former Marine Admiral Zephyr was instructing a group of newly inducted sailors. This batch of recruits exhibited commendable quality, much to Zephyr's satisfaction. However, recent tidings had filled him with despair. The very man who had taken the lives of many of his students, the second Whitebeard, was to be inducted as one of the 7 Warlords, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. With his wife slain by pirates, he had contemplated retirement, yet under Sengoku's persuasion. He continued to educate the next generation, only for them to be assaulted by the second Whitebeard. Out of an entire crew of students, only 2 remained by his side. deepening Zephyr's sense of disillusionment. This despair even sparked within him the notion of departing from the Marines to forge his own organization. Perhaps the confirmation of the second Whitebeard status would coincide with Zephyr's defection from the Marines. His self-established pirate guerrilla unit had been operational for 2 years. Should he sever ties with the Marines, he could directly lead these forces to continue their crusade against piracy. Yet, in recent times, news of the second Whitebeard seemed to have vanished, prompting Zephyr to commence his instruction of the new generation of Marine recruits. Cough, cough. Zifa is known as Black Arm Zifa. His hands can utilize armament hockey, which earned him the epithet Black Arm. However, his life has been fraught with misfortune, resembling a tragic tale. In his old age, he was afflicted with numerous ailments. An old ailment has resurfaced, Zephyr sighed. Afflicted by asthma. He could truly be described as both aged and ailing. The student attending to him was one of the last 2 survivors from that fateful ship. Binns, a wielder of the flourishing fruit ability, could manipulate the nearby flora and hasten their growth. This talent bore some resemblance to the forest fruit of Greenbull, possibly a subordinate variant of it. You ought to rest, Binns said, gazing at his mentor with concern. Had it not been for Zephyr's formidable resistance back then, the 2 survivors would have surely fallen victim to that Whitebeard too. It is of no consequence. Zephyr paused for a moment before resuming the training of the new Navy recruits. The teacher proved impervious to persuasion. Beside Binns was another student, Ein, a user of the backward fruit, which allowed her to revert others aged by 12 years. The potency of this fruit's ability correlated with the user's strength. Ein could only regress individuals by a dozen years. However, repeated applications could lead to her own disappearance from existence. That matter had long been a source of anxiety for the teacher, Ein sighed. To be candid, I have never understood why Ein is not permitted to touch Zephyr or the older Navy personnel to restore them to their prime. Thus, I can only speculate. Ein felt powerless. Her ability could indeed rejuvenate teacher Zephyr's body to decades ago. Yet, this came at a cost. Should she faint or lose consciousness even once, her power would cease to function. Therefore, she needed to ensure her own safety, much like Sugar's childlike fruit. However, as she accompanied her teacher on hunts for pirates, and sometimes found herself in direct confrontation. If she were to suddenly lose consciousness while Zephyr battled, he would find himself in dire straits. Furthermore, Zephyr was exceedingly stubborn, resisting the idea of allowing Ein to revert his own body. This was indicative of the older generation's disposition. As a student, Ein could only acquiesce to her teacher's wishes. Being 73 years old, it was prudent to honor his desires. Should the teacher decide to leave the Navy, both she and Binns would follow Zephyr's lead. However, news of Whitebeard II had recently gone silent. Binns pondered. Whitebeard II had perished, unbeknownst to the world government. Coincidentally, the Surgeon of Death, Law, submitted 100 pirate hearts in his request to join the Shichibukai. The world government acquiesced, and Law ascended to the ranks of the new Shichibukai. The absence of news regarding Whitebeard II was inconsequential. They could always seek other pirates. The current Navy displayed remarkable vigor. Zoro had also arrived at the new recruit training camp. Those fortunate enough to be directly summoned to the Navy headquarters for training were extraordinary individuals. Perhaps among them, a few future vice admirals would emerge. Admiral Zifa. Zoro had come specifically to seek out Zifa. He felt a profound sympathy for him, yet he vehemently disagreed with his original sense of justice. The notion of justice without bloodshed was one he could not accept. If one refrained from slaying pirates, those very pirates would inevitably take the lives of one's loved ones. Zifa had deeply grasped this truth, and his understanding of justice had been continuously evolving. No longer did he adhere to the principle of non-lethality. Instead, he embraced a relentless extermination of pirates. Zoro? Zephyr displayed little enthusiasm for Zoro. When Zoro confronted Karp, Zephyr was absent. The reasons behind Karp's retirement remained shrouded in silence among others. Although Zephyr and Sengoku were contemporaries, their connection with Karp, a fellow Navy officer, could only be described as mediocre. However, they had collaborated for several decades. And it was rumored that Karp would return to mentor the new recruits after recuperating from his injuries. They would once again become colleagues. As Zephyr arrived, he presented a gift, revealing the iconic long mustache of Whitebeard II. This is it. Weibel's beard. It was all too familiar. Zephyr was painfully aware of it. The incident was deeply etched in his memory, haunting his dreams night after night. Weibel had slain his own student, leaving one of his hands behind on that ill-fated vessel. The Crimson ship was strewn with the corpses of his students. Weibel was in pursuit of his student, consumed by hatred for his own inadequacy. Dead, uttered Zoro with a simplicity that belied the gravity of the moment. There was no need to worry about him becoming a warlord of the sea. If one were to consider who would be least likely to divulge the news of Whitebeard too, Zephyr would undoubtedly rank first. Trembling, Zephyr accepted the beard of Whitebeard too, still stained with traces of blood and flesh. Yet, he was utterly unconcerned by such details. That man was gone, fulfilling a long-held wish of Zephyr's. He would no longer betray the Navy, and Zoro, too, was unwilling to allow Zephyr, a man who had devoted his life to the Navy, to meet a tragic end. Zephyr shed no tears. His well of sorrow had long since run dry. Thank you very much. Zephyr found himself lacking any tangible means to express his gratitude for Zoro's assistance, leaving him with no choice but to voice his appreciation. General Zephyr, surely you do not wish to see this world ravaged by pirates. Zoro continued, a sentiment that held considerable allure for Zephyr in his current state. Is that you? Zephyr appeared somewhat skeptical of Zoro, not questioning his strength but rather his age. Could someone so young harbor such deep-seated enmity towards pirates? Nonetheless, Zephyr dismissed such thoughts. The notion of exterminating pirates, eliminating every last one, had nearly become his inner demon. What do you think? Zoro recalled the ability he had acquired from Lafitte, hypnosis, a means to make others more inclined to believe in him. Zephyr already possessed such inclinations, and hypnosis merely intensified this notion. It was not deceit, rather, it was a way to guide Zephyr to follow his own heart's desires, to eradicate all pirates. Whether Zephyr was influenced by Zoro's hypnosis or had independently arrived at this conclusion remained uncertain. Regardless, Zephyr acquiesced. The two students behind him would not oppose their teacher. They would simply follow his lead. What do you intend to do? After learning of the execution of Whitebeard II at Zoro's hands, Zephyr's attitude towards him shifted. The first priority was to cleanse the world of pirates. Zoro shared his general plan with Zephyr, acknowledging that plans often succumb to unforeseen changes and must be grounded in reality. This was, of course, in case Oda introduced new factions. This was imperative. The Navy also required purging of internal corruption. The inspection agency established by Akainu had already commenced its duties, under Akainu's insistence. 4 agencies had been set up across the seas, deploying 4 hardline vice-admirals: Vice Admiral Firefist, Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Spider Demon, and Vice Admiral Stalaberry. The oversight of the Navy division in the Grand Line was assigned to Akiji. In a short span, a considerable number of corrupt elements were identified. Yet this was far from sufficient. The goal was total annihilation, to forge a world devoid of pirates. Subsequently, Zoro outlined his plan to Zephyr, deliberately omitting any intentions of overthrowing the world government or annihilating the celestial dragons. Zephyr wholeheartedly endorsed this. In his former days, Zephyr would have scoffed at Zoro's sense of justice, even vehemently retorting, as it clashed with his own doctrine of not killing. Now, however, he had transformed. Then, Zephyr, the admiral, posed a question. How about a devil fruit? Zoro shifted the conversation. Shall we start with a devil fruit? What? The unexpected turn nearly caused Zephyr's old back to give way. Your body is too frail. What if you can't hold on until that day? Zoro voiced his concerns. Although the devil fruit cannot guarantee a lifetime at the pinnacle of the world, it at least ensures that in one's old age, one will not be without the strength to fight. Even amidst a multitude of ailments, one can still harness the power of their devil fruit. Indeed, Zephyr pondered this matter. The elder generation of the Navy had consumed various devil fruits. The likes of Sengoku had partaken of the Buddha fruit, while Tsuru had consumed the wash fruit. Karp, although he did not partake, sustained injuries. It appears that those few elder Navy members who refrained from consuming these fruits have, to some extent, experienced a decline in their physical condition. However, given my current circumstances, applying for a devil fruit may not receive the approval of the world government. Zephyr reflected on this. The Navy's devil fruits, aside from those encountered during missions, included some that were personally consumed. Additionally, a portion was reserved at the Navy headquarters. Some of these devil fruits were intended as rewards for valiant Navy personnel. Zephyr's current situation certainly did not meet the criteria. Furthermore, when applying to the world government, one must consider that the world government has ruled for 800 years, holding an innumerable quantity of devil fruits, possessing the largest collection in the world. Typically, when the Navy requires a devil fruit, they seek approval from the world government. No need, Zoro responded, for he was a man of considerable wealth. The collection of devil fruits in his possession was quite substantial. Should he consume a devil fruit, it would necessitate some modifications to your sea prism stone arm. Indeed, alterations would be required. Zephyr contemplated this matter seriously. It would be best to seek modifications from Vegapunk, whose technological advancements are a century ahead of the rest of the world. In that case, Admiral Zephyr, you would require a specific type of devil fruit. Zoro possessed an abundance of Paramecia-type devil fruits, as well as a selection of Zoan-type fruits. He also had a natural-type fruit that merged with the dark fruit, along with a water fruit. However, these were not suitable for the seasoned veteran Zephyr. In Zoro's view, a Zoan-type devil fruit would be the most fitting for Zephyr, as it would directly enhance his physical prowess and regenerative abilities. With such a fruit, he could easily extend his life by another decade without any concerns whatsoever. Do you have one? At that moment, Zephyr realized. Did Zoro possess a devil fruit himself? To his surprise, he had acquired one. Zoro then produced a Zoan-type devil fruit, the brown bear fruit. Simple yet effective, it granted him the ability to grow larger and stronger. Other Paramecia types were not particularly suited for Zephyr. The Zoan type was indeed more fitting. The brown bear fruit. Very well. Zephyr did not refuse Zoro's kind gesture. The two had already formed a united front, both fighting with the common goal of eradicating all pirates. By the way, if they were to seek modifications from Vegapunk, he should hand over these items. Zoro recalled some strength-enhancing foods he had extracted. The percentage increase would be beneficial for those higher-ranking Navy officers. However, the newly inducted members, with their still fragile foundations, would find them less suitable. Rieb, Master Shuai, Wang Zai, Ali, Big Walnut, and Red Noon. Zeph had never encountered these items in their original form. His curiosity was merely piqued. They could be entrusted to Vegapunk. Sooner or later, Zoro would seek out Vegapunk, allowing him to study these objects in the meantime. When Vegapunk's exploration of ancient history eventually comes to light, it would be Zoro who would come to his aid. A top-tier scientist, if utilized wisely, could wield an influence on the world that rivals Zoro's own efforts in vanquishing pirates. Very well. Zoro entrusted the gray bear fruit to Zephyr. It was referred to as the gray bear fruit, but what if it awakened and transformed into a mythical beast? By the way, I would like to borrow your two students. Those two. Zephyr glanced at his pupils, who had been under his care for quite some time. If Zoro deemed it necessary, perhaps they could be of use. Ultimately, it would depend on their own willingness. I shall accompany Admiral Zoro, Vince declared. However, I must tend to teacher Zephyr for a while longer. I hesitated briefly before declining. Anything will do, Zoro said nonchalantly, as long as he could bring Zephyr, the seasoned veteran of the Navy, into the fold. Although Zephyr's strength was largely negligible, his influence within the Navy was unparalleled. Virtually all Navy officers were his protégés. Zoro then took a respite at Navy headquarters for 2 days, during which he engaged in numerous discussions with Akainu, most of which revolved around the internal reforms and transformations of the Navy. Akainu was also keen on improving the Navy, and Zoro subtly alluded to the notion of naval independence. While Akainu did not respond directly to this suggestion, he was receptive to other proposals, such as screening for pirate spies and establishing logistical bases for the Navy. Zoro recommended the Boeing Islands to Akainu, noting that the abundant food resources could adequately supply the Navy's logistics. The various creatures inhabiting the island could serve as a training ground for naval personnel, yielding multiple benefits. Time swiftly passed, and Zoro felt restless once more at Navy headquarters. His blade was itching for action. It was time to take action against Momonosuke and to confront Virgo. Punk Hazard had once been a research facility for the Navy, where Vegapunk had conducted experiments on artificial devil fruits and detained several criminals of the world government. However, due to the experiments of Caesar Clown, a significant amount of toxic gas was released, rendering the island a desolate wasteland. The few inmates who managed to survive were left incapacitated due to poisoning. Initially, the island was on the brink of transformation into an icy inferno due to a potential clash between Akainu and Aokiji. However, circumstances shifted, and the anticipated confrontation never occurred, leaving Punk Hazard in its toxic state. Without protective masks, exposure to the poisonous atmosphere posed lethal consequences for ordinary individuals. Many pirates on the island suffered severe injuries to their lower bodies due to the gas, which were later replaced by law with animal prosthetics. Fortunately, recent efforts had led to some improvement as individuals began to clear the toxic gas. In reality, while Caesar publicly claimed to purify the toxins, he secretly compressed them to create slime. In a certain laboratory, Caesar Clown was exceptionally agitated. His experiments on gigantification had failed once again, and the funds he had deceitfully acquired from Big Mom were nearly depleted. Having barely managed to scrape by, Caesar was acutely aware that if he did not achieve results soon, Big Mom would likely send someone to retrieve him. What a nuisance, Caesar lamented. Incessantly experimenting with various pharmaceuticals, the supply of test subjects had dwindled, necessitating another procurement. Caesar resorted to deception and outright abduction of children for his experiments. Aside from his gigantification serum, he also operated a factory for artificial devil fruits. Through collaboration with Don Quixote da Flamingo, he provided him with a selection of synthetic animal devil fruits. The technology behind artificial devil fruits had also been researched by Vegapunk, yet none matched Caesar's unscrupulous methods, which exploited the lives of prisoners for his studies. He fed these concoctions to the children, handing over cookies mixed with various substances to his subordinates. "I'm so hungry," came a lament from within a cluttered room, where a heap of miscellaneous items lay strewn about, remnants of Vegapunk's research apparatus and various other belongings. After the gas incident, he abandoned this research facility. A diminutive figure, sporting a distinctive hairstyle, stood out in stark contrast to the others, dressed in attire unlike any around him. It was Momonosuke Kazuki. Due to the foolishness of Kinemon's comrade, Kazuki Oden, he, along with Kinemon, Reizo, and Kanjuro, was transported 20 years into the future by his mother, Toki. This was a directive from Oden himself before his demise, proclaiming that someone would arrive to rescue Wano country. Originally, the plan was for Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kanjuro, and the ninja Reizo to set sail together to Zou. However, fate intervened, and they found themselves shipwrecked and adrift to Dressrosa, where their peculiar garments quickly caught the attention of Don Quixote da Flamingo. The inhabitants of Wano, now under Kaido's control, had escaped, marking them as valuable allies. Given da Flamingo's close ties with Kaido and the escape of prisoners from their households, he felt compelled to assist in returning these individuals. Upon noticing pursuers, Momonosuke fled in haste, inadvertently boarding a vessel carrying other abducted children, which led him to be imprisoned in Punk Hazard's research facility. In his desperate quest for survival, he disregarded his loyal retainers, prompting Kinemon to venture to Punk Hazard in search of him. Meanwhile, Kanjuro sacrificed himself to provide cover for the duo, while Reizo ventured alone to Zou. Momonosuke, convinced of his identity as the son of Kazuki Oden and a samurai of Wano, clung to his samurai principles. He refused to partake in the food offered by Caesar and sought a means of escape. By chance, he stumbled into an abandoned storage room. Cautiously, he opened the door. "Is there nothing to eat?" he pondered, feeling as though he might perish from hunger, regretting his decision to decline the provided biscuits. "No, I am the son of the shogun of Wano," he silently reminded himself. He still had to fight for the restoration of his homeland. "Is this food?" he wondered, spotting a glass container that appeared to hold fruit. "This isn't right. It would be akin to stealing," he mused, feeling a pang of conflict within him. Bang! The glass shattered. "Never mind, let's eat first." Momonosuke devoured the fruit with great haste. It was not delicious. The taste was rather peculiar. Buzz. Tosaka was unceremoniously discarded into a pile of refuse. Punk Hazard had arrived, accompanied by a small cadre. The Phoenix fruit user, Carly, the laborer Rhoda, the flourishing fruit wielder Binz, and the granddaughter of a lark and crane, the peacock, who had come to learn. The red dog had tossed the lark to Zoro, while the peacock was brought along by the lark's insistence. Following Zoro would pose no peril, and it would also serve to refine the lark's habits. "Does Admiral Akainu truly place such trust in me?" Zoro smirked and acquiesced. The leader had entrusted his daughter to him. If they were to accompany him, then so be it. Thus, aboard a vessel predominantly occupied by steadfast men, 2 women joined their ranks. Zoro, a steadfast man himself, had been single for over 20 years prior to this journey, and Carly was the type to lose her words in the presence of women. Rhoda, wealthy and distinctly different from the two, was now wholly focused on developing his brick fruit. His efforts were fruitful, with his construction speed reaching an impressive 5 minutes per building. A real estate mogul was on the horizon. Binz, albeit not particularly handsome, had initially come to care for Zifa-sensei, but after joining Zoro, he became fascinated with the seeds of the Boyne archipelago. The flourishing fruit enabled rapid plant growth, making these seeds a perfect match for him, and he was now entirely engrossed in a pile of seeds, reveling in his discovery. While the addition of 2 beautiful women was indeed a sight for sore eyes, Zoro knew that each voyage would not easily lead him back. Furthermore, The scene of Tosaka being sliced was hardly suitable for the two young ladies to witness. On the opposite end of the island, under the command of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Buffalo and Baby 5 had also landed, with a straightforward objective, to retrieve the artificial devil fruits crafted by Caesar. In addition to Caesar, his secretary, Monet, who possessed the snow fruit, was present. The new warlord of the sea, Trafalgar Law, was on the island as well, seeking research materials and devising a plan to eliminate Doflamingo. The creatures on the island, half human and half animal, were his creations. However, unlike before, Luffy was absent, as were Smoker and Virgo. The situation on the island had become even more chaotic. This was of little concern to Zoro, save for rescuing the children imprisoned by Caesar. The rest could be dealt with. Caesar could be dispatched, as could his pirate subordinates. Monet was also on the list, and Tosaka subjected to 1,000 cuts. In summary, all could be eliminated. Step onto the island, Zoro commanded. All right. In this place filled with toxic gas, Zoro undoubtedly has no issues. The same cannot be said for others, as without resistance to poison, their fate remains uncertain. Rhoda, create a few brick figures. Indeed, during this period, Rhoda has not been idle. He has been diligently developing the brick fruit daily and has now made preliminary progress, beyond the ability to soar through the skies on bricks. Constructing several robots composed of bricks has become quite effortless for him. Furthermore, he is currently practicing the art of ascending by stepping on bricks. In the near future, it may even be possible for him to control a flying house. Arise. Rhoda's hands shimmered with a radiant golden light, as brick after brick soared into the air. Tap, tap. Each brick was meticulously stacked together, forming a perfect square. Soon, several towering figures, approximately 5 meters in height, emerged, resembling blocky characters from a certain game. Carry. You shall guard the ship, Zoro decided, assigning Carry to remain on the warship. Given his current strength, he would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with those average pirates. The Thousand Sunny was spacious enough to accommodate over 200 individuals. Some rooms needed to be opened up, and unnecessary structures dismantled for renovation. Zoro was not one to indulge in luxury. He primarily chose the Thousand Sunny for its ability to accelerate simply by adding cola, making it exceedingly convenient for pursuing pirates. You two, Zoro remarked, casting his gaze upon the two individuals who had joined him. We shall not be a hindrance, Hibari asserted with confidence. I shall lend additional strength to this brick figure, the peacock declared, brandishing the whip in his hand. He struck the brick figure constructed by Rhoda several times. Rhoda, too, possessed the ability to manipulate such constructs, albeit with considerable effort. With a resounding crack, as the peacock wielded its whip, the clay figures appeared to come to life. Indeed, a sense of ease washed over them. Rhoda suddenly felt an unexpected surge of energy. Now, this creation of yours is capable of heeding the words of both of us. The peacock smiled as it animated the remaining clay figures. Add some protection. At this moment, the previously inconspicuous bins finally made its appearance. Grow. With that, he cast forth several seeds that Zoro had discovered on the Boeing Islands, enriched by the bountiful fruits. These seeds flourished at an accelerated pace. Moreover, they appeared even more formidable. Usopp simply hurled these seeds into the air, while Binks possessed the ability to communicate with the plants, effectively mastering their control. The earthy-hued brick figure was swiftly enveloped in a verdant embrace. Blue silvergrass. Zoro murmured softly. What? The lark inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, merely a technique, I recalled. Oh, adding another layer of filtering grass to this brick figure will enable it to absorb most of the toxins present in the air. Benz clapped his hands, and several slender vines penetrated into the brick of Rhoda. This was permitted by Rhoda, otherwise these plants would find it quite challenging to breach the defenses of such an entity. Mission accomplished. Binzi felt quite pleased with his creation. Is anyone coming in? Rhoda, brimming with excitement, seemed to have discovered a new developmental direction for the brick fruit, mass-producing robots, or rather, brick people. No need, Zoro expressed, unwilling to engage further. The reason he instructed Rhoda to create a few brick figures was to disperse them around his guards. After all, he was on a quest to find Momonosuke, and it would be inconceivable for them to believe that Zoro would harbor such disdain towards a mere child. This time, they would part ways. Zoro would charge directly to capture Caesar, confront Monet, and deal with Momonosuke. The island was teeming with pirates, and those would be left for his companions to handle. Although Zoro could move swiftly on his own, he would inevitably miss some pirates, and his companions might find it challenging to confront the larger foes. Capturing these pirates should prove relatively straightforward. To his surprise, the combination of his companions' abilities yielded unexpected results. Thus, it was decided they would separate here. Zoro had informed them prior to landing on the island. By the way, here are a few items for you, Zoro said, handing over some props to the Skylark, including decoy puppets. This individual was the leader's daughter, and as she had not consumed a devil fruit, it was wise to have contingency measures in place should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The search for a suitable devil fruit was still underway, though Monet's snow fruit seemed quite promising. Rest assured, Vice Admiral Zoro, I will ensure their safety, Rhoda declared, brimming with confidence. Perhaps, Zoro replied dismissively. Could it be that they would falter against mere petty pirates? Let us part ways here. Zoro gestured towards the path ahead, armed with the original map of the island. Untouched by the cataclysm of the Ice and Fire War, he noted that the distribution of buildings had largely remained unchanged. Caesar was undoubtedly still ensconced within the abandoned research facility. Other locations might also serve as gathering spots for various pirates. Very well then. Someone is approaching. The Centaur Patrol, under Caesar's command, had been scanning the island diligently. In the distance, they spotted the arrival of a ship. The endless sunshine had been freshly painted, its pirate flag burned and replaced with a naval ensign. Apart from that, there were virtually no alterations, which rendered the distant patrol incapable of discerning the identity of the fallen crew. Who were they? Pirates, perhaps? Upon hearing his subordinate's response, Caesar felt a flicker of joy. His experiments had primarily involved the frozen corpses of criminals, yielding unsatisfactory results. A fresh batch of experimental subjects arriving at his doorstep was an opportunity too good to pass up. He instructed to notify the Snow Mountain Brothers. The Snow Mountain Brothers, a duo of beastmen hailing from the land of snow, wielded enormous sniper rifles and excelled in marksmanship. Their footsteps were heavy yet their presence almost silent, allowing them to ambush and eliminate their targets with lethal precision, earning their keep through contracted assassinations while executing each task with elegance. They were known as the Snow Mountain Killers. This time, however, they were to capture their targets alive, Caesar added. Furthermore, he commanded the leader of the Centaur Patrol, T-Beard, to apprehend those left behind by the pirate crew. T-Beard led the Centaur Patrol, composed entirely of members from the T-Beard Pirates, who had been annihilated by the magician Basil Hawkins not long ago. They too had been transformed into centaurs due to Trafalgar Law's abilities. Indeed, exclaimed the fresh experimental materials. Whoosh. Baby 5, we must be nearing the laboratory. On the other side of the island, the head of the buffalo spun like a helicopter in the sky. Baby sat upon its back, holding a telescope. It should be just ahead. Baby 5 retrieved 2 gas masks, donning one for herself and one for Buffalo. Let us descend there. Buffalo continued to spin, feeling quite dizzy. Strange individuals were present there. This island was vast. The Straw Hat crew had traversed it for quite some time before they had even explored half of the map. This indirectly attested to the formidable strength of Akainu and Akiji, who had permanently altered the climate of such a colossal island. At the entrance to the island, Zoro had parted ways with the others. The air was sweet and fragrant. Zoro inhaled deeply while scrutinizing the map. If the air were indeed sweet, it could signify vinyl chloride poisoning. However, Zoro was free from such concerns. The antidote from Poison Q, combined with the immunity of all the inhabitants of Amazon Lily, had nearly rendered him immune to toxins. Yet, when faced with Magellan, this immunity might prove futile. In this island, rife with poisonous gas, it was sufficient. Zoro pondered the whereabouts of Kinemon as he walked. Perhaps, a few months ahead of schedule, only Momonosuke remained here. It was possible that Kinemon had yet to arrive on the island, although the abilities of the transformed fruit were of little use. Kinemon's formidable defense and substantial health intrigued him greatly. Bang. Excellent. With remarkable speed, Zoro deftly deflected the incoming bullet with a swift backhand. With a resounding bang, the explosives detonated, sending a plume of smoke skyward. The smoke lingered, yet no harm was inflicted. Did we hit it? Inquired one of the brothers from the Snow Mountain duo. They were known as the Snow Mountain Assassins, adept at seamlessly concealing themselves within the snow. However, this was not a snowy landscape. It seems we did strike it, replied the younger brother. The two bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, standing over 42 meters tall. Their bodies adorned with a coat of white fur, belonging to the orc lineage. They donned hats, while their lower halves were clad in oversized blue shorts. The elder brother had a bounty of 20 million, while the younger's bounty was 12 million. With a swift motion, the snowy mountain brother, who had just turned his head, did not have time to react before his own head was severed. Brother. The sudden upheaval caught both of them off guard. As snipers, the Snow Mountain brothers had concealed themselves at a considerable distance, intent on taking a single, decisive shot. Unfortunately, they overlooked the target they were meant to strike today. The blood shadow whizzed past, and the imposing figure of the elder Snow Mountain brother fell, eyes wide in shock. Standing at a towering height of 42 meters, he surpassed even Little Oz. Regrettably, the two were long-range marksmen, boasting high attack power but frail health, with defenses that were easily shattered. Yet here they were, attempting to emulate others in the art of assassination. After Zoro severed the elder Snow Mountain brother's head, it landed squarely on the shoulder of the younger sibling. What an impressive height! The head was several meters tall. The remaining brother dared not move an inch beneath the colossal head, fully aware that a mere twitch could send his own head soaring, just as his brother's had. Where is Caesar's research facility? Zoro inquired, driving the blood-soaked blade into the younger brother's arm, drawing forth a steady stream of blood. Head east until you reach a mountain. Then cross over to find a green lake. It is directly opposite that lake. The younger Snow Mountain brother, reluctant to conceal the truth, felt an acute awareness as a hunter. He knew that withholding the truth would surely lead to his demise. Conversely, speaking honestly might afford him a tenuous chance of survival. All right, Zoro said as he leaped down. Had he gone? The younger brother of the snow-capped mountain stood there, not daring to look back, fearful that turning around would reveal a figure standing behind him. After a few moments, the younger brother of the snow-capped mountain turned around. With a resounding thud, a crimson strike cleaved into his waist. In an instant, he was bisected, and the peak of a small hill behind him was likewise severed. What a jest! How could Zoro ever allow someone intent on his demise to escape? Naturally, he would ensure complete annihilation. Hello, Zoro communicated with Rhoda and the others on the other end. What is it, Admiral Zoro? Rhoda activated the transponder snail. Proceed straight down that path until you reach the end, then take a right at the fork. It leads to a valley where dozens of pirates are lying in ambush on either side. Very well, Rhoda listened attentively to Zoro's information. 3 ambushes and 2 pirate strongholds. After relaying the news to Rhoda and the others, Zoro continued his journey towards Caesar's laboratory. The snow fruit and the gas fruit are both exceptional devil fruits. Such treasures are naturally better in abundance. On the shore, Carrie stood guard beside the warship with the remaining 200 Navy personnel. Carrie is a diligent officer, meticulously executing the orders given by Zoro. He understands that Zoro is destined to reach an unparalleled stature one day. Carrie does not aspire to achieve Zoro's level of prowess. He is simply content to keep pace with Zoro, ensuring he is not left far behind. Hello, Callie. Zoro's call came through. What is the matter? Over 300 pirates are heading your way. Be cautious. Eliminate them all. Understood. Carrie received the news, preparing for the impending enemy assault. Not far from Carrie, on the road, a formidable pirate crew led by the infamous T-Beard advanced. His rotund figure, adorned with a lengthy brown beard braided into 3 strands, was a sight to behold. The lower half of his body, ravaged by poisonous gas, had been replaced by the limbs of a crocodile, courtesy of law. With a bounty exceeding 80 million, he was already a notorious pirate in the New World. Upon hearing of Whitebeard's demise, he had rallied his crew to invade Whitebeard's territory. After being defeated by Hawkins, who had just arrived in the New World, he found himself stranded on Punk Hazard Island. Listen, once we capture this group, we shall commandeer their ship and escape from this cursed place. T-Beard is no benevolent soul, even if law has saved him. A bounty as high as 80 million is not without its own ambitions. It is inconceivable that he would relinquish his life entirely to this situation. When the opportunity arises, one must be prepared to depart. Very well, Captain. Most of the members under T-Beard were originally part of his pirate crew. With his simplistic mindset, he would never suspect that some were planted by Caesar. In the laboratory, Caesar overheard T-Beard's remarks and thought to himself, escape? How could that possibly happen? The effects of the gas leak necessitate prolonged medication. If they refrain from their doses for a mere few days, they will surely return to me. Caesar was entirely unconcerned about the possibility of these pirates fleeing. Let us proceed to retrieve this batch of artificial devil fruits. Paying no further attention to T-Beard's betrayal, Caesar noted that the time had come. Doflamingo's men should be arriving shortly. The success rate of this batch of artificial devil fruits was quite high, yielding over 20 fruits. However, only 2 were intact. The rest were of the variety that would transform the consumer into a hybrid of man and beast. This was the culmination of his research over the past 6 months. Prepare to fire. Carey, stationed beside the warship, was fully ready. According to the intelligence provided by Zolo, this group of pirates lacked the powers of devil fruits. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, perhaps 1 or 2 might possess such abilities. Carey could easily handle them. Boss. Ahead lies that group, reported Chahozi as he hefted his great sword. Indeed, he had not consumed a devil fruit. Such fruits were exceedingly rare, and nearly every pirate who had developed their abilities had faced significant challenges. Furthermore, those who could navigate the new world for any length of time often boasted bounties exceeding 100 million. Release the gas. Although T-Huzi may not possess much intellect, he understands the importance of exercising caution. He commanded his subordinates to retrieve the gas canisters acquired from Caesar. This particular gas, while not lethally harmful, is highly anesthetic, specifically designed by Caesar for the capture of pirates. His primary focus, however, remains the research of the realm of death, a perilous gas bomb of significant threat. Meanwhile, something was thrown from that direction. The observing Navy personnel spotted a figure, noting that they appeared to be assembling something. You continue to stand guard here. Carey was equally prudent, opting not to take unnecessary risks unless the situation demanded it. During this visit to Punk Hazard, Zoro had also brought along several gas masks. Prior to his departure, Binzi had planted various filtering plants along the shore, which intertwined to form a small-scale purification device, cleansing the surrounding toxins. If Rhoda's brick creations cannot stray too far from their origin, Rhoda must also leave some of his constructs in the vicinity. Boss, we are ready. On T-Huzi's command. Fire. Several concentrated gas canisters were loaded into a small shoulder-mounted cannon. Indeed, they intended to unleash the poison. Carey, soaring through the sky, observed the situation involving T-Huzi and his crew. Although there are few devil fruits that grant the ability to fly, it has become apparent that with sufficient development, nearly any devil fruit can bestow a degree of levitation. Nevertheless, the immortal bird fruit remains among the most formidable of the devil fruits. Phoenix's fiery blaze. Carey flapped her wings, scattering a cascade of burning azure flames. Boss, what is that blue object shimmering in the sky? The tea-haired man, upon hearing his subordinate's words, lifted his gaze, observing the scattered flames descending like stars. Ghost fire? T-Huzi spoke uncertainly. Could it be that he had encountered a phantom? As a pirate venturing into the seas, T-Huzi held no belief in deities or supernatural beings. He placed his faith solely in the weapon he wielded and his own prowess. A daring pirate inadvertently touched the flame. The fire, seemingly animated, enveloped his entire body at a visibly swift pace. Help me. The azure flame spread rapidly, if aid did not arrive soon. This individual would perish in a matter of moments. Yet, no one moved to assist. They allowed him to burn incessantly until he was reduced to a charred corpse. Even so, the blue flames continued to blaze, showing no signs of abating. Captain, what shall we do? T-Beard was the backbone of this group, upon whom everyone depended. Never mind him. We must apprehend that group first. T-Beard remained fixated on his mission, prioritizing the capture of those individuals. Captain, this is not good. The flames are multiplying. What should I do? Don't come any closer, please. As long as the wandering, undead flames touch even a tiny bit, they will engulf this person from head to toe. I can't take it anymore. It is utterly terrifying. A disorganized mob, capable of barely holding together in the absence of danger, scatters in a frenzy at the first sign of chaos. Among the 300, over 200 belong to the T-Beards, while the remaining 100 are the original prisoners of the island. It is precisely this group that incites the unrest. Fires erupt continuously, and the slightest misstep could lead to inevitable doom. Observing the disruption caused by these individuals, Carey swiftly returned to the shore, delegating half of the remaining personnel to follow him. With fewer than 200 left, the directive was clear: eliminate them all. Carey executed his strategy with remarkable precision, realizing that he too possessed the capability to eradicate all the pirates. Like Zoro, Carey contemplated the importance of honing their skills, believing that these naval forces would grow stronger through relentless combat. Bang! The battle here has commenced, and if all goes as anticipated, it shall conclude shortly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yonk, Konkei, Loata, and Binzi, guided by Zoro's intel, have encircled the assailants from the first wave. The leader among them is also a centaur, the formidable iron muscle Smokey, whose lower half resembles that of a horse. A former inmate from the bank's forbidden zone, he wields a double-bladed axe. At this moment, he is thoroughly ensnared by Binzi's plants, while more than 20 centaur criminals nearby have been vanquished by Luada's brick figures. They prove to be rather easy foes. Although Yunk is armed with a firearm, it serves little purpose. Those brick figures plunge into the fray, brandishing vines that bind automatically, swiftly rendering all adversaries unconscious. Indeed, they merely incapacitated this group before halting their assault. This method of combat is characteristic of most naval forces. Once an enemy is stripped of their combat capability, they are captured and handed over to headquarters. Kill it. As a disciple of Zephyr, Binzi was also influenced by Zephyr's sense of justice. Kill them, Rhoda concurred, idolizing Zoro. Naturally, he sought to emulate his idol's approach to handling pirates. Extermination. Directly kill them? Yunbai expressed surprise at the treatment of these pirates. Isn't there a need to bring them back? No, there are no devil fruit users among them, and thus no reason to confine them in the deep-sea prison, Binzi replied. Indeed, if General Zoro were here, he would handle it the same way, Rhoda added. Oh, is that so? Peacock had no objections. Though she was somewhat astonished by Rhoda and Binzi's complete agreement with Zoro's methods. Is this really the right approach? Peacock pondered. As the granddaughter of Crane, she was not a rebellious descendant, yet she had yet to discover a justice perspective that resonated with her. In that case, let us proceed according to Zoro's method. Although Yunbai felt a twinge of reluctance, he would not oppose the group's consensus. With a resounding thud, Benz cast aside 2 seeds of the carnivorous plant. Thriving. 2 lush carnivorous plants surged from the ground, their heads adorned in a striking shade of purple. These terrifying flora, towering nearly 10 meters high, grew even more imposing under the influence of their abundant fruits. With voracious appetite, they swiftly dispatched over 20 criminals scattered across the ground. Let us proceed. 2 more waves of our ambushers await resolution. Rhoda commanded the brickmen to scout ahead as they advanced toward their next destination. Jean Wayman felt a sense of urgency. Since being transported by Lady Sure, the mission assigned to him remained unfulfilled. The young master was still missing. The thought of this caused him considerable distress. In their party of 4, Rizang had already ventured ahead to Zao Wu, seeking assistance from the fur tribe. Kenshiro, in an effort to protect the 2, fell victim to Doflamingo's capture. Meanwhile, Jean Wayman, in his quest to locate the young master, had been evading detection and finally discovered a ship that transported children, anchored on this very island. Yet, was the young master truly present on this island? Upon landing, Jean Wayman soon realized that the air was toxic. Fortunately, he possessed the skills of ninjutsu. Transform. The fur coat enveloped him. This is not acceptable. Transform. That is not acceptable either. Transform. After numerous attempts, Kineman finally conjured a suit of clothing that felt capable of resisting toxic gases. Protective gear. He must hasten to find the young master, should anything befall him. My transgressions would be truly grave. Kineman silently recited this in his mind, wandering aimlessly. Yet, where could the young master possibly be? As one of the Red Scabbards, Kineman may not possess the highest offensive power among the 9, but his resilience without a doubt ranks first. He could withstand several blows from Kaido's Kanabo and, after a brief respite, rise to fight once more. Perhaps he could endure even more than the protagonist, Luffy. Is there someone ahead? Kineman approached a vast lake. The eerie green water bubbled incessantly, with numerous deceased birds and fish floating upon its surface. Hello? Jin Wyman called out loudly to the person across the lake, hoping for a response. Who is this fellow? Law pondered, perplexed. He had become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with the ultimate goal of vanquishing Doflamingo. He needed to seek potential allies. Initially, the Straw Hat Boy seemed quite promising during the fierce battle at Marineford. Law had even contemplated forming an alliance, only to have him perish unexpectedly. Left with no choice, Law abandoned the Straw Hat crew in search of other partners. His second consideration was the Kid Pirates. Kid Law and Luffy had fought together at Sabaody Archipelago. Kid's audacity appeared well suited for an alliance against a warlord. Yet again, tragedy struck, and he too had met his end. This left Law utterly speechless. Even Appa seemed to have perished, while the whereabouts of the others remained a mystery. Was it truly so difficult to find an ally in these times? Months ago, Law had arrived at Punk Hazard to investigate the world government's research data. Caesar was merely a researcher, eager to promote his domain of death. Their relationship hardly constituted a collaboration. It was more of a mutual non-interference, utilizing his abilities. Law had provided animal legs to the immobile prisoners and pirates on the island, garnering their immense gratitude towards both him and Caesar. However, Caesar, wary of a potential betrayal from Law, demanded to take his heart as part of their agreement, while Law received the heart of Caesar's secretary, Monet. Monet was an ardent admirer of Doflamingo, believing that only he could ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. Both Law and Doflamingo were warlords, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Law possessed a villa here, with his crew residing within its confines. Today, he stepped out with the intention of contemplating his future path. Should he embrace the role of a warlord, rallying a group to ultimately challenge Doflamingo? Or should he devise a plan for a surprise assault? What a troublesome predicament. Luo gazed across the lake, where an oddly dressed individual was waving at him. In truth, the arrival of Zoro and his companions had diverted the majority of the island's forces to confront them, rendering Kinemon's whereabouts inconsequential. Initially, Kinemon had engaged in a skirmish with a centaur, but upon being overpowered, Luo intervened, severing Kinemon into 3 parts. He truly displayed remarkable mercy. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, he merely fragmented him and scattered the pieces across 3 separate locations. Now, unimpeded, Kinemon boldly approached the vicinity of Luo's villa, where he found Luo deep in contemplation about the future. "Who are you?" Luo regarded the stranger with a measure of caution. "My name is Jean Wayman. Might I inquire if you have seen a child?" Upon hearing Luo's response, Jean Wayman hurriedly asked if he had caught sight of Momonosuke, a child approximately 1 meter tall with a rather distinctive head shape. Was this the child that Caesar had lured away? Luo pondered this matter. Yet he currently maintained a peaceful rapport with Caesar, not one of collaboration. Luo was investigating the research materials of the world government, asserting his ability to operate freely within the research facility, with neither party prying into the other's secrets. Caesar's loyalty to Doflamingo was tenuous at best. He relied on Doflamingo for financial support, while Doflamingo, in turn, required Caesar to supply him with artificial devil fruits for trade with Kaido. Monet, who was referred to as his secretary, was in truth sent by Doflamingo to keep a watchful eye on Caesar. Thus, the 2 parties coexisted in a state of uneasy tranquility. Unclear. Luo believed that Jean Wayman was a relative of those children, and although he felt sympathy for him, he would not voluntarily disclose this to Jean Wayman unless he possessed something that Luo desired, such as suitable influence. Unfortunately, Jean Wayman did not have that at the moment. "Is that true?" Jean Wayman expressed doubt as he listened to Luo's tone. This fellow clearly had knowledge of the situation, and Jean Wayman was not one to maintain a stoic demeanor. His inability to locate Momonosuke only intensified his agitation. "If you are aware of his whereabouts, I would be immensely grateful if you could share that information with me." Jean Wayman circled the lake, attempting to approach Luo. Was this the demeanor of someone seeking assistance? On the opposite side of the island, Virgo had also arrived, the nearest division. The G5 was where Smoker currently served. He had attained the rank of Rear Admiral, albeit within a division. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, he had been promoted to Commodore. During this period, he had diligently apprehended numerous pirates. Accompanied by Tashigi, he stealthily trailed Virgo. Since Zoro had informed him that the head of the G5 division was a pirate, Smoker had become increasingly vigilant regarding Virgo's every move. With pirates lurking nearby, he intended to handle the situation himself. Naturally, Smoker did not trust Virgo and decided to stealthily follow him to Punk Hazard. Was there a secret hidden here? Smoker utilized his smoke to purify the air surrounding himself and Tashigi, allowing them to enter the island without the need for gas masks. "Is it truly wise for us to proceed like this?" Tashigi inquired cautiously. "Do not worry, just follow my lead," Smoker replied. A cigar clenched between his teeth as he matched Virgo's pace. "Do you suspect me?" Virgo was an exceedingly cautious individual. Even as Smoker's smoke concealed them, Virgo sensed something amiss. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to eliminate the 2 who doubted him. With this thought in mind, Virgo made his way toward the SAD research facility, intending to deal with the pair of skeptics there. "Is this Caesar's research facility?" Zoro drew the sword from the guard's side, and in an instant, the guard became a lifeless husk. There was nothing left to extract. Caesar's facility was expansive, divided into several sections. The primary theme was a white research establishment, with various areas contained within. It was the only research facility that had remained unscathed amidst the chaos, now serving as Caesar's experimental base. It housed facilities for the creation of artificial devil fruits known as Smile and the production of the toxic gas SAD, with holding cells located at the rear of the facility. Additionally, there was a cookie room, where children lured by Caesar were confined. Most importantly, there was a freezing chamber, filled from ceiling to floor with the bodies of prisoners, referred to as frozen people by the children in the cookie room. These corpses were utilized by Caesar to study the corrosive effects of his gas. What a hassle! Zoro exclaimed as he gazed at the map affixed to the door of the bank's restricted area. Rubbing his head, he noted the crooked lines drawn upon it. Well, as long as I know where the deceived children are, that suffices. Zoro resolved to rush into the children's room to save the innocent little ones, deeming that the rest could be utterly annihilated without remorse. Apart from these defenseless children, all others were deemed expendable. Thus, the decision was made. With a resounding crash, Zoro forcefully kicked open the heavy doors of the bank's restricted area, sending them tumbling to the ground. It was as if those long-neglected doors had not been disturbed for ages. In the surveillance room, chaos ensued. How did he get here? Caesar exclaimed, his heart racing. He was not entirely oblivious to the news. He was well aware of the notorious Zoro in the Navy. Yet, he was utterly perplexed as to how this formidable figure had arrived at his doorstep. This was truly troublesome. Caesar was at a loss for what to do next. If the Navy were to uncover his research, he would undoubtedly be hunted once more. Had it been any other Navy officer, he might have felt some relief. But Zoro's infamous reputation among pirates was unparalleled. Any pirate ship that had crossed paths with Zoro had met a grim fate, save for a few captured prisoners. All others had been executed. The prospect of survival was virtually non-existent. Indeed, many would rather face Akainu than encounter Zoro. Caesar understood that if Zoro were to apprehend him, his demise would be inevitable. Panic-stricken, he paced back and forth in the surveillance room. On the screens, Zoro appeared as an unstoppable force, effortlessly cutting down wave after wave of guards Caesar had dispatched, each of them falling as easily as blades of grass before a scythe. Zoro possessed a unique ability, the power to extract one capability from a mortal foe brought to the brink of death, limited to one extraction per individual. This skill had been granted to him upon reaching a justice value of 500,000, marking an advanced version of his extraction ability, which no longer required his prey to be slain. Those on the verge of death could be imprisoned, their powers siphoned away, creating a seamless cycle wherein they would ultimately face execution at Zoro's hands, thus replenishing his justice value. It was a rather inventive form of resource utilization. The guard before him, holding a gas canister, was swiftly struck down by Zoro's blade. Zoro was no longer one to indiscriminately throw anyone into prison. Those deemed utterly worthless were simply eliminated. Time was of the essence, and it was better to send them to hell sooner rather than later. However, he needed to summon that individual. After a moment of contemplation, Caesar devised a plan. Wasn't there still a law present? Bringing him over should suffice. After all, he was a warlord and could likely withstand Zoro for a while. With this thought in mind, Caesar promptly dialed Law's number. Hello? What do you want? Law answered the call with evident impatience, his other hand gripping Kinemon's severed head. Sir, all I require is the location of that child. Law was left speechless. The warrior had resorted to violence without provocation, having just moments ago displayed a courteous demeanor. The sudden change was nothing short of treacherous, employing underhanded tactics without regard for honor. Fortunately, Law had anticipated such a turn of events, and with his scalpel, he skillfully divided Kinemon into 3 parts. The lower half was discarded onto a rock in the toxic lake, while the upper half was tossed over the cliff, leaving only the head that he held. Even in this state, Kinemon continued to chatter incessantly. When Law inquired about Kinemon's origins, the latter deftly evaded the question, suggesting a mysterious background he was unwilling to disclose. Law, uninterested, prepared to dispose of the entire head in the refuse pit, seeking a moment of peace. As for when he would reassemble this individual, that could wait until after his departure. After all, a person he had severed did not require sustenance, which could be seen as a peculiar extension of life. The Navy has arrived. Caesar's anxious voice echoed from the other side. What business does the Navy have here? And it is that Vice Admiral Zoro, known for his mercilessness towards pirates. Caesar's tone grew increasingly tense. Zoro? Law halted in his stride towards the research facility. Was he truly already within your laboratory? Indeed. Hurry, or I shall meet my demise. Law was quite reluctant to proceed. He had been in the vicinity during the Marineford incident. From his submarine, he had witnessed the chaos. But when the Navy's reinforcements arrived, he chose to retreat. If there was anyone he wished to avoid confronting, it was undoubtedly Zoro. Upon hearing Zoro's name, Law's immediate instinct was to flee. Yet, he could not. His heart remained with Caesar. If he departed, he could not ascertain whether his heart would endure in this toxic atmosphere should Caesar perish. Regret washed over Law. He lamented his decision to come here. He had ventured to uncover the research materials of the world government, to discern the meaning behind the D lineage, a matter that had long occupied his thoughts. This was the very reason Rosinante had rescued him. At least, that was Law's belief, that Rosinante had saved him out of pity, a secret of the D. Regardless, Law held only gratitude and nostalgia for Rosinante. Initially, he had claimed to avoid conflict with Caesar, but his true aim was to eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo. Law despised the idea of endangering his crew. "I shall head there immediately," he replied to Caesar before promptly contacting Beppo and the others in the villa. "Leave this place at once. Do not concern yourselves with me." "Captain, execute the command." Luo's voice was resolute. "Very well." There was no further conversation from that side as they began to gather their belongings. Beneath the villa lay a concealed river. The Red Heart pirates departed directly from this location aboard their submarine. Once again, they were about to confront the individuals they could no longer evade. Law donned his hood, casually discarding Kineman's head near a nearby pool. "This must be the final ambush," Law commanded the brick man, rendering the last centaur unconscious. "It should be so," Yunk remarked, holding a map that marked 3 strongholds. These included the ambush Zoro had informed them about, along with 2 pirate encampments. The next location was home to over 100 pirates. Along the way, Conque kept busy, striking at anything that appeared promising. Trailing behind were 4 or 5 towering trees, each reaching several meters in height. However, due to the taint of toxic gas, they grew in grotesque forms, yet with the aid of Binsi's flourishing fruits, they had regained some semblance of greenery. They served as a boon to their group, complemented by Rhoda's 5 brick figures. They pressed forward with ease, encountering little in the way of obstacles. It felt akin to an outing. 4 individuals, 3 of whom wielded the powers of devil fruits, accompanied by a host of support. All devoid of peril. Zoro should have already entered the research facility by now, Yunk mused. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he surely has. Rhoda, having followed Zoro for a while, understood that Zoro was a man of decisive action, one who would not squander his time. "Then let us hasten our pace. If he finishes his task while we have yet to eliminate these pirates, it would be quite embarrassing." Yunk folded the map and pointed towards the mountain ahead on their right. "There lies the nearest pirate camp." Having resolved the matter, Carrie stood at the shore. The unquenchable flames he commanded encircled all the approaching pirates completely. He had formed a ring of fire that ensnared the majority of the pirates, allowing the Navy to open fire and unleash cannonades into the center. Anyone who came into contact with the flames was doomed, unless they plunged into the sea. Near the coast, Carey retained half of his personnel. Should any fiery foes charge at them, they would unleash another volley. Several corpses already lay along the shore, the most prominent being that of the bearded pirate, who had been ablaze for quite some time. Within the fiery perimeter, few pirates remained. Satisfied that the situation was under control, Carey set off in pursuit of the fleeing pirates, 3 or 4 dozen of them, and he had no intention of letting them escape. Meanwhile, Caesar had already begun to contemplate his own escape, abandoning any concern for the matters at hand. His sole priority was survival, intending to relinquish all facilities and responsibilities to Zoro. As this thought crossed his mind, Caesar realized that Zoro's arrival might not be so detrimental after all. It presented a splendid opportunity to settle accounts. Subsequently, he would inform Big Mom that his research data had been destroyed by the Navy, thereby securing a request for additional funding from her. "Are you ready?" Caesar was aware that Monet had been sent by Doflamingo to keep an eye on him. Nevertheless, he was unfazed. Doflamingo, as a boss, was actually quite commendable. He provided financial support promptly and made few demands. "Ah ha ha ha. Monet, a striking beauty with cascading grass-green waves of hair and captivating golden eyes, often obscured by her bangs, possesses a tall and graceful figure. Her demeanor is gentle, yet she transforms into a ferocious adversary when confronted by enemies, employing her formidable teeth to crush her opponents and exhibiting a penchant for swiftly eliminating solitary weaklings. In battle, she wields 2 large ice chisels, adept at both piercing and slashing maneuvers. Upon receiving compliments regarding her appearance, she lights up with joy, occasionally displaying a bashful reaction. Akin to someone of Caesar's ilk, there is no need for concern. The young master has already dispatched someone to retrieve us." Monet harbors an almost divine loyalty towards Don Quixote da Flamingo, firmly believing in his potential to ascend as the Pirate King. She executes his commands with unwavering dedication, even to the point of sacrificing her life without hesitation. Indeed, Da Flamingo has sent individuals to our aid, in addition to Baby 5, who is specifically tasked with retrieving devil fruits. Virgo has taken the initiative to come as well. Prior to his arrival, he informed Doflamingo of his decision, even suggesting that Doflamingo himself is contemplating whether to join them. As a warlord of the sea, the Navy cannot overtly engage him. Should he choose to come, he might prove beneficial. As a precaution, Doflamingo has dispatched yet another individual who is en route. Their objective is not to defeat Zoro, but rather to attempt a rescue when Zoro eliminates Caesar. If Caesar were to perish, the directive would be to withdraw immediately. In Doflamingo's eyes, the lives of these subordinates hold greater significance than anything else. He regards them as family, far more cherished than the kind of family that would so readily extract one's life, as seen with Big Mom. With a swift motion, Zoro cleaved another door in two. A gentle light spilled forth, revealing an array of toys, delectable treats, and vibrant objects, creating a stark contrast to the gloom and oppression of the outside world. "Who are you?" inquired a boy who, despite his youthful appearance, towered over Zoro. "Are you the one who brings us snacks? You must be the one delivering cookies, right? Once I recover, you will take me to see my mother, won't you?" The children, a lively bunch, spoke their minds freely. And Zoro had no expectations of gleaning any pertinent information from these innocent souls. "Is there anyone else here?" Zoro produced a few treats, 6 nuclear bombs, and Wong Wong snow cakes. "Edible and harmless. That's all that remains. It's just us now." After consuming the snacks provided by Zoro, the children, being quite young, began to chatter away. "So, do you wish to go outside? To find your mothers and fathers? Is that so? However, if we leave, won't we have to inform the principal?" These children were also caught in a dilemma. Zoro glanced around, noting the absence of any other individuals. Was it possible that the guards here were nowhere to be found? That seemed implausible. Wasn't there still a Monet present? After a brief moment, primarily focused on gaining the trust of these children, Zoro cleared his throat and addressed them. "I shall lead you away from this place." Thus, in the eyes of the children, Zoro appeared with a cart brimming with gifts, a delightful assortment of treats and toys. "Let us go." Zoro felt that if he were to become a human trafficker, it would be a task devoid of effort. Luring these children into the realm of the dark fruit seemed almost effortless to him. Zoro categorized the space of the dark fruit into several types, one for capturing individuals, one for storing goods, and another comprising the attacking black holes and dark waters. The children entered the space designated for capturing individuals, and under the influence of Zoro's illusion, even in utter darkness, they perceived it as a playground. With this in mind, it appeared that he could unleash his ambitions here. Zoro grinned. Were it not for his concern for the children, he would have unleashed a nuclear bomb outside. Oh wait, there was also Momonosuke. He could be dealt with later. After all, there was no escape for him. Dark hole and dark water. Demon physique. The ability to absorb multiple devil fruits of similar attributes. The closer the attributes, the smoother the fusion process. Current attributes: dark, space, confinement, closure. Indeed, when Zoro's justice value reached 500,000, he unlocked a grand roulette that could be spun for every 100,000. Looking at the over 500,000 justice points in his possession, Zoro acted without hesitation. Well, after much deliberation, yes, it was nearly agonizing. Currently, drawing from the 1,000 points yielded only trivial food items, whereas the 10,000 points offered a plethora of options. Devil fruits with peculiar abilities awaited him. He tried his luck once with the 10,000 points. With the devil fruit compendium in hand, he could clearly discern the attribute entries of the fruits he placed upon it. The dark fruit was indeed a remarkable item, but regrettably, he had already fused it into his weapon. This left Zoro dissatisfied, prompting him to conduct a tin draw at the 1,000 point tier. He obtained a separation card, a fusion card, 2 Zoan-type devil fruits, 1 sheep fruit, and 1 eagle fruit, along with a miniature nuclear bomb, a modified berserk potion, 10 stand-in dolls, and various other miscellaneous items. The demon physique was immensely beneficial for Zoro, allowing him to consume more than 1 devil fruit. He separated the dark fruit from the blood fruit once more. Without hesitation, Zoro consumed the dark fruit. Instantly, he felt a tremendous force surging within him, as 2 powers tore at his body and soul. Is this what it means to be a demon? Thus, Marco met his untimely demise. However, moments later, Zoro sensed a tranquil equilibrium within him, as 2 forces subsided into one. Perhaps the 2 demons within had engaged in a fierce battle, with the weaker succumbing to the stronger. Regardless, Zoro now wielded the power of the dark fruit's dark water with ease. Furthermore, He discovered that the ability to ensnare others with the dark water required their consent. Otherwise, it would result in a gruesome fate akin to that of a meat grinder. With the addition of the prison fruit, Zoro could freely confine others with dark water. Indeed, after relentless practice, he realized that as long as shadows surrounded him, he could manipulate the darkness within them. This unexpected assault could be deemed as a form of shadow evasion. Moreover, within those shadows existed a separate realm, allowing Zoro to carve out a prison of his own. In summary, with the integration of this power, Zoro envisioned a more profound amalgamation with the next fruit. The door fruit would be his choice, as it too possessed spatial qualities, remarkably akin to his prison. Should he merge with the door fruit, it would grant him the ability to open portals to shadows across the world. Presently, without the intermediary of blood to inflate prices, Zoro could effortlessly execute his techniques from Nine Snake Island. Darkness enveloped him entirely, a colossal gravitational force drawing everything into its embrace, shattering all into dust. The remnants he had crushed on Nine Snake Island had accumulated near the marine headquarters, forming a small isle. This reclamation of land enriched the soil, where Zoro planted the seeds he had brought from the Boyne archipelago. Researchers would find it easier to study these plants, striving to equip every new marine recruit with a few seeds of the ferocious flora. Such a measure would significantly enhance their survival prospects against pirates. "We must hurry. We must hurry," Caesar exclaimed, having witnessed Zoro's actions on the surveillance, feeling an imminent sense of doom if he did not flee at once. With a sudden blackout on the surveillance, Caesar could no longer discern Zoro's whereabouts. Grabbing the artificial devil fruit and research materials, he decided to forsake everything else. In that moment, Caesar made the most prudent decision of his life. He promptly made his escape. Whoosh! He observed as the walls surrounding him began to distort, as though subjected to immense pressure. The sound of cracking echoed continuously. Suddenly, they collapsed and shattered, all moving towards a singular direction. That direction was precisely where Zoro unleashed the black hole meat grinder. Caesar transformed into a plume of gas, escaping through the crevices of his laboratory. Thunderous rumblings. Aside from Caesar, Monet also emerged. After Caesar had informed Monet, he too recognized the gravity of the situation. He ventured out, bringing along the artificial devil fruit. The research facility within the bank's restricted zone is vast, with an intricate network of corridors. The gas manufacturing plant is even situated within a mountain. Wow. Oh, you have emerged as well. Caesar felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing the destruction of his experimental base. However, in comparison to his own life, it was a trivial concern. What brought him greater joy was the emergence of the land of the dead. It was the toxic amalgamation that had consumed the artificial newt devil fruit. Caesar had collaborated with Vegapunk for an extended period, along with Judge and Queen. The four of them combined their expertise. Vegapunk was a jack of all trades, while Caesar specialized in toxic gases and artificial devil fruits. Judge focused on cloning, and Queen delved into the ice demon virus and enhancements. Well, a high-tech modified slime, having consumed the devil fruit, can transform into a liquid salamander. When the slime's doppelganger is struck, it releases toxic gas, and when ignited, it explodes. In essence, the main body is akin to a colossal barrel of explosives. Just as Caesar discovers his pet from the realm of the dead, an entire research facility has already been devoured by a black hole. And that place is a chamber of toxic gas. Bang! With a resounding bang, Caesar's toxic gas erupted within the tube, unleashing a swirling tempest of purple and green fumes that dispersed into the air. "Let us proceed," Caesar declared without a moment's hesitation, embarking on his journey. "One cannot proceed." Monet halted her steps. She had discovered Baharu and Baby 5 had arrived here, serving as Caesar's secretary. Monet was well aware that the concentrated poison was far more lethal than the light toxins wafting about outside. Cough, cough, cough. The surrounding toxic gas thickened instantaneously. Baby 5, adorned with a gas mask, could still feel her breathing becoming increasingly labored. The two had just arrived near the research facility, poised to receive Caesar's artificial devil fruit, when suddenly, the noxious fumes began to intensify. Whoosh! The turning fruit of Barafro serves as a fan, capable of dispersing the toxic gas. Nevertheless, the corrosive nature of this poison is truly terrifying. The garments adorning Baby 5 have already begun to erode, were it not for her weapon fruit, which renders her body almost beyond the realm of humanity. She would likely have collapsed by now. Monet? The atmosphere instantly grew colder as snowflakes descended, and a figure materialized beside the two of them. Snow House. Caesar could disregard these two individuals, but Monet could not. The Doflamingo family regarded each other as kin. Even if Doflamingo did not hold every individual in the same high regard, they could still be considered as half-brothers. Monet, upon witnessing the swirling snowflakes, Baby 5 immediately comprehended the arrival of Monet. A snow sanctuary materialized abruptly, isolating the surrounding toxic fumes from the interior, thereby safeguarding the two individuals within. Buffalo possessed no combat prowess, while Baby 5 exhibited high offensive capabilities but low defense. Inhaling excessive amounts of poison gas would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Why had they retreated again? Caesar was exceedingly anxious. Monet's sudden advance brought them closer to the research facility. He yearned to flee, yet hesitated. Relying on Doflamingo afforded him the opportunity to continue his research, providing a sense of security. Should he abandon this alliance, he would truly be left with nothing. Dark Cavern. This has released the noxious gas. Zoro, possessing nearly complete resistance to toxins, felt no concern amidst the poisonous vapors. Swimming in nuclear waste would pose no threat to him. However, such circumstances might inadvertently endanger his allies. Thus, Zoro dashed out of the research facility, seeking a shadow to commence the absorption of the toxic fumes. But alas, an unforeseen complication arose. Virgo, from a distance, noticed the commotion emanating from Caesar's laboratory and quickened his pace. The demise of Caesar was inconsequential, as was Monet's. Yet, should the Navy become aware of the situation, it would jeopardize the interests of the young master. He has fled. Dasky observed Virgo's sudden acceleration and inquired about the next course of action from Smoker. Let us go. Follow him. Smoker did not hesitate. The fact that Virgo, who usually appeared utterly composed, was now in such a frenzy indicated that something significant was about to unfold. Hold on to me, Smoker advised. With a swift whoosh, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and ascended into the air. An accident has occurred. Luo was nearing the research institute when a wave of toxic gas abruptly obstructed his path, causing him a throbbing headache. His heart, still in the possession of Monet, left him with a sense of impending doom. Should anything happen, his life would be irrevocably lost. Regret washed over Luo for having made a verbal agreement with Caesar, relinquishing his heart and, consequently, his life into the hands of others. He must urgently locate Monet, reclaim his heart, and then escape this perilous place. Confronting Zoro was beyond his capabilities. The immediate priority was to secure his heart. Snow? Luo gazed up at the sky, promptly realizing that this was Monet's snow fruit ability. She is nearby. Cough, cough, cough. In the refuse station, a desolate remnant of the research facility, situated far from the toxic gas storage tanks. The noxious fumes have yet to fully encroach upon this location. How have I come to be in this state? Momonosuke has been roused from his stupor by the noxious gas, only to discover that he seems to have transformed. In the enveloping darkness, he is unable to discern the nature of his own appearance. What should I do? What should I do? Momonosuke also senses that something is amiss in the air surrounding him. Toxic, exclaimed Momonosuke as he instinctively held his breath. It seems to be all right. To his astonishment, he discovered that the noxious gas had little effect on him. One reason was that the poison had not yet fully permeated the area, and another was the devil fruit he had consumed. The artificial devil fruit in its red dragon form endowed him with the ability to grow larger and breathe fire, significantly enhancing his resilience and regenerative capabilities. It was due to these two factors that Momonosuke had not succumbed to the poison. However, he was still at a loss about what to do next. Oh, how he wished he could fly. In his panic, Momonosuke began to stomp around erratically, astonishingly lifting off the ground, each step forming a small cloud beneath him. At last, he emerged. The structures above the junkyard had been entirely drawn in by Zoro's black hole. Momonosuke finally beheld the sun, but why was it green? He had no time to ponder this as the toxic gas invaded his body, causing him to faint. He tumbled back into the junkyard. It seemed that everyone who needed to emerge had done so. Zoro's black hole swiftly absorbed the surrounding poison, the dense miasma dissipating at a visibly rapid pace, while clarity improved significantly. Monet Caesar. With a resounding thud, a shadowy figure surged toward Zoro. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the oncoming threat. Virgo? Zoro gazed upon the figure clad in black, a man capable of enveloping his entire being in the armor of Haki, darker than the night itself. He held firmly in his grasp a slender bamboo. This was none other than the infamous demon bamboo Virgo, his complete designation. Zoro. Virgo appeared unfazed by the prospect of Zoro evading his attack. After lying in wait for so long, had he finally revealed himself? Zoro had previously warned Smoker to be wary of Virgo, refraining from making a move against him. Virgo had joined the Navy over a decade ago, and Sengoku had even encountered him. Now, he had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Who would have anticipated that such a figure was a pirate? Virgo remained silent, his dark haki exuding a palpable sense of resolve. Snow rabbits. Monet, behind Zoro, swiftly flapped her wings, unleashing numerous snowballs resembling white rabbits from the tips of each feather. As they plummeted from the sky, their gravitational acceleration effortlessly shattered the ground or crushed the bodies of their adversaries. Bang! Bang! Caesar, if he escapes, everyone will perish. Monet urged Caesar to take action. With just the two of them, Monet did not believe they could possibly contend with such a formidable vice-admiral. The one who had annihilated Nine Snake Island. I understand. Caesar, too, was bound to a warship, not accompanying Monet to confront Zoro. And given his crimes of experimenting on children, the Navy would undoubtedly pursue him with relentless fervor. In the realm of the vacuum world, Caesar clenched his fists and extended his arms, a gesture that would extract all the air within a certain radius, creating a void. All beings, save for himself, would find themselves deprived of oxygen, rendering them unable to breathe. The more severe cases would lapse into shock or even face death. The drawback, however, lay in the fact that should an opponent step beyond the confines of the vacuum world, they would once again be able to inhale air. Caesar did not anticipate incapacitating Zoro in one fell swoop. Rather, he aimed to ensnare him with several allies. Their collective intent was clear: to poison Zoro. They acknowledged Zoro's formidable strength, yet had not witnessed him exhibiting immunity to toxins. Earlier, when Zoro absorbed the poisonous gas with a black hole, they perceived it merely as a desperate measure against the toxins. If they could unleash the realm of death upon Zoro, they believed it would ultimately lead to his demise. Virgo and Monet have prepared themselves for death. To prevent any news from leaking out, for the sake of the young Master Doflamingo, Monet and Virgo wore smiles. Content with their fate. Far from punk hazard, Doflamingo swiftly traversed the sea, his feet dancing upon invisible threads in an unusual pattern. He needed to take matters into his own hands. This situation was unlike any other. On the island, 4 of his subordinates awaited: Monet, Virgo, Baby 5, and Buffalo, along with a former family member. The relationship Doflamingo shared with his subordinates was exceedingly intricate. For those he deemed worthy, Doflamingo offered unwavering trust and affection. Unlike the hierarchical structure of the Baroque works, which was divided into various departments, Doflamingo treated his acknowledged family members as kin. The ironclad rule of the family: betrayal is forbidden. Perhaps it was the folly of his foolish father, who relinquished his celestial dragon status, that caused Doflamingo to lose his mother amid